traveling through the Great Qin, you originally intended to present the secret method of the 6 libraries to the first emperor, allowing him to steal life force and achieve the dream of immortality. However, your mother is the daughter of a minor clan, and thus you are not favored by the first emperor. In your sadness, you chose to disappear, until the 36th year of the first emperor. As his time drew near, even with countless famous doctors summoned from across the land, there was no way to turn back the tide. Just when the ministers of the Great Qin were filled with despair and the first emperor was hopeless, you, who had not appeared for many years, suddenly stepped into the Qin royal palace alone, looking at the ancient emperor on the brink of death. In order to change the fate of the second emperor of the Great Qin, you decided to impart the secret method to the first emperor to help him achieve immortality. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the Qin royal palace was tense, with numerous high-ranking officials gathered there, including the Chancellor Li Si, the General Wang Ben, the Grand General Meng Tian, the leader of the Shadow Secret Guard Zhang Han, and the Minister of the Chariot Bureau Zhao Gao. Their expressions varied, some were anxious and uneasy, while others were filled with hope. At this moment, everyone understood that the first emperor's illness had reached a critical point of life and death. It had been an hour, and he still had not come out. Could it be that the gentleman Lu invited by the young prince truly has the means to improve the emperor's condition? Wang Ben was the first to break the silence. Over the past half-month, they had almost searched for all the famous doctors and talented individuals in the world, even offering rewards to anyone who could improve the first emperor's health, even if just a little. Of course, those who could enter the palace to meet the emperor had to go through layers of screening, otherwise, all sorts of charlatans and tricksters would come running, and what would become of the palace's dignity? Yet, even so, the number of people entering the palace each day could reach over 100. But despite this many, not a single person could improve Ying Zhang's condition. The conclusions drawn by these people after the audience with the emperor were extremely consistent. The emperor is suffering from an incurable disease. At this moment, the one receiving the audience was the eldest son Fusu, accompanied by a sorcerer named Lu, who had been invited from the distant frontier. It is said that this Lu sorcerer is quite famous in the frontier, even claiming to be able to interpret the heavenly secrets and predict the future. However, shortly after Wang Ben finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the palace, namely Fusu and the sorcerer Lu. Upon seeing the 2 appear, everyone hurriedly gathered around. Your Highness, eldest son, sorcerer Lu, has the emperor's condition improved? Li Si quickly asked. The sorcerer Lu, dressed in a Taoist robe, first glanced at Fusu, and after seeing Fusu nod, slowly replied, Gentlemen, forgive this humble Taoist for my inability to change the emperor's condition. After saying this, he lowered his head. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Although they had heard this result countless times, this time, it could be said to be the one they held the most hope for. Yet, is it still beyond saving? After a moment of silence, Li Si spoke again. What exactly caused the emperor's illness? Could it really be related to the divine stone that fell from the sky in the eastern county? The sorcerer Lu pondered for a moment before shaking his head and said, No, the emperor's illness has accumulated over time. As the saying goes, 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. This is the reason. Everyone suddenly understood. For many years, His Majesty had been burdened with state affairs, working day and night, coupled with his obsession with seeking immortality, which had already taken a toll on his body. Li Si then signaled, Take sorcerer Lu to rest. After he left, Wang Ben couldn't help but sigh. Is there truly no one in the world who can cure the emperor? As soon as the words fell, the sharp voice of the eunuch outside the hall suddenly rang out. The 19th prince has arrived. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. The 19th prince? I must have heard wrong. How could he be here? Wang Ben rubbed his ears, his face full of disbelief. The 4 words 19th prince were both familiar and unfamiliar to them, as they hadn't heard them in the palace for nearly 10 years. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall, and the next moment, they saw your tall figure walking in, exuding an aura of authority without anger in your every gesture. Once everyone clearly saw your face, they were all taken aback. The 19th prince, who had been missing for nearly 10 years, was now truly appearing in front of them. 19th brother, it really is you. Fusu looked at the unfamiliar man before him, and the floating jade pendant at your waist already indicated your identity. The current 19th prince of the Great Qin. Big brother, although we haven't seen each other for 10 years, how could you forget what your younger brother looks like? You joked with a smile. You still had a good impression of Fusu when you were bullied as a child. This big brother was always the first to come and check on you. Upon hearing this, Fusu immediately stepped forward and patted your shoulder. Goodness, you've grown up so much. In fact, it wasn't his fault, after all. 10 years ago, you were still a little child, and with no appearances for a decade. Even Ying Zhang probably didn't know what you had grown into, let alone them. However, Your current image was quite different from what everyone remembered. As in their impression, you were very chubby back then, to the point of being called a ball. They never expected you to grow up so handsome and dashing, especially with that aura, which was strikingly similar to the young emperor. This forced them to believe that some things are indeed innate. After all, unlike some of the other princes in the palace, who, despite being by the emperor's side for many years and receiving his influence, still lacked this aura. After not seeing each other for 10 years, the 19th prince has truly undergone a transformation. However, your sudden arrival today has indeed caught us off guard, Li Si said with a smile. You waved your hand, as if you did not like the formalities of the officialdom, and then got straight to the point. I heard that Father Emperor's health has been quite poor recently. I came today just to see him. Since the incident in Dongjun, Father Emperor's health has been declining day by day. It would be good for you to see him. After all, he used to like you the most. Perhaps your arrival can change his condition. Fusu comforted you as he came to your side. He knew that the chances of this were very slim, with so many people at a loss. How could it possibly change just because one person came to visit? You nodded and said nothing more. Go ahead. I believe the emperor also misses you very much. Fusu gently patted your back to signal you. Under the gaze of everyone, you stepped towards the inner palace. Just as you disappeared from everyone's sight, Fusu turned to look at Hu Hai inside. 18 brother, after all these years, do you still hold such a grudge against 19 brother? Hu Hai did not respond, only silently darkening his expression. Seeing this, Fusu couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that the reason you had been in hiding all these years was largely because of Hu Hai, but he had no way to change it, because this is reality. Since you have become a prince of the Qin dynasty, you must face these things and accept the cruelty of power struggles. At this moment, the Qin royal palace was silent, and a solemn atmosphere filled the air. You slowly stepped into this familiar palace, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Everywhere you looked, there were the resplendent decorations, dazzling and brilliant, yet at this moment, they had lost their former luster. Seeing this, you were filled with complex emotions, unable to appreciate this magnificent architecture, and your gaze was quickly drawn to the figure lying on the dragon couch. That was your father, Emperor Qin Shi Huangning Zhang, once a ruler who shook the world. But at this moment, he appeared emaciated, like a corpse that could breathe its last at any moment. A wave of indescribable sorrow surged in your heart, and then you softly called out, "Father," your voice trembling slightly, a mix of excitement from the long-awaited reunion and the strangeness of not having seen each other for 10 years. Ing Zhang seemed to have heard that familiar voice and struggled to open his eyes. Those eyes, once sharp as an eagle, had now become murky, but he still made an effort to scan his surroundings. When his gaze fell upon you, there was a moment of silence, followed by a strange glimmer in those aged eyes, a mix of excitement, nostalgia, and deep guilt. "Are you Yuaner?" Ing Zhang weakly spoke, his voice hoarse and powerless. Despite his extreme frailty, his gaze remained firmly locked on you, as if afraid that in the blink of an eye, this son would disappear from sight. You stepped forward and took Ing Zhang's bony hand in yours, saying, "It is your son." Looking at the current state of your father, your heart was filled with mixed emotions. Recalling your childhood, there were indeed some beautiful moments shared with Ing Zhang, though they were short-lived. They had almost become the most important days in your heart, because you were clever and bright from a young age, even being labeled a genius youth. You inadvertently took the position of the beloved 18th son, Hu Hai, which led to his jealousy. Coupled with Zhao Gao's scheming, the two were constantly thinking of ways to deal with you. Moreover, your biological mother was the daughter of a minor clan, with no background to speak of, making it impossible for her to compete with them. Out of the helplessness of survival, gradually, you could only choose to fade out of Ing Zhang's sight, and it was from that time on that you chose to disappear, and this concealment lasted for 10 years. For 10 years, there was no news at all. No one knew where you had gone, and no one knew whether you were still alive. Until today, you have returned to the place that should have belonged to you, but this time, if it weren't for the fact that your father's life is coming to an end, you might not have chosen to return to the mortal world. In fact, the fundamental reason for your seclusion is not these. The real reason is known only to you, and that is the 6th library Immortal Thieves. There was another unknown secret in Winlin Yuan. He's a traveler. 10 years ago, on the eve of the Hermitage, he awakened to a system of his own. He also acquired the Rakosenki Thief, one of the 8 wonderful techniques in the world of one man's world. It is also known as the Saint's Thief. The core ability of Rakusen Thief is through optimizing the metabolic system of the 6 internal organs: large intestine, small intestine, stomach, sanjiao, gallbladder and bladder. Instantly breaks down ingested substances, including food, air and even organic matter, into air and absorbs it perfectly. In this way, the body is maintained active, aging is slowed down and even immortality is attained. But Shushu didn't know Raku fairy thief, but it also comes with serious side effects. The spiritual plight of the elders and the temptations and dangers of cannibalism. Long-term survival can lead to emotional apathy, loss of interest in things, and even a muddled state. If a practitioner of the Raku immortal thief ingests high-quality nutrients, e.g., in human flesh and blood, his strength can be increased quickly and without limit. So that's why Lin Yuan suddenly chose to leave the public eye 10 years ago. Pinned up. Good thing it's been 10 years. Winning Lin Yuan with his own talent. Not only did he cultivate the 6 vaults of immortal thieves to the realm of a saint stealing the life of heaven and earth, it's more of a perfect mindset shift, and these 2 side effects of the Raku immortal thief, it no longer has any effect on him. You grew up. Ing Zhang wanted to raise his hand to caress Lin Yuan's face, only to find that he couldn't lift it anyway. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately picked up Ing Zhang's hand and placed it on his face. Seeing this appearance, Ing Zhang couldn't help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile on his pale face. Yuqi, these years, father's heart, the one who owes you the most is you. Father, time is running out. The road ahead will be up to you. Listening to Ing Zhang's words, winning Lin Yuan fell into silence. He knew that Ing Zhan was also trying to protect himself back then. That's why the focus was shifted away from myself. After all, he was young then. The court is surrounded by wolves, people who want him dead, not in the minority. It's just that Lin Yuan didn't expect it. Now this side, it was actually the last days of father and son. Next, Lin Yuan seemed to have made some sort of decision. He looked up, a gleam in his eyes, gazing at Ing Zhang. Zheng Di spoke like a voice. My son can make father realize eternal life. The words fell. A silence fell over the bedchamber. Winning Lin Yuan only felt his father's grip on his hand suddenly tighten a few points. Only after a long time did Ing Zhang speak with great difficulty. Yuaner, is this true? Winning Lin Yuan nodded. Immediately, he let go of Ing Zhang's hand, took a step backward. Father can watch. Strike that. Winning Lin Yuan then pulled out a dagger encrusted with various gems from his pocket. This dagger was given to him by Ing Zhang when he was a child. Swish, the dagger was sheathed. A cold light appeared. He didn't hesitate and moved decisively. In front of Ing Zhang, he slashed at his neck. This slash was incredibly fast. It was as if even the air had been split in two. Ing Zhang saw this. The dragon's eyes instantly widened. Yuqi? The pupils were filled with shock and incredulity. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. The wound on Lin Yuan's neck did not gush blood as expected. Instead, it healed quickly and at a speed beyond imagination. It was as if that wound had been smoothed out by a mysterious force. Granulation tissue grows rapidly and the skin gradually closes. The whole thing was jaw-droppingly fast. In the meantime, in various flower pots in the bedchamber, the originally vibrant plants withered away at an eerie speed. Their leaves rapidly turn yellow and their branches gradually dry out. It's like having all the life force drained out of you. A short moment, winning Lin Yuan's wounds had completely disappeared. Not a trace left behind. His skin was smooth as ever. Not a single break or scar. Only the slightly undulating neckline. Proof of the existence of that slash just now. Next, winning Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Father, this is a one-step technique that can realize eternal life that my son obtained by chance during this decade. Raku Immortal Thief, also known as the Sage Thief. You can steal the vitality of heaven and earth for your own use through your own 6 internal organs. If the saints don't die, the thieves don't stop. Chapter 3 Passing on the first thief of the 6 banks and stealing eternal life. Looking at his youngest son, Ing Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect it. The method of immortality that you have been thinking about and dreaming about day and night. It turned out to be so close. Should have known. Why else would he go to the trouble of sending people to every part of the world to seek it for himself? It's really hurtful and hurtful. Yuaner, what must I do to be like you? Ing Zhang said with some impatience. He knew better than anyone the state of his own body today. A month, that's the best you can do. It's so hard to see the hope of life now. He didn't want it to be over before it started. Father doesn't have to be in such a hurry. The desire for speed is not enough. Winning Lin Yuan said slowly. After all, these 6 banks of first thieves were not that good to cultivate. Moreover, it was for someone who was this physically weak. Winning Lin Yuan stepped forward. My son will first nourish father with his own blood. After father's body has changed, my son will then pass on this gong method to father. Having said that, he then made another incision in his palm. Blood dripped down the palm of his hand and into Ing Zhang's mouth. Winning Lin Yuan's body today, it can be pure to the core. Because the 6 banks first thief is absorbing any energy substance, it will automatically detoxify impurities from the body. Plus, what Lin Yuan absorbed daily was the vitality of the heavens and earth, commonly known as vitality, so it's in his blood. It also contains endless life. Nourish father with your own blood first, arguably the best thing to do at the moment. Shasta. Ing Zhang then felt that it was an unspeakable flavor. and yet it made him feel incredibly dry and beautiful. He felt as if there was a warm sun within him. Shine on your own internal organs and limbs. A few moments later, Zhang suddenly sat up directly from the dragon couch. The whole person's vitality was much better. Yuaner, I feel much better, but why is my body so hot and dry? TSK, the deficiency is not compensated for. Giving seems a bit much. Father, this is normal. Anyway, stabilization should be fine for now. Immediately after, Winning Lin Yuan's words changed. The whole demeanor turned serious. Father, my son must still tell father the pros and cons. Cultivating these 6 banks of first thieves, if those whose hearts are not strong enough, it is highly likely that they will eventually lose their humanity. I wonder if father might accept it. Loss of humanity. Hear those 4 words. Zhang gave a contemptuous, faint laugh. He himself is now a dying man. What's the point of worrying about it? Even today he has not lost his humanity. Outside rumors about himself, still not calling him a tyrant? These false names. He didn't care in the slightest. As long as one lives forever, whatever it takes, he's willing to do both. I accept. Good. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Then he told Zhang, during this time, he'll make a trip here every day to feed it with his own blood, wait for Zhang's health to recover completely, then really start teaching the Raku immortal thief. Zhang agreed readily. After all, he had just experienced the effects. The two then chatted happily and freely, and reminisce about being a child. In the meantime, outside the bedchamber, the crowd felt a little bit of time pass. Winning Lin Yuan, however, never came out from inside. This made Huey get a little worried. After all, they were all aware of father's condition. It's in case there's something wrong. No one can say, Big brother, why don't you go in and take a look? Hu Hai looked to the side of Fusu. Fusu instantly understood what Hu Hai meant. Father and 19th brother have not seen each other for so many years. The heart must have a million things to say. Let the two of them stay a little longer. He shook his head. Indicates that you're a favor I don't have to do. Hu Hai sniffed and his face sank slightly. One could only look afresh at his own teacher. Zhao Gao, on the sidelines. Zhao Gao, on the other hand, gave a secret look. Gesture him not to rush. Roughly half an incense stick of time passed again. It was only then that Wen Lin Yuan's figure walked out from inside. Upon seeing the crowd, he opened his mouth and gave a signal. Big brother, all the lords. How? Has father's mood improved a bit since he saw you? Fu Su asked in a hurry. I wonder if it's because I had a good conversation with father. Father's face is looking a lot better in terms of blood and qi. Winning Lin Yuan responded. Really? Wang Ben immediately exclaimed in excitement. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Next, he turned his gaze to Reese. By the way, father wants to ask me to have the two lords, Sangu and Tungu Ho, notify down. Normal morning court tomorrow. Father has something big to announce. Swish. This statement was made. The one whose face became the fastest belonged to the duo of Hu Hei Zhao Gao. Big deal? What a big deal. Hua couldn't help but ask. Winning Lin Yuan glanced at it faintly and did not pay any attention to it. A feud between the two. He hasn't forgotten a thing in the last 10 years. It's just that there are more important things to do today. It's just a matter of letting the two of them off the hook for now. Zhao Gao, on the other hand, was grimly silent. It was as if he had already guessed the great event that His Majesty was supposedly going to announce on the morrow. Don't worry, Your 19th Highness, the two of us will go down and implement this matter. Reese arched his hand. Then, Wen Lin Yuan looked at the rest of the crowd. Right. Father says he's tired today. So much for facing the saints. Tell everyone to go back and rest. Having said that, Winning Lin Yuan again put his eyes on Zhang Han, who was dressed in a suit of black armor. To the side. I'll have General Zhang Han on duty tonight. Your 19th Highness doesn't have to be so polite. It is the duty of the last general. Zhang Han responded in a deep voice. Of all the people present, the only one on duty is Zhang Han. It was Wen Lin Yuan who was the most relieved. After all, the shadow secret guards that he was in charge of were known as like maggots attached to bones. Like shadows. Like a king in person. Eventually, the crowd left the Qin King's palace, Xianyang City, situated outside a mansion in the northern corner of the palace. Winning Lin Yuan stood outside the mansion, looking at the immaculate plaque. He didn't realize he'd been away for 10 years. The mansion was actually still this clean. If no one comes to clean it daily, it can't reach that. Winning Lin Yuan pushed open the gate of the mansion. Get inside. A sense of long-lost familiarity came over me. Everything inside the mansion was still exactly the same as when he had left as a child. As if he had just left yesterday. 19th Highness, you're back. Just then, two maidservants came out of it. Sizing up the two figures came to mind at once. You're Kasumi and Green? The two maidservants heard that His Highness the 19th remembered their names. There was an excited smile. It's us, Your 19th Highness. I didn't realize you remembered us. You've been here for the last 10 years? Winning Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. The two nodded their heads, back to His Highness the 19th. His Majesty did not ask the two of us to go elsewhere. Instead, we're told to stay here and clean up daily, because His Majesty said that one day, Your 19th Highness, you will return. Listening to the two men, Winning Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sourness in his nose. He didn't realize that his father turned out to have been thinking about him all these years. Just about all the display layouts alone are still the way they remember them. Obviously had a heart. You guys go about your business. Winning Lin Yuan waved his hand. He had his own things to do. Yes, Your 19th Highness. With that, the two women retreated. Winning Lin Yuan then returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Next moment, he just opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Swish! It was as if countless gases in the air had been sucked into the belly in one smooth motion, and then with a spit, the surface of Winning Lin Yuan's body immediately discharged some more gases out. A short breath of time. He then completes the transformation of the energy required by his body. Nowadays, Win Lin Yuan was completely able to dispel the grain. It can even be said of all the matter in heaven and earth. It's all his food. And this, the first thief of the 6 banks. Chapter 4, Why do you need to point your finger at my world? The next day, early morning, on the Temple of the Unicorn, the civil and military officials of Great Qin are all present. Even the Yin Yang family came. It was just their faces that were filled with gravity. Since His Majesty has been seriously ill, they hadn't been to the morning court for almost half a year. It is said that yesterday, His Highness the 19th went to meet with His Majesty, and after that meeting, His Majesty sent Lord Sango to inform us about today's court. His Highness the 19th? The 19th Highness who disappeared for 10 years? Not bad. It's him. If old me remembers correctly, His Highness the 19th was His Majesty's favorite prince back then. Yes, His Highness the 19th's personality has resembled His Majesty's since he was a child. And back then, His Majesty wanted to train him as the future crown prince of my Great Qin. Alas, it's just a shame that later. Speaking of which, the sounds of discussion suddenly came to an abrupt halt. But the latter. How many people in the room didn't know that? And right now, Zhao Gaohua's two faces could be described as gloomy to the extreme. After all, it happened back then. The two of them are the main force in the dark. Although it wasn't explicitly exposed, everyone knew it by heart. After returning from the Qin King's palace yesterday, they then kept guessing. What's the big announcement today? Is he feeling like he's dying and is ready to set up a reserve to account for the aftermath? Or is it getting better? Compared to these two big events, the two naturally preferred the former. After all, up until now, His Qin's crown prince has yet to be established. That is to say, he, hoo-ha, still has a chance. But just then, the eunuchs above the hall suddenly shouted, His Majesty has arrived. Swish! The originally noisy courtroom instantly quieted down. Immediately after, the crowd then saw the long-lost and familiar domineering figure slowly appear from the back of the hall. It was only when they saw the figure that assisted His Majesty to come out together from the back of the temple. The look on everyone's face suddenly became different. Who is that young man beside His Majesty? Why does he look both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time? This person can't be that 19th Highness? It shouldn't be. Olmi remembers that His Highness the 19th was a fat man since he was a child. And this man is so handsome that he doesn't look like His Highness the 19th in any way. Listening to the doubts of the surrounding ministers, Wang Ban couldn't help but stand out. Is it hard to guess? How many people in the world have temperaments that can resemble someone like Your Majesty? Besides His Highness the 19th, who of the imperial sons of the palace have we not seen before? This statement was made. The ministers were enlightened, and with it came a gasp. Like, too much like. In the absence of the sheltering inculcation of the empire, it is truly marvelous that His Highness the 19th can still have this kind of temperament. If His Highness the 19th chooses to return, I'm afraid the sky of Great Qin will change again. Without Wang Ben's words, they can only guess. Don't dare to jump to conclusions. But these two words from Wang Ben, it has been made clear who that teenager is. It was none other than the 19th Prince of Great Qin who had disappeared for 10 years when Lin Yuan. As the two came to the front of the temple, after assisting Ying Zhang to sit down on his knees, Winning Lin Yuan then prepared to retreat to His Highness. But just as he turned to leave, Ying Zhang suddenly took his hand. You will be at my right and left, and you need not retire. Winning Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, only nodded and agreed, eventually retreating to a side-on. And underneath, Huey was seeing this scene. The eyes were instantly bloodshot. Jealousy and envy instantly washed over him. On what grounds? Again, all sons. Why does he, Win Lin Yuan, have this exception? Go to court. Just then, the eunuch above shouted again. The 100 officials bowed and arched their hands and spoke in unison. See Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Great Qin. Ying Zhang nodded his head slightly in a gesture. Get up. Before the group of ministers could get on the bandwagon, Ying Zhang then took the lead to speak. Today, I have summoned you all to make an announcement. In recent days, I have always been in ill health. I have often wondered, if Great Qin is without me, who will be able to lead Great Qin to continue on? Speaking of which, Ing Zheng deliberately paused for a moment, but the faces of the ministers underneath changed dramatically. It's all heard. His Majesty is preparing to set up a crown prince. After all, those who can make it to their position in officialdom, how many of them are not old loaches? It's just that the crown prince is for Great Qin. It is an amazing thing. After all, behind every royal son, all of them have a corresponding power. For example, behind the eldest son, Fusu, is the Meng family standing up for him, and the 18th son, Hu Hai, was Zhao Gao, the order of the central caravan. But don't forget, underneath Xiao's master is a huge and terrifying mysterious organization under the Great Qin Empire. Raleigh's, really compare and contrast. Its power is no weaker than the Meng family. The same goes for the rest of the royals. There are forces behind them all backing them up. Once this throne of the crown prince is determined today, it represents another reshuffling of ranks by the forces of the Great Qin dynasty. In other words, whoever sits on this throne of the crown prince, became the crown prince, then he will be the future emperor of Great Qin. It's an immutable fact. Seeing that the group of ministers underneath had probably guessed, Ing Zhang also stopped selling the story, solely directly opened the door and announced up. So, I decided, today, the 19th prince, Wen Lin Yuan, will be installed as the future rulers of Great Qin, and also for the crown prince of my Great Qin. Swish, this statement was made. The court was in an uproar. The ministers were shocked beyond belief. Even Winning Lin Yuan himself didn't expect it. Today's announcement from father is actually this. He had no desire to fight for the position of the crown prince. To be precise, Winning Lin Yuan was not interested in these kingships in the slightest. Otherwise it wouldn't have been hidden all these years. And over the years, he also kind of got a point. In such a world, the only thing that is fundamental to everything is power. I just didn't expect it. Father had actually given himself a big surprise this time. In the meantime, Huey at the bottom stared wide-eyed, full of incredulity. He didn't expect it at all. The father emperor established the crown prince. Surprisingly did not choose one from him and his elder brother Fusa, two people. Instead, he chose a 19th brother who hadn't been involved in dynasty politics for 10 years. It can't be. It can't be. Why him? Why did it have to be him? Sensei, do something, do something. Hu Hai glared angrily at Zhao Gao, strongly suppressing the anger and resentment in his heart. Just about hissed it out. Zhao Gao held back his heart's curses and comforted in a low voice. The Qianquan has not yet been finalized. Your Highness should not be in such a hurry. The old slave has his own way of dealing with it, said. He then flashed a look towards the group behind him. After getting the eye command, next moment, only one of them was seen to take a step forward at that moment. I, Langzhong order Lin Yi, hope that your majesty will take back your order. Swish, this statement was made. The courtroom was quiet once again. Ravenous. All eyes were on that Langzhong order Lin Yi, though they were upset that his majesty had given the crown prince position to such a prince. But after all, this is the courtroom, and it's still this special moment. Once you make the wrong choice, or say the wrong thing, I'm afraid the rest of my life is not going to be good. Therefore, they still admired the courage of that Langzhong ordering Lin Yi. Reason. Ing Zhang glanced at it faintly. Bent in time, an invisible pressure enveloped Lin Yi's head. He understands. If you can't say a proper reason for yourself today, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of this Kirin temple. Your Majesty, His Highness the 19th has not participated in dynasty politics for 10 years, and is bound to be largely unaware of the situation in the world today. But the 18th Highness has, over the years, practiced both day and night, and has been reserved in his management of the dynasty. Therefore, I thought that it would be more heinous for the crown prince's seat to be given to his 18th Highness. Oh, Ing Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. It was as if a flicker of interest had come. After a few moments of contemplation, then the question was asked. Who else is going to propose, besides you? Your Majesty, I think so too. Fellow 9 ministers of the dignitaries, Feng Frost, also stepped forward. And Minister, Your Majesty, what the Lord of the Langzhang has said is not self-evident. Jisoo Nishi Wei Rui Chuan followed one step out of the line. Next, the group behind Zhao Gao all stood out, looking down at the group that came out from underneath. Ing Zhang's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of teasing flavor. Is this my world or yours? Swish, the Langzhong made Lin Yi react first. The body shook and fell straight to his knees. I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty, calm down. The rest of the group saw it, and realized something was wrong. Kneel down in droves. I wouldn't dare. I hope that your Majesty will calm down. However, Ing Zhang's face turned. Suddenly it became all serious. In that case, why do I need you to point out my world? This statement was made. The 100 officials in the courtroom were chilled to the bone. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. The powerful and terrifying sense of imperial oppression caused them to be scared straight in their hearts. Where is His Majesty at this moment that he still looks like he is seriously ill? It was as if the incomparable first emperor had returned once again to reign over the world. Ying Zhang's dragon eyes were like razor blades as they slowly swept over everyone underground one by one. Anyone who has any further objections. Chop. Chapter 5. The Crown Prince is established, and the ancestral dragon is still returning. Seeing the silence at the bottom of the courtroom, Ying Zhang glanced toward the eunuch on the side. The eunuch immediately understood, stepped forward, and announced in a loud voice, "If there's something to report, if there's nothing to report, retire from the court." However, there was still silence under the courtroom, and no one answered. And so, the eunuch shouted again, "Retreat from the court." The group of ministers and officials hurriedly bowed in unison. "Greetings to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live great Qin." In the eyes of the crowd, Ying Zhang slowly got up. As he left, he didn't forget to give a wink to Wen Lin Yuan on the side. "Your Honor, come with me." Winning Lin Yuan respectfully replied, "Yes, father." Subsequently, father and son disappeared together in the sight of the courtiers. Wait for Ying Zhang to leave. The atmosphere in the courtroom was much lighter. Lang Zhongling and the others let out a long breath of relief, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Lord Zhao, we tried our best." Looking aside, Zhao Gao then glanced coldly, as if to say, "Bunch of losers." A few people saw it. One can only look at one another face to face. Today, if they were not compelled by the situation, they would not dare to openly oppose His Majesty's decision even if they had the guts to do so. The move just now, it is tantamount to moving the earth on the head of a Teiyukai. The slightest misstep could result in the death of your head. Only to their surprise, a person who had disappeared for 10 long years had unexpectedly returned to the court, and had even been made the crown prince of Great Qin. They don't understand. Why did Ying Zhang appreciate Wen Lin Yuan so much, and ignoring more suitable candidates such as Fusu and Hua? But seeing His Majesty's attitude today, they understood that the sky of Great Qin was, indeed, about to change. Then the crowd left one after another. The Qin King's palace. Inside the back courtroom, the duo had left from the Qilin palace to arriving here. "Father." Winning Lin Yuan was just about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by Ying Zhang raising his hand. "I know what you want to ask." He turned around, his dragon's eyes like torches, gazing at Wen Lin Yuan. "Your Honor, you know my physical condition by heart, and you also said that if I were to cultivate the 6 banks of immortal thieves to the point where they feed on the essence of heaven and earth, it would take a few months in the short term, or a few years in the long term. In the meantime, the empire needs someone to preside over the big picture, and I no longer have the strength of mind to do so. Therefore, today's establishment of you as the crown prince is also out of selfishness. On the one hand, I want you to help me share some of the heavy responsibilities. On the other hand, I always owe you something in my heart, and want to compensate you for not being by my side all these years." Listening to Ying Zhang's words, Winning Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Indeed, nowadays, the situation of Great Qin can be understood by anyone who is a discerning person, not to mention he's a traveler. Familiarize yourself with where history is going. In the near future, after the change of the dunes, his fate, like that of his other siblings, would be to be brutally murdered by Hu Hai and Zhao Gao in collusion. The empire looks prosperous on the surface, but in reality it is riddled with holes. It's a bit strong on the outside. The 100 schools of thought and the remnants of the 6 kingdoms were like wolves, tigers and leopards hiding in the shadows, spying on the empire at all times. The slightest miscalculation will launch a fatal blow. The reason why this crumbling edifice has not yet completely collapsed is because the master of Qin, the emperor of the ages, Ying Zhang, is still alive. Ying Zhang is here, and the emperor's authority shocks the 4 directions. Suppress those who are small and untouchable, but once Ying Zhang falls, it would be an unprecedented disaster. How can a family fall in disgrace when the nest is falling apart? Ying Zhang seemed to have sensed his hesitation, so he laughed easily and said, "Your Honor, you don't have to be mentally burdened. If you really don't want to be this crown prince, just tell father, and father will find someone else." Yet the next moment, Winning Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Ying Zhang. The two locked eyes together. "Father, there is no pressure on my son. It's just that my son has a request that I hope father will grant." Ying Zhang was delighted at his words. As long as Wen Lin Yuan was willing to be the crown prince, not to mention one request, he would agree to 100. "Speak." Wen Lin Yuan slowly spoke. "That is, my son is going to hold the power to kill people up and down the court." "Granted." Ying Zhang agreed without even a moment's hesitation. The dryness was such that even Winning Lin Yuan was somewhat not expecting it. "Just let it go. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover for you." Ying Zhang waved his hand. The mood is very happy. For his part, Wen Lin Yuan froze for a moment. Somehow, he always had the feeling as if he was on a pirate ship. "That's all. This thief's boat is on board. It's 100% good for you anyway. Suddenly, the next moment, a long-lost and familiar electromechanical sound suddenly rang out from his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing history and becoming the Crown Prince of Great Qin. Rewarded, 8 wonderful skills, Shinji by Lien. Grandmaster Summoning Card X1. Winning Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard the system move in years. It's almost like you forget you even have a system. Can you get a reward for changing history? The corners of Win Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but rise up. Zhao Mansion. The atmosphere was weird as hell. After the two of them, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, returned from the palace, then he did not say a word. Silence until now. Obviously, the two of them have not yet fully reacted to the announcement made by Ing Zhang at today's meeting. About half a pillar of time passed again. Huey finally couldn't help himself. He brought his head to Zhao Gao and spoke in a low voice. Teacher, why don't we just send someone to kill that Win Lin Yuan? Zhao Gao glanced at him and responded in a faint voice. What? You're thinking you can't be traced? What the hell is that supposed to do? A man who disappeared for 10 years has returned at this critical time. Just one meeting with father and he asked father to make him the crown prince? I don't even believe it when I say he didn't compel father. Wait, Huey suddenly thought of something. Sensei, do you think that Win Lin Yuan could have put some sort of control over father? Why else would father make him the crown prince? Zhao Gao sniffed and did not respond. He knows. It is futile to say anything now, unless evidence can be produced. Otherwise empty words. Seeing Zhao Gao ignoring himself, Hu Hai couldn't help but grimace, and gritted his teeth. This damned old thing, if I had died earlier, maybe I would have been in that position already. There you go. The duck that's about to come to hand is given away. Said. Hu Hai looked back at Zhao Gao. Teacher, what exactly is this method of response you speak of? Zhao Gao glanced slyly, his mouth slowly spitting out 2 words. The method of responding in the courtroom today is no longer useful. All that's left for us now is the last way. What road? Huey asked. Rebel. Rebellion. Rebellion? Huey heard those 2 words. The body could not help but jolt. The words stuttered. No, teacher. Are you for real? Although he was bold, he was not yet that big. A bad one. Even if he is the royal son, it's just as likely that you'll lose your head. Zhao Gao couldn't help but sneer when he saw Hu Hei's scowling appearance. What? Scared? Hui's face turned slightly pale. Old. Teacher, is there another way? Zhao Gao pondered for a moment and said in a slow voice. Yes, teacher talk. Hu Hei's face was joyful, as if he had seen a new hope. You can turn the situation around by going and killing your father and that group of ministers. Swish. This statement was made. Hu Hai's legs went limp and he sat directly on his butt on the ground. What's the difference between this and a rebellion? Think of your father's oppressive face. Hu Hai then couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Gao couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart when he saw this. What a waste. But where there are other suitable candidates. He said nothing that he would choose to prop up this stupid pig. It's come to this. He could only try to activate the desire and greed that was deep within Hu Hai. If you can activate it, perhaps then they would have a chance. Your Highness, could you not bear to watch everything that belongs to you be taken away by that Win Lin Yuan like this? That's a throne that belongs to you. Don't you want to sit up there and have a view of the great mountains and rivers, the face of this world? Don't you want to be worshipped by those 10,000 people and honored by the world? Chapter 6, The world is shocked, and wolves rise up in all directions. Think, I want to. Huey nodded his head frantically, but in the way of inner fear, it caused him to never dare to take that step. A man who has lived in its shadow since he was a child. Suddenly one day he was made to stand up and fight back. I'm afraid not many people in the whole world can do it. Not to mention the fact that the person resisting was no one else. Instead, it's the Emperor of Great Qin, the Emperor of 1,000 years. If His Highness insists on looking like this, there's nothing more the old slave can do. Zhao Gao shook his head in disappointment. All he could say and do had been said and done. After all, it's impossible for him to kill Ing Zheng himself, right? It's the same kind of thing he wouldn't dare to do. Besides, wanting to kill that Ing Zheng directly, how can it be that easy? Not to mention the fact that Zhang Han's shadow secret guards were like maggots attached to his bones, guarding him at all times. That sword Saint Gaini alone, it wouldn't be something that could be dealt with easily. Therefore, even if you want to get down to it, we can only start from the aspect of Ing Zheng's life. However, a few moments later, it was as if Huey had conquered his fear. With red eyes, he lifted his head and gazed at Zhao Gao. Even if I die, I won't be happy. Tell me, teacher, what do I need to do to take back what is mine? When Zhao Gao saw this, a sinister smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since His Highness has figured it out, that's much better. Said. Zhao Gao reached out and beckoned toward Hua, gesturing for him to come over and speak slowly. The Yin Yang family, Rashomon Hall. The elders of several major ministries and departments had gathered together today in an extremely rare manner. because today they got a shockingly big news. The Great Qin Empire has established a crown prince. But this is the object of the establishment of the crown prince. Well, there are some surprises. Over the years, the relationship between the Inyang clan and the empire has been very delicate. To put it nicely, the two sides belong to a win-win cooperation. But in reality, it's a vassal relationship. It was because the Inyang family had used the name of refining the immortality pill all these years and had sucked up an unknown amount of Great Qin's blood behind its back. A veritable parasite. The kind that just takes resources and doesn't do anything. Therefore, the Inyang family does not have feelings for the empire as such. A 19th prince who has been out of sight for nearly 10 years can be made a crown prince? Jun Yunzhong, who wore a white robe and wooden clogs, was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the air. There was disbelief in his voice. Not only him, but a hint of shock could be seen on the faces of the rest of the people present. It is said that this 19th prince only came back to see that Ing Zhang once, and was made crown prince the next day. It's just that I'm afraid there's no shortage of people who want to know what's really going on inside this side. Dashin took over. The crowd nodded in turn. Recognize what the Grand Master has said. Something must have happened here. This led to Ing Zhang's unprecedented decision to make a man who had disappeared for 10 years the crown prince. Otherwise, the crown prince would have been chosen from among the eldest son, Fusu, and the 18th son, Hu He. After all, the two had been recognized by all as the most capable contenders for the position of crown prince. One represents military power behind the scenes and the other represents the regime. This is also tantamount to a battle between the civil and military forces in the Imperial court. This is an internal matter of the empire that has little to do with us. When His Excellency the Eastern Emperor comes out of seclusion, at that time, I don't think the Inyang clan will need to rely on the empire for survival anymore. And all we need to do is to do what we need to do at the end and do our last duty during this time when His Excellency the Eastern Emperor is in seclusion. At that moment, the lunar god, who had remained silent, spoke up. Immediately after, she looked at Cloud Breather again. You'll have to hurry up with the refining of the pills. Ing Zhang already has a lot of time. I'm afraid that by then you still can't get it. And if you annoy him, you'll have to drag a few of them along with you before you die. Yun Zhongjuan, on the other hand, made a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. The crowd then chatted for a while, before dispersing one after the other. One time, the news of the empire's creation of a crown prince was like the wind. It quickly spread throughout the world. Countless forces had learned that Great Qin's crown prince was actually a 19th prince who had disappeared for 10 years. There has been a lot of shock about it. At the same time there was immense anticipatory elation, because this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they've been waiting for is finally coming. They knew about Ing Zhang's poor health. Now it has been confirmed that the crown prince has been established. This means that Ing Zhang's health may not last long, and the object of the establishment of the crown prince is another unheard of male. All these signs indicate that the huge empire of Great Qin has come to an end. Next, they just have to wait for the day when Ing Zhang's life comes to an end. Once the news of the body's death got out, then they will rise up like hungry wolves and quickly eat up this once huge and heavenly empire until it is annihilated. Murray, Organ City. Steeler leaned against one of the walls, crossing his legs and holding a dogwood in his mouth. Hey, heard all about it? The empire has a crown prince, but this crown prince, well, you can guess who he is. Fuso? Or is it that Huey? Gogon questioned. Inside the entire empire, although there were quite a few males, the ones who were in a position to compete for the crown prince position were only these two. Therefore, Cao Jianli guessed that he must have chosen one of these two. Wrong. All wrong. Steeler shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. Who's that? The Snow Maiden couldn't help but question as well. Aside from Fusu Huhei, they really couldn't think of any other male son who had the ability to compete for the crown prince position. Only to see Steeler suddenly stand up and look down at the crowd. The 19th prince of the empire? Seems to be called something like Winlin Yuan. Have you heard of this man? I've never heard of it anyway. The crowd sniffed and shook their heads, stated that he hadn't heard of it either. Does Juzi know about this? Gao Jianli asked. Steeler responded. I don't think we know yet. Perhaps the giant knows this 19th male. Ask the giant's son when he returns. Taoist, human sect. A white-clothed figure was standing on top of a mountain with his eyes closed and his arms folded, raising his hands and raising his feet, quite a flavor of the Taoist immortal wind. Sect leader. A letter from the giant son of the Mo clan in Organ City. Suddenly, a disciple's voice came from behind him. The old man slowly opened his eyes. With a flash, accompanied by a breeze, he arrived in front of the disciple. Taking the secret letter, he opened it and scanned it. Then with a flick of his fingers, the secret letter burned up out of thin air and dissipated into ashes between heaven and earth. Well, go on down. Yes. After that, the disciple retired. The old man then raised his eyes to the distance. A strange wave flickered in his eyes. The 19th prince, Winlin Yuan, the same Taoist, heavenly sect. Cliffs of Enlightenment. A beautiful figure holding a duster stands in front of the cliff. Blue dress, white hair, clean and handsome, just from her eyes. It was as if you could see a hint of bewilderment at the world, and that's when it happened. A white crane flew through the clouds from a distance, finally landing beside her. After a short stay, fly away again. And the young girl's pupils, but with a touch more clarity, closed for so long. It's amazing how many interesting things happen in the world. It's time to take a walk down the hill. 2. The young girl's words fell. Her delicate figure then disappeared, not knowing where to go. Chapter 7, The 100 Refinements of the Divine Mechanism. Refining heaven and earth, refining all things. Xian Yang, the prince's residence. Winning Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the room. In his hand, he played with a golden card. The mind silently calculates the next plan of liquidation. For this plan, he purposely asked his cheap old man for the power to kill. The goal was to make those who had tried to victimize him pay their fair share. Disappeared in this decade, although those who had once tried to harm him might have forgotten his existence. But Wen Lin Yuan had not. Now he's the crown prince. These people may be making another diversion in the dark. Instead of waiting around, I'm going to make the first move. By the way, take this opportunity. Tidy up the inner workings of the empire. At the same time, winning Lin Yuan had another purpose. That is the means by which they want to tell the world. He, the 19th Duke of Dechin, Wen Lin Yuan, it's back, and the first to be opened. Winning Lin Yuan had it all figured out too. It was the group of 9 ministers who openly stood up against themselves in the courtroom yesterday. These guys are pillars of the empire. Every one of them is an important official in the court. After coming down, Wen Lin Yuan also investigated. All of these guys were pulled in by Zhao Gao. Have to admit it. This Zhao Gao still has some skills. It's amazing that the 9 ministers were able to pull 4 of them together inside. Think about it. Winning Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and directly threw the golden card in his hand forward. In an instant, golden light flourished in the room, and a marvelous and beautiful figure loomed in the golden light. After the golden light dissipated, Wen Lin Yuan finally got a good look at the figure's true appearance. It's a woman. Qingdai-colored willow eyebrows, high nose, plump red lips, handsome with a sense of Englishness, but this distinctive features and the rippling eyes together, but the Englishness into a thrilling charm, so that people at first sight is unconsciously intoxicated. The white clothes are snowy, the left and right side of the waist each don't have a knife, the high pulled hair bun, the long hair flowing on the shoulder, the absolutely beautiful face that doesn't have a trace of mundane breath, and even the expression that seems to be a little bit cold and arrogant. With that lone and absolute temperament, the body exudes a kind of unearthly emptiness, both clear and colorful. Intimidatingly clear. Servant Nangong, see your master. The moment the woman saw Wen Lin Yuan, she opened her mouth crisply, while her figure knelt on one knee. Nangong's servant? Winning Lin Yuan frowned. He just thought the name sounded a little familiar. It was as if he had seen it in some TV show in a previous life, and so on. Suddenly, Wen Lin Yuan remembered something. The heroine in the snow. The one who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. The one who has both strength and beauty. That Nangong servant? Winning Lin Yuan revealed a flash of surprise. He didn't think that he had summoned such a yokai. To have a face and strength, it's a delight to look at alone. What's not to be satisfied with? Get up. Winning Lin Yuan gave a sign. Immediately, the data panel about the Nangong servant emerged from the pupil. Role, Servant of Nangong. Alias, White Fox Face. Strength, Grand Master. Loyalty, 100%. From, World in Snow. Weapons, Embroidered Winter. Spring Thunder. Evaluation, the world's most beautiful woman, with a face like no other. The Rouge list lists her as the world's #1, a martial arts prodigy. The characters summoned by the system are just fine. Don't worry about changing your mind or anything. Winning Lin Yuan thought darkly in his mind. After all, what about being 100% loyal to yourself? To put it bluntly, even now, Wen Lin Yuan ordered White Fox Face to commit suicide, and she wouldn't hesitate for a second. It's just as well that I'm short of staff nowadays. This White Fox Face fills the bill. Thank you, master. White Fox Face then stood up. Wen Lin Yuan waved his hand. There's no need to call me master in the future. Just address me as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yes, Prince. It was a mouthful of masters he wasn't really used to. After all, it's not from your circle. Next, Winning Lin Yuan gave another command. You go stand guard at the door for me. No one shall disturb me. Yes. Having said that, White Fox Face then silently opened the door with his sword and guarded the doorway. Winning Lin Yuan next prepared to cultivate that divine mechanism 100 refinements. Naturally, it can't be disturbed, but it was different from normal cultivation techniques. There was no need for Winning Lin Yuan to take a book and slowly refer to it there. After all, he was at least in the system. All it takes is one click to receive it. System, start practicing. A mental note. Swish. Next moment, Winning Lin Yuan then felt a wave of memories that didn't belong to him instantly force his way into his mind. Generally speaking, forced acceptance of unfamiliar memories can be extremely tearful in the head. But not only did Win Lin Yuan not. Instead, it's cozy. It seems like everything is so natural. It's like a waterfall. About half an incense stick of time later, Winning Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his eyes. God's machine 100 refinements, he had received all of them. Unlike the 6 banks of first thieves, the Shinji by Lian focuses on external objects. To be precise, the Shinji 100 refinements had reached the ultimate in the field of organs and refining. And among them, the 2 main abilities contained were Divine Mechanism and 100 refinements. Shinji means the creation of magical instruments, such as flower dolls and body repair furnaces. 100 refinements, on the other hand, enables the master to refine magic weapons with effects far beyond those of ordinary refiners in a short period of time, as well as to quickly complete refining and materialization. Sure, in this great Qin world that Win Lin Yuan was now living in, there are also some strong people who can do the Mikado, that sword Saint Gaini, for example, but that was because his saber had been warmed by his inner strength for years. It was the two that gave birth to that ineffable connection. And Shinji 100 refinement is different. Others may need to warm up for decades or even centuries, but it only takes him a minute to achieve that effect. A big time saver. And the scariest, the Divine Mechanism 100 refinements could arbitrarily refine any object, even a pile of scrap iron or a rock from the river, into a high-grade magic weapon. This is the Shinji 100 refinements. What? You're saying that the Divine Mechanism 100 refinements is a technique that has reached the ultimate in the field of organs and weaponsmithing? Big mistake. Winning Lin Yuan had already thought about it in his mind the moment he finished receiving it. I'm sure I'll have a whole reinforced body trimming stove out in the future. Get a few more upper-rooted weapons from the Archon realm and above. TSK. Everyone in Daqin is like a dragon, and that's what we've achieved. Get yourself another globe for your cheap old man. When you have nothing else to do, you lead a large army to fight those foreign countries. What black dragon flag is planted on every inch of the world? That's not a problem, even as long as Win Lin Yuan dared to think. Building Great Qin into Immortal Qin and conquering the heavens and the worlds would not be a problem. The strengths of this world are roughly divided into Hotian, Innate, Sovereign, Grand Sovereign, Finger Xian, Celestial, and Land Immortal. One of the Great Masters is a watershed. Anyone who crosses into the realm of the Great Master has initially possessed the power to shake heaven and earth. The power of each realm upwards could be described as heavenly. It is rumored that as long as one reaches the celestial realm, then you can lift your hand and perform great magical powers, turning clouds and moving mountains. Nothing can be done. As for the land gods, there was even less to think about. It is said that there are realms after the land immortals, but that wasn't something that Win Lin Yuan had access to right now. Chapter 8, An Order of the Longzhong. Kill it if you have to. The House of the Lord of the Ranges. Linny was drinking with his mansion's gatekeepers, certainly someone who could qualify to drink with him. The lowest status must be some dignitary. Now that the Crown Prince has been established and the wood has been turned into a boat, does Lord Longji have any plans for the future? Just then, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes spoke. The words were very clear. It's to get him to catch a restand. If the team is slow, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy in the future. Linny heard this and pondered slightly. It was only after a moment that he spoke slowly. Since His Majesty is adamant on establishing that Win Lin Yuan as the Crown Prince, I believe that there are many people in the court who are not happy about it, and this would not be something I should worry about. Oh, the Lord of the Order of the Lang is going to talk about it today. Who exactly in the court is not happy about this? Just moments after Lin Yi's words fell, a crisp voice then came through the door. All the people in the lobby had immediately looked at the sound of admonition. However, after seeing that figure, all of their faces changed violently. 19. The Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Prince? The crowd almost called it the wrong way, only to see that Win Lin Yuan was standing at the doorway with white fox face. Smiling gazes gazed at the people present, in which the knife in white fox face hand could be clearly seen still dripping fresh blood. Seeing this, Linny immediately stood up from his seat. Your Royal Highness, what brings you here? Today is different from the past. If Win Lin Yuan was still just the 19th Prince of Great Qin, he didn't have to be so respectful at all. But nowadays, after all, the prince's status is there. Seeing him is like seeing His Majesty. Disrespecting him would naturally be disrespecting His Majesty. Why is this prince here? Winning Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Of course I'm here to take your life. Openly opposing his own establishment of the Crown Prince in the courtroom. Although he, Win Lin Yuan, was not a person who liked to hold grudges, but that's no way to settle the score. Longzhong Order Lin Yi, you have secretly formed a cohort, attempted to conspire against the Emperor, violated your superiors from below, and wantonly trampled on the laws of Great Qin. Do you know your crime? The moment Lin Yi heard those words, The whole man's face changed violently. What the hell? I'll just have a drink and a chat with friends in my own home. How does that make you an accomplice to the rebellion? You can't just throw a hat in the ring like that. Wrongfully accused. Your Highness, injustice? What's wrong with that? Lin Yi was just about to explain when he was directly interrupted by Wen Lin Yuan. He was not given a chance to explain at all. The crime of treason is a capital offense, punishable by death. Men, execute. Winning Lin Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Today is the day to take his life. As for these offenses, just add whatever you want. Behind her, White Foxface didn't nag. Carrying his sword, he took a step forward and prepared to strike. This scene really gave Lin Yi a big scare. But the next moment, he sort of reacted. Today this Wen Lin Yuan is here to settle the score with himself. What collusion with the same party and plotting against the government are all trumped up charges. After all, the dead don't defend themselves. After understanding, Lin Yi's face turned sour in vain. Is His Royal Highness taking things a little too much for granted? You want to do whatever you want in my order's house with just one person? He is the Lingjong order of one of the 9 ministers. The position was to be in charge of the palace guards. That is to say, he has a lot of soldiers under his hand. After saying that, Lin Yi immediately shouted, "Someone come, Shasta." Then a group of guards came into the lobby from the passageways on both sides. Embrace Lin Yi. When White Fox Face saw this, a sneer appeared on her cold and pretty face. Swish, only a flash of her body was seen and she disappeared in the same place. Next, the crowd then just felt a face-piercing wind hit them. White Foxface's hand rose and fell. One slash, one head down. Not only is it fast as hell, and the blade is also harsh and fierce. Just a blink of an eye. The guards who stood in Lin Yi's way were all cut down. Looking at the pile of corpses in front of him as well as feeling the cold chill on his neck, Lin Yi's legs couldn't help but tremble. He's the 9 ministers of Great Qin, the Longjong order. As long as you don't kill yourself, no surprise there. In this life he is bound to live to a ripe old age. Enjoy your old age in peace. Yet the thought had just risen. Lin Yi then felt a flash before his eyes. The whole thing seemed to spin up in the sky. The final image that presents itself is the ground. After resolving, Lin Yi's White Fox Face turned to look at Wen Lin Yuan. Your Highness, how will these people be dealt with? Winning Lin Yuan glanced slightly. Kill them all. Yes. White Fox Face got the order. Carrying the dual swords in his hands, he walked step by step towards those dignitaries around him. No, Your Highness, we didn't collude with that Lin Yi. We were just invited to have a drink. No. Eventually, not a single one of these dignitaries on the scene was picked off. Look at the bodies all over the floor. There wasn't a single fluctuation in Wen Lin Yuan's pupils. The path was chosen. Having chosen to do so, it is only natural that we have to bear the consequences. Moreover, Wen Lin Yuan had always disliked wallflowers in general, and these people, apparently, are. Next, he then took White Foxface on another trip to the next 9 ministers' residence. An unprecedented and merciless killing is going on silently in Xianyang City, the Imperial Palace, the Qin King's palace. Ing Zheng was sitting on the dragon couch with his eyes closed. He breathed evenly according to the set of breathing techniques given to him by Winning Lin Yuan. But just then, Zhang Han, the commander of the Shadow Secret Guards, walked in quickly. It finally stopped in front of Ing Zheng. Seeing that Ing Zheng didn't have the slightest intention of opening his eyes, he gritted his teeth and still prepared to interrupt him. After all, this thing that happened was too big. Even if he is punished, he must inform His Majesty at the first opportunity. He immediately knelt on one knee and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, just now, His Highness the Crown Prince led a group of people to the Longjong Order's residence and killed the Longjong Order in his own residence. And not even the group of ministers who were guests at the Longjong Order's residence. Now His Highness the Crown Prince is heading towards the mansion where Fengfrost, the fellow 9 ministers of justice, is located. Your Majesty, my lord is worried. However, facing Zhang Han's report, but Ing Zheng acted as if he hadn't heard, still breathing evenly. Zhang Han, on the other hand, was a bit anxious. That prince is on the verge of killing himself. In case it kills some of the Empire's major arteries in a moment, that wouldn't be fun. Although now it has been killed to the Imperial artery. After all, one of the 9 ministers of the Longjong Order. In the court, that is also the existence of a high position of power and the pillars of the Empire. Until a few moments later, as Ing Zheng slowly exhaled, only then did he speak in a calm, unperturbed manner. A Longjong Order. If you kill it, you kill it. Yuchi can do as he pleases whenever he wants. Zhang Han, on the other hand, froze. He has followed Ing Zheng for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such an attitude from Ing Zheng. What do you mean by kill or be killed? Has the 9 ministers been reduced to rotten cabbages in your Majesty's eyes? You know, there may not be one such character in 10 years. Anything else? Get out if you don't. I'm going to keep spitting. Chapter 9, the whole city is shocked. Winning Lin Yuan was killing mad. winning Lin Yuan side. The two were like killing gods. Follow the city of Xianyang all the way from south to north, but anyone who comes out openly against it in the courtroom, not one of them will escape, and he hasn't shied away from it in the slightest. After all, what was done today, it's all about the whole world. In the meantime, Zhao Mansion. Zhao Gao, after hearing that the Longzhong order Lini was killed in his mansion by Wen Lin Yuan with his men, the whole demeanor changed immediately. Teacher, then is Wen Lin Yuan going to rebel? How dare you disregard the Qin law and slaughter my important ministers of Great Qin in such an indiscriminate manner? Huey was equally wide-eyed. He hasn't revolted yet. As a result, his own 19th brother, who was sitting on the throne of the crown prince, took the lead in the rebellion. What's this about? Confronted with Huey's question, Zhao Gao ignored it. Somehow, a sudden inexplicable worry grew in his heart. So far, list of deaths, all of them are their own people. At this rate, wouldn't he, Wen Lin Yuan, end up killing himself in this Zhao mansion? Although Zhao Gao believed that Wen Lin Yuan didn't have that kind of guts, he had to take precautions after what happened. Next, only Zhao Gao snapped his fingers. Swish, swish, 6 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air around him. Notify down. Whether you are on a mission or not, rush back to Xianyang at speed. The words fell. The 6 responded in unison. Yes. Then it disappeared. And Huey, who was on the sidelines, saw it. It froze. What's wrong, teacher? Zhao Gao likewise did not respond, just glanced at him meaningfully. The other side. The house of the eldest duke. What on earth is the 19th brother going to do? Just sitting in the position of the crown prince, and you're engaging in all this. Ugh, isn't that a blatant catch? Fuso sighed. Naturally, he had also learned about the massacre of the 9 ministers by Wen Lin Yuan from Meng Tian. General Meng, how is it going on father's side? Know the messages? Meng Tian, who was standing at the side, nodded his head in a slightly contemplative manner and said, without any surprises, it should be known. After all, the news was fast reaching the ears of various ministers. His Majesty's side, I'm afraid, will know even earlier. Also, Fu Su nodded his head. Just why is father not moving? Does he let the 19th brother go on acting so recklessly? It wasn't the alibi he was worried about. Rather, it was Wen Lin Yuan who had only just taken the position of the crown prince, and then this whole big mess in the sky. Isn't it obvious that you're giving away a handle? Although he wouldn't take this opportunity to screw over Wen Lin Yuan, Fu Su couldn't guarantee that his 18th brother Huey would. Besides, between the two, there was already some bad blood. That's if Huey catches it. That's bound to be a dead giveaway. Even if he stepped in to plead for mercy at that time, I'm afraid it wouldn't help. The Sangunian, listening to the subordinate's report, Li Si's face can be hard to see. He, Wen Lin Yuan, only became the crown prince, not the emperor. Where did he get the power to kill? A crown prince, even if the power in his hands is high, you can't kill people indiscriminately, either. And that's killing a major court official. Even if you have to kill, the other person really deserves to die. But we have to follow the procedure, according to the Qin law, don't we? If he does this, he's simply not taking his majesty, or his great Qin laws, into consideration. Pure and simple personal revenge. No, Reese knew that it couldn't be allowed to go on like this. Come on, man, prepare the carriage at once. The Prime Minister is going to make a trip to the palace. With that, Reese got up and headed outside, and back again, winning Lin Yuan's side. The two had arrived at the residence of the last 9 ministers on the purge list, Jizunashi House. At this moment, Wei Ruichuan, the inner history of the Jisoo, has long received the news, and it's well prepared ahead of time. Gather all the guards in your mansion, guard the front yard. Wei Ruichuan even personally and gave a death order, except for His Majesty. Anyone who dares to break in will be killed without pardon. And Wei Ruichuan was hiding in a room in the backyard, with his own wife. Expect to get away with it yourself today. Boo! With a loud bang, the gate to the front yard was kicked right in. Seeing this, the guards drew their long swords at their waists and prepared for battle. When they saw that the person coming was Crown Prince Wen Lin Yuan, one then panicked. You look at me, I look at you, not knowing what to do. Even though His Excellency gave the order for someone other than His Majesty, this Crown Prince is no ordinary person. Winning Lin Yuan faintly swept a glance. This prince only wants that Wei Ruichuan's life today. If you want to take your lives, stay here. The words fell. Then a crisp clang was heard. One of the guards simply dropped the weapon in his hand. The rest of the group saw this and discarded their weapons. Let them deal with the current crown prince? Obviously eat a bear's heart. This is the future, Your Majesty. Very good. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head, pretty happy with how these guys are doing. At least it's clear. Not like the previous ones. Not a moment too soon. White Fox Face then held Wei Ruichuan hostage from his room. Tai, Crown Prince, spare your life. It's all because of that see, order that made us stand up against it, and we really have no other choice. I still hope that you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, will be magnanimous and let my servant live." The moment he saw Wen Lin Yuan, Wei Ruochuan then fell to his knees, his mouth constantly begging to go around. Zhao Gao, winning Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh in his heart. Don't worry, he can't get away with it either. Next, he looked at Wei Ruochuan anew. A condescending look of indifference watched. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong path. Having said that, only a poof was heard. A cold light appeared. Heads separated. Dead can't be dead. Not even bothering to lay charges this time. Dead people don't talk anyway. Let's settle these all together. 2. Save yourself the trouble. Winning Lin Yuan glanced at Wei Ruochuan's wife and the others not far away. Wildfires do not blow out, but spring winds blow again. No one understands this better than he can. White Foxface nodded. Then it took a step towards a few people. Let it beg for mercy. All that awaits them will be death. After settling all this, it was only then that White Foxface put away her sword and returned behind Wen Lin Yuan. Winning Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Manpower is still low. If only there were more men. He himself will not need to run in person today, but it doesn't matter. Wait until the interior of the empire is cleared of these nesting insects. Winning Lin Yuan would then have a lot of time to properly refine Ru Hua and the black and white dolls. Since the heart is not in the right place, then Wen Lin Yuan doesn't need anyone. Kisame as well as the black and white figures will speak for him. Out of the house of the Neshi of Jisoo, Winning Lin Yuan stretched his back, all the while looking up at the sky. It's still early. There's one last stop. Just go and solve it together and then go back to the palace to accompany the father to have dinner. Dear 18th brother. Brother, I'm here. Chapter 10, 10 years worth of accounts. Time to settle the score. Within the Zhao mansion, the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Crazy. This Wen Lin Yuan is simply heartless. Hu Hai's expression was unusually agitated. He didn't expect it in any way. Wen Lin Yuan, since he ascended to the throne of the crown prince, acting even more recklessly than he did, without any reason. He led his men to kill several ministers of the 9 ministers in succession. You have to know that these people are the mainstay of the dynasty and are in high positions of power. According to the Qin law, Wen Lin Yuan's action was undoubtedly digging his own grave, and he could not escape the death penalty. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Zhao Gao on the side, an excited gleam in his eyes. Teacher, our chance has come. That Wen Lin Yuan committed such a heinous crime. I'm afraid no one in the entire palace can save him. You said you'd kill some ordinary ministers even. Bias caught the 9 ministers killing. That's just asking for trouble. You've really been given a chance and don't know how to appreciate it. It's only just gone to the top, and I can't help it. That's it? How to be great. Hu Hai just looked like a sinister man. However, Zhao Gao had a gloomy face and a frown on his face. From the beginning to the end, he felt that there was something wrong with this matter. While Wen Lin Yuan was killing innocents indiscriminately, Ying Zhang didn't give any order to stop him, even as if he had tacitly approved of his behavior. You have to know that normally, if there is a slight breeze in Xianyang City, the palace will immediately send someone out to deal with it. But today, it was so abnormal that it made people suspicious. Your Highness, don't gloat too early, Zhao Gao reminded in a deep voice. Today's matter is too abnormal. I'm afraid there's something else going on. After Zhao Gao's reminder, Hu He also reacted. Indeed, the palace was a bit awfully quiet today, but just as the two were thinking, a mansion attendant suddenly ran in from outside in a panic manner and cried out in a panic. Duh, Lord, His Highness the World's Son, it's not good. That Wen Lin Yuan is forcing his way into the mansion. This statement was made. Zhao Gao and Hu He were both shaken. Before the two could react, a teasing voice then came in through the door. My good 18th brother, my younger brother came uninvited. Do not blame me. The words were not yet spoken. Winning Lin Yuan and White Fox Face's figures then appeared in the courtyard. Between 4 eyes, the air fell into an eerie silence. After a few moments, Hu Hai took the lead to break the quiet and questioned. Wen Lin Yuan, how dare you? How dare you privately kill the ministers of the 9 ministers? Aren't you afraid that Father Emperor will blame you? While Winning Lin Yuan sniffed, he grinned. 18th brother should worry more about himself. Next, he glanced at Zhao Gao on the side, a cold killing intent flashing through his pupils. The old scores from 10 years ago should also be settled today. When Zhao Gao heard this, he immediately understood where Wen Lin Yuan was coming from. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared. Does His Highness the Crown Prince really think this is his own residence? Having said that, he clapped his hands. Instantly, hundreds of figures instantly appeared on the roofs around the courtyard, surrounding the duo of Wen Lin Yuan. All of them are clear-cut robo-killers. Yo, looks like it was prepared. Winning Lin Yuan said with feigned surprise, but he also understood. A cunning man like Zhao Gao, he should have guessed that he would come to the door when he made his move on those 9 ministers. Your Highness the Crown Prince is flattering. Zhao Gao smiled grimly and said, it's just for self-preservation. Unfortunately, they can't protect you today. Winning Lin Yuan shook his head with an indifferent expression. His eyes had seemed to regard Zhao Gao as a dead man. His Highness the Crown Prince does not think too highly of himself. Zhao Gao was equally defiant. However, as soon as his words fell, Wen Lin Yuan let out an icy laugh. Yes? Immediately after, only the white fox-faced figure behind him flickered. With both swords in hand, he attacked towards where Zhao Gao was. The harsh and powerful wind of the blade met his face, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Gao saw this, but he didn't panic at all. It started with a gentle caress of the hands. An invisible force carried Hu Hei backward. Then he turned slightly sideways again. Flex your fingers. A powerful internal force burst out along his fingers and impacted on the blade with a resounding sound. Sort of diffuses White Foxface's first attack. White Foxface, however, had no intention of stopping, only to see her body roll over, and the spring thunder in her hand violently ruffled. Shasta, a violent and terrifying blade wind rose up from the ground, like a tornado sweeping towards Zhao Gao. This blade wind was destructive and overwhelming, making people fearful. When Zhao Gao saw this, he frowned slightly. Grand Master? He didn't expect that the woman in front of him, who looked like 1,000 years of cold ice, was actually a great master powerhouse, and to be sure, he had never seen the woman before. However, just as that fierce blade wind was about to approach him, 6 ferocious sword chi from the sky, and collide with it, issued a bang sound. Will be the sword wind dissolved in the invisible. Then he saw that 6 figures were silently standing to the left and right of Zhao Gao. 6 sword slaves? Interesting. Winning Lin Yuan looked straight at the 6 figures. The aura of a great master emanated from each one's body. Luo Wei, which existed during the spring and autumn period, was created by an unknown person, and its former leader was Lu Buwei, a minister of Qin, also known as the Order of the Web Assassins. It is a large and fearsome occult organization under the Empire, symbolized by the spider. The organization was ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Qin Empire, but was actually controlled by Zhao Gao, and there is a clear division of hierarchy within the Lan. The sky kills the earth and the demons, which as long as it's a heavenly word-level killer, all of them are his Zhao Gao's beloved. Take orders directly from him, and these 6 sword slaves were all ranked at the heavenly character level. Stand down. You're no match for them. Winning Lin Yuan gave a sign. Although White Foxface was of the same great master strength, the other party was clearly superior in numbers. It's okay against 2 or 3, but the 6 sword slaves were a combination of people who had a clear division of labor each in their own way but complementing each other. Yes, White Foxface returned behind Winning Lin Yuan. Seek death. Zhao Gao couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. In his opinion, the only reason that Wen Lin Yuan could be so reckless today was because he relied on the woman in white behind him, and at this moment, facing the 6 sword slaves under his command. This Wen Lin Yuan, however, wants to do it himself. Do you really think he's a papier-mâché 6 sword slaves? Or are you just too confident in yourself? No matter how, since you have to seek death, it's not his fault. In an unusual situation, he would not have been able to make a move. After all, the other party's status was that of the current crown prince. That's below the belt if you do it. But this is not the time. At best, he himself was protecting the 18th son's safety. And again, the hands are not light and heavy. What's he got to do with it? Zhao Gao immediately gave a command to the 6 sword slaves. There's no need to hold back. Yes, the words fell. The 6 of them then flashed in a flash of their bodies, heading straight for Wen Lin Yuan at the same time. Chapter 11, One Bite, 1 6 sword slave. Feeling the 6 auras around him rapidly approaching towards him, the corners of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Others may not know, but he knows best. The thing that people who practice 6 vaults of first thieves liked the most was to get up close and personal with others. Just see him take a deep breath. The moment those 6 auras were about to approach to oneself, phew, the air in his belly was instantly exhaled. Bent in time, the scene was as if a gale had risen. The 6 auras were directly forced back. To be precise, it wasn't the wind that drove them back. Rather, it was the intense pain burning through his body. One shot down, the dense loopholes on the 6 sword slaves were visible to the naked eye. It was as if it had been corroded by some corrosive object. TSK, still conservative. Seeing this, Wen Lin Yuan gave a dark voice in his heart. After all, he hadn't really fought against a great master powerhouse yet. Afraid I'll push too hard, lose this whole mansion. Just now he was releasing the air in his body by attaching it to the saliva and releasing it along with the breath he spat out. It's just one of his little tricks. But Zhao Gao's sighed. But the face was extremely ugly. What kind of move is this? Only exhaled breath. It then neutralized the attack of the 6 sword slaves, and they also suffered various degrees of physical injuries. Zhao Gao stared deathly at Wen Lin Yuan and said in his heart, can it be that he's also a great master powerhouse? No, no way. If it was also a grand master powerhouse, I would have been able to sense at the moment he just used his inner strength. Judging a person's strength is actually judged by the internal power that he bursts out of himself. But somehow, not only could Zhao Gao not feel a single trace of internal force present in Wen Lin Yuan's body, couldn't even feel his breath. It's like a transparent person, except for being able to see. In other respects Zhao Gao was completely unable to judge. Winning Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Gao with a surprised look on his face. Instantly, he couldn't help but say, "Curious, aren't you?" Having said that, next moment, Winning Lin Yuan moved to get up on his own accord. He took the lead and attacked towards one of the old men among the 6 sword slaves. If memory serves, the man's name is Broken Water, positioned among the 6 as a stealthy assassin. As the saying goes, it's the unseen crises that are the scariest. That's why Wen Lin Yuan planned to finish him off first. Broken Water saw that the other party was actually coming straight at him. Immediately, the gods shifted. The figure immediately flashed towards the location of Tru Kong next to him, obviously seeking help. He never touched hard with the enemy because his strength didn't allow it, but because his breath was well hidden. He could always strike decisively to give the enemy a fatal blow at the first moment when the enemy revealed a crack. Jin Gang naturally leaned towards Broken Water at the first opportunity as well. Zhao Gao, who was not far away, saw this and his heart was even more in awe. Of the 6 sword slaves, Broken Water was one of the most dangerous existences within. And what he didn't expect, the 2 sides haven't officially fought yet. Then Wen Lin Yuan saw it. The venom of its vision. It had to make Zhao Gao re-examine the 19 dukes who had disappeared for 10 years. Facing Wen Lin Yuan's offense, Jin Gang met him head-on with his longsword in hand. Seeing this, Wen Lin Yuan immediately let out a cold laugh. "You're very brave." Having said that, only an invisible air instantly surrounded his body. The other 6 banks of first thief possessors might only be able to attach their air to their saliva. But Wen Lin Yuan was different. He pioneered the 6 banks of first thieves. The ability to attach that devouring air to the surface of one's body. That is to say, but any physical contact with him, all will be devoured by him. Zenigan obviously wouldn't have guessed that. The Jin Gang sword, one of the 8 swords of the Yu King in his hand, was suddenly stabbed towards the heart of Wen Lin Yuan with unerring precision. It carried a terrifying wave of power. But when Winning Lin Yuan joined his hands together and touched the top of this sword, a bizarre and terrifying scene took place. The surface of the sword body was instantly corroded. A large amount of white gas is emitted. Jin Gang felt bad and immediately wanted to draw back. But how could Wen Lin Yuan give him this chance? Late. Winning Lin Yuan opened his mouth and sucked violently. In vain. A violent and powerful absorption force instantly rose up from the ground. Makoto was about to turn around and ask for help. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. When looking back, an arm bubbling with white gas was holding itself firmly. At the same time the flesh and blood on the surface of the skin was corroding and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blink of an eye. Just about to see the bones. Xenagang's heart trembled. The hand rose and the sword fell, and immediately cut off his own arm, wanting to break his arm to survive. However, Wen Lin Yuan had anticipated this. A flash forward cuts it off early, when really just reacted. Only a huge palm slowly approached as it emerged from its pupils. Ah! Tru Kong instantly let out a miserable scream. His entire face was covered by that hand. His body, on the other hand, was rapidly drying up. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even the people around us didn't react. Jin Gang had become a shriveled, fleshless skin. What the hell kind of gongfu was this? Huey couldn't help but take a step back. His face was filled with horror. Zhao Gao on the side was similarly horrified. He prided himself on having seen countless crooked ways that were evil beyond measure. But as horrible as this, yet it was the first time he had seen it. After feeling the vibrant spiritual energy brought about by the chief of all things, Wen Lin Yuan greedily licked his lips. Immediately, he put his eyes on the remaining 5. It was like a long hungry wolf seeing a couple of fresh, fat lambs. Swish! Winning Lin Yuan's figure flickered, straight to the next prey. Without Tru Kong the strength of the 6 sword slaves could be said to be completely diminished. After all, there was no more existence to fight it head-on. The first to suffer were the transmigration and the destruction of the soul. In a single glance, they were all devoured by Wen Lin Yuan. The remaining 3 wanted to clinch, but it no longer helps. The end of death is inevitable. Wen Lin Yuan was like the god of death reaping their lives one by one. Just to their surprise, that he himself had died in such a way. The last remaining sprites are still trying to fight to the death. But he didn't know that Wen Lin Yuan was getting stronger the more he fought. After all, the body is always replenishing its functions. And the replenishment was the purest life spirit energy in the world. After being grabbed by a handful of Wen Lin Yuan, it was dealt with in front of the crowd on the field. This scene directly gave Zhao Gao and Hui a dumbfounded look. Demon! In Hu Hai's heart, he had already treated his only brother not as a human being. Instead, it was a beast, a demon. That was ferocious. Zhao Gao likewise did not expect it. This 19th prince is so raw. Your own 6-sword slaves seem to be all gone before they even start. His heart was just aching. One must know that cultivating just one heavenly character level 1 assassin would require and consume countless efforts. Not to mention that 6. Zhao Gao even treated the 6-sword slaves as if they were his own children. But today, none of them are left. Finish processing the last person. Winning Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Gao. Your turn. Chapter 12, Zhao Gao's death. Seeing that Wen Lin Yuan was pressing towards him step by step, an unspeakable fear surged through Zhao Gao's heart. This fear mainly stemmed from the haunting aura emanating from the other party. It was like a ferocious beast that hadn't eaten for a long time and was starving to death. When you see someone, you want to devour them without mercy. Who was behind Wen Lin Yuan, was even more frightened and backed up. Her face was as pale as paper, and she kept yelling, "Don't come over here, he's the one who's terrified. If only I knew this brother of mine was like this." Saying nothing would offend him. Only, unfortunately, it was too late. When Winning Lin Yuan came to Zhao Gao's body, Zhao Gao was immediately oppressed by that aura on the other party and lowered his head. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are an adult. Can you spare the little man?" Zhao Gao opened his mouth with a pleading face. Winning Lin Yuan, on the other hand, watched indifferently. "Let you off the hook? Without him? And can the change of the dunes soon afterward spare the rest of the palace's royal princesses? Obviously it won't." Unexpectedly just then, Zhao Gao's face suddenly turned. A wave of internal force brewed up from the palm of his hand, instantly slapping towards Wen Lin Yuan's chest. Insidious and vicious. Zhao Gao's heart snickered. So close. He didn't believe that Wen Lin Yuan could react instantly, and even if it reacts, the palm that contained all of his own power. Even if you don't die, you'll shed your skin. And Wen Lin Yuan saw the situation, couldn't help but sneer in his mind. He knew the dog would pull a sneak attack when he wasn't looking. After all, this dog is historically recognized as the first old Inbi of Great Qin. Winning Lin Yuan did not use the Imperial air to resist. Instead, he allowed the palm to land on his chest. Just when Zhao Gao thought he had his way, suddenly, his face became incredibly ugly. His mouth even exclaimed, "How can this be?" The wrapped internal force on his own palm was actually absorbed by the other party in a sea of frenzy the moment he touched it. "TCH, forgot to tell you." Winning Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Gao with a playful expression. Besides the vitality aura of the heavens and earth, human internal energy this prince can likewise devour. Zhao Gao's heart was filled with panic and despair when he heard this. One could even clearly feel the internal energy within his body that had come from years of cultivation surging outward in a frenzy. It was like having a major artery cut open by a sharp blade, and there was no stopping it. Not a moment too soon, his appearance became much more aged. The whole person's breath also became shriveled. On the other hand, Wen Lin Yuan looked more and more radiant, and his skin became more moisturized, as if after absorbing Zhao Gao's internal energy, his vitality had also been greatly enhanced. "No, don't kill me." Zhao Gao finally couldn't help but open his mouth and beg for mercy. "I'm a big shot with His Majesty. You can't kill me. Your Highness, save the old slave." However, Hu Hai on the side had long been frozen in fear by the scene in front of him. There was simply no courage to stand out and confront Wen Lin Yuan. Seeing that it is hopeless to ask for help, Zhao Gao could only place his last hope on His Majesty in the palace. He shouted hoarsely, "If you kill me, even if you are the crown prince, His Majesty will not let you go." Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and frowned. Pushy talker. The backhand was a slap on Zhao Gao's face. There was a pop. Zhao Gao's head came straight to a 180-degree turn. Too dead to die. After devouring the vitality and internal energy in Zhao Gao's body, it was only then that Wen Lin Yuan casually discarded Zhao Gao, who was only an empty shell. Aside. It was only at this point that he turned his gaze to Hu Hei, who had long been scared out of his wits on the side. "What's wrong, my good brother?" Wen Lin Yuan's voice was filled with teasing and indifference. Hu Hai sniffed and shivered involuntarily. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother, don't kill me. It was all my brother's fault in the past, and my brother swears that from now on he will never be prejudiced against his brother again." However, Wen Lin Yuan only slowly shook his head. Wasn't it the brother's greatest wish for his brother's death in the first place? Now there's this realization? Unfortunately, it's already too late. The words were not yet spoken. Only a cold aura flashed by, and Hu Hai's pupils widened violently, revealing a trace of deep fear and despair. Next, a thin red line then appeared at his neck. A strand of blood oozed from it. In the end, he fell straight to the ground, his face full of unwillingness and remorse. Winning Lin Yuan glanced at it faintly. There was no inner turmoil, because that would have been their destiny. He or she is not doing anything today. Next time lay on the ground. It could be him. However, Wen Lin Yuan still had his own bottom line. He will not eat the ones that are related to his blood. It's all one flavor to him, though, but if he ate Ho, he would only feel sick. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Zhao Gao and Hui, successfully changing history. Rewarded, Universal Exchange Ring, Reverse Life Triple. The system sound rang out the moment Hui was dead. Winning Lin Yuan ignored it for the time being. Instead, he ordered White Foxface to clean up the Zhao house. The maidservants in the mansion when Lin Yuan did not kill them all. They're just underlings. They're forced to, but like a squire or something. Then none have been spared. As for the hundreds of rouge killers around them, winning Lin Yuan didn't kill them either. Instead, they were ready to take it into their own hands. Now the leader of the Luo network is dead. It can be a cluster asterisk. Therefore, Wen Lin Yuan intended to take over Luo Net and become its new leader. It's too bad if these killers are killed outright. After all, it was to train them in the first place. Zhao Gao has put in a lot of work. Of course, winning Lin Yuan also understood that the current Luo Net couldn't be used directly yet, because there are still quite a few dissidents in there. But as long as these existential dissidents are taken care of, bring some more fresh blood in, Rohypnol could then become a sharp blade in his hand. It just so happens that Zhao Gao gave the order before he was born. Have all members of the Luo network return to Xianyang. Now it's just a matter of keeping watch. However, this matter was handed over by winning Lin Yuan to White Foxface to handle, because he had more important things to do. In the meantime, the news of the death of Zhao Gao, the order of the central caravan, spread rapidly throughout the city of Xianyang. One time, the city is in fear and trepidation, fearing that Wen Lin Yuan's next target would be himself. That's if it comes to the door. That's a real-life version of death knocking at the door. Though they all understand the new officer's reasoning. But that's not how this fire burns. This recently appointed crown prince, it's not even warm in the ass yet. Then he began to kill indiscriminately using the authority in his hands. At the same time, the powerful people in Xianyang City have started to reflect on themselves. Think about whether you have offended this prince at ever. If there is a real offense, immediately send people dragging reparation gifts to the prince's residence to make amends and beg for forgiveness. And at this time the prince's residence has long been piled up with gold and silver jewelry, jadeite agate and other valuables. There were so many boxes and pieces that they could hardly fit. Chapter 13, the reverse life triple that can pass through the heavens. Until Wen Lin Yuan returned to his mansion, after seeing a room full of gold and silver jewelry, instantly, he understood what those old foxes were thinking. But since these things came into their pockets, then naturally there is no reason to give it back. Winning Lin Yuan as and received it, or even to say that those who come to the table will not be able to do so. It's not like he asked for it of his own accord anyway. As for the death of Hui, he realized he still had to go and give that cheap old man a piece of his mind. Whatever, same as yourself, all are its sons. But winning Lin Yuan believed, Papa Cheap will not blame himself. After all, that was the culprit that led to the death of Qin too. Next, winning Lin Yuan returned to his room. Start checking out the starting rewards. One of the things that intrigued him the most was that Universal Exchange Ring. Mindfulness. A ring appeared in Wen Lin Yuan's hand. Universal Exchange Ring. The host can exchange items in the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the worlds through this ring for items in the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of 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 the hosts. Look at the introduction of the ring. Winning Lin Yuan understood. Although the function is relatively single, but the genus is a bit anticlimactic. The heavens and the earth contain countless worlds and realms. That is to say, as long as Wen Lin Yuan wants it, all can be exchanged from inside this ring. Sure, the premise is equivalence, but that's all minor. Winning Lin Yuan was worried that some of the materials for the divine mechanism 100 refinements could not be obtained. To be precise, it's not that you can't get it, it's that the world itself doesn't have it. Now with this universal exchange ring, that's much easier. Except for this ring. This time, the system also rewarded another Gongfu, Reverse Birth Triple. As the name suggests, Reverse Life has a total of 3 levels. Practicing to the first level has a strengthening effect on the physical body. The second level, on the other hand, can briefly allow the internal organs, bones and blood to a certain degree of gasification, to the damage when the flesh and blood is not an unusual regeneration method, but rather, transporting the gas will be able to repair. The third level is perfect vaporization, and legend has it that reaching this level can lead to feathering and flying to immortality. Feathered immortality, that was a realm that many cultivators dreamed of. People want to be immortal. Nothing more than 2 points. One is the eternal life after becoming an immortal, and the other is the power after becoming an immortal. The former Wen Lin Yuan is not lacking. After all, he already had 6 banks of first thieves. As for the latter, then it was exactly what he needed at the moment. What? You're telling me that the triple reverse life can't get through to heaven? What about the Rakaku first thief plus rebel sang triple? Just ask if you can get it through this day. System, learn the reverse life triple. Without hesitation, winning Lin Yuan murmured in his heart. Benton time. Strange memories come flooding in like a tidal wave. Winning Lin Yuan received it with his eyes closed, until an incense stick of time later. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Well, it's a little harder than expected, but the last thing this prince needs right now is time. Slow and steady work can be attacked sooner or later. Gave myself a shot in the arm. Right now, he can only be said to have just begun with the reverse life triple heavy, but Winning Lin Yuan was in no hurry. He believed in his own talent. It wouldn't take long to cultivate it to the third level. Subsequently, Win Lin Yuan got up and left the room, riding in a carriage straight to the palace. Busy with errands coming up today. Haven't fed cheap old man blood yet. Outside the palace of the king of Qin, Winning Lin Yuan walked straight inside. While passing through a side hall, a white figure caught his attention. Holding a long sword in his arms, he leaned his back against a pillar. It was his own cheap old man's chief instructor of swordplay, also the No. 1 Sword Saint today, Gainey. Until Win Lin Yuan came to him, it was only then that Gainer realized something and slightly opened his sword eyes. It was only in its pupils that a hint of surprise inadvertently flashed. 19th Highness. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gainey reacted. Now, Mr. Guy should honor His Highness the Crown Prince. Lord Sword Saint's might is still intact. Winning Lin Yuan revealed a smile. 10 years ago when he left, Gainer had then become his cheap old man's sword teacher. It's just that the two didn't really intersect at the time. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. Gainer shook his head and said in a slow voice. Rather, it's your Highness the Crown Prince who has suffered these years. Suffering is not to be talked about. Winning Lin Yuan waved his hand. Although His Highness the Crown Prince has been absent from the Empire all these years, His Majesty still often mentions you to Mr. Guy. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince is able to return, I believe His Majesty must be very happy in his heart. Well, Father is pleased. It's not like the body is all that much better. Winning Lin Yuan responded. The two then exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Only then did he head towards the inside of the chambers. Looking at Win Lin Yuan's departing back, Gainey couldn't help but murmur. Your 19th Highness has truly grown up. Even the aura of the body has faded quite a bit. Inside the bedchamber, after Winning Lin Yuan entered inside, immediately, he saw his cheap old man. Meals are being served at the moment. My son sees my father. Winning Lin Yuan stepped forward and gestured. Yuchi's here. Come, just in time. Accompany me to dine together. The words just fell. Ing Zhang then reacted. Look at my memory. You don't need to eat anymore. Seeing this, Win Lin Yuan immediately smiled. Since father wishes my son to accompany you, my son will just eat. With that, he moved a stool to sit beside Ing Zhang. When Zhang Han saw this on the side, his pupils were suddenly filled with surprise. You know, he followed Ing Zhang for so many years. It's still the first time I've seen a prince who can dine with His Majesty. He didn't understand why His Majesty was so fond of this 19th Highness alone. And the other guy disappeared for so many years. Not a moment too soon. The two then finished their meal. After letting Zhang Han retreat, Winning Lin Yuan then flowed his own blood into the bottle and handed it to Ing Zhang. Look at the blood in the bottle in your hand. The indebtedness to Win Lin Yuan flourished in Ing Zhang's heart. He didn't realize that he would one day need to consume his own child's blood to stay alive. As the saying goes, a tiger's poison is not enough. Win Lin Yuan saw that Ing Zhang was a bit hesitant. It was instantly understood. Hastily speaking, he said, Father's body has been tempered after these few days. It has recovered quite a bit. From tomorrow you can start practicing the 6 banks of first thieves. At that time, there will no longer be a need for my son's blood as a guide. Hearing this, Ing Zhang's heart was much more at ease. Immediately, he drank the blood in the bottle in one gulp. There was a rush of warmth down his throat and straight to his abdomen. Ing Zhang's vitality was once again revitalized. After seeing the father swallow the blood, it was only then that Win Lin Yuan started talking about business. I'm sure father already knows what my son has done today? Those 9 ministers. The words were not finished. He was interrupted by Ing Zhang waving his hand. A few imperial assholes is all. Kill then kill. There is no need to report such matters to me in the future. Hearing this, Win Lin Yuan froze slightly, then added, then Zhao Gao and the 18 brothers. Again, before he could finish, he was once again interrupted by Ing Zhang. Yuaner, I trust your judgment. I don't know what has happened to you in these 10 years, and I don't want to ask, but I understand one thing. Without you, I'm afraid I'd be gone. I know better than anyone what Great Qin will be like without me. So, I still say, go ahead and let it go. No matter what, there is me to cover for you. Chapter 14, Refining Magic Treasures. Mass-produced Rohana. After leaving the Qin King's palace, Winning Lin Yuan went straight to his mansion. His mind was now all over that 10,000 realms exchange ring. With this thing, there would be no fear of running out of materials to refine your own magic weapon. And Ing Zhang's words were like a tranquilizer. Reassure him hard. Originally, I thought that I would be more or less blamed for killing Hu Hei. After all, the most taboo thing in the royal family is hand-to-hand combat. But look at it today. His own weight in that cheap old man's heart is still a lot higher than he thought. In the meantime, the house of the eldest duke. What exactly does 19th brother want? Not to mention killing the 9th secretary, he didn't even spare the 18th brother. Fuso frowned. He couldn't figure it out. There is a deep hatred between the two though. But this is Xianyang. Isn't 19th brother afraid of father's judgment? Mutilation is a great offense, and it's still one of the big ones. What about father's side? Any movement? Fusu opened his mouth to inquire. Now he has to keep a constant eye on what's going on inside Xianyang. There doesn't seem to be any movement on His Majesty's side. Meng Tian shook his head. It's just that it's rumored that the Crown Prince personally went to the palace after the incident. As for what happened, it's unknown. Let's hope that the 19th brother will be at peace with himself. It's come to this. Fu Su could only pray silently in his heart. He's not on the right side of the fence with Huey, though, but after learning about this situation today, the heart is still vaguely uncomfortable. But now that it's happened, then they could only pray for Wenlin Yuan. I hope nothing happens to him again. The prince's residence. When Wenlin Yuan returned, he went straight to his room. He didn't even have time to pay attention to White Fox Face when she came to check in with him on his progress. Inside the room, he had already had people move in all the gold and silver jewelry sent by those dignitaries in advance. Then he immersed himself in the exchange ring. As time passes, there is less and less gold and silver jewelry in the room, but other oddities are growing, until the last box of jewelry disappears. Only then did winning Lin Yuan's mind have to withdraw from inside the exchange ring. Look at the wide array of items on the floor. TSK. Still a little too little. Gotta figure out how to get some money back there. The original was not interested in money, but thanks to the advent of this exchange community, wanting what the world doesn't have, then it can only be obtained by exchanging it from the inside. That's why things like those what gold and silver jewelry, jade and agate become important. Shook his head. The money comes later. What winning Lin Yuan needs to do now, it was to refine all of these items that he had exchanged into his own magic weapons through the divine mechanism 100 refinements. He was seen taking the lead in picking up a pile of mechanical parts from the floor. Spinning around, he performed the divine mechanism 100 refinements. An invisible cloud of air wrapped the parts, pounding left and right, tossing and turning. As time passes, half an incense stick later, it's done. Winning Lin Yuan looked at a silhouette in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Just in front of it was a short-haired female figure in a tang suit, tied with 2 pilled hair, red lips, 2 red circles dotted on her cheeks, and pupils that were lifeless and slightly netherworldly. It's none other than the Shinji-like doll, Kisame. Kisana is a battle-type doll that can be driven by the user's mind, compact and easy to maneuver, and it can also carry all kinds of weapons. Also depending on the user, the operator's ability can be used to some extent. The threshold of manipulation is extremely low, and does not require the talent of practicing. Weapons can be driven simply by injecting the user's air, and can even set up an automatic program for the alliance, which does not need to consume spiritual control. Did it take half a column? Winning Lin Yuan swept the incense next to him. It's a little slow, but it's good to know that it's understandable. After all, this was the first time he had utilized the divine mechanism 100 refinements to refine these contraptions. Practice makes perfect. I'm sure it'll be quicker if I refine it a few more times. Besides, it's like flowers are just the basics. Winning Lin Yuan's purpose was that black and white mannequin. One would be equivalent to a grand master. Refine hundreds or thousands of them when the time comes. Wouldn't he have an army of grand masters under his hand? And only at his own beck and call. It's exciting to think about. After refining a few more rohanas, winning Lin Yuan took out the piece of floating jade pendant that he had been carrying with him since he was a child. Accompany yourself for so long. It's time to empower it too. 2 hours later, winning Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath. This personalized magic treasure is still a lot of work. It's still much simpler to be like a flower, playing with the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant today is no longer an ordinary jade pendant. Instead, it was a truly defensive magic weapon. Ability to automatically activate body protection effects. The strongest can withstand a deadly blow from the celestial realm. A crack will appear on the surface of the jade pendant after the guard. At the same time the surrounding shine will dull. That is going into self-repair. The restoration will take 7 days. After 7 days, it can be shielded once more, and until the cracks covered the jade pendant's entire body shattered. It is this magic weapon that will lose its effect. Although win prosperity with the 6 banks of first thieves was equivalent to having eternal life, it didn't mean that he was invincible. As long as I can live. Indeed, you can live forever, but if you encounter a being that can kill you in seconds, then even if there are 6 banks of first thieves, and it will still be dead through and through. To put it simply, as long as one blow didn't kill him completely, then it can be recovered back through the 6 banks of first thieves. But with these spells, winning Lin Yuan would be able to just wave. Besides, don't forget, but he still has the reverse life triple. External forces, soul, and body are all three. I guess that's all there is to that becoming immortal and passing through the heavens. Afterward, winning Lin Yuan began to refine other magic weapons. After all, who would mind having a lot of magic weapons on them? Deep in the palace of the Yin Yang family, the moon god quietly listened to the meticulous report of the disciple in front of him. Those eyebrows were inadvertently slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of gravity. The situation in Xianyang City, after a series of actions by Wen Lin Yuan, the dust has now settled and the old calm has been restored. However, the waves hidden underneath this calmness secretly surprised the moon god in her heart. Zhao Gao, the leader of the Luo net, was even killed by the hands of this prince. This 19th prince, who had disappeared for a whole decade, seemed to come from the mist, carrying an elusive mystery and power. Every strike he made was like a thunderous explosion. It shook the entire Great Qin's court in Jianghu. The moon god couldn't help but send layers of ripples through her heart. What kind of shocking power did this young prince harbor in his body? That curiosity and desire to explore the unknown drove her to want to lift the veil and see for herself. The Yin Yang family, since ancient times, has been upholding the philosophy of making good friends, not making bad ones, and is well versed in the way of weighing and balancing. Luna knew it well. The future of the Great Qin Empire will definitely be ruled by this young crown prince. In the context of such times, naturally, the Yin Yang family cannot stay out of this. Wise choices must be made. Think about it. The lunar god gently stood up with a delicate figure. She ordered the disciples beside her to quickly prepare the carriage. It was decided to go to the prince's residence in person, pay a visit to the prince, who has recently risen to fame and popularity. And so, under the cover of the moon, a gorgeously decorated carriage slowly drove out of the Yin Yang family's gate and sped towards the direction of the crown prince's residence. Chapter 15, Knocking Out the Yin Yang Family, 10-day deadline. It's night, the prince's residence. Winning Lin Yuan finally ended the day's refining. It was exhausting, but rewarding. He refined 200 of them in Rohana alone, and arranged in his own mansion. And winning Lin Yuan had tested it. A Rohana's strength was equivalent to that of a clan master in this world. After all, there's a weapon bonus, isn't there? If it really can't be done, at that time, Wen Lin Yuan will give them a whole small magic treasure to put on their bodies. Not worse than a Zongshur expert. Except for Rohana. Of course, winning Lin Yuan also refined a few magic treasures for himself. The floating water jade pendant that possessed the function of automatically protecting the body. The soul-shaking bell that could attack a person's soul, as well as the Wudo armor that also served as a defensive magic treasure. And lastly, there was also a hexagonal bead that focused on control. After all, materials are limited and only practical. I'll work on some of that fancy stuff later when I'm flush with cash. But immediately after, winning Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Zhao Gao was the order of the central carriage house for so many years, but also was once a big red man beside the cheap old man. His family background is bound to be non-trivial. Bad. I remembered to kill people. I forgot to plumb the house. Winning Lin Yuan thought and then prepared to go out of the room to let White Fox Face make a trip to the Zhao mansion to move all of Zhao Gao's family treasures from his life to his mansion. Just as he had just left the room, when White Fox Face saw this, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you can finally come out." What? Winning Lin Yuan froze. A man who calls himself the Great Qin State Master is waiting for you in the lobby. Listening to White Fox Face's words, winning Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. There were two Great Qin Protectorate Venerable Masters, but they were both from the Yin Yang family. He didn't have much love for the Yin Yang family, because in its eyes, the Yin Yang family was a parasite on the empire, sucking its blood all the time. Even all along, Wen Lin Yuan had wanted to find an opportunity to properly knock the Yin Yang family. This time it's just as well. It came to me of its own accord. Immediately after Wen Lin Yuan explained to White Fox Face about the plunge into the Zhao mansion, he headed towards the lobby. Inside the lobby, Luna was resting her eyes. It wasn't until a voice came from her ear that her eyes snapped open in shock. So it's Lord Moon God. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw that Wen Lin Yuan had come to her body at some point, but she was unaware of it. "Your Highness." The Moon God immediately rose with a sign. Winning Lin Yuan glanced at it and directly opened the door and asked, "Speak up. What is the purpose of coming to find this crown prince this late at night?" He didn't bother to ink it. As the saying goes, nothing happens without a fight. If this Moon God is okay, it's really haunted. Seeing that the other party was so dry, the Moon God immediately stopped hiding. Reaching out, a golden feather appeared in his hand. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the fated feather of the three-legged golden crow. It is extremely precious. I hope that your Highness the Crown Prince will accept it." The Moon God's words just fell. Winning Lin Yuan then suddenly realized, so it's the human condition that's here. This is all unsolicited. It would be a bit inappropriate to not receive it yourself. Winning Lin Yuan took it smoothly. the lunar god was slightly pleased at the sight. She was afraid that Wen Lin Yuan would not give her Yin Yang family this face. Since it's all taken, it's naturally all good, but still waiting for her to speak. Winning Lin Yuan then took the initiative to say, over the years, Father has given your Yin Yang family a lot of time to refine the immortality pill, and has spent countless fine financial resources, but as of now, it's safe to say there's not a fart in sight. What do you think you guys are doing for food? Listening to Wen Lin Yuan's reprimand, the moon god's face changed slightly. It's just a matter of showing off your power when you're new in office. Luna consoled herself here, however winning Lin Yuan's next words. However, it made lunar god's entire body feel like it had fallen into an ice cellar. This prince will give you 10 more days. If you can't get the immortality pill within 10 days, then there will be no need for your Yin Yang family. That's not a warning. That's a naked threat. No, man, how can you turn your back on me when you've personally accepted this gift? Are there any rules? Is there any law at all? It's a clear case of bullying an honest man. Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty's side hasn't urged yet, and we're also grasping the refining. 10 days might be brief. You see this. The moon god opened his mouth. The meaning in the words is clear enough. Your old man, Ing Zhang, didn't even give them a time to ask for one. So who are you, a crown prince, to ask for one? Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and immediately let out a cold laugh. This prince's words are both father's words. What? Could it be that you, the Yin Yang clan, wish to provoke the majesty of the Imperial order? The words fell. The lunar god then felt a terrifying oppression coming towards her, weighing her down to the point where she could hardly breathe. In the next moment, the moon god seemed to sense something and gazed towards the outside of the lobby, only to see that the plants outside were withering at a terrifying speed. It was as if the life force had been taken away. She was horrified and realized that this must be the handiwork of this crown prince. It was just the first time I had seen this kind of terrifying and evil gonfu. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, the moon god hurriedly said, I still ask your highness the crown prince to give the young woman some time. I will go back and report his highness the crown prince's request to his excellency the Eastern Emperor. After saying that, Wen Lin Yuan recycled the outwardly released air back into his body. The moon god was even more relieved and exhaled. She renewed her salute to Wen Lin Yuan. Then the little woman will take her leave first. Then she left quickly without looking back. Looking at the departing back of the moon god, the corner of winning Lin Yuan's mouth rose slightly while he spoke aloud. If you want to be a dog, you naturally have to act like one. The first rule of this being a dog is to listen to your master. No one likes a disobedient dog. The lunar god who was walking along couldn't help but tremble in her figure at those words. Finally, with an ugly face, he got on the carriage and fled from the crown prince's residence at a rapid pace. She never thought that she took the initiative to send a big gift not only did not get the other party's recognition, but also ate a bellyful of deflated. At this moment, she was also like a mute person who couldn't speak of her suffering. Seeing that his purpose of knocking had been achieved, Wen Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, his hand resting on his head, crossing his legs, with a leisurely and contented look. He didn't know if anyone else had slept well tonight, but in any case, some people were not going to be able to sleep well on this one. The Yin Yang family. After a torturous journey, Luna finally returned. But when she thought of how she had fled back like a lost dog, a wave of shame and anger could not help but grow in her heart. She's the protector of the Qin Empire, the right protector of the Yin Yang clan, and even Ing Zhang has to be courteous to her. So how has she ever been treated like this? Has she ever been treated like this? But when he thought of the pressure that had just pressed down on him, Luna was much calmer again. The decision was made immediately. Release the message in advance for His Excellency the Emperor of the East to come out. Because if the seclusion continues, I'm afraid that by the time he emerges from the seclusion, the Yin Yang clan will have long ceased to exist. Immediately after, the moon god then walked towards the hall where the Eastern Emperor Tai was in seclusion. At the same time, disciples were sent out to notify the rest of the ministry elders. The House of Yin and Yang is about to launch the Golden Crow program. Chapter 16 The Innate One Heir. The Yin Yang family's Golden Crow plan. The next day, Winning Lin Yuan entered the palace early in the morning. Today for Ing Zhang, arguably the most important day ever, because starting today, Winning Lin Yuan will teach him about the 6 banks of first thieves. During this time one uses one's own blood daily as a guide. It has toned its body up quite a bit, at least at a glance, not like the previous state where you could just go at any time. And Ing Zhang was equally excited inside. It's something he's been dreaming of all these years. Now it's actually happening. Though the emperor is a man, he does not show his joy in anger. But Wen Lin Yuan could tell by the dark circles under his eyes on his face. This old thing must have been up all night last night. Father, shall we begin then? We must avoid a long night's sleep. Wen Lin Yuan also stopped inking. Good. Ing Zhang nodded his head. Then, Wen Lin Yuan spoke aloud. Father, if you want to cultivate the 6 vaults of the first thief, you must first feel one thing in your body, and that is air. Air? Ing Zheng frowned slightly. It was something he'd never even heard of. Winning Lin Yuan introduced, air is the original energy of everything in the universe, and exists in the natural world and living organisms. For human beings, Qi is a high degree of integration of essence, Qi and spirit, which is not only the energy basis for the survival of life, but also the carrier of consciousness and soul. Everyone is born with innate air, but with the gradual depletion of life activities, and eventually to aging and death, a gas refiner can sense and manipulate gas through cultivation, thus surpassing normal people. Listening to this conversation, Ing Zheng understood a little. Yuaner, the air you're talking about is internal energy, right? Winning Lin Yuan nodded and shook his head. It can be interpreted that way, but there is still a fundamental difference between the two. Then, he only saw Win Lin Yuan unfold his arms. Father, the 6 volts immortal thief is to optimize the 6 internal organs, which are the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, sanjiao, gallbladder, bladder and other organ metabolic systems in the human body, to instantly break down ingested substances, including food, air, and even organic matter, into air and absorb it perfectly, so as to maintain the body's vitality and slow down the aging process, and even achieve immortality. The words fell. The air around the courtyard formed a vortex towards Win Lin Yuan's mouth. Ing Zheng's dragon eyes widened slightly. Although he couldn't see it, he could still perceive it clearly, as Win Lin Yuan closed his mouth, then slowly exhaled. His spirits were visibly shaken a trifle more. Looking at Ing Zheng again, Father, just now, my son was devouring the vitality of heaven and earth. It was just that Ing Zheng was a bit confused at the moment. It's still a bit of a dynasty for him. Seeing this appearance, Win Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. My son just showed father just now. Father might as well perceive the air first. The two men learned from their godfather in this manner. In the meantime, outside the courtyard, it was as if the sword Saint Gainer had suddenly sensed something. He raised his eyes slightly and looked in the direction where Ing Zheng was. A flicker of shock fluctuated in its pupils. At the same time, in his mind, he said, it can actually cause anomalies in heaven and earth. It seems that this 19th prince is very human. Afterward, Gaini seemed to have made some sort of determination. An unprecedented decision was made. The Yin Yang family. The moon god was sitting on her knees in front of the door of one of the halls. She's been sitting here all night. Just then, the thick door suddenly lit up with a blue pattern. It's like a starry night. When the moon god saw this, her expression was delighted. This is the very sign that His Excellency the Emperor of the East is out of the gate. With the lines crawling all over the door, a small star eventually coalesced above it. Then, there was a loud bang. The doors of the temple slowly opened towards the sides. Immediately, a figure wearing a mask and wrapped in a black robe walked out, mysterious and eerie. Seeing this, the moon god rushed forward. Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor. The black-robed figure nodded his head. He was none other than the supreme leader of the Yin Yang clan, Emperor Taichi. Where are the others? The Eastern Emperor Tai spoke in a deep voice. This time, if it wasn't for the moon god initiating the Golden Crow plan, there was no way he was going to get out. All are waiting for you at Rosen Hall. Luna responded. Well, go. The Eastern Emperor Taichi nodded his head in greeting. Then, the two of them walked together towards the Rosehang Hall. In the meantime, Rashomon Hall, the genius youngster Star Soul, the Cloud Monarch Su Fu, and the rest of the ministry elders were all gathered here at this moment. Only their faces were filled with puzzled disbelief. Why is it good? Suddenly the Golden Crow program is activated? The Golden Crow plan. A plan that had been formulated by Sang Donghuang Tai before his seclusion. To be precise, it was during his retreat. A kind of response plan for the Yin Yang family when they encounter a matter of life and death. Weekdays, the big picture of the Yin Yang family is all directed and led by the moon god. And once the Golden Crow program is activated, then the Eastern Emperor Tai would forcefully exit from his seclusion, thus taking over the big picture of the House of Yin and Yang. Therefore, everyone knew what it meant to start the Golden Crow program. But just as the crowd was wondering, the figures of the Eastern Emperor Tai and the moon god appeared outside the hall. When the crowd saw this, they hurriedly rose and gestured. Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor. Toho nodded, walked straight up to the top. Luna, on the other hand, sat back in her seat. After all the people have returned to their places, Su Fu, the Cloud Monarch, was the first to resist asking, Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor, why did you suddenly activate the Golden Crow program? What the hell happened? The rest of them were also curious, because that's what their hearts were asking. Dong Huang Tai pondered for a moment before he said in a deep voice, the Empire is prepared to stop cooperating with our Yin Yang family. Swish, this statement was made. The crowd's faces changed in unison. Why? It was all fine and dandy, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? When the moon god heard this, she immediately explained, Actually, everything is that Prince Winlin Yuan. Next, she then recounted all that she had gone through yesterday when she went to the Crown Prince's residence. Speak to the end. It could be clearly seen that the faces of Star Soul, Su Fu and the others were all as gloomy as they could be. Give them 10 days? Do you really think you're the Emperor of Qin? Your Excellency the Eastern Emperor. If we really can't, we'll just leave Xianyang. In all the world, is there still no place for my Yinyang family? Dashin made a suggestion. This is not a good move. Su Fu, however, shook his head. Leaving Xianyang? What about those pills of mine? After all, half his life savings are here. Let him move? Might as well let him die. Unless it can time for him to shift. All day long it's those pills of yours. If you had been able to refine the longevity pill earlier, would this situation have happened now? Dashin couldn't help himself. It was basically her and Xiaoxi who did all the big and small things on weekdays, and Su Fu would just need to focus on alchemy. Results in the end. They pay so much for nothing, and this guy hasn't made any progress at all. Hey, can the immortality pill be refined so easily? For the resentment in the heart of Dashin. For his part, Xu Fu didn't care. Okay, this is not the time to argue. Luna interrupted the two. The two men plucked at each other. The pupils were full of dissatisfaction with each other. What are your plans, Your Excellency? The Eastern Emperor? The Moon God looked at the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Yinyang family is facing a situation today. Even she would not dare to command blindly. After all, a bad one. Perhaps it will then lead to a great war between the Empire and the Yinyang clan. Chapter 17, Let the Bullets Fly. Palace, Courtyard. Yes father. This is the air in your body. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. After most of the day, finally, Ying Zheng was able to feel the innate air in his body. Father, my son sees that you are also tired. Why don't we stop here today? Wen Lin Yuan was still thinking about going back to count the goods, after giving White Fox Face a plunge last night. After one night, finally, Zhao Gao's family money over the years has all been emptied and moved back to his own residence. Well, it's good to rest. Ying Zheng nodded his head. Although he felt a little tired, his mind was greatly satisfied, watching himself move little by little towards immortality. This sense of accomplishment was something that could not be matched by conquering as many empires as he could. Father can also practice feeling it more often when he's not doing anything unusual. When father can master it, one can then try to transfer the air toward the 6 internal organs. Listening to what Wen Lin Yuan said, Ying Zheng nodded his head, but immediately after, Winning Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something. From his arms, he pulled out a golden bead. Father, this is a magic treasure that my son refined in his spare time. Father can wear it on his body on weekdays, possessing an autonomous body protection function. When Ying Zheng heard this, his eyes slightly dilated. You still know how to refine magic weapons, Yuaner? Winning Lin Yuan scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. A little bit. Ying Zheng took it, glanced at it, and didn't see a thing. However, he still followed what Wen Lin Yuan said. Wear it on your person at all times. This bead was a bit of material that was left over from yesterday's refining of the hexagonal bead by Wen Lin Yuan, solely refined into a defensive magic weapon to give to his cheap old dad. Of course, this bead's defense could not stand up to his own floating water jade pendant, and there's no auto-repair feature. It is a disposable magic weapon. However, it was proper to withstand a powerful strike from a grandmaster. For Ying Zheng, that's enough. After all, he was usually in this deep palace, and not going out. The chances of encountering danger can be rare. Winning Lin Yuan was also just in case. However, just as Wen Lin Yuan was about to leave and hit the road back home, Zheng Han suddenly came to Ying Zheng with a grave expression on his face. Your Majesty, Your Highness. After giving a request, he looked at Wen Lin Yuan again. Ying Zheng immediately understood what the intention was, but there's no harm in saying it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Han no longer hesitated and directly said, news just came from the generals stationed at the city gates. That sword Saint Gaini forced his way out of the city and injured quite a few of us. To the side, Wen Lin Yuan was suddenly stunned. This is a defection? Ying Zheng's dragon brows immediately condensed, vaguely sensing something. Just him? There was also reportedly a child. Zheng Han reported truthfully. Ying Zheng, who heard these words, immediately let out a cold snort. It seems he still chose to betray me and the Empire. Swish. This statement was made. Zheng Han's body could not help but tremble, obviously shocked by these words. Immediately send someone to capture him along with the boy for me. Ying Zheng gave the order. Yes, Zheng Han answered. Then he turned and retreated quickly. Winning Lin Yuan stood on the side, revealing a look of interest. He also thought that due to his arrival, it would change the overall direction of the plot. However, from today, only the line Zhao Gao Hua was changed. The rest, on the other hand, remains unchanged. It's just that with Gainer so far gone, it represents the official start of the episode. One by one, forces will be involved. Don't forget, Your own system rewards you for simply changing history. And what if you had stopped Gainey from defecting? Does it count as changing history? Think about it. Anticipation gradually rose on Wen Lin Yuan's face. He then came before Ing Zhang. Father, my son has nothing to do lately, so why don't we leave the matter of Gainey to my son? He didn't say if he was coming back alive. Besides, the other party is the #1 sword saint in the world today, not those little caramels. In case something happens to you on the way, missed and killed him by mistake. You never know, do you? When Ing Zhang heard this, his dragon eyes brightened up. I am very pleased that Yuchi has this heart. Since that's the case, then I'll leave the capture of Gainer to you. Thank you, father. Winning Lin Yuan made a bow. Ing Zhang waved his hand, then added, during the time of arrest, the entire Shadow Secret Guards will follow your orders. He took out all of his personal guards for Wen Lin Yuan to use. You can see how much trust is placed in it. Thank you, father. Once again, a thank you. Then Wen Lin Yuan left the palace in a carriage. Outside the city of Xianyang, Valley of the Waning Moon, Winning Lin Yuan rode his horse leisurely through the valley. Following behind him was none other than Zhang Han. It's just in Zhang Han's face, a hint of defiance was clearly visible. His Shadow Secret Guard's duty is to protect His Majesty today, and now they are being asked to protect a prince. It simply undermined the prestige of their Shadow Secret Guards, and it's never happened before. But due to the order of Ing Zhang himself, it led to him not being able to say anything too much. Winning Lin Yuan naturally saw the defiance in Zhang Han's heart. In fact, it was the same for him with or without the Shadow Mist Guards. The reason why he didn't refuse was that he didn't want to lose face with his cheap old man. Seeing that Wen Lin Yuan wasn't in the slightest bit of a hurry and didn't show any signs of wanting to capture Gainey, Zhang Han couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness the Crown Prince, if we keep loitering around slowly like this, I'm afraid that Gainey will have to escape from the Qin territory. However, Winning Lin Yuan only faintly responded to him with 2 words. No harm done. It's better to escape the Qin realm, because that Gainey is now to Wen Lin Yuan. It's the bait on his boom. This line is only as long as you let it out to hang a big fish. If he only wanted to recapture a Gehenna, just send out White Foxface and Kisame from your own mansion. But Winning Lin Yuan cared. It's the same forces that came into contact with Gainey after he defected. These forces are the very same anti-Qin forces that are hiding in the shadows, and a potential threat to the Empire all along. Internal and external problems. Now the worries within the Empire had been pretty much purged by Wen Lin Yuan. There is nothing but a Yin and Yang family left, but he also gave an ultimatum. In other words, the 10 days were merely an excuse to give him a name to purge the Yin Yang family. And this external danger, it's the hardest to get. Gainey's defection was an opportunity, a chance for Wen Lin Yuan to take care of these external problems. With a breeze coming in, Wen Lin Yuan strangled his horse and stopped his feet. General Zhang, let's stop here for today's capture. Zhang Han, what do you mean? Arrested today? Hasn't this started yet? From out of Xianyang until now, they're all lounging around. This Gainey is nowhere to be seen. You're just going to go home? Go. Winning Lin Yuan didn't bother to explain. Immediately, he struck the reins to make his crotch horse turn around, running towards Xianyang City. Looking at Wen Lin Yuan's back, Zhang Han opened his mouth, but found it difficult to speak as if he had a lump in his throat. Nice guy. Feelings are out for show. In Zhang Han's heart, he despised this prince even more. Chapter 18, Black and White Dolls. A great success. One time, the news of Gainey's defection spread throughout Xianyang. Countless dignitaries were speculating in their hearts. Is the defection of the Sword Saint Gainey related to this newly crowned prince? After all, this prince's handiwork, but it made many of them tremble. Winning Lin Yuan after returning to Xianyang, he then parted ways with Zhang Han, and naturally, Zhang Han had to return to the palace to report to Ing Zhang. Winning Lin Yuan only left him with one sentence. That would be this time tomorrow. Come and report to your own residence. Wen Lin Yuan, who had returned to the mansion, did not rush to rest. Instead, he started with an inventory of Zhao Gao's family fortune. It's just that it's not a little bit of a shock. The richness of Zhao Gao's family was so rich that it was more than 3 times richer than the lavish gifts sent by those dignitaries. This dog, it looks like he didn't take a lot of bribes in his spare time. But for Wen Lin Yuan, these gold and silver jewels are nothing more than possessions. Far better to use the exchange ring in your hand for something you really need. Next, Winning Lin Yuan began to utilize the exchange ring. One by one, the treasures in Zhao Gao's home were exchanged for the items he needed. 1 incense stick of time later, he already had a variety of redemptions piled up in front of him. TSK. With so much stuff, it does seem a bit cumbersome to not have a proper container to carry it in. Think about it. Winning Lin Yuan casually picked up an item, utilizing the Divine Mechanism 100 refinement technique to begin refining. Not a moment too soon, a circular sphere the size of a finger then appeared in his hand. Set in the center of the sphere is a glittering green gem that emits a soft luminescence. Winning Lin Yuan carefully scrutinized the small ball. A satisfied smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. This small ball was the devouring capsule that he had refined. There is a huge amount of space inside the phlebotomy capsule. It can hold large amounts of inorganic matter as well as mindless humans. It has 3 significant advantages. First, it is small and lightweight, independent of the weight of the objects it holds. Second, the holding space is unknown, but visually it is extremely large. And third, although it can hold sentient humans, it presupposes that they must be in an unconscious state. Good thing there's this phlebotomy bag. No more worrying about not being able to carry these items with you. Subsequently, Winning Lin Yuan then utilized the devouring sack to wrap up all the items on the ground one by one. Simply remove it whenever you need it. After this is done, he did not stop moving his hands. Instead, he continued to utilize the divine mechanism 100 refinement technique to begin refining it. Tonight's sole mission. It is the refining of that legendary black and white mannequin. In the meantime, the Yin-Yang family, through daytime meetings, they have internally negotiated a causal pairing. That would be for Luna to make a trip to the palace, find Ying Zheng in person, mention the matter of winning Lin Yuan to him. At the same time, he made a promise to Ying Zheng. Within 3 months, the elixir of immortality was delivered as promised. If not, the Yin-Yang family is at the mercy of the Empire. Of course, they all knew that within 3 months this immortality pill would naturally not be refined. This is just to stall for time. After all, the East Emperor Tai Chi had put his word out. Give him 3 more months. He will then be able to decipher the secrets of the 7 constellations of the Cthulhu dragon. At that time, even if it is torn with the Empire, the Yin-Yang family had no fear either. Beyond that, they couldn't find any way to break the game. The other side, the two of them, Gainer, had already arrived at the Mirror Lake Healing Villa. At the same time, he met Master Ban, Duan Murong and his group. The crowd was informed that Gain-Ya had betrayed Great Qin. It was decided to bring it along to the Organ City. After all, that's where the world's anti-Qin people are happy. But before departing, they'll have to stay here for a few more days, because Gainey always felt that something wasn't quite right. After coming out of Xianyang himself, only one chase was encountered. It struck him as unusual. No one in the world knows what Ying Zhang is thinking better than him. For the rebellion, that Ying Zhang has never been merciful, so he proposes to stay here for a few days. Let's see if any more Imperial pursuers are coming after us. If not, it is not too late to depart again. Although Grandmaster Ban, Duan Murong, and the others were a bit less convinced of Gainer from the bottom of their hearts, they ultimately followed his advice, because Master Ban went to inspect it. The news of Gainer's betrayal of the Empire was indeed not fake news. There has been a saying since ancient times, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Gainey was able to lose his way and join their anti-Qin forces, then naturally they will not refuse. After all, it was joined by such a person who knew the character of that tyrant's temper well. For them, why is that not a good thing? The next day, dawn was breaking in the sky. After a night of all-night, tireless refining, Winning Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly tired though, but there was an irrepressible excitement and sense of accomplishment shining in his eyes. He's finally done it in a big way. He slowly stood up, his gaze locked onto the 2 black and white figures in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied smile. These 2 puppets, one black and one white, had different forms, yet they all exuded a haunting aura. To be precise, that white golem was an upgraded version of the previous Ruohua golem. Whether it was material, construction or power, it was far superior to its predecessor. The black golem, on the other hand, was a renewed upgrade of the white puppet. The dark black luster that flowed from its body seemed to be able to devour all light, revealing an unfathomable and terrifying power. However, in Winning Lin Yuan's mind, these 2 puppets are not high or low, much less the concept of what is or isn't an upgrade. He treats them all equally. The same amount of effort and expectation is poured into it. Not only that, Winning Lin Yuan also integrated the reverse life triple into their bodies. It gives them more powerful abilities and potential. In other words, today's black and white dolls have the ability to grow indefinitely. And that's just the nod to the fact that there are only 3 techniques that Winning Lin Yuan has mastered at the moment. The 6 banks of the first thief, the divine mechanism 100 refinements, and the reverse life triple. After much deliberation, he felt that only the reverse life triple was most suitable for these 2 puppets. They are inherently inanimate. If you give them the copying ability of the Raku first thief, it would be a bit of a misnomer. And Win Lin Yuan already had longer-term plans in mind. Wait to practice the furnace out later. He planned to copy some more of the unique abilities of those swordsmen in this world and incorporate them into these 2 puppets. This is also the black and white even compared to the previous Rohana. The biggest difference and advantage. Beyond that, there's more good news. That is the triple of one's own rebirth. It was also during this time that he smoothly broke through to the first realm. This first weighted ability, it was that his body had been greatly enhanced, and when he raised his hands and feet, he was able to exert the power of the dragon and tiger, which was incredibly powerful. Only by truly stepping into this first threshold, it's the only way to really get started. Begin to appreciate the mysteries and power of the reverse life triple. Have to say, the combination of this reverse life triple and the 6 banks of first thieves is like a match made in heaven, complementing each other. It's a perfect match. Chapter 19, you already have a way of taking death in the Yin-Yang family. Just as Wen Lin Yuan was preparing to clean up a bit, a mansion attendant came outside the room at a quick pace. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. Wen Lin Yuan in the room couldn't help but stare. What? It's just dawn. Are you in such a hurry? Then, Wen Lin Yuan immediately signaled for a carriage to be prepared. He knew there had to be something urgent to tell him, otherwise they wouldn't have sent a summons. After a brief wash, Wen Lin Yuan then took a carriage and went straight to the palace, the Imperial Palace, the Qin King's palace. Father, you are looking for my son? Ing Zhang immediately stopped his hand movements after hearing Wen Lin Yuan. Yuqi, you're here. With that, he reached out and beckoned towards Wen Lin Yuan, signaling him to come over. After Wen Lin Yuan came to his side, only then did Ing Zhang speak. Today, I suddenly summoned you here for the matter of the Yin-Yang clan. The Shades? Wen Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Afterwards, Ing Zhang told Ling Yuan the whole story of how the moon god came to see him. As for Wen Lin Yuan, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh immediately after hearing this. This is a good plan of his Yin-Yang family. He didn't expect the Yin-Yang clan to bypass him directly and come to speak to Ing Zhang. Know that you have no mercy, but not in Ing Zhang's case. After all, the Yin-Yang clan knew very well that Ing Zhang was asking for their help. Immediately, Wen Lin Yuan asked, how do you feel about it, father? Ing Zhang's dragon eyes immediately turned cold. That bunch of losers from the Yin-Yang family. I've already given them too many chances in time. Now that I have attained immortality, even without them, I am already unafraid. And this time the 3-month period asked for from me must be intended for something. Yuqi, just watch it. Wen Lin Yuan nodded his head, understanding what Ing Zhang meant. Please, father, I'll leave this to my son. Ing Zhang then briefly asked a few more questions about that gainer. Yesterday Zhang Han came back to give him a report. Although he couldn't guess what Wen Lin Yuan wanted to do, he believed, so it was only a response. His Highness has his own plans and arrangements. In the face of Ing Zhang's inquiry, Wen Lin Yuan didn't tell him his plan, but instead sold a secret, telling him to just wait and hear the good news. Then Wen Lin Yuan left the palace. Just as Wen Lin Yuan had just left, Ing Zhang then called Zhang Han, and he was told to lead the shadow secret guards to hide in the shadows to protect Wen Lin Yuan's next move. At the same time, he was instructed not to show himself until it was absolutely necessary. Although Zhang Han was puzzled and didn't understand what His Highness the Crown Prince was going to do next, which caused His Majesty to command and admonish him like this, he finally obeyed the order and immediately led a group of shadow secret guards to leave the palace. After Wen Lin Yuan returned to his mansion in a carriage, he immediately called for White Foxface, and gathered together the 200 Rohanas that were refined. He also used his current status as the leader of the Luo Net to gather the Luo Net killers in and around Xianyang City, and he had only one purpose today. That would be slaughtering the Yin-Yang family. Since this group of fellows had refused to do so, he could not blame him, Wen Lin Yuan, for not giving face. After the assembly and reorganization were completed, Wen Lin Yuan then left the mansion with a group of horses and went straight to that Yin-Yang family's compound. And this movement of his, immediately, many of the city's dignitaries were alarmed. After all, the other party acted directly and blatantly, not hiding in the shadows at all. This caused these dignitaries to panic. The last time he made such a big move was the day those 9 ministers as well as Zhao Gao, the order of the central caravan, died. And this time, there's no telling who's going to be unlucky. And Zhang Han, who was hidden in the shadows, immediately revealed a face of shock after seeing the clear color of Ruohua around Wen Lin Yuan. He didn't realize that this Wen Lin Yuan even had a private force of his own, and one he'd never seen before. Just suddenly this big action led Zhang Han also cannot help but some curiosity up. What kind of person deserves this crown prince to make such a fuss? The Yin-Yang family residence. A group of figures suddenly airborne here and surrounded the entire Yin-Yang family, and the 2 Yin-Yang clan disciples who were responsible for guarding the entrance saw this, was about to go up and ask. 2 cold slashes instantly came face to face. Poof! The heads of the 2 men flew high in the air, blood spraying on the plaque behind them. It was White Foxface who struck. Before he came, Wen Lin Yuan gave a death order. There's no need for words today, just kill on sight. After all, it's not like they're here to reason. Then, Wen Lin Yuan briefly instructed the black puppet, as long as someone from the Yin-Yang family escapes from inside, they will be killed directly without the need to stay. then left the entire robo-killer outside. There's probably 150 or so. The other 200 Ruohua followed him towards the interior of the Yin Yang clan. Above aloft, Zheng Han looked out over the scene. A trace of deep shock passed through his pupils. He never expected that this crown prince would come to trouble the Yin Yang family. And the Yin Yang family is recognized as the second Taishan emperor within the city of Xianyang. There was even a saying circulating within the court. Don't mess with anyone but the Yin Yang family. This shows the status of its Yin and Yang family. But immediately after, Zheng Han seemed to understand something again. His Majesty had asked himself to secretly protect the crown prince. So he must have known that the crown prince was going to make a move against the Yin Yang family, which meant that his Majesty had tacitly approved of the matter? But what he couldn't figure out was, hasn't His Majesty been relying on the Yin Yang family to make immortality pills for him? Does it mean that His Majesty is no longer needed? Why else would he agree to His Highness the Crown Prince making a move against the Yin Yang clan East? Then Zheng Han shook his head again, signaling that these are not things one should think about. His top priority now, it is to ensure the safety of this prince. It's just that His Highness the Crown Prince has left so many people guarding this outside. Something is really going on in there. It's not like he's going to be able to rush in there in the first place. Now we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Plus the other side, winning Lin Yuan-led Ruhua had already killed his way into the abdomen of the Yin Yang clan's compound. Along the way, it could be said that the Yin Yang clan disciples were being slaughtered as they advanced. And this news soon reached the various elders in the Yin Yang family's top echelons. What? That Wen Lin Yuan personally leading the man is already close to killing the Astral Image Hall? What the hell is going on here? Isn't it still 7 whole days away from 10 days? How can he, Wen Lin Yuan, not keep his word? Where is His Excellency the East Emperor? Quickly go and invite His Excellency the Eastern Emperor. For a while, the Yin Yang family was in a mess internally. The news was too sudden, resulting in none of them having time to prepare. The moon god then had Star Soul lead the great young master to go ahead installed at winning Lin Yuan. On his own, he immediately went to Rosehang Hall and reported the matter to His Excellency the Eastern Emperor. She likewise couldn't figure it out in a million years. Didn't you say so yourself at Ing Zhang's place? Why is that Wen Lin Yuan still able to act like this? Chapter 20. This prince has met many geniuses, but they all called me a genius. Inside one of the great halls, when White Fox Face's hand rose and fell, the heads of several more Yin Yang family disciples fell to the ground. Fast and ruthless, the disciples of the Yin Yang clan on the side were all stunned by this battle and retreated backward, not daring to come forward again. This is clearly a human meat grinder. If you go, you die. Who dares to go? Winning Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched everything. From the time they came in until now, the Yin Yang clan disciples had killed no less than 100 people, but I haven't seen a single senior member of the Yin Yang family. What's the matter? Are you all so afraid of death? Just between his thoughts, a stern cry suddenly came from not far ahead. Stop! Looking around, 3 people with 6 eyes were gazing coldly at their side. Yo! Finally, the corners of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth rose, hooking up an arc. He really thought that these executives of the Yin Yang family were so afraid of death. One by one, they hid in the shadows and watched as their own disciples were slaughtered to death. There are a few with guts. It's just that Wen Lin Yuan didn't know it. It wasn't that Star Soul and the others were afraid. Rather, he was killing too fast. The crowd was still trying to get together to discuss what to do about it. Turns out this guy is on the verge of killing them in their lair. The 3 of them were then forced to come out early to block something. Wen Lin Yuan, my Yin Yang clan has never messed with you. Why are you killing my Yin Yang clan disciples like this? Star Soul spoke in a cold voice, questioning. Winning Lin Yuan, however, snorted. This prince gave your Yin Yang family 10 days, but as a result, you had to make your own deaths. So who can you blame? Since you guys are in such a hurry, then this prince will come and send you one layer is all. This statement was made. Behind Star Soul, the face of Dashin changed violently. She heard only one meaning from Wen Lin Yuan's words. It won't end today. In your eyes, is there any Qin law left? Do you realize how much damage will be done to the empire before what you did to my Yin Yang family today? Star Soul refused to stop and continued to press the issue. Losses? Winning Lin Yuan was happy. It's the empire's greatest loss to have you blood-sucking assholes, isn't it? He sucks the blood of the empire all day long, but he has no shame. Spending large amounts of resources on you guys is really worse than feeding them to the dogs. He was straight up cussing. The scolded Star Soul's face could be described as extremely ugly. As a genius young man of the Yin Yang clan, he was also one of the great Qin Protectorate venerables. As a result, they are now being called worse than dogs with their noses pointed in their faces. How could he swallow that? Even if the other party is the crown prince. So what? Offend him and pay the price just the same. Yes. With that, the Star Soul's face became gloomy. Wen Lin Yuan, you brought this on yourself. The other party was already like this, so there was no need for him to continue to speculate. Let's tear it up. Swish. Next moment, only a flash of the Star Soul's figure was seen, leaving behind a residual shadow that went straight towards Win Prosperity. He wanted to personally meet whether this Dechin prince had any strength or not. Nah, you all saw it. He started it. Winning Lin Yuan reached out and pointed. Before he moved, White Fox face behind him took a step forward and met him towards Star Soul with both swords in hand. Seeing this scene, the Grand Young Master did not act rashly. It wasn't like they were as impulsive as Star Soul. Bang! The two of them, Star Soul and White Fox face, collided head-on. The harsh blade light emerged from the air. It was as if the air had been cut open. Star Soul, on the other hand, kept using his fingers to fend off the blade light coming towards him. Looked a little lopsided, but still swimming. A few moments later, Star Soul tried out White Foxface's strength. Immediately, he sneered. It's just a Grand Master. I thought it was so great. With just one Grand Master powerhouse, you want to make their Inyan clan disappear from this world? Obviously a little too delusional. However, Wen Lin Yuan was still standing there quietly. He did not refute Star Soul's words. There's no need for a rebuttal in the main. To him, it's all just a bunch of people who are going to die. Swish. Next moment, Star Soul flexed his fingers, and they collided against the blade with a crisp thud, while his body flew backwards. After the test, it's time to strike out on your own next. Only to see that after he steadied his stance, his hands quickly pinched the spell. A ball of blue light flames had clearly emerged from the surface of his arms. It turned his face blue. This is a technique of gathering chi to form a blade, condensing the chi in the hand to form a glowing blade and chopping at the opponent, which is incredibly sharp. The power of the chi blade doubled with every power increase in this technique, and the power of a 40% power chi blade was already extraordinary, while the power of a two-handed combined attack with an 80% power chi blade was 16 times that of a one-handed attack. Again, it's Star Soul's claim to fame. When White Foxface saw this, her white pretty face showed a rare hint of gravity. One had to admit that the short man in front of her was the most powerful person she had encountered up to this point. But does that make her fearful? Apparently not. Just as White Foxface was about to touch base with it, Winning Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. You go deal with those two. Let this prince meet him. After saying that, a hint of greedy longing appeared in his pupils. It's like a hunter seeing his prey. A hint of disdain passed through Star Soul's eyes when he saw that he had switched opponents. He had heard some of these prince's deeds. How could a person who had disappeared for 10 years be compared to this talented young man of his own? After all, he hadn't slacked off a day in those 10 years. Self-importance. The words fell. Star Soul then made a lifelong leap, falling towards Wen Lin Yuan like a cannonball. Winning Lin Yuan saw this. In the next moment, his expression was frozen as he operated the reverse life triple in his body. A layer of pale white air instantly bubbled along the surface of his skin. This was only the first level, strengthening oneself, and Winning Lin Yuan couldn't do it yet to make his body aerosolized. But against a Star Soul, it was enough. After all, this white air was no ordinary air. It also contains the corrupting power of the Rakusen thief. Light blades with purple flames descended from the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming force. An ordinary person might not have been able to block this blow. However, Winning Lin Yuan only made one action, and that was to raise his arm and cross it in front of himself. Seek death. It was as if Star Soul had already seen the appearance of Wen Lin Yuan being cut in half by himself, but the moment the light blade landed on the arm, Star Soul's face changed violently. A whirlwind of giggling sounds. The Star Souls that stayed in the air even widened their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them with wide pupils. How can it be? He exclaimed. At this moment, the Star Soul only felt that his chi gathering into a blade was like a chopper splitting on a stone, hard and unbeatable, and most terrifyingly of all, the true chi in one's body was flowing out at a terrifying speed. Star Soul sensed something was wrong and hastily tried to pull out of the shock. Late. Winning Lin Yuan grinned. The white air on the surface was like a spiritual snake rapidly winding towards the Star Soul's arm. Only the blink of an eye. Both of Star Soul's arms, which had gathered chi into blades, were then covered in Wen Lin Yuan's white air. I hear your name is Boy Genius? I forgot to tell you, this prince has met many geniuses, but they all called me a genius. Chapter 21, Battle against the Eastern Emperor. The words had just fallen. White air that snaked around like a spiritual snake. It then wound its way up Star Soul's arm. It quickly corroded the blade of light that the true chi had condensed into. It was as if even the dust in the air was swallowed up by this power. A short moment, but it was a blink of an eye. The white air was like an invisible flooding beast. Contact was made with the body of the Star Spirit. Star Soul could only feel an unprecedented force eroding his kung fu. It was an invisible fear that consumed his will and strength like an abyss. Immediately after, he let out a harsh, agonized roar. That voice was filled with despair and resignation. At the sound of the voice, the two of them, the great young masters, hurriedly turned their heads to look. Yet the next moment, What they saw was a scene they will never forget. The white air was like a venom that corroded everything, corroding the Star Soul's body beyond recognition. His arms were already bloodied and blurred, leaving only the white bones outside. Even though the Star Soul had already exerted all his strength to urge his body's true chi to resist. However, the white air seemed to be even more excited, corroding faster and faster, as if it was going to devour his entire being. This 6 volts immortal thief and the reverse life triple are really a perfect match. Winning Lin Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, excitement flickering in his eyes. He didn't even think about it. It's amazing how these two can collide so wonderfully together. If one's reverse life triple cultivation reaches the 2nd level, it is possible to vaporize your own flesh and blood. How invincible would it be if it was coupled with the 6 volts of immortal thieves? However, just for a short while, Star Soul had turned into a puddle of blood, and the field was a miserable mess. How could the two of them, who were tangling with the white fox face, not expect it? Lord Star Soul unexpectedly died in a single glance. Just as the Grand Master was distracted, a berserk blade chi chopped from the side, so fast that it was like lightning cutting through the sky. Seeing this, Dasheen was horrified. She knew that she was too late, and could only fight to the death to defend herself, but at the same time, she also understood that even if she fought to the death to resist this knife, even if she didn't die, I'm afraid she would be seriously injured. Just in the nick of time, a force of yin and yang suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Dasheen, one black and one white, like two fish swimming in the air, interweaving a mysterious pattern. White Foxface's knife landed on top of that yin and yang power, but it didn't stir up the imagined waves. Instead, it was more like a mud cow entering the sea, directly absorbed, without releasing a bit of the power that it should have. White Foxface frowned. She knew someone must have just stepped in to help, otherwise, his own slash would have definitely hit the woman in the red dress severely. The thought just came. Two figures then slowly walked out from the distance, and when the surrounding Yin-Yang clan disciples saw these two figures, their faces were all overjoyed, and they opened their mouths to shout. It's His Excellency the Eastern Emperor and Lord Moon God. His Excellency the East Emperor is here. We are saved. Your Excellency the Eastern Emperor, Lord Moon God. He killed Lord Starsoul. Please, you must avenge Lord Starsoul's death. Listen to the voice. The ghostly pupil beneath the mask of Dong Huang Tai quickly flashed through a strange fluctuation. The moon god's face, on the other hand, became incredibly ugly. The Star Soul is dead? She couldn't believe the result. One must know that within the entire Yin-Yang family, the one whose battle power was second only to His Excellency the Eastern Emperor was his Star Soul. Even he was not its match. Such a human pillar of her Yin-Yang family was gone, which could be considered a great loss for the Yin-Yang family. As for Wen Lin Yuan, his expression remained unchanged after the two figures, still gazing with the same disdainful gaze as if he were looking at garbage. What about East King Tai? Since he dared to come himself today, it showed that he had no fear of this so-called leader of the Yin-Yang family. Ing Zhang sent you? Just then, the Eastern Emperor Tai spoke. You need an order from Pops to liquidate you. A Yin-Yang family? What a mouthful. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi snorted coldly. Do you know the consequences of what you did today? Consequences? In this prince's case, there are no consequences. Winning Lin Yuan responded with contempt. Yes? Then let this seat meet your arrogant and ignorant little child. After saying that, Dong Huang Tai's entire body rose up into the air and hovered in the air. When Wen Lin Yuan saw this, he suddenly realized. TSK. It turns out that it refers to the Xian realm. No wonder it's so grounded. Only when one reached the finger Xian realm did one have the power to reach the heavens and enter the earth. However, a small finger Xian was just a small finger Xian, and winning Lin Yuan likewise did not place it in his heart. It was just right to use this opportunity to try out his magic weapon. Next, with a dashing movement, Wen Lin Yuan reached out and flipped his hand. From the devouring sack, he slowly took out several exclusive magic treasures that he had carefully refined. Each piece exudes a unique glow that is striking. The first thing that caught my eye was the soul-shaking bell. An exquisite golden bell, held in Wen Lin Yuan's hand, looked particularly dazzling. This bell is extraordinary. With just one shake, you can unleash a fierce attack on the soul through the crisp ringing sound it emits, leaving you defenseless. I'll ask you to try this first. The corner of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Before the words left his mouth, he shook the soul-shaking bell in his hand quickly and forcefully. The sound of clanking echoed around the room. It is like a magic sound that penetrates the ears and strikes the heart. The surrounding disciples of the Yin-Yang clan took the brunt of it. One by one, they covered their heads and rolled on the ground in agony. Their facial expressions twisted to the extreme. It was clear that it could no longer withstand the shock of the sound wave. The moon god, the great young master and the other three were also trembling, their faces pale from the sudden sonic attack. Apparently it's been affected in no small way as well. The only one who was present was Dong Huang Tai. As the only finger Xian realm powerhouse present, he's doing slightly better. It also felt the pressure, but did not lose its temper like the others. Seeing this, an imperceptible cold smile flashed in Wenlin Yuan's eyes. He was not surprised that Dong Huangtai was able to catch his soul-shaking Bell's attack. After all, his opponent's strength was there. Although the effect of this attack on the East Emperor Tai was not as significant as it was on the others, it was still enough, and had at least disrupted the opponent's position. Soul attack? Dong Huangtai was secretly surprised in his heart. He didn't think that winning Lin Yuan even possessed such a means. Immediately, he raised his hands, the power of yin and yang encircling his body from all around him, just like an honorable heavenly god descending to the earth, exuding an unrivaled aura. If it were any other person, perhaps one would truly be shocked by the aura that the Eastern Emperor Taichi was exuding at the moment, but Wenlin Yuan was an exception. He's a man who's going to be through the roof in the future. Scare who? Immediately afterward, one could only see the slightest movement of Wenlin Yuan's figure and a flick of his wrist. The Six Harmonies bead that shone with a blazing red light was like an arrow that had left the strings, cutting through the sky and throwing itself in the direction of the Eastern Emperor Tai with unerring precision. The hexagram pearl, a small red sphere with a rounded shape, has the magical ability to soar freely through the air. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious tacit understanding between the six beads, capable of cooperating with each other to form an impenetrable boundary that would firmly imprison the opponent, or a tripwire-like existence chained between two beads that binds the enemy's movement. Seeing this, a trace of gravity flashed in the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Immediately, he gathered up the yin and yang power in his body and slapped out with a palm. The palm wind whistled, carrying the might of destroying the sky and the earth. The terrifying power collided violently with the boundary formed by the hexagonal bead, erupting into an intense wave. Like a raging wave, it quickly spread out in all directions, setting off a burst of intense energy ripples. Dong Huangtai's face changed slightly surprised. He knew deep down that the power of his palm was enough to kill a Grandmaster-level powerhouse in seconds. However, the boundary formed by that hexagonal bead was, however, like a bronze wall, not damaged in the slightest. This kind of magic weapon can never be refined by an ordinary person. Dong Huangtai secretly pondered in his heart. There was bound to be a mysterious figure of high strength behind Wenlin Yuan who was secretly helping him. Otherwise, how could he have dared to be such a confident enemy of himself? For a moment, it was as if the Eastern Emperor Taichi understood many things, and all mysteries were solved, but he didn't feel intimidated or deterred by it. In his opinion, it was too delusional to attempt to trap himself with a single magic weapon. As the East Emperor Tai continued to transport his energy, the power of yin and yang behind him grew denser and denser, eventually intersecting and fusing to form a huge yin and yang diagram that was suspended in midair, emitting a mysterious and unpredictable aura. Go! The Eastern Emperor Taichi lightly drank, only to see that at the center of the yin-yang diagram, a yin-yang fish with an open bloody mouth leapt out violently, carrying a monstrous momentum like a furious sea dragon, sweeping towards where Wenlin Yuan was. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, winning Lin Yuan, however, only glanced at it faintly. The expression remained calm and steady as a mountain, just as that yin and yang fish was about to come to him, while preparing to swallow it in one gulp. Swish! Scarlet red Wu Do armor instantly emerged from the surface of Wenlin Yuan's skin, wrapping his entire body tightly. Immediately after that, winning Lin Yuan similarly opened his mouth and met him. Boom! Just one shot. That yin and yang fish then lost half of its body, and Wenlin Yuan rode on that yin yang fish and chewed on it with great gusto. In front of the Six Banks immortal thief, everything could become his food, and this yin yang fish was naturally no exception. Chapter 22 Death of the Eastern Emperor. What? East Emperor Tai saw this scene. The ghostly pupils under the mask couldn't stop jumping up wildly. It was clear from this that he must have looked appalled at the moment, to know the force of yin and yang that he had just unleashed. However, after countless days and nights of profoundly comprehending the mysteries of the Tsunlong 7 constellations, it was condensed into an overwhelming power. Even a Fingerxian realm powerhouse would need to retreat in the face of this force, not daring to easily take a hard swing. However, this great Qin crown prince, not only did he resist it with just his physical body, he even ate it raw in front of him. What kind of freak is this? What? Surprised? The corner of Wenlin Yuan's mouth curled up into a playful smile. Another bite off the yin-yang fish that was condensed from the power of yin and yang. At this moment, less than a third of that yin-yang fish's body was left. As he took this bite, Dong Huangtai's body once again trembled involuntarily. It was a manifestation of his true qi. The equivalent of what the other party was devouring at the moment was his cultivation and power. Deeply sensing that it was not good, East Emperor Tai hurriedly pinched his spell again in an attempt to recall the crippled yin and yang fish. But wouldn't Wenlin Yuan easily let go of this tasty treat that came into his hands? Just as the yin and yang fish are about to return, he took a sharp bite and devoured it all. Put! Donghuang Tai finally couldn't help himself. A splash of green blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth under the mask, clearly having suffered a minor internal injury. His Excellency the Eastern Emperor. Around them, the Moon God, the Grand Priestess, and the others saw this, and their faces changed drastically. They had never imagined that East Emperor Tai Chi would actually suffer a loss at the hands of winning Lin Yuan. However, like an enraged beast, East Emperor Tai Chi hissed like mad, "Dare to break the seat's Tao, you deserve to die." Winning Lin Yuan, however, only gently shook his head, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "TSK, so out of shape. It's a great shame for the Yinyang clan to have a chief like you." These words were like sharp blades, piercing the heart of the Eastern Emperor Tai once again. He had always stood tall and enjoyed the admiration and worship of 10,000 people. When have you ever been so humiliated? Great Dao Yin Yang, Wuji Tai, give the seat to suppress him. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi shouted angrily and once again pinched his spell. This time, he used his last card. With the completion of the spell, the aura on his body was obviously much shriveled, as if drained of life force. Immediately after, the pair of yin and yang diagrams behind Donghuang Tai slowly opened once again, but this time, what surged out from it was no longer the leisurely yin and yang fish, but a huge palm that emitted endless dazzling golden light. This palm seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, the entire surrounding space trembled, as if even space could not withstand its pressure. "Yo, come again?" The corner of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth hooked up into a playful smile. At the same time greed flashed in his pupils. He really didn't expect that the East Emperor Tai Chi would be so unafraid of life and death that he would dare to fight with himself. Since the other side is so persistent, then one is naturally not polite. This gift, and he laughed it off. Just at the moment when that golden palm was about to fall like a titan, winning Lin Yuan suddenly sucked in violently, as if he wanted to suck the entire world into his body. Who dash? With this long and deep exhalation, a terrifying tornado storm formed around Wen Lin Yuan, while everything around it, including quite a few disciples of the Yin-Yang clan, they were mercilessly devoured in it. At the moment it was as if it had transformed into a black hole that swallowed everything, and no one could stop it. His Excellency the Eastern Emperor, stop it. The Moon God seemed to see the signs and immediately shouted, trying to get the Eastern Emperor to stop. Unfortunately, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had been overwhelmed by anger. He doesn't believe it anymore. Is it hard for a human body to be able to hold all of one's yin and yang power? He continuously increased his strength, feeding his true chi into that golden giant palm in a steady stream, attempting to completely destroy Wen Lin Yuan in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, Wen Lin Yuan felt that his body was undergoing a radical change. He felt a constant stream of air was converging from all directions. Next moment, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the second level of the reverse life triple. Winning Lin Yuan ignored it for the time being. Instead, the focus continues to be on the field. With the passing of a violent fluctuation like an earthquake, it took a moment for the field to regain its composure. But originally they were in the Great Hall. Today it is in ruins. There's debris everywhere. It was as if they had just gone through an apocalyptic cataclysm. The giant golden palm had disappeared without a trace, and the disciples of the Yin-Yang clan were all gone. The field was empty, only a broken look remained. No way. Donghuang Tai stood dumbfounded not far away, looking at what was in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. His black robe was in tatters. Even the mask was only half left, revealing half of his true face. Extremely wretched. At this moment, however, it was as if Wen Lin Yuan had shed his skin. His entire body, including his internal organs, bones, flesh and blood, were all vaporized and became as white as jade, standing there like a true immortal. Water and fire do not invade. Knife and axe do not hurt. All evils do not invade. All diseases do not arise, even if the severed limbs can be regenerated. This is the second level of the reverse life. Swish! Winning Lin Yuan's figure flickered and instantly moved in front of the Eastern Emperor Tai. The speed was so fast that even the Eastern Emperor Tai didn't have time to react. Although there are 3 weights of reverse life, the truth is that by the second weight it is already nearly invincible. Thanks to Old Iron for the experience bonanza. Winning Lin Yuan let out a light laugh and stretched out his white airy hand to gently pinch East Emperor Tai's face. With a thought, Donghuang Tai's entire body instantly vaporized in place and disappeared without a trace. There wasn't even time for a scream. Immediately after, another crisp electronic sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Yin-Yang clan and successfully changing history. Reward, 8 special skills, Spirit Dispatch. Grand Master Summoning Card X1. Subsequently, Winning Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the 3 remaining moon gods on the field. Aside from the Eastern Emperor Tai, only the 3 of them had survived the storm that had just occurred. Fear and anxiety were written all over all three of their faces at the moment. Don't kill me. De Simin was the first to fall to his knees and begged for forgiveness from Wen Lin Yuan. The two of them, Moon God and Xiao Siwei, were a bit hesitant. Let them beg like dogs. It's really a bit hard to accept. Winning Lin Yuan, on the other hand, sized up the three and pondered how to deal with them. But then, he seemed to think of something and then spoke. It's not impossible to leave you guys alive, but from now on, you will only take orders from me. De Simin sniffed and immediately responded. Of course there's no problem. And after weighing the pros and cons, the Moon God and Xiaosiwei also eventually chose to compromise. After all, it's the only way to go if you want to live. Chapter 23, The Detention of the Spirit and the Dispatch of the General. After successfully squaring away those troubles of the Yin Yang family, winning Lin Yuan was not idle. After all, how could he forget such a job as copying his family? The Yin Yang family hadn't been gnawing on De Qin's bones and drinking De Qin's blood all these years. Today, not only do we have to make them spit out everything they've eaten, but we also have to calculate the interest. With interest. In the meantime, somewhere in the corner of the Yin Yang family, the Cloud Lord Su Fu was busy carrying the pills he had worked so hard to refine over the years. These pills can be his heart and soul, his lifeblood. Even if he dies, he must take them with him. Stop. Just then, a sudden stern cry, like a thunderclap, exploded in Su Fu's ears, interrupting his greedy movements. He jerked his head up, only to see a woman dressed in white staring at him coldly. The coldness revealed in those eyes was enough to freeze everything. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Su Fu questioned with a harsh color. At the same time, his mind was secretly calculating how to deal with the situation in front of him. He thought to himself, as long as that Crown Prince Wen Lin Yuan didn't come in person, he had a way to fool everyone else. However, White Foxface clearly didn't give him any respite. Seeing that Su Fu had no intention of stopping, she didn't hesitate to pull out the saber at her waist, and with a flash of the saber's light, she went straight for Su Fu's vitals. Su Fu was shocked. He knew that if he did not show some means, I am afraid that it is difficult to escape today. Dharma, heaven and earth. Su Fu roared, his body instantly enveloped in a puff of white smoke. Immediately after, a huge figure slowly emerged from the smoke. That was the Dharma body that Su Fu had conjured up using the secret art of Yin and Yang, and it was incredibly powerful. However, in the face of this sudden behemoth, White Foxface only glanced at it lightly, the corner of her mouth hooking into a disdainful smile, pretending to be a god. The words were not yet spoken. Her figure flashed and she leaped up like a ghost. The saber in his hand carried a furious power and chopped at Su Fu's Dharma body with a momentum. Only a loud bang was heard. Su Fu's Dharma body actually collapsed under this slash from White Foxface, turning into bits of starlight that dissipated into the air. Su Fu looked at what was happening in front of him with an incredulous face. His own Dharma body was broken by the other party with a single slash. Before he could recover from his shock, a sharp cold aura had quietly approached his back. Su Fu only felt a coldness in his back. Just as he was about to turn around, a bloody light had splashed up. His life, thus, was frozen in this moment. White Foxface looked at the corpses on the ground and slowly returned her sword to its sheath, then turned to the hundreds of Ruohua behind her and ordered, transport all of these pills back to the Crown Prince's mansion. The Rohanas sniffed and acted immediately. Their movements were swift and orderly, as if they knew no fatigue. On the other hand, outside the Yin Yang clan's compound, Zhang Han was anxiously waiting with a group of shadow secret guards. He didn't know what was going on inside, but the sound of that violent turbulence made his heart go all over the place, and he always felt that something big was about to happen. Say it again. We are the shadow secret guards, ordered by His Majesty to come and protect His Highness the Crown Prince, Zhang Han said loudly, but those Luo net killers guarding the doorway were like stoners, dead set against the road. Zhang Han was about to make a hard break. Suddenly, a clear voice came out from inside. What brings General Zhang here? Zhang Han looked up, only to see Wen Lin Yuan walking out from inside with a group of people. He hurriedly explained, His Majesty was worried that His Highness the Crown Prince would be in some other situation, so he sent the last general to come and protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and waved his hand. General Zhang Han, please return. There's nothing more going on here. Zhang Han froze and pointed at the three people beside him. The Moon God and the Grand Xiao Shiwei, Your Highness. What are they? Oh, almost forgot. Winning Lin Yuan smiled. You go back for me and tell father that the Yin Yang family will cease to exist from today. When these words came out, Zhang Han's expression was shocked. What's that supposed to mean? Aren't the several elders of the Yin Yang clan all standing here properly? What's to say that the Yin Yang family no longer exists? Seeing Zhang Han's disbelieving look, Winning Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the three moon gods. You guys give him a talk. Only then did the moon god speak up. Lord Zhang Han, what His Highness the Crown Prince said is true. There will be no Yin Yang clan from today. After hearing the moon god himself admit it, Zhang Han directly froze in place. He looked at Wen Lin Yuan incredulously, his heart filled with doubt and shock. No one knew better than him what a huge existence the Yin Yang family was, but now it's gone. What the hell just happened in there? Winning Lin Yuan stepped forward and patted Zheng Han's shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you, General Zhang." After saying that, he left with the three moon gods. Zheng Han looked at Wen Lin Yuan's departing back, a strange light flickering in his pupils. Is that why His Majesty chose to make him the crown prince? For some reason, Zheng Han felt for the first time that he could not see through a person so well. It was as if this crown prince was full of mystery and the unknown. It was also from this moment that he was interested in this crown prince, wanting to personally peel back that layer of mystery and get a glimpse of its true colors. Eventually, Zheng Han also left with the shadow secret guards. He will report everything that happened here to Yingzheng truthfully, just as Wen Lin Yuan instructed. And inside the city of Xianyang, the news of the destruction of the Yin Yang family spread quickly like wildfire. For a while, the entire Xianyang city was in a state of shock and trepidation. People don't know what has changed in the Yin Yang family today, but that doesn't stop them from understanding one thing. Don't offend anyone but the Crown Prince Wen Lin Yuan, because offending others might still have a chance to live. But offending Wen Lin Yuan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The extent of his ruthlessness was enough to make the entire Xianyang city tremble. And at this time inside the Crown Prince's residence, Winning Lin Yuan was waiting impatiently to return to his room. This time in addition to the rewards, what surprised him the most was that his reverse life third gravity had actually broken through as well. Is this the fabled talent? One must know that the reverse life triple triads started from the beginning, and breaking through each of them could be considered more difficult than climbing up to the heavens. And how long has he been practicing this? It had already broken through to the second level. What is this if not a gift? The second weight of the reverse life allows Wen Lin Yuan's most intuitive feeling is that he can make his limbs and bones, 5 organs and 6 bowels can be gasification. To put it in layman's terms, it would be harder than climbing up to heaven to kill him now. Afterward, Wen Lin Yuan placed his gaze above the main event this time, one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the detention of the spirit and the dispatch of the general. Simply put, the detaining spirit dispatch is the ultimate in sorcery and shamanic abilities, as the name suggests, can manipulate souls and turn some of their abilities to their own use. Before the detaining spirit dispenser, any spirit body must submit. Chapter 24, Innate Sword Immortal Embryo. The mysterious and enigmatic elves are prevalent in any world. There are some extremely fortunate animals that are able to accidentally open their minds to a whole new realm in a rare opportunity. These animals that have opened their minds are given extremely rare opportunities to practice. After all the trials and tribulations, it gradually transforms into a spirit form with great power. In addition, there are also some human cultivators with high levels of cultivation who, after passing away, make offerings if someone continues to do so. Their souls can also remain on Earth temporarily in spirit form. However, these human cultivators who existed in spirit form often did not remain as long as animals. Human cultivators could only retain their spirit form for a decade or so at most, whereas it is not uncommon for animal spirits to remain for millennia. If Wen Lin Yuan remembered correctly, in his previous life on the Blue Star where he was located, there was a legend circulating in the hometown of Northeast Exodus Immortal. They honored those animals that had cultivated to the point of being able to appear in spirit form as immortals, and the disciples of Azumasen will keep making offerings to the same immortal for generations to come. After being recognized by the immortals, they can then borrow the power of the immortals to fight for themselves. You can even just invite the immortal to yourself and have the immortal fight in your place and be invincible. And the average wizard can usually only harness one spirit, and it also requires an extremely good relationship with the spirit in order to manipulate it to fight for you. Take the Azumasen lineage in the Northeast as an example. An Exodus immortal disciple will only establish a deep connection with one spirit in his lifetime. However, the strange skill of detaining spirits and dispatching generals allows the user to manipulate multiple spirits at the same time, displaying incomparable strength. Not only that, but a double life, i.e., both physical and spiritual integrity, is the most perfect form of life. Those spiritual bodies that existed only in a mental state, even if they were powerful, were only crippled existences. The spirit detainer will find the unknown weakness of the spirit and skillfully use it to make the spirit obey him, her unconditionally. No matter how high a sorcerer's cultivation level is or how strong his or her spiritual body is, as long as one spirit body is released in front of it, the spirit detaining dispenser will be able to forcibly snatch the other's spirit body, ignoring the spirit's will. Both necromancers and elves have to obey. The spirit dispatchers also have an extremely special ability, serving the spirit. It can eat the spirit and thus permanently enhance itself. After receiving the strange skill of spirit detention and dispatch, Winning Lin Yuan only felt that he had now become frighteningly powerful. After all, there had never been a person who was able to combine 3 of the 8 wondrous techniques at the same time. What's more, He also possessed the reverse life triple that could stand alongside the 8 wondrous techniques. Then, winning Lin Yuan looked at the other reward with anticipation. I don't know what kind of Grand Master Magnificent with extraordinary strength can be summoned this time. Forget the pretty girls, let's have a slugger. Winning Lin Yuan prayed silently in his heart. After all, he'd feel much more at ease ordering the slugger to do his job. Of course, that's not to say that White Foxface isn't capable. Instead, they always let a woman with skin like this, beautiful as a flower, to do some rough and heavy work. It's really a bit inappropriate. Afterwards, Wen Lin Yuan threw the character's summoning card towards the front of the room. The golden light surfaced again. A few moments later, a figure slowly emerged from it. However, winning Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. How come it's a woman again? Looking at the pair of hidden peaks in the golden light, the features were already very obvious. Wait for the golden light to dissipate. A woman with a high ponytail thoroughly appeared in Wen Lin Yuan's field of vision. She was dressed in black, with a drapery hat on her head, fine eyes and vermilion lips, a thin veil covering her face, and a well-proportioned figure, neither slender nor plump. A long sword with a snow-white scabbard and a narrow sword with a green sheath hung from their waists respectively. Valiant and majestic. Look carefully. Her face is extremely beautiful, just permeated with the spirit of perseverance, completely overpowering the powdered gas, so that people cannot help but be moved by it. Ning Yao, see master. As the words fell, the identity data panel about the woman in front of him also refreshed in Wen Lin Yuan's pupils. Character, Ning Yao. Strength, Grand Master. Loyalty, 100%. From Sword World, Flying Sword, Junxian, Tianjun. Weapon, Kenshin. Evaluation, an innate sword immortal embryo. Far beyond other sword cultivators by several realms. Born with a clear sword heart, possessing one of the 4 immortal swords. Heavenly innocence. Get up. Winning Lin Yuan gave a sign. Now that we're here, we're all on our own. Naturally he wouldn't mind not. Many thanks, master. Only then did Ning Yao get up. Winning Lin Yuan then commanded the same way he commanded White Foxface. Just let it address itself as prince. As for the master, it's not too late to call him when he's in the circle. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Wen Lin Yuan called for White Foxface and asked her to take Ning Yao down to familiarize herself with the world. For his part, he planned to make a trip to the palace. The Yin Yang family is now extinct. At least you have to give that cheap old man an explanation, is not it? In the meantime, the house of the eldest duke, Fusu and Meng Tian both looked at the latest intelligence coming in front of them, and their faces both had a shocked look on them. What on earth is this 19th brother up to? Why are you suddenly snapping at the Yin Yang family for a good reason? Fuso was really puzzled. He didn't understand why this brother of his had become the crown prince since it's either windy or rainy. The situation in the empire itself was so dire that no one had dared to break the surface layer of balance over the years. But this 19th brother of his own does not care about that at all. He is worried that if this continues, it will hurt the foundation of the empire. And then he fears that the empire will be plunged into a place of no return. Monty shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He had been in the empire since he was a child, and could even be said to have grown up with Ying Zhang, but this was the first time he had seen such a ruthless and venomous male. For a while, Meng Tian couldn't help but lament in his heart. If you are half as ruthless as Wen Lin Yuan, I'm afraid it's not certain who is the crown prince today. No, I'll have to ask father myself. Is he just going to let the 19th brother go on with this nonsense? After saying that, Fusu asked Meng Tian to immediately go and prepare the carriage, ready to go to the palace. Meng Tian did not dissuade him from doing so, and at the same time intended to enter the palace with him. The other side, Winning Lin Yuan was already traveling in a carriage on the main road leading to the palace, but just as the carriage was passing an inn, Wen Lin Yuan, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted the curtains of the car and glanced towards the inside of that inn. Hep glimpsed the back of a man who was very different from the usual diners inside the inn. The figure carried an immortal aura when he raised his hands and feet, like a crane. It is unforgettable at first glance. Other people might not be clear. Could it be that he, Wen Lin Yuan, was still not clear? How could such a character appear within the city of Xianyang? It doesn't take much thought to guess that it must have come from outside. As to what purpose, Winning Lin Yuan didn't want to guess, nor was he too lazy to do so. Just don't get involved with yourself. Anyone who comes to Xianyang is a guest. Eventually, the corners of his mouth turned up and he rode off in his carriage. But just as the wagon had just passed, the figure inside the inn then stopped the movement of his hand. Wishful thinking up. Chapter 25. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, it's better to take the initiative. The Imperial Palace. The Qin King's Palace. Winning Lin Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of the bedchamber when he heard several familiar voices coming from inside. Father, you can't let 19th brother go on with this nonsense any longer. Nowadays, those remaining members of the 6 kingdoms have been eyeing us. the empire is really scarce in talent. This time 19th brother destroyed the Yin Yang family. The empire is like cutting off an arm. Fuso looked at Ing Zhang with a grave expression. It wasn't that he disliked Wen Lin Yuan's style, but it was all for the sake of the greater good. The situation in the empire today is not at all clear. You worry too much, big brother. Just then, before Wen Lin Yuan's person came in, his voice came in first. The crowd turned their heads toward the door when they heard the voice. Ing Zhang, who was in the middle of exhaling, couldn't help but stop. Next, the crowd then saw Wen Lin Yuan, who was dressed in a green lotus white robe, walk in from outside. After seeing Wen Lin Yuan, Fu Su immediately opened his mouth. 19th brother, you've come at the right time. Today I, as a big brother, will have to talk about you. After Wen Lin Yuan came to Ing Zhang and asked for instructions, he then smiled and opened his mouth. Big brother, I know what you're worried about, brother, but really, you don't need to worry. 19th brother, it's not that big brother is overly worried, but the situation the empire is facing today is not clear to you. Fu Su spoke in a serious tone. Then big brother might as well tell us about the situation in the empire today? Winning Lin Yuan came to be silky interested. Fu Su sniffed and looked at Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang, on the other hand, nodded his head in acquiescence. Seeing this, Fu Su took a breath. Then he said in a deep voice, ever since father's body became seriously ill, the world's sons and daughters and the remaining members of the six kingdoms have been moving against the empire. And we, after a word, Fu Su not only stated the situation of the empire today, but also expressed his own opinion. It was just that his point of view did not surprise Wen Lin Yuan. It is because it is still the same as Confucianism. Oh elder brother, I really can't blame my younger brother for contradicting you. If we really followed your line of thinking, I'm afraid the empire would have been torn apart alive by these beasts hiding in the shadows. Saying that, Wen Lin Yuan gazed towards Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang, on the other hand, remained silent, and even though a hint of anger could be seen between his brows, he still suppressed it stiffly. If it were unusual, I'm afraid I would have already told Fu Su to get lost. If you ask me, it's better to be proactive rather than sitting on the sidelines. Since they dare to hide in the shadows and spy on us, let's pull them out of the shadows, expose and exterminate them. When Ing Zhang heard these words from Wen Lin Yuan, the sullen indignation on his face only lessened considerably. When Fu Su heard this, he was about to speak again, but was directly interrupted by Ing Zhang. Meng Tian, take Fu Su down to reflect and reflect. Fu Su, huh? He didn't understand why he was sent down to reflect. As if Meng Tian understood why His Majesty had spoken these words, he immediately arched his hand and bowed, stating, here. Then, he dragged Fu Su and forced his way out. Seeing this appearance, Wen Lin Yuan helplessly shook his head. Even he could not save Fu Su, who was deeply poisoned by Confucianism. But although he couldn't save Fu Su, he could save the whole of Great Qin. This was enough for Wen Lin Yuan. When Fu Su's figure completely disappeared out of sight, only then did Ing Zhang speak slowly, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. Yuaner, your insights just now are very close to my heart. Sitting back and waiting for death is never the style of action of Great Qin. Throughout the dynasties, my Great Qin has been so enterprising and has never retreated. Winning Lin Yuan heard the words, secretly speculated in his heart, and tentatively asked, then Father Emperor's intention is, kill. Ing Zhang's reply was concise and powerful, just one word, but it revealed endless dominance and determination. Isn't that exactly how Great Qin has acted under his iron leadership over the years? Anyone who poses a threat to the empire will be killed without mercy. Anyone who is unwilling to submit to the will of the empire is equally hard to escape death. It was for this reason that the anti-Qin forces outside labeled him as a tyrant and accused him of killing innocents indiscriminately. However, he knew in his heart that he had never killed a single person by mistake, but only those who had bad intentions and wanted to subvert the empire. It's the sinners who will push Great Qin into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. They, who deserve to die, until after he succeeded in accomplishing the great feat of sweeping the six kingdoms and unifying the world. It was only then that he gradually restrained that harshness and dominance, and seldom killed indiscriminately again. However, what Wen Lin Yuan had just said had unexpectedly touched that memory deep within him. It brought back memories of those bloody, sword-fighting years. He knew that in this world of the weak and the strong, if he didn't take the initiative, he could only sit back and wait for someone else's butcher knife to fall. As Wen Lin Yuan said, taking the initiative was the only way to grasp the first opportunity and be invincible. My son understands. Ing Lin Yuan's reply was short and firm, and these 4 words seemed to be the best response to Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang looked at Wen Lin Yuan, and for some reason, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Perhaps it is in its body that I see my younger self. He is decisive and swift, and never drags his feet. Afterward, Ing Zhang briefly inquired about Gainer's situation. After learning that everything was under Wen Lin Yuan's control, he then said no more. Then, he began to show the results of his recent cultivation of the 6 vaults of immortal thieves. Well, the progress of cultivation is actually quite a bit faster than one would expect. It seems like Pops is quite a bit like me in terms of talent. Winning Lin Yuan secretly said in his heart, not only have you already felt your own innate one, there are even hidden signs of it starting to be introduced to the 6 internal organs. This is the first step in getting started with Raku First Thief, but it's also the hardest step. As long as we go over here, we'll be able to go all the way to the back, high and dry, because the back just needs to simmer. Nothing technical. Only after giving some pointers to Wen Lin Yuan did Wen Lin Yuan take his leave. Before leaving, he informed Ing Zhang that he might need to leave Xianyang for a while in the near future. When Ing Zhang heard this, he only nodded slightly and did not pursue the matter too much, because the moment the empire was handed over to Wen Lin Yuan, then he had never been so relieved. One needs to concentrate on only one thing now, that is to get the 6 banks of first thieves in their hands as soon as possible. In the meantime, somewhere in the valley woods, cold and windy and slightly deserted, only in its center stood a stone thrown out of place in its surroundings. It was covered with all kinds of mottled sword marks. No one knows exactly how many years of weathering it has endured, and on the stone throne was sitting a figure. The silky white hair was windless and domineering. Suddenly, a red-clothed enchanting woman standing at the bottom was the first to speak, breaking the layer of tranquility in the air. I heard that a marvelous male has appeared within the empire. In just a few days, it has caused a storm of bloodshed in the city of Xianyang. Hear that? The man sitting on the stone throne slowly raised his eyes and gazed deeply at the woman underneath. The matter of capturing Gaini that Ing Zhang seems to have left it in his hands. If that's the case, I'm sure we'll be able to meet this gentleman soon. Maybe we'll get another hand with the empire. After saying that, the woman in red smiled enchantingly. The corners of the mouth of the figure on the stone throne couldn't help but slowly rise. Interesting. Chapter 26, Preparing to Close the Net. 3 days later, the prince's residence. Winning Lin Yuan looked at the 2 magic artifacts suspended in the air in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. A magic weapon shaped like a dancing lion's head, flying through the air, would emit a shockwave similar to the lion's roar kung fu. The name is Empty Crying Roar. The other is the appearance of the Iron Ball magic weapon. Open the internal black with red air transport patterns, also can fly in the air, will absorb the opponent's air and air composition moves. The closer the greater the suction. Additionally, the power sucked away can be gathered to feed back on itself, but there is an upper limit to the capacity. The name is Stealing and Swallowing Beasts. Both of these magic weapons were offensive magic weapons, just what Wen Lin Yuan needed right now. Beyond that, he had also expanded Ruohua to 500 units in the course of the last few days, which were placed around his princely mansion, and as for the black and white figures, both were enhanced. Winning Lin Yuan fused the yin and yang technique with it. This was also the most fundamental purpose for him to leave the Moon God trio behind. It wasn't the 3 he was looking at, it was the yin and yang magic in them. When your own furnace is built, such an upper-rooted vessel will naturally be the best of the best. Just as Wen Lin Yuan had put the air-crying roar and the stealing swallowing beast into his devouring pouch and was about to get up and walk out of his room, a black figure suddenly appeared in the doorway. When Wen Lin Yuan pushed open the door of the room, the black figure kneeling on the ground immediately spoke, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Then Gaini has successfully entered the Organ City." Well, keep watching. Stand down. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head in greeting. Yes. After saying that, his figure disappeared. TSK. This Rolodex is just great. That's what it turns out to be. Just give the task and follow it up without worrying about yourself at all. It's a good thing he didn't exterminate Rohypnol in the first place. Otherwise, I don't know how much mental effort it would take to recultivate an intelligence network organization like this. Next, Winning Lin Yuan called for Ning Yao, White Foxface, and the others. Tell them to straighten up Kisame tonight. Tomorrow morning, head out of the city to purge the Imperial rebellion. It's time to reel in the nets that have been let out. Meanwhile, Wen Lin Yuan sent someone to the palace to send a message to Zhang Han. Tell him to wait at the gates of Xianyang City early tomorrow morning. Since he himself was going to go forward to purge the Imperial rebels, he naturally had to need a familiar person to lead the way, didn't he? With the news that Wen Lin Yuan was going out of the city to purge the Imperial rebels, the city of Xianyang was a hive of activity. Some ministers began to appreciate the crown prince. After all, such a great act had not been done by an imperial prince since ancient times. Some ministers, on the other hand, secretly rejoiced that this terrifying god of killing would finally leave Xianyang for the time being, which would be a good reprieve for them. After all, the pressure was suffocating them these days, but more than that, it was skeptical, because they don't believe that this crown prince is really so great and selfless that he personally went out of the city to clear out the rebels. The risk involved is very huge, let alone the fact that he, Wen Lin Yuan, was still the crown prince. Even ordinary princes would not allow themselves to take such a risk. The risk is too great and not proportional to the reward. Yet they are unaware of it. Winning Lin Yuan is exactly what others fear. I am greedy. When others were greedy, he was even greedier, because his gains, they're too proportional. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, at the gates of Xianyang, the clear-colored shadow secret guards were being neatly arranged to this point, and at the front of the line was none other than Zhang Han. Why hasn't His Highness the Crown Prince come yet? Muttered mentally. His own group of horses had been waiting here for almost an hour. Just as his thoughts were falling, a lilting sound of horses' hooves came from a distant convenience. A magnificent carriage slowly approached, pulled by 5 majestic colts. Each of these 5 precious colts possessed a streamlined body that was strong and robust, with black and shiny hair that moved with the wind like waves, and their eyes were even more glittering. A look at the legendary 1-in-a-million horse. As the saying goes, the Son of Heaven drove 6, the vassal drove 5, the minister drove 4, the great physician 3, the scholar 2, and the commoner 1. Nowadays, Wen Lin Yuan's status was on par with that of a vassal. It's natural that you can't afford to be pushy when you're traveling. A few moments later, the carriage stopped driving. Zhang Han immediately stepped forward and asked for instructions. Your Highness the Crown Prince, all has been prepared as you requested. I wonder when we'll start our journey. The words just fell. His afterglow then caught a glimpse of the black and white figures acting as horsemen in front of the carriage. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but stare. There was even a quick flash of horror in his pupils, because those two aren't even human. Let's go. Just then, Wen Lin Yuan's voice interrupted him. Yes, His Royal Highness the Prince. Zhang Han responded in a hurry. Then he turned and gestured to all the Shadowmist guards. The Shadowmist guards rolled onto their horses, leave in a ho-hum fashion in a formation that had been worked out in advance. After all, Zhang Han understood, this trip could be different from previous trips of His Majesty. Previously His Majesty's journeys had been by a route chosen as the safest, but today it is a case of knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. No one knows exactly what crises will be encountered along the way. In the meantime, somewhere in an attic in Xianyang City, Li Si and Wang Ben were watching the procession go away. Just a hint of surprise could be seen on both of their faces. They didn't expect it in any way. This crown prince had actually chosen to personally go and purge the Imperial rebels. But it's even stranger to be partial. His Majesty even agreed to it. It's not purely a fox joke. How can the world outside be as calm and peaceful as inside Xianyang City? And in their eyes, this 19th sun was again raised in a greenhouse. It disappeared for 10 years, but it certainly wasn't 10 years of wandering around. The menace out there is unimaginable. But even so, His Majesty not only didn't stop it, he even gave Zhang Han to that 19th male. This is what puzzles the duo the most. Does His Majesty really trust the 19th prince so much? Wang Ben couldn't help but say what was on his mind. As a military general, he should be more aware of just how difficult those rebels were to deal with than ordinary people. Reese sniffed, and a strange fluctuation flashed through his pupils. Perhaps, there is indeed a point in the 19th prince that is different from the norm. Beyond that, he couldn't really think of any more reasons. Until the team disappeared out of town, the duo then turned to leave. The other side, the city's head. Xiaoming looked at the group driving away in the distance. The most recent contact one had with this Imperial Crown Prince was the one at that tavern inn. It was that same encounter. It caused a hint of interest in her heart for this Imperial Prince. It was because she sensed an extraordinary aura fluctuation from Wen Lin Yuan. It was as if there was a slight resemblance to the yearning that one's heart sought. Immediately after, she looked slightly stunned, as if pondering some decision. Next moment, Xiaoming's originally cloudy icy pupils suddenly brightened a bit. The answer came to mind. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, he immediately followed. She would like to see what this Imperial Crown Prince was going to do. Chapter 27, The First Sword on the Coast, Chopping the Anti-Qin Man First. Majia Organ City, Inner City Lobby. All the commanders were present. Only the atmosphere was extraordinarily grave. I told you in the first place that I couldn't take him in, and this has led to trouble. Gao Jianli was the first to speak, breaking the layer of dead silence in the air. The crowd fell silent at the words, because when Gainey came to Organ City with Master Ban and the others, Gao Jianli intervened to stop Gainey from entering the city. But due to the strong consent of the crowd, he eventually had no choice but to compromise. But it was only a short time before the mischief that brought him into the city came. Gao, this is not the time to shirk your responsibilities. At that moment, the Snow Maiden opened her mouth to remind him. What we should be doing now is how to stop this Imperial charge against us. Gao Jianli sniffed and stopped talking, but kept up his silence. Seeing this, Pirate Plantar immediately helped to round up the scene. Gentlemen, it's just an attack by the Empire. What's there to worry about? Haven't we been through enough? Once these words came out, the expressions of the people in the arena immediately eased a lot. Right, scared less. If they want to break through the city, they'll have to ask me if this hammer is willing. Sledgehammer hefted the hammer on his back. Brother Ironhammer, that's what you said. Those Qin troops will be in your hands when the time comes. Ah. Hearing the thief Metatarsal's words, the great Ironhammer couldn't help but scratch his head. Then there has to be 1 or 2 helpers sent to me as well. No, don't flirt with Brother Ironhammer. The Snow Maiden stepped forward to relieve herself, then turned her head to look at the figure above her wearing a bucket hat and wrapped in a black robe. Giant Sun, do you know that Imperial Crown Prince? The figure known as the Giant Sun paused for a few seconds before speaking. Understand some, but not much. It is said that this prince is the 19th Duke of the Empire, who disappeared into Xianying 10 years ago to an unknown destination. Disappear for 10 years? The crowd was shocked at the words. A person who has disappeared for 10 years can still become the crown prince? This goes against the grain. The giant son of the Mo clan glanced at him, then continued. Just a short while ago, this 19th prince suddenly appeared in Xianyang and met with Ing Zhang alone. After that, it was as if Ing Zhang had changed. Not only did he pass the crown to the 19th son, he even gave him the power to kill. As for what happened back there, I'm sure you've all heard about it. It is that Zhao Gao, the order of the central caravan, and the 18th son, Hu Hai, who both died at the hands of this 19th prince. Listening to the words of the Mahist giant, the crowd was once again in a state of shock and clamor. The great Ironhammer couldn't help but frown. It seems that this son is also a ruthless person. On the side of the pirate Metatarsal stretched out his hands pillowed under the back of his head, leisurely said, the old man is also so. The sun can be good to wear? That's all I understand to know. The words of the giant son of the Mosey family had just fallen. It was as if Steeler had thought of something. Having only just laid down, he suddenly sat up. Although we don't know much about this imperial prince, there is one person who does. After all, he's been with that tyrant for so many years. He must be familiar with these so-called what's-his-name royals and dukes and whatnot. Steeler's words brightened everyone's eyes. A figure slowly emerged in all hearts. It was that Gainey. It was just that Gainey was now being held inside a stone house on the edge of a cliff. It's definitely not appropriate to put it out. Had to go to him and ask. In the end, this task was given to the Snow Maiden as well as the 2 thieves, plus the other side. Winning Lin Yuan didn't bring the Moon God and the others with him this time out of the city, and only brought Ning Yao and White Fox Face with him. Black and white dolls don't count as people. As for Rahana, the phallic sacks were simply filled with 200 people. He knew that this amount of manpower might not be enough. That's why I practice when I have nothing else to do on the road. Anyway, he had quite a few supplies in his phallic pouch. As per current proficiency, in almost 1 incense stick time, Winning Lin Yuan could practice 10 ruahua. That speed, it had been horrifying. And there is only one destination for this one. That's the Murray Machine City. This was also the fundamental reason why Wen Lin Yuan had let Gainey go in the first place. All along, the Organ City has been called by the anti-Qin people in the world as the world's paradise and the devil's realm beyond the sky. Not only is it the Majia residence, but also the safest hiding place for anti-Qin people from all over the world. The Mahists, as one of the 100 schools of thought, were the most vocal advocates of anti-Qin. Naturally, Wen Lin Yuan would not allow such an evil force to exist. What he was going to do this time was to take the Mo family first. Although there was only one Majia under the sky, there were countless anti-Qin forces like the Majia. Just settle the Murray family this time. Not only does it serve as an example to others, but it also serves as an example to others. Most of all, one changes history and thus can be rewarded. That was the main way for Wen Lin Yuan to improve himself. Of course, this was the first step of Wen Lin Yuan's journey to purge the anti-Qin forces, but it was by no means the last. As long as there is an anti-Qin force left under the sky, then he will refuse to stop for a moment. 2 days later, Zheng Han steered his horse to the carriage in which Wen Lin Yuan was riding. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the front will pass through the county town of Lingyu. Is it possible to rest for a moment in the county town? Ryuketsu County? Inside the carriage Wen Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, recalling the map of the Great Qin territory built of gravel that he had seen before he left. Lingyue County belongs to Sanchuan County, located in the upstream section of the Spirit Drainage Canal, backed by the Zhongshan Mountain, which is a real place with good mountains and good water. Go around. Winning Lin Yuan gave a sign. Anyway, the road is half over and you're not in a hurry. It's not impossible to enjoy the kingdom your cheap old man has built. Next, at Zheng Han's command, the army began to head in the direction where Lingyu County was located. About 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at the gates of Yang County. The surrounding people who entered and left the city stopped to watch after seeing a carriage pulled by 5 horses. Although they do not understand what the Son of Heaven driving 6, the vassals driving 5 said, but see such a powerful team, can also guess that the carriage sitting inside must be from the capital of a big man. Seeing this, the general stationed at the door immediately stepped forward and asked, who is here? Do you have a warrant to enter the city? Sitting on the back of his horse, Zheng Han's eyes glanced furtively. Immediately, he flashed out a token hanging at his waist. This token was given by Ing Zheng himself and is a true symbol of identity. Unfortunately, the general didn't seem to recognize it. What the hell? Is there a warrant to enter the city or not? If you don't have one, pull over and search them as usual, so that those behind you can enter the city first, the general said with incomparable bravado. And the reason he could be so bold was because he knew that no great man was likely to arrive in his county. Because even if there was, not only would the county office give advance notice, but there would also be adults from the specialized county office who would go out of town to meet them. But just like that, you might only run into it once in a decade. The shadow secret guards behind Zhang Han were just about to step forward, but he stopped them. Then, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "It's fine for you to delay me, but if you delay the lord in the carriage, not to mention you, the magistrate of this county can't afford it." The general's brow furrowed at that. He sensed a hint of something not quite right from that aura emanating from the other party. You need a pass order to enter the city. It's stipulated from above, and we're following the order. And may I ask, who is this person inside? The general said as he poked his head inside the carriage. Zhang Han, however, only calmly spat out a few words. His Royal Highness, the current Crown Prince. Chapter 28, A Cloud in the Northwestern Xian Sky. Phoenix falling into a flock of mountain chickens. Prince? The general's eyes were suddenly whiter than brass bells. If the one who comes is a county governor or a county minister, it is extremely important. Now tell him that the one who has come is a crown prince who is second only to his majesty in status? Isn't the sky falling directly on him? If this is because of the arrogant chastisement he just made, not to mention himself, I'm afraid that the county magistrate will have to lose his head. Duh, my lord, I have eyes but no eyes. I hope you will forgive me. The general hastened to beg for mercy, hoping to be able to cast a net. After all, he has an old man and a young man, and the whole family is counting on him to support them. Zhang Han, on the other hand, waved his hand and did not mean to blame him. The general then personally led the way in front of him, leading the crowd into the city, which was also considered to be a credit to him. In the meantime, inside the county courthouse, Zhao Tao, the county magistrate, and Lu Shengming, the county chancellor, were happily drinking wine, not knowing in the slightest that a great man had descended upon his head. Brother Zhao, these 2 months rake in more than we did before for half a year. Why don't we stop first and also let the people slow down? When Magistrate Zhao Tao heard this, he first picked up the bottle of wine on the table in front of him and took a sip before waving his hand and saying, "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to take care of the mountainside. In 5 days, there will be another one, and after this one, it's not too late to rest." The county minister, Lu Shengming, immediately let out a loud laugh. Not bad for Brother Zhao. What a way to milk them for all they're worth. How can you say that? Zhao Tao immediately retorted. It's been less than 10 years since we were assigned here. Haven't done anything against God's will in these 10 years, have you? It's not easy to get a chance, so naturally I have to think about myself. Even if not for ourselves, we have to think about those mouths behind us, don't we? Listening to Zhao Tao's words, Lu Shengming slowly nodded his head in recognition. And yes, we've done our duty over the years, but we're all close to losing the family because of it. Not like the ones in the next county, all fat and full, eating 5 and 6 a day. Just as the two were talking freely, suddenly, a henchman ran in from outside looking nervous. "Your Excellencies, something bad has happened." Lu Shengming, who was about to take a sip, almost choked when he heard this. "What's the panic? How many times have I taught you not to panic when things go wrong? Even if the sky collapses, aren't there still me and the magistrate?" Upon hearing this, that subordinate immediately took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the tension in his heart. After his complexion improved a bit, then he spoke. "Two lords, today's crown prince has already entered the city, and is currently rushing towards the county office." The wine that had just been in his mouth was sprayed right out. "What? Who?" The magistrate's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The expression on the magistrate's face on the side was similarly the same. "Prince, crown prince." Watching this scene, the subordinate's easily calmed mood once again tensed up. "You mean the current prince? That crown prince that his majesty himself appointed?" The magistrate's tone was filled with shock. "Yes." The underling nodded. "And where are they now?" the county commissioner asked in a hurry. "Already on Willow Street." Swish! At those words, the two men's faces changed. With that, they immediately stood up and looked at each other. Then he put on his own official clothes, straightened his appearance a little, and went out through the door. At the same time, Zhao Tao also gave an order. "Quickly, go and notify Lord County Lieutenant and tell him to wait at the entrance of the county office immediately." Not a moment too soon, the county lieutenant Li Tuchuan came to the entrance of the county office. Looking at the crowd that had already set up to greet the formation, he was immediately shaken, and the trace of doubt in his heart completely disappeared into thin air. He walked up and immediately saw the Zhao Tao duo at the front of the group. It was just that the two of them looked incredibly serious at the moment, and it could be said that they had never been this formal before. What the hell is going on here? Why has the prince come to our bird-damned land? Once he stepped forward, Li Tuchuan couldn't help but inquire. He really couldn't figure out. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, not staying well in the palace, nothing to come to them for? Isn't this just pure pressure on them? It's like what? Like a phoenix suddenly coming from the henhouse. And most importantly, if you come, you can say hello beforehand, so they can prepare. But with this sudden arrival, wouldn't the sky fall for them if they weren't entertained anywhere? Lu Shengming shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the way either. His head was scratching and he couldn't figure out why that crown prince would come to them. And has anyone been sent forward to deliver the letter from the Lord Sheriff's side? Li Tuchuan continued to ask. The sheriff is the equivalent of their top boss. It's already gone. Lu Shengming nodded his head. The words just fell. Zhao Tao then signaled. Coming. Swish. At those words, everyone raised their eyes. Hershey then saw a team appear at the end of the street. And when the three of them saw the ride, which was pulled by 5 horses, their expressions changed. This Nima is a vassal-level character even if he's not a prince. As the carriage traveled to a stop in front of the county courthouse, the three of them then took a step forward in a hurry. Magistrate Zhao Tao, County Chancellor Lu Shengming, County Lieutenant Li Tuchuan, here to welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and all the lords. When he finished, he bowed and saluted. The curtain of the car lifted, and Wenlin Yuan walked out from it. First, he raised his eyes and glanced at the plaque of the county office, then his eyes sized up the trio again. Who is the magistrate? Seeing this, Zhao Tao hurriedly raised his hand in greeting. Your Highness the Crown Prince, my humble servant is the magistrate of Lingyu County. Aha! Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head and stepped down from the carriage. The plaque should be changed. After saying that, he led Ning Yao, White Foxface, and the others straight towards the inside of the county courthouse. The three men looked at each other when they saw this. This Crown Prince is really urbane. He has to carry a beautiful woman with him wherever he goes. Zhao Tao then asked his men to immediately go down and designate a new plaque to replace it, and Li Tuchuan went to settle down the shadow secret guards, while himself and Lu Shengming immediately followed. County Hall. Winning Lin Yuan sat on the main seat at the very top. Sitting on the bottom two sides were really the magistrate and the county minister. Winning Lin Yuan could see the nervousness of the two and immediately opened his mouth to signal. You don't have to be nervous, this prince is just passing through, so he came to rest for the night and will depart early tomorrow morning. The two of them sniffed and were relieved. It's okay. It's just for one night. I'm going to have to get through this night, dead or alive. Afterwards, Zhao Tao opened his mouth and patted the horses. Your Highness the Crown Prince can come to this county, which really makes this county shine. If Your Highness the Crown Prince needs, please feel free to send me and so on. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Just then, settled Zhang Han also came to the lobby did not. As soon as he came in, he opened his mouth to ask Lu Tao, why are the conditions inside the city so different from those outside? The popular inhabitants outside the city seem to be more enthusiastic, while inside the city is stagnant, and the doors of the houses are almost always closed. When Zhao Tao and Lu Shengming heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but only for a moment. It returned to normal, but even so, it didn't escape Wen Lin Yuan's eyes, and he caught this slight change in the two men's faces. There are cats. After the team went inside the county, he and Zhang Han then noticed the strange phenomenon. Who shuts their front door tight in the middle of the day? And it's true in every home. Something must have happened in the city to make it so. At this moment, Lu Shengming immediately opened his mouth to explain. Your Highness, Your Excellency, you are unaware. This has been the way of life of the people of this county up to the time of its establishment, and it has become a habit over time. Yes? Winning Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of intrigue coalesced. Of course, and how dare my humble servant deceive His Highness the Crown Prince? Lu Shengming nodded his head in a hurry. The crowd then chatted briefly and freely for a while. Then Wen Lin Yuan asked them to retire on the grounds that he was preparing to rest. As to whether or not it's really what that county commissioner said, we'll find out tonight when we send Chapter Hand out to do some scouting. Chapter 29 Whoever opposes Qin, I will kill him. It's night. The night is deep. Inside the room where Wen Lin Yuan was, he was listening to Zhang Han's report with quiet ears. Your Highness, that's about all that was learned. A few hours ago, he sent Zhang Han to go door to door in the city and make some inquiries. In the beginning no family of the people was willing to tell the truth. After all, they understand in their hearts, the Lord from above is just a short stay of a few days, but once a few days to leave, the suffering is again their own. So, they are almost humanly guarded. It was from a little girl's house that the situation was finally broken. There was also an old man in that little girl's family who was her grandfather, and as for the girl's parents, they were said to have died at the hands of a group of roving bandits. And this group of roving bandits are still at large. And when Zhang Han wanted to get to know some more about this group of roving bandits, he was stopped by her grandfather. Zhang Han then returned to report what he had learned to Wen Lin Yuan. In that case, the people were disturbed by this group of roving bandits. Winning Lin Yuan frowned and pondered. He didn't think that after all these years of unification of the world, there was still this kind of problem plaguing these small counties. The people of the city seemed to be very afraid of this group of roving bandits. Your Royal Highness, should we not let that magistrate come over to cross-examine him? Zhang Han proposed. However, Wen Lin Yuan shook his head. During the daytime none of those three had mentioned the matter to Zidi, indicating that they knew it in their hearts and were unwilling to let anyone come and intervene. However, he had already sent Ning Yao to keep an eye on them, and if there was the slightest stirring of the wind, he would immediately return to report back to himself. Winning Lin Yuan didn't believe that those three guys were this calm. In the meantime, inside one of the rooms at the county courthouse, Zhao Tao's three people were gathering here. Only their faces were all a bit ugly. So will the prince find out about us? Lu Shengming couldn't help but ask. It turned out that there was a mountain to the south of Lingyue County, which they called the 100-Spirit Mountain, and the 100-Spirit Mountain living a group of bandits, burning and plundering no evil. The entire Sanchuan County within the county are deeply victimized. The people are even more miserable. The top had also sent troops to clean up this group of roving bandits, but all of them returned without any success, and eventually ended up with nothing. This also led to the group of bandits increasingly rampant, but also from time to time to go down the mountain randomly to a county to rob supplies, population and so on. In order to survive, Lu Tao's trio had to compromise with this group of roving bandits. After all, the top can't do anything about it, and they, the ordinary people living in the area, can do even less, and if they don't compromise, they fear even more serious retaliation. What with the extermination of the whole family being the least of it. Perhaps after more contact with that group of roving bandits, the mentality of the three gradually changed. Every time the roving bandits arrived in Lingyu County the day before, they would get the news and the three of them would prepare the supplies they needed in advance, and there were even some unreasonable requests that they would fulfill. At the same time, the three were able to make some money out of it as compensation. In other words, there is either graft or corruption in the county offices of Lingyue County today. It was this that Lu Shengming was worried about today. After all, once this bit of unseen matter on their own several people was exposed, then what awaited them would be a dead end. I guess not. Then didn't His Highness the Crown Prince say he would only stay for one night? He's leaving first thing in the morning. So what's the worry? Li Tukyuan waved his hand. Besides, what can you find out in one night? Really think you're a sleuth? At this time, the county magistrate Zhao Tao spoke up. He reminded the two. Either way, pay attention tonight. The three then left each other. It's just that they don't realize it. His own conversation had already been heard by Ning Yao outside the door. When Ning Yao came back, he told all that he had heard to Wen Lin Yuan. Zhang Han, who was on the side, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. These three guys can do such animal behavior. As the head of a county, not thinking about how to benefit the people, but even cooperate with the bandits to oppress the people. This is not an animal is what? Your Highness, why don't we arrest the three of them here and make them confess their crimes? Zhang Han opened his mouth for instructions. He couldn't stand it anyway. When Winning Lin Yuan nodded, Zhang Han quickly exited the room. The shadow secret guards are doing their job and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Only about an incense stick of time had passed. The three who were in a beautiful dream were then forcibly brought to Wen Lin Yuan's room. The sudden move left all three in a daze. If there's a real problem, just send someone to let me know. How come you're still moving directly to the ground? However, Zhang Han's next sentence directly caused the three to have a jolt of excitement, instantly losing their sleepiness. To be in league with the roving bandits and oppress the people. Are you three guilty? Swish! Li Tuchuan was the first to react, directly kneeling on both knees. Your Royal Highness, my lord, spare your life. It's not that I wanted this, it was forced on me by the two of them. While saying that, he pointed at Zhao Tao's duo. The Zhao Tao duo also reacted at the first time, and immediately cursed angrily animal before similarly falling to their knees and starting to beg for forgiveness. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that group of roving bandits is strong and tough. It's not that we want to compromise, but we have no other way, because if we don't compromise, there will be a terrible retaliation not only for us, but also for the people of the city. Zhao Tao was in tears and kept narrating. Then he carried out the performance he had done for the county and the people with great diligence all these years, and prayed that his life might be spared. At Zhang Han's request again, the three of them retold the complete story all over again. Wen Lin Yuan was sort of glowing with realization. As the troops sent from above failed to uproot this group of roving bandits each time, it became increasingly rampant and developed rapidly, and the anger generated by the roving bandits as a result of being purged was inflicted on the people of the local counties after the troops had left. In the end, under the helplessness, many county magistrates and other high-ranking officials could only learn of the compromise, because they knew that going against it would not end well. This prince is willing to give you a chance to make up for your mistakes, seeing as you are not voluntarily consorting with the roving bandits. As if they had seen a lifesaver, the three of them frantically nodded their heads to indicate their willingness. Then, Wenlin Yuan stated his intentions. That's to purge this group of roving bandits, to be this arrogant and domineering on Great Qin's territory. This is really not treating them as human beings. Since this was the case, Wenlin Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense. Straight away, they'll get an early death. At the same time, this responds to a point. The level of corruption within the empire has reached a point of disbelief. Surprisingly, even such a small band of roving bandits could not be eliminated and uprooted. Is it a moral decline or a twisting of human nature? Since no one else could do it, then he, Wenlin Yuan, would do it himself. The bandits also belonged to the anti-Qin forces. Then there was no way he, Wenlin Yuan, would sit back and do nothing. Afterward, Wenlin Yuan gave the order. Tomorrow morning, we'll lead the troops to the so-called 100 Spirit Mountain, clean up this group of roving bandits, return the people living in this world of peace. Chapter 30, The 8 Vajra. For a while, news spread that Lingyu County was preparing to go to the 100 Spirit Mountain to purge the roving bandits. When the magistrates of the surrounding neighboring counties learned of this, they praised the courage of Lingyu County, while at the same time they could only support it silently in their hearts. After all, if they really fell out with that group of roving bandits, they were aware of how serious the consequences would be. The news likewise reached the ears of the group of roving bandits on 100 Spirit Mountain. It was just that they were dismissive of this news, as if they didn't take it to heart in the slightest. He even put out a stern message overnight that he would personally pay a visit to Lingyu County 5 days later. This led to a renewed panic among the people within Yang County. The next day, dawn, a number of soldiers' figures were then gathered at the entrance of the county office of Lingyu County. Just about everyone's face was a little hard to see, because they all understand what today is going to be about. But the problem was that the army sent from above hadn't even been able to eliminate that group of roving bandits, so why wouldn't they be sending them to their deaths for nothing? But since the county magistrate had given the order, there was nothing they could do about it. I just hope I get a little more compassionate payment when I die, which is a final value. The very thought of it filled their faces with sadness. After all, who wants to die? Who doesn't want to live well? Just then, the three men, the magistrate, the county commissioner, and the county lieutenant, came before the crowd. Looking at the soldiers who all looked pessimistic, the three of them were quite helpless. They also know that if they want to clean up that nest of roving bandits with just this amount of manpower, it's not enough for the other side to stuff their teeth. But it can't be helped. The only one to blame is the one that blew up last night. This was the only chance for the three of them to make up for their mistakes, so they said they had to go even if they were hard-headed. Li Tuchuan stood out and began to fight for the crowd. Gentlemen, you must remember that today we are not fighting for ourselves, but for our wives and children at home. Only when that group of roving bandits is completely resolved will they be able to live a peaceful life. Moreover, today's purge of roving bandits is not just ours, but with the help of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we will surely be victorious and return home in triumph. This impassioned speech of Li Tuchuan still more or less stirred up a bit of hot blood in the hearts of the soldiers. Who doesn't want to defend their hometown? Who doesn't want his wife and children to live a happy and stable life? They've just been suppressed for a long time. From the bottom of his heart came a touch of fear. But the blood of the Qin people in their bones is still alive. That's also innate. It just needs someone who can bring it out. Very good. At this time, Wenlin Yuan's voice suddenly came out from within the county office. The crowd raised their eyes to look, and the moment they saw Wenlin Yuan, the flash of excited fervor in their pupils coalesced by 3 more points. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Lu Tao and the others rushed forward to signal. Lin Yuan nodded in response. Although what these three had done was enough to warrant a death sentence, Lin Yuan still gave them a chance. Not for anything else, but for the fact that these three at least didn't do anything to brutalize the people. They compromised that group of roving bandits purely because there was no way out. But a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin can't be escaped. After settling this group of roving bandits, Lin Yuan intended to depose the three and relegate them to the status of commoners, never to participate in politics again. Since they're all here, let's get going. Lin Yuan gave a sign, but just as he finished speaking, Zhao Tao stepped forward. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why don't you just stay in the county office and leave the purging of roving bandits to us? Lu Shangming and Li Tuchuan nodded their heads as they heard this. This is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the day, second only to His Majesty. To put it bluntly, if something goes wrong on the way, not to mention them, I'm afraid that even the county governor of Sanchuan County can't afford it. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, glanced faintly. Cut the crap, lead the way. The three of them sniffed, their heads shrunk, and immediately ran to the front of the group, personally leading the way. In this way, a group of hundreds of people left the county office in great numbers, completely different from the time of arrival. Today the county's main road on both sides, crowded with people. They all had smiles of anticipation and delight on their faces. They have been suffering from this group of bandits for a long time. Now such a scene is something they have dreamed of seeing. Your Highness the Crown Prince is mighty. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must be victorious. Be sure to slaughter that group of people and let them know that the order of the Empire is not to be provoked. Listen to the sounds that keep coming from outside. Lin Yuan inside the carriage couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise up. Eventually, the procession made its way out of the city in full view of the people. 100 Spirit Mountain. A cottage deep in the mountains. A hunched old man with a Mediterranean hawkish nose sat on a seat made of tiger skin, and in front of him stood 8 figures, each of which was a poor and vicious person just by looking at their appearance. Just then, one of the men who looked like an ape suddenly opened his mouth. Boss, according to the report from the little brother under the mountain, those 3 dogs from Lingyu County have already sent out their troops and left the city. As the words fell, a one-eyed fat man next to him said with a smile on his face, "Fourth brother. Ah, I reminded you long ago, don't give too much of a good face. Look at the counties under our command. How many of them dare to rise up in rebellion? That's if you pups from those counties listen." The ape man couldn't help but dislike him back. Okay. Just then, the gutter-nosed old man in the seat opened his mouth to speak. The scene fell silent. Those guys wouldn't dare to act like this even if they had 100 guts. This time is different from the past. It is said that yesterday Lingyu County had a big shot from above, and it is this big shot that they look up to in order to dare to do so. The old man's words caused the crowd to be slightly startled. Big man? How big can it be? Is a city that big? A man clad in a wolf's skin caused the crowd to laugh as soon as he opened his mouth. Then, the one-eyed fat man looked at the old man. Boss, what do you mean then? The old man's grimy eyes glanced coldly, flashing a hint of killing intent. Now that they're here, don't let them go back. After saying that, the old man reached out and waved his hand. The crowd was self-conscious. Immediately, they bowed to the old man and then retreated. In a moment, the entire fortress began to organize its belongings, although they know that this will be a battle without suspense. But naturally, they still have to do enough to look good. In the meantime, the other side. After a period of trekking, winning Lin Yuan and his group finally arrived at the foot of the 100 Spirit Mountain. At the moment there was only one path up the mountain in front of them, and no one knew what would happen on the way. The 3 of them, Lu Tao, once again dissuaded Lin Yuan to just stay at the foot of the mountain. However, it was rejected outright by Lin Yuan, looking ahead at the deep forest that looked like an abyss. Now it's not a phoenix falling into a flock of chickens, but a flock of crows. Chapter 31, The Means of Turning Beans into Soldiers. The team then began to enter the mountain at Zhang Han's command, as the wagon was completely unworkable. Winning Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was driving a horse alone. Just like them, Zhang Han looked at the figure on horseback in front of him. For some reason, he always felt that his impression of this crown prince was changing a little bit. At least the deep-seated disbelief faded away. He originally thought that Lin Yuan was just relying on some unseemly means to making Zheng compromise and make him the crown prince, and after coming to power, he thundered to remove all threats to himself. This was completely self-serving in Zhang Han's eyes, and it was not recognized or appreciated by him at all. But until today, this crown prince not only personally went out of the city to purge the Imperial rebels, but also casually passed by a county to solve the scourge for the people. At least at this moment, he truly saw a hint of an emperor from Lin Yuan. At the same time, he became even more curious, facing that solid and easily defensible Organ City. What kind of ability does this crown prince have to break through that wall that no one has ever succeeded in attacking? All the way, Zhao Tao and the 3 of them introduced the identities as well as information about the group of roving bandits in the mountains in detail for Lin Yuan. Among them, the leader of this group of roving bandits was named Zashan Diao. Not only was he extremely mysterious, but he also had a very eccentric personality, and his strength was at least in the realm of a grand master. Zashan Diao's command has a total of 8 great Vajra, that is, the other 8 leaders of the fortress. Each of them is strong, and they are all killing without blinking an eye. Each of these 8 great Vajra is in charge of 2 to 3 counties. At certain times, they would go down to their counties to collect various supplies prepared in advance, thus eliminating the need to burn and pillage. But even so, the burning and looting happen just as often. For example, if they see a woman who looks good to them on the way, the 8 Vajra will force them to bring them back to the mountain to serve as their own lady-in-waiting. No, that's embarrassing. Kill all your family and you'll be willing. The 8 Vajra are brutal and ferocious, never reasoning with others. What the people feared was not the most powerful Zhaoshan eagle, but the 8 Vajra. After all, it was the 8 that they had the most contact with. As for the strength of the 8 Vajra, Zhao Tao claimed that he was not aware of it. However, from the point of view of the one he had come into contact with the most, known as the 4th Master, Bear Burial, his strength was at least as high as that of a Zongshur, even if it was a small sect master. To them, ordinary people, it was an existence that could control their life and death at will. For a small mountain, a great master could appear. What the hell is the origin of these guys? Zheng Han felt a twinge of surprise. Grand Masters were already considered strong-like existences in this world. Even he was only a Grand Master today. Winning Lin Yuan fell into the same curiosity. A great master not going to join the dynasty as a general, but coming to such a deep forest to make himself a king is simply not in line with common sense. It's like having the ability to open a publicly traded company and then degrading yourself to playhouse with a bunch of kids. That's not funny. However, it wasn't until after Zhang Han inquired about the origins of this group of mountain bandits that Zhao Tao uttered something that made even Wen Lin Yuan stare in disbelief. From what I have learned, this group of mountain bandits appeared after the destruction of the 6 kingdoms, and it's rumored that the Zashan Eagle belongs to a marquis in the old Han. Of course, whether the news is true or false, my humble servant does not know. Korea? Marquis? Zheng Han began to recall. A few moments later, he looked at Wen Lin Yuan. Once upon a time, there was indeed that one powerful person in Korea who was made a marquis and held 100,000 soldiers. Formerly the beloved of the Korean general Ji Wuye, one of the 4 fierce generals of the Night Curtain, the blood-clothes marquis by Ife. Could it be that this Zhaoshan Eagle is really under the command of that marquis in blood? Zheng Han frowned. But didn't that Baek Ife and his men perish long ago with the fall of Korea? Suddenly, something else occurred to him. Can't it be that these guys took the opportunity to escape from Korea in the first place, and that's why they survived until now? Wen Lin Yuan nodded his head without any fluctuating changes in his expression. Who cares whose ministry it is? As long as one comes to Great Qin's territory, then one must abide by Great Qin's laws, even if it's that king of Han. Today Wen Lin Yuan is going to get rid of him as well. No wonder even when troops were sent from above, they didn't get rid of them. At this moment, it dawned on Zhang Han. This group of guys are not ordinary people, and deeply versed in the art of war, plus familiar with the terrain of the 100 Spirit Mountain, know where it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which thus led to the large force that came to eliminate them time and time again to return without success. Today is their last fast day. Zhang Han couldn't help but grunt coldly. For the unusual roving bandits, he did not yet have this kind of hatred, but if it's the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, it's a different story. Winning Lin Yuan also couldn't help but narrow his eyes in anticipation. Since this group of roving bandits belonged to the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, would he trigger a system quest if he eliminated them? About 2 hours later, the crowd had encountered countless traps and experienced all sorts of perils, and had finally arrived at a hilltop of the 100 Spirit Mountain. Zhao Tao pointed to a mid-mountain opposite and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, that's where that group of roving bandits' stronghold is." A wooden building looms in the woods, and smoke rises from it, proving that there are people inside. At this time, Zheng Han steered his horse forward, came to Wen Lin Yuan's side, and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, directly kill the pastor?" Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and waved his hand with an indifferent face. Zheng Han, on the other hand, was puzzled. Is this still not on? But just as he was wondering, in the next moment, a sudden scene caused everyone present to change their expression. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air around Wen Lin Yuan, just like a divine soldier descending from the sky. One could only see that Wen Lin Yuan was holding the devouring sack, constantly releasing the Rahana inside. The blink of an eye, all 500 Rudrakshas were then released. On this journey, Wen Lin Yuan didn't just come to appreciate the landscape. In his spare time, he had also refined quite a few Rohanas and magic artifacts through the divine mechanism 100 refinements. Your Highness, this is? Looking at the identical-looking dolls that appeared beside him, Zheng Han was somewhat confused. There is no need to worry. They are all my prince's men. Winning Lin Yuan gave a casual explanation. Then another order was given to the black and white puppet. A small group of roving bandits didn't need him to personally take action. Black and white even will suffice. Zhao Tao, Li Tuchuan, and the crowd of generals were dumbfounded and stupid. Where have they ever seen such a big scene? At this moment, Wen Lin Yuan was no longer His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in their minds, but an immortal god. Just this is similar to the means of turning beings into soldiers. Just ask how many people under the sky can do it? In the end, with all eyes watching, the black and white double puppets then flew towards the mountain fortress halfway up the opposite side of the mountain with 500 ruohua. Like a locust transit, the scene was both spectacular and shocking. At this moment, the 8 great Vajra in the mountain fortress were not the least bit aware that Wen Lin Yuan had already launched an attack on them. Even one was incredibly laid back and eloquent, threatened to rip that big man's head off for his own nightcap. Chapter 32, Zhang Han's Collapsing Worldview. Crown Prince, can they really exterminate that group of mountain bandits? Li Tuchuan couldn't help but inquire. As a prefectural lieutenant, he was in charge of precisely the military and public security of the entire Yanjiu prefecture. It can be said that the generals in the entire county are soldiers under his hand. Even if he gathered all the generals in the county today, facing that group of mountain thieves, it would be a no-win situation. But in front of the eyes of this crown prince, even intends to rely on the hundreds of people want to end the nest of this group of mountain bandits. In the eyes of Li Tuchuan, is a little too much to take for granted. After all, it wasn't like this group of mountain bandits were vegetarians. Winning Lin Yuan glanced faintly without responding. He doesn't need to respond either, because reality will speak for itself. Now they just need to do one thing, that is to wait here quietly. In the meantime, among the cottages, under the leadership of the black and white puppets, the Kisaragi successfully charged inside the cliff. The moment they saw those roving bandits, they began to slaughter them. The black and white twin puppets even performed the reverse life triple, turning into a humanoid meat grinder on the spot, constantly harvesting the lives of the mountain bandits. In addition to the boss, the other 7 of the 8 Vajra, upon learning that the cottage had been broken into, had taken their own weapons and come outside, ready to meet the battle. However, when they saw the clear color of Rahana, one of their expressions could not help but freeze in place. What the is all this? How come they all look exactly the same? The most stoutly built second master couldn't help but open his mouth. Although they could tell that the ones who had broken into their mountain gates were not normal humans, the problem was that each and every one of these contraptions possessed uncommon power. There were all kinds of fireballs and thunderbolts, and even ones that blew themselves up. That, whatever they, kill and tell. The oldest 5 of the 8 Vajra cursed angrily, lifted a machete in his hand and rushed up. He didn't believe these contraptions were any better than he was. And inside one of the largest houses in the cottage, Zashin Eagle was squinting his eyes and talking to Cannabis Lee, the head of the 8 Vajra, about something. So, the big guy hasn't shown up yet? Yes, boss. Marijuana Lee nodded immediately. It doesn't look like much. The Seat Mountain Eagle immediately snorted coldly, showing a face of disdain, leading the charge to clear us out. And then they don't even dare to show their faces. It should be about the same as last time. It's just to come and do the job and get the job done. Cannabis Lee analyzed. After all, they've been in situations like this before. It's all thunder and no rain every time. They didn't end up beating the crap out of them and going back. Aha. Zatoichi nodded in agreement. Then, added, you go too, and the situation will be as you see it. No matter what, let them know that if they want to break into my Zashin Eagle's mountain, they have to pay something. Yes, boss. With that, Cannabis Lee retreated, and back again, winning Lin Yuan and his party's side. Only Zhang Han, Lu Tao and the others one by one all put on a red left eye goggle, and their expressions were all the same, full of surprise and shock, because right now in the red goggles on their left eye, a real-time picture about what was going on in the cottage was being presented, not to mention Lu Tao's trio. Even Zhang Han, who was the commander of the Shadow Secret Guards, had never seen this kind of tactic before, yet today, he had seen it from this crown prince. The red goggles were exactly what Winlin Yuan had given them. This was another magic weapon that he had refined through the divine mechanism 100 refinements. Scouting for flying insects. A fly-like reconnaissance drone that also features voice transmission, presents multiple views simultaneously, and observes the quality of images fed back into the user's left eyepiece. At this moment in Zhang Han's heart, he had begun to sincerely admire this crown prince. Today alone, the several means it had displayed had shattered his worldview. He wondered just how many other unknown secrets were hidden in this prince. But if there's a chance, he wanted to stay by Winlin Yuan's side all the time and witness something with his own eyes. The situation in the cottage is no longer promising. Aruahua was like a dead soldier, unaware of fatigue and pain, and inside their heads, there existed only one order, and that was to destroy all of these mountain bandits. The 8 Vajra were even more worried, and had similarly encountered a thorny problem. That would be these 2 black and white figures that were fighting against them. What the hell is this thing made of? How can it be so hard on you? He watched his machete land on the opposite side of the room, but it didn't even leave a mark. Old 5, what the are you doing treating normal people? At that moment, the one-eyed fat man beside him couldn't help but speak out, but just as he spoke, a scream came from the side of the crowd at the same time. Everyone rushed to look. Only the black puppet's hand was holding a bloody heart that could even be seen beating slowly. Old 7, when the crowd saw this, their faces changed violently. The heart in that black puppet's hand was none other than that of the old 7 flowering serpents. However, the flowering serpent was already lifeless at this moment, and a huge hollow hole had been penetrated at his chest. All tight, don't get in the gutter. The boss, Marijuana Lee, reminded the crowd. Next, the crowd swarmed, intent on swarming, As if the black and white double puppets had developed a spiritual intelligence, the two of them spread out all of a sudden, not giving them a chance to attack in a group, preparing to break them one by one. As time passes, only the last two of the 8 Vajra were now left on the field. They were the oldest, Cannabis Lee, and the fourth, Fong Filong. As for the others, they all died horribly at the hands of the black and white dolls. Now that the two of them had seen the strength of that black and white mannequin, they now only dared to freeze in place, not daring to act easily. However, the black and white twin puppets had no intention of letting the two go, but just as the black and white twin puppets' figures flickered and quickly attacked towards the two of them, a huge black shadow suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of the two. Boss! When the two saw this, their faces were suddenly happy. The visitor was none other than that Sikh mountain eagle. After blocking a blow from the black and white twin puppets, Zashan Diao looked at the corpses of the 8 Vajra on the ground, and his face gradually became gloomy. At the same time there was a flash of gravity in his eyes. He didn't expect just one short incense stick. Then he killed 6 of his own right-hand men. It was enough to see that these two black and white figures were not very strong. Boss, be careful. Those two aren't human, and the means are extremely numerous. The brothers were just too careless and died tragically at their hands. Marijuana Lee cautioned. Only he and Fong Filong were the most careful and cautious, so they survived until now. Humph, killed so many of my inner circle. No matter who you are today, you will die, the Seat Mountain Eagle said in a chilling voice. Then, he was seen waving his big hand. A terrifying tornado rose up along the cloak and quickly attacked towards the black and white puppets. Benton time. Flying sand and destruction. However, just as the dragon scroll was about to devour the black and white twin puppets, a stern sword chi that seemed to tear space apart descended from the sky, hardening the dragon scroll condensed by the Zaoshan eagle and cutting it apart. The Zaoshan eagle's face changed violently, and he hastily raised his eyes to look. Hershey then saw a woman gazing at herself with the indifference of looking at garbage. Zashan Diao hurriedly shouted, "And who are you?" Chapter 33, The Supreme Jedi of the Tang Sect. The Zaoshan eagle's words had just fallen. Several figures then appeared in his field of vision, and when his gaze coalesced on the figure at the head, his pupils couldn't help but flash through an inexplicable fluctuation. Zaoshan Eagle, it's time for you to die. Just then, Li Tuchuan shouted. He had just seen the situation in the mountain fortress today through the images sent back by the scouting flying insects, so naturally he would no longer put this legendary murderous Zaoshan Eagle in his eyes. However, the Zaoshan Eagle merely glared at Li Tuchuan, and his terrifying aura directly scared him to the point where his legs went limp. You're dead to the world. Li Tuchuan gritted his teeth in an attempt to retrieve the last of his face. For his part, Zaoshan Eagle simply ignored him. Instead, he placed his gaze on Wen Lin Yuan. He knew that this young man, who looked rather imperial, was none other than the great man who had come down from above. But before Zashan Diao opened his mouth, Zhang Han was the first to say, "That blood-clothed Marquis by Ife is what you are?" Swish! The moment Zashan Eagle heard those words, his body couldn't help but tremble minutely, and it just so happened that the scene was captured by Zhang Han. "It seems that you are indeed that by Ife's former subordinate." The Seat Mountain Eagle sniffed and suddenly grimaced its face down, its body shaking unceasingly. At the same time a weird laugh came out of his mouth. GGG. The laughter stopped. The Zishan Eagle raised his eyes with a fierce look and scanned the crowd. I didn't realize that after so many years of the Marquis' death, there were still people who remembered his mighty name. How did you guess? When Han was destroyed back then, a white armor army became a leak. I suppose you're one of the members of that white army? Zhang Han said in a cold voice. Not bad, Throne Mountain Eagle directly admitted. Back then, when the Marquis saw that the situation was not right, he ordered us to scatter and flee. It's just that of those 10,000 people, only less than 200 ended up escaping alive. You guys are really ruthless. The Zaoshan Eagle's sharp gaze stared dead at Zhang Han. He had already recognized Zhang Han from the armor he wore that this person must be one of the high-ranking military generals of the empire. So it's a bunch of mourners. At that moment, Wen Lin Yuan's indifferent voice came out. However, these words were like a sharp blade stabbing hard into Zashan Diao's heart. His expression grimaced with it. So what if it's a lost cause? In the next moment, the Zaoshan Eagle suddenly laughed strangely again. Over the years, there have been quite a few of your Qin people who have died at my hands. When Zhang Han heard this, his brows stared, and he immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Then, he was seen pulling out his sword that was slung at his waist and killing towards the Zaoshan Eagle. Angry at this? Seeing this, Zashan Diao couldn't help but snicker. At the same time once again, he waved his hand in a big way. A power like a whirlpool immediately swept out from its hands. Zhang Han's face changed slightly when he saw this. He learned from that county magistrate Zhao Tao that the strength of the Zaoshan Eagle was a grand master, the same as himself. But when they were actually confronted, they felt a bizarre oppression. The two struck out at each other, and after clashing and testing once they separated again. General Zhang, stand down. At this time, Wen Lin Yuan calmly opened his mouth. Zhang Han sniffed, hesitated for a moment, and finally obediently retreated. Seeing this, Winning Lin Yuan opened his mouth again and ordered Ning Yao, who was at the side, "There is no need to leave a whole body." Ning Yao instantly understood. Immediately, she took a step forward, and a gust of sword chi fluctuations emanated from her body. The Zacian Eagle looked at Ning Yao, putting away the lightheartedness he had just faced Zhang Han and replacing it with a serious face. "You're lucky that your sword didn't decapitate you just now." Ning Yao spoke as he offered up his own innate flying sword. "Tenjin, if the little girl doll can stay and serve as a suppressive wife for the old man may be able to spare your life today." Zacian Diao hammed and hawed. "Big talk," Ning Yao said in a cold voice. The words fell. She then chopped out with the heavenly truth one chop of her native flying sword in her hand. In an instant, the rigid and thorny sword power instantly erupted as if it were thunder, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, an unrivaled sword chi fluctuation was released from her hands. The sword chi turned into a long dragon in the air, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Seeing this, the Zushan Eagle no longer hid his clumsiness and used his strongest strike to resist. His body emitted a roiling black aura that covered the sky, as if darkness had descended. At the same time, the black chi coalesced on top of its head, eventually forming a huge eagle, its wings striding that roiling black chi with every incitement. Bizarre to the extreme. But when the long dragon of sword chi cut through the sky and landed on that big eagle condensed from black chi, the body of the seated mountain eagle at the bottom trembled. First a mouthful of blood sprayed out of its mouth, then it revealed a look of disbelief. The black chi eagle that he had condensed was torn apart hard by the other party's sword chi since its destructive and incomparably violent gesture. "No, no way," the Zacian eagle hissed loudly. Afterward, the long dragon of sword chi swept past his body straight into the sky, hardening the sky that was covered in black chi and opening up a line of sky. The shocking image caused Xiao Tao, Li Tuchuan, and countless generals to be shocked in place. After a few moments, the scene returned to calm. It's just that the Zacian eagle is as dead can be. Zhang Han couldn't help but gulp. He had fought against the seated mountain eagle, whose strength was not weaker than his own at all. But even so, he was still killed by a sword. If he were in his place, would he have been able to survive that sword just now? It was just that he was completely surprised. Even the strength of a woman who followed His Highness the Crown Prince was so terrifying. Simply horrible as hell. Just then, a clear electronic sound rang out from Winning Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purging the remnants of the old Han and liberating the people within Sanchuan County. The following rewards are issued as a token of encouragement. Reward, Tang Clan's Supreme Jutsu Dan Devouring. Listen to the rewarding sounds. Winning Lin Yuan's heart couldn't help but feel happy. One did guess correctly. As long as the purging of the remnants is considered to be a change in history, you will be rewarded by the system. It just seems that the richness of the rewards has to do with the purge and how much it changed history. But it doesn't matter. Something is better than nothing. He then left all the aftermath in the cottage to Zhang Han as well as Zhao Tao and the three of them. After all, there could still be quite a few mountain bandits left in the fortress. None of these people should be allowed to escape. Otherwise, it will be another role in the future that is bound to be a scourge to the party. As for the rest, it's time to rescue the rescue and take the plunge. As for the supplies plundered by these mountain bandits in the fortress, Wen Lin Yuan had them distributed. After all, these supplies can be the blood and sweat of the people. Winning Lin Yuan didn't want to take it either. Zhao Tao's trio had experienced a return from the dead. They are now afraid to entertain any thoughts of corruption. So much so, that when Wen Lin Yuan commanded them, they would arrange for them to go on faithfully, absolutely not pulling out a single hair or taking a single millimeter. Although all of the mountain bandits' supplies were returned to the people, all of what Zhao Tao's trio had embezzled over the years ended up being confiscated and entered Wen Lin Yuan's pockets. They have embezzled these due to the long years. The origin has long been washed clean. Even if the Wen Lin Yuan want to return back, but also do not know to return to whom, simply take away themselves. It just so happens that he's rather short of rice right now. This time, when we cleared out this group of roving bandits, we still lost some ruawas. This stolen money will be used as compensation to make it up to you. Chapter 34 Ruahua Advanced Version. Dan Devouring Ruahua. After settling all matters at the fort, as if he were a triumphant general, Wen Lin Yuan led the large troop back to the court. It only took a short 2 hours to return to Lingyu County. The people of the city, upon learning that the roving bandits in the mountains had been completely cleared out, one by one spontaneously flocked to the main street of the city and cheered, the sound waves surging like a tidal wave as they greeted the return of the large troop. The streets were lined with people, shoulder to shoulder, and bustling with activity. The faces of the people were filled with long-lost smiles. That smile hid the desire for a peaceful life and the admiration for the return of a hero. Sitting on the back of his horse, Wen Lin Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the sea of people that filled the city. A warmth welled up in his heart. That's right, that's the kind of life and energy that should be in a city. Thinking back to the cool scene when I first arrived yesterday, at that time, Linghua County was like a dead city, silent, depressing, leaving people breathless, and now it's all gone up in smoke. In its place is laughter and the rhythm of life. Until the crowd returned to the county courthouse, the enthusiasm of the people only gradually subsided. When Lin Yuan dismounted and stepped into the county office, he commanded that no one should disturb him, and then he entered the room. Although Zhang Han and the others were puzzled, they all still silently obeyed the order. They knew that this crown prince always had his own plans. Inside the room, winning Lin Yuan couldn't wait to check up on the rewards given by the system this time. Tang Sek's Supreme Jedi Dan Devouring. In his impression, Dan Devouring was an extremely dangerous kung fu mastery, with a prohibitively high cultivation threshold. He carefully scrutinized the system's detailed description of the Tang Sek's Supreme Mastery, Dan Devouring, and a realization dawned in his heart. Dan Devouring, a kind of colorless and tasteless air poison, specializing in attacking the human body meridians. The poisoned person can't perform air, and eventually the meridians are destroyed and died. Its terror lies in the fact that it can be unleashed on multiple people at the same time, within a range of about 10 paces, and can be activated without direct contact. What was even more shocking was that Dan Devour's air poison was almost undetectable. Ordinary body protection techniques were ineffective against it, and only a handful of top powerhouses or special viewing techniques could sense its presence. Its attack is stealthy, close to the target after a hit, can be said to kill in the invisible. However, the conditions for cultivating Dan Devouring were exceptionally harsh. First of all, it is necessary to cross the life and death pass. The practitioner must be completely indifferent to life and death. Failure will be backfired death. Its success rate is less than 1%. In other words, out of 100 people who wanted to cultivate Dan Devouring, 99 people would die as a result. Winning Lin Yuan looked at these introductions, but there was no fear in his heart. Since the success rate of this Dan Devouring was so low, he naturally would not cultivate it himself. If something goes wrong, won't this cultivation of his be for nothing? Even with a miraculous feat such as the 6 banks of immortal thieves, I'm afraid it would be difficult to save. Thus, a plan sprang up in Wen Lin Yuan's mind. Since you don't cultivate yourself, let others do so. And the most suitable ones were naturally the ones that he had refined like flowers. Though the flower is lifeless, it carries his will and becomes a sharp sword in his hand. Instead of requiring them to cultivate on their own, he transplanted the Dan Devouring's cultivation method into their minds during its refinement. Isn't that the same as an innate ability? The more Wen Lin Yuan thought about it, the more feasible he felt. He believed that Ruohua was simply blessed in terms of the conditions for cultivating Dan Devouring. After all, if a flower has no life, how can it be said that it can see through life and death? Even if he died, Kisame's heart wouldn't half react. He closed his eyes and began to receive the Dan Devouring cultivation method. The method flowed slowly into his mind like a trickle, intertwining with his thoughts. After about an incense stick of time, he slowly opened his eyes, flashing a strange fluctuation. It's worthy of being a mastery that requires one to see through life and death in order to cultivate it. Inwardly, he said. Afterward, Wen Lin Yuan began to confirm the conjecture in his heart. He utilized the divine mechanism 100 refinements to refine Upper Ruohua and instilled Dan Devouring directly into its setting. Time flew by as he immersed himself in the pleasure of refining, forgetting about the outside world. I don't know how long it took, but winning Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath, looked at the 10 Rohanas in front of him, which were slightly different from before, and said excitedly, "It's finally done." As he had guessed, Ruohua did have a unique advantage in cultivating Dan Devouring. He's even more certain to make it a 99% success rate. However, it was also clear to Wen Lin Yuan that it was not an easy task to refine thousands of Rufus that had all successfully cultivated Dan Devouring. What was stopping him now was the materials to refine so many Ruohua. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat a penny. Although he was now the crown prince, he had limited resources at hand. TSK, the task now is still to get money to do it. Winning Lin Yuan gave a dark voice in his heart. He didn't realize that he was also trapped by money in his previous life, and as a result, he had crossed over into an imperial prince and was still trapped by money. However, while both are about money, the former is about survival, while the latter is about controlling the lives and deaths of others. The two are still not the same in nature. Then, Wen Lin Yuan left the room. After coming out, he immediately deposed Zhao Tao 3 county magistrate, county chancellor and county lieutenant position, and at the same time led Zheng Han Pen to write a secret letter. He saw and experienced in Lingyu County truthfully reported to the cheap old man, and the entire Sanchuan County within the county magistrate as well as including the Sanchuan County sheriff and others. All should be punished. Punishment should be dismissed from office. Winning Lin Yuan believed that after Sanchuan County was reorganized like this, the rest of the counties would definitely not dare to engage in these things like this. It's kind of an example. As for who would replace the new magistrate of Lingyu County, this was not something that Wen Lin Yuan should worry about. Naturally, everything will be arranged from above. He just needs to do what he needs to do and move on. After putting everything in place, it was time for Wen Lin Yuan to continue on his way to his next destination. At the gate of the city of Lingyu County, countless people of the city were gathering here at the moment, forming a circle and leaving a passage in the center. After they learned that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was about to leave, they came of their own accord to see him off. It was a lively scene, full of warmth and respect. Not a moment too soon. In the distance came the sound of wagon wheels rolling forward, heavy and rhythmic, a sound that grew clearer from far away. The people rushed to look up in the direction from which the voice came. Only an extremely ornately decorated and imposing carriage was seen. Flanked by his guards, he was slowly approaching the city gates. Before the carriage even approached, the people could not contain their inner excitement and rose their voices to cry out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince!" Their voices rose and fell. Some of the people were even overwhelmed with emotion and shed unshed tears. Sitting in the carriage, Wen Lin Yuan took in the scene through the window. Maybe that's what the people want. Chapter 35, Against the Sands. The next day, Xianyang City. The morning light is breaking dawn. The palace is already solemn. On the Kirin Palace, at the time of the morning court, all the civil and military officials of the Great Qin Empire were already in place. They stood. Their expressions varied, but there was a trace of imperceptible solemnity in the air. At the top of the hall, Ying Zhang is kneeling on the dragon chair, his dragon robe showing his majesty. He was holding tightly in his hand a letter presented by the hand of the great general Wang Ben. The letter was slightly wrinkled at the edges and seemed to have traveled a long distance. This letter was sent back by Crown Prince Wen Lin Yuan in an expedited manner, and its importance is self-evident. Although the officials were itching for a letter, they didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't know what the content of the letter was, but could only guess from the unpredictable expression on Ying Zhang's face. The moment, Ying Zhang's brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of imperceptible gloom flashed across his eyes. This is obviously not a good sign. The atmosphere in the hall became even more oppressive and gloomy as a result, as if even the air had frozen, just as the hearts of the crowd were in their throats, almost suffocating. Suddenly, Ying Zhang let out a loud laugh, which echoed through the hall, breaking the previous silence. The 100 officials at the bottom of the room had a strange look on their faces. They looked at each other, speculating in their minds. What kind of happy event is this that could make His Majesty so happy? Li Si was the first to be unable to resist taking a step out of the line, bowing and inquiring, "Your Majesty, what has happened to His Highness the Crown Prince? How could it make you so happy?" Ying Zhang raised his dragon eyes and glanced at Li Si, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he was in a great mood, as if the previous gloom had been swept away. Immediately, Ying Zhang picked up the letter and gently waved his hand, signaling a eunuch behind him to read out the contents. As the eunuch's voice fell, the hall was in an uproar. It was only then that the 100 officials realized that it was His Highness the Crown Prince who had made another achievement. There was a lot of crosstalk from the crowd. "So it's Your Highness the Crown Prince who exterminated a group of leaky fish from the old Han dynasty. It's really something to be congratulated. A group of remnants of the fallen country. How could they hide so deeply? This time, if it wasn't for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid I could really let them continue to live happily ever after. It is a blessing from heaven that my great Qin has a crown prince." The smile on Ying Zhang's face grew even wider as he listened to the words of praise from the 100 officials. To him, aside from the pursuit of immortality, nothing could make him happier than purging this group of remaining 6 kingdoms. These remnants are like a danger to the heart, always threatening the peace of Great Qin. Now that he could be eradicated by Lin Yuan, he was naturally greatly relieved in his heart. Subsequently, Ying Zhang again followed Wen Lin Yuan's proposal in his letter, began to discuss with the 100 officials how to execute the subsequent purges. After all, this kind of thing happened in all of Sanchuan County. I'm sure it exists in other counties to a greater or lesser extent. While we're at it, why not just have a big survey? Wherever there are counties plagued with the same problem, troops are sent directly to help clear them. And this time, the operation is no longer the same as before when it was just a matter of making a show of it. Only when those remaining who had once escaped from the 6 kingdoms must be completely purged will this operation be considered complete. On the other side, Wen Lin Yuan and his group continued traveling according to the established route. There was at most one more day's journey before they would arrive at the final destination of this operation, Organ City. However, just as the party had just come over a hill, Zheng Han steered his horse to the side of Wen Lin Yuan's carriage and spoke with a grave expression. "Your Highness, if the team continues to move forward according to the route, it will pass through the Quicksand Valley." He paused and continued, "And the Quicksand Valley is the territory of the Reverse Quicksand. Even if we represent the Empire, I'm afraid they won't let us pass easily." Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. His eyes gazed into the distance, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Zhang Han saw the situation. Continued, in addition, I developed another 3 routes. The shortest route compared to the original route will only increase the distance of about half a day. Quicksand Valley? Winning Lin Yuan murmured, while the corners of his mouth rose up slightly. He was well aware of Reverse Stream Sand's reputation, but that wasn't enough to hold him back. Next, he looked at Zhang Han. Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land. Under the land, there is no one who is not the king's subject. Where can I not go wherever my great Qin Iron Cavalry goes? Swish! When these words came out, Zhang Han's face changed. He realized in his heart that His Highness the Crown Prince was trying to force his way into the Quicksand Valley, hastily advising, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the reverse flowing sands are not something to be messed with. Why should we take the risk? However, when Lin Yuan interrupted him, there can only be one empire that exists in the world, and that is Qin, and on Qin's territory. Then naturally you have to follow Qin's rules. If you don't, treat it as treason. The tone of his voice was full of unquestionable dominance. Hearing this determined attitude of Wen Lin Yuan, Zhang Han did not dare to disobey anymore. He knew the prince's character well. Once something is decided, it is difficult to change it. So, he steered his horse to the front of the group and proceeded to lead the way. I don't know. A few hundred meters above the group's head, a huge white bird of prey was passing overhead. The flying bird had an athletic body and wide wings, as if it could cover the sky. Inside the Quicksand Valley, in the center of the woods, several figures were standing among them, all of them exuding an aura that could not be ignored. These people were none other than the 4 heavenly kings of the counterflow sands and their men. Lord Wei Zhuang, the group led by that Imperial Crown Prince is heading towards our Quicksand Valley and will arrive in less than half a day. Bai Feng, who was dressed in white, was the first to report. His voice was cold and pleasant, but it carried a hint of imperceptible chill. As the words fell, Wei Zhuang, who was sitting on the stone throne above, slowly raised those stern eyes. He was dressed in black like ink, and his face was cold, as if he could freeze everything. An incomparably overbearing sense of oppression immediately centered on him and spread rapidly in all directions, pressing the surrounding trees to one side. It was as if Qilian, White Phoenix, and the others were already accustomed to this feeling of oppression, and they looked as normal without the slightest bit of fear. The Crow Wolf King said in a cold voice, It looks like they plan to go from our Quicksand Valley to that Organ City. This Imperial Crown Prince, he's really bold. Qilian twisted her enchanting figure, playing with a red chain snake in her hand as she let out a light laugh. Lord Wei Zhuang, we might as well use this opportunity to befriend and cooperate with the Empire for a bit. Their target is the MO clan. Our target is that gainer. Wouldn't it be perfect to cooperate and not deal with each other? Wei Zhuang spoke in a deep voice. How many % sure? The voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate everything. Qilian hesitated for a moment and continued. 80%. Although that Imperial Crown Prince is young, he acts decisively and has no shortage of capable men under his command. If we can cooperate with him, we might be able to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the Mo family. Wei Zhuang pondered for a moment and said in a slow voice, Just do as you say. He was well aware of the current situation of the counterflow sands, and cooperating with the Empire might be a good choice. Next, Wei Zhuang looked at the Zong Wolf King and the Peerless Ghost again and ordered, You guys go along too. Be sure to proceed with caution and not be careless. Yes, the two responded in unison. Then they retired together to prepare for the arrival of that Imperial Prince. Half a day later, outside the Quicksand Valley, Winning Lin Yuan and his party stopped here. Your Highness, ahead is that Quicksand Valley. Do we really need to enter directly? Zhang Han was a little apprehensive inside. Although he hadn't really come into contact with the reverse flowing sands, he had heard a lot of legends about this assassin organization in the Jianghu. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. This place was far away from the Imperial City, and in case reverse flowing sand had any evil intentions, with the little manpower they had, they were afraid that it would be difficult to fight. Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and snickered. What? Scared? My lord is only worried about your safety. Your Highness the Crown Prince. He was well aware of the power of the countercurrent sands. Once caught in their trap, the consequences are unimaginable. Suddenly just then, a reckless, maniacal laugh suddenly came out from the Quicksand Valley. Ha 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 ha. That laugh was wild and unruly, full of provocation. Zhang Han, Ning Yao and the others hurriedly followed the sound. 3 figures were seen walking out from inside the Quicksand Valley. They all exuded an aura that could not be ignored, and it was one of the men dressed in black and wearing a mask who let out a maniacal laugh. The pupils emanated an eerie green color and were full of weirdness. The moment Zhang Han saw these people, his brows tightened and his face involuntarily changed. Quicksand, for Heavenly Kings. Chapter 36, Detaining the Spirit. Serving the Spirit. You're that Imperial Prince, aren't you? The Zong Wolf King gazed at Wen Lin Yuan and was the first to break the silence. There was a little scrutiny in his eyes, a little provocation, obviously wanting to see something from Wen Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan sat on the back of his horse, his posture as straight as a pine, his face calm and self-contained. He glanced faintly at the Tsong Wolf King, his eyes as deep as an abyss. It was as if it could swallow all light. One could not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Facing the Tsong Wolf King's inquiry, Lin Yuan did not respond directly. He has a wordless attitude. It showed off the honor and condescension of the Imperial Crown Prince. Besides, in his world, there is no need to respond to every provocation, because his very presence is a deterrent. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not pay any attention, Zhang Han beside him immediately spurred his horse forward. Only his voice was as loud as a flood bell, piercing through the wind and sand and clearly reaching everyone's ears. We have been ordered by the Empire to go to Organ City to purge the Mozi rebels. This is a matter of great importance for the Empire, and it concerns the safety of the country, so I hope that you can let us pass. Is this the attitude you have when you ask for help? At this moment, the Tsong Wolf King sneered, his voice filled with disdain. In his opinion, so what if he was the Imperial Crown Prince? When he came to Quicksand's territory, he should abide by Quicksand's rules. Swish! Just the moment the Tsong Wolf King's words fell, a sharp, terrifying blade came straight at him. The Tsong Wolf King's face changed violently, and his body couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. He never expected it. This Imperial Crown Prince nearly cut himself down with just a look. With wide eyes, he looked at Lin Yuan as if he was looking at a madman. Begging for a favor? Lin Yuan finally spoke, his voice cold and calm, but filled with an undoubted dominance. This prince sees that you Lusha have lived long enough. This statement was made. The 3 people on Quicksand's side all turned ugly. Qilian immediately glared at the Tsong Wolf King, with a look that seemed to say, if you can't talk, can you shut your stinking mouth? She knew deep down that offending the Imperial Crown Prince was not a wise move. Then, Qilian hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please calm down. We naturally didn't mean it that way. We just want to know that the purpose of your trip is that Organ City, and we, Quicksand, happen to have the intention of going to that Organ City as well. How about a win-win cooperation between the Empire and us, Quicksand? There was a bit of mellowness in Akira's words, trying to steer the conversation in other directions, to ease current tensions. However, Lin Yuan did not buy it. His eyes flickered. No wonder these 3 came out before they even entered the valley. It seemed that they had been waiting for their arrival here for a long time. It turns out there was an arrangement intended. However, that didn't affect his opinion of Quicksand. Are you worthy? Lin Yuan snorted coldly. The tone was full of arrogance, conceit and haughtiness. In the minds of the 3 in Quicksand, those are the only words that can describe this Imperial Prince. They had never met anyone so difficult to get along with. Compared to that Duke Fusu as well as the once 18th Sun Huhei, it is completely different. The Tsong Wolf King once again couldn't help himself as he grunted and said loudly, Humph, so what if you're the Imperial Crown Prince? This is Quicksand's territory. No one can come here and spread their wildness, not even the Empire, unbridled. As soon as the Tsong Wolf King's words fell, Zhang Han's stern voice suddenly came, and Qilian even immediately showed an expression of wanting to kill the Tsong Wolf King. You want to offend the Empire yourself, don't take them with you. On the other hand, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. He did not immediately snap, but instead looked at the Tsong Wolf King with a playful look, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Yes? Lin Yuan's words fell. With that, an invisible force quickly attacked towards the Tsong Wolf King. The power was lightning fast and caught people off guard. Qilian was the first to react, and immediately his face changed, wanting to make a move to resist. However, she realized that the invisible force was not coming towards her. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a scream from beside him, only to see that the Tsong Wolf King had been strangled by that invisible force at some point and lifted up in the air. His body struggled in the air, his mask falling from his face. The Tsong Wolf King's face gradually changed from red to purple, clearly a sign of oxygen deprivation. Seeing that the Imperial Crown Prince not far away had moved for real, Qilian hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Your Highness the Crown Prince, calm down. If you make a move, I'm afraid that it will affect the subsequent cooperation between the Empire and Quicksand. However, Lin Yuan, was not swayed by her threats. Immediately, he laughed coldly and said, This Crown Prince has said that Quicksand is not yet worthy of cooperating with this Crown Prince. When he said that, he gave it a push. Only a crisp click could be heard coming from the neck of the Pale Wolf King. It was the sound of bones breaking. Qilian and Peerless Ghost looked back, only to see that the Tsong Wolf King had already bled from his 7 orifices and was dead beyond death. This scene horrified the duo. They never expected that the Tsong Wolf King, who was at least one of the 4 heavenly kings of Quicksand, would die in the hands of this Imperial Crown Prince in just a single glance, without even a hint of resistance. This couldn't help but make the duo think in their minds, what kind of strength does this Imperial Crown Prince have? Just as the two were shocked, a wave of black breath suddenly floated out from within the Tsong Wolf King's body. The aura was weird and unusual, carrying a few hints of eeriness and terror. Subsequently, it drifted towards the direction where Wenlin Yuan was, as if it was attracted by some power. The Qilian duo looked at this scene and were dumbfounded. They didn't know exactly what that black aura was, they just instinctively felt that it was full of danger. When the black breath landed in Wenlin Yuan's hands, only to see him raise his hand, the black breath then obediently followed his command like a tamed beast. Immediately after, everyone on the field then clearly saw that black breath continuously condensing in the air, forming a figure. The figure gradually became clearer, and when the figure was completely cohesively presented, red reinforcement and peerless ghost directly froze in place, because that figure was none other than the Tsong Wolf King who had just been killed. At this moment, the Tsong Wolf King reappeared in the crowd's field of vision in the state of his soul, and he couldn't help but show a face of astonishment as he looked at himself as if he had come back to life. Just the next moment, he then seemed to feel some horrible power. Immediately, he came to the ground and knelt down on both knees towards Wenlin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked, only to see the soul of the Tsong Wolf King trembling as if it was begging for mercy from him. However, Wenlin Yuan did not show any mercy. In his opinion, such a guy didn't care to be reused even after he detained his spirit. Immediately, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A powerful force gushed out from his mouth. The entire soul of the Tsong Wolf King was directly sucked into his mouth and devoured cleanly. This scene confused Qilian, the peerless ghost, and Zhang Han. They had never seen such a bizarre ability. Surprisingly, it can bring people to life in the form of their souls, and yet it is so easily devoured. Chiltern and Peerless Ghost looked at each other, both seeing the shock and fear in the other's eyes. They knew deep down that this Imperial Crown Prince was by no means an idle person. His strength and means were far beyond their imagination. Chapter 37 The Order of the Empire is the might of heaven, and no one is allowed to provoke it. The moment he completely internalized the soul of the Tsong Wolf King, Lin Yuan only felt an unprecedented majestic power surging through his limbs and bones. It's like there are countless rivers converging into a sea. It filled every inch of his muscles and every bone with explosive power. This sudden growth of power, it made him flinch. Then a flash of surprise and shock flashed through his eyes. At the same time a bold idea bubbled up in his mind. Is it the Raku immortal thief who gains more power by devouring others? Or is the power gained by serving the spirit superior? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan raised his eyes again. Just try it and see. Between the eyes, Lin Yuan's line of sight landed on the two remaining of the Quicksand Four Heavenly Kings. After feeling the sharp gaze of Lin Yuan, Akira's face instantly turned pale. An unprecedented chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was a fear that stemmed from the depths of the soul. Even when confronted with the ruthless Lord Wei Zhuang, nor had she ever experienced such profound fear. One is targeted by an ancient and powerful flood beast as the next prey. Just when Chiltern was immersed in fear and couldn't extricate himself, Lin Yuan's figure had appeared in front of her and Wu Xuan ghost like a ghost. It's ridiculously fast. Qilian was just about to open her mouth, but she saw that Lin Yuan lightly put his hand on the Wu Xuan ghost's broad shoulder. The undisputed ghost had wanted to resist. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Immediately after, half of his body was actually corroded by some kind of invisible force at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a shocking void. This scene caused Qilian's eyelids to involuntarily twitch, and his heart was horrified. What kind of terrifying technique is this? She exclaimed darkly. Turn the moment. The huge body of the peerless ghost was then completely devoured by the air surging within Lin Yuan's body. Not even a single remnant remained, leaving only a dead silence. A smile of satisfaction surfaced on Lin Yuan's face, as if he had just enjoyed a delicious feast. Well, it seems that the effect is comparable to taking his spirit, he muttered to himself, completely ignoring the fear and shock of Qilian at the side. Subsequently, Lin Yuan once again performed the detaining spirit dispatch to detain the soul of the peerless ghost. However, this time he didn't take it directly like he did with the Tsong Wolf King before, because Lin Yuan had his own plans. Although the peerless ghost had lost its physical body, the power in its soul was still not to be underestimated, and it was an excellent choice as a fighter or an experiment. As for the corpse of the Pale Wolf King, Lin Yuan had his own principles. He only consumes fresh life. He couldn't muster the slightest interest in dead things. After dealing with the ghosts of the undisputed, Lin Yuan redirected his sight to Qilian, who was frozen to the side, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Your turn. These words were like a sharp blade in the cold wind, causing Qilian to tremble. But she knew deep down that no matter how much she struggled, she could not escape being devoured. Eventually, her soul was similarly detained by Lin Yuan with the spirit dispatch general and became his possession. Since the moment when the Quicksand crowd stated that Quicksand Valley was their territory, winning Lin Yuan had never intended to let them leave alive. The majesty of the empire brooks no provocation. Since you dare to challenge, you must be prepared to pay the price. Subsequently, he released the soul of Akira, order her to lead the way. Now that it has taken a shot at Quicksand, then let this fall away once and for all. Besides, it's natural for a family to be neat and tidy. Inside the Valley of Quicksand, Stone Throne, Wei Zhuang was closing his eyes and waiting for news from outside. However, just then, Bai Feng's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, a hint of urgency in his voice. Lord Wei Zhuang, the Imperial Crown Prince has entered the valley leading his men. At those words, Wei Zhuang's eyes snapped open. A pair of sword eyes flashed with a stern light, as if they could see through all the illusions in the world. What about them? Bai Feng shook her head, her face grave. Not seen. Wei Zhuang's brows furrowed slightly. This situation is extremely counterintuitive. Even if the whole world betrayed him, Akira would never do so. Just as he was about to inquire further, a chilly wind suddenly came from the front, blowing his white hair with it. He lifted his head, his eyes like a torch. Only a few figures slowly stepped into view. However, when his gaze fell on the man at the head of the group, he suddenly froze. Spinning around, his face quickly grimaced. A monstrous rage spread in his heart. Qilian? The shadow bat looked at the black shadow that clung to him behind Wen Lin Yuan, his voice filled with horror. What on earth have you done to Qilian? Winning Lin Yuan's group slowly moved forward. With a smile on his face, he was oblivious to Wei Zhuang's anger. Your men didn't seem to be very obedient, so this prince educated them for you. His tone was relaxed, as if he were just talking about a trivial matter. Seek death. Wei Zhuang shouted angrily. The light of the shark-toothed sword in his hand flashed, transforming into a stern sword aura that went straight for Wen Lin Yuan's head. The rigid and thorny sword power instantly erupted as if it were thunder, terrifying to the extreme. If one were to use a word to describe Wei Zhuang's sword aura, it would be domineering. Facing this sword chi that came from all over the sky, winning Lin Yuan remained calm and natural, with an ancient expression on his face. In the meantime, Ning Yao behind him similarly unsheathed his sword light like a dragon, colliding with Wei Zhuang's sword on in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The aftershocks scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble. When the smoke cleared, a trace of gravity was added to Wei Zhuang's pupils. He was clear that the sword he had just used was by no means something that an idle person could withstand. At this time, Shadowbat finally couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you guys want?" Wen Lin Yuan glanced at him lightly, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. "Here, there is no qualification for you to speak. It is not the turn of outsiders to educate my people." Wei Zhuang spoke in a deep voice. Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and let out a light laugh. "Yes?" After saying that, he released the soul of the peerless ghost again in front of Wei Zhuang and the others. "Go, kill them." The peerless ghost received the order and immediately rushed towards Wei Zhuang and Shadowbat and the others. Its size was as huge as a mountain. Every step made the ground tremble. Wei Zhuang frowned. He knew deep down that the peerless ghost at this moment was no longer the peerless ghost from before. Immediately, he swung his sword and chopped away, the furious sword chi splitting the peerless ghost in two. However, it is shocking. The body of the peerless ghost actually rapidly healed and merged back into one, as if it possessed an immortal body. This scene caused White Phoenix, Shadowbat, and the others to have their jaws dropped. Wei Zhuang's frown also tightened even more. He understood that the Imperial Crown Prince in front of him, it's far beyond the norm. They must be treated as deviants. Chapter 38, The Successful King and the Winner. Of the 4 kings of Quicksand, only White Phoenix is left alone today. Wei Zhuang's eyes were cold as frost. He didn't understand why the Chilterns, the peerless ghosts, and the others, had become like this. But at the moment, the only thing echoing in his mind was a firm conviction. That's revenge for them. He had been a notorious assassin killer among the 6 kingdoms, whose hands had lost countless souls, even including the kings of the empire. Now, facing an imperial prince, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with the sword in his hand. Wouldn't mind adding to that blood-soaked fate. White Phoenix, Linner, stop them. Wei Zhuang's voice was low and strong. The White Phoenix and the Ink Jade Kirin sniffed and their figures instantly transformed into 2 residual shadows, weaving through the battlefield like ghosts, going forward to intercept the attack of the peerless ghost and Zhang Han and the others. Wei Zhuang, on the other hand, rose up in a violent manner, carrying his shark-toothed sword, like a beast ready to strike. It sped towards the direction where Wen Lin Yuan was. His speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the limit of what the naked eye could capture. The shark's tooth sword rubbed out a series of sparks on the ground, and his robes hunted in the wind, just like a god of war descending. Winning Lin Yuan looked at Wei Zhuang's approaching, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bland smile. In the face of this lordly figure, he did not mind personally striking out. both as a recognition of Wei Zhuang's strength and as a way of giving him the final dignity as an opponent. Swish! In the next moment, Wenlin Yuan's internal gong method was reversed, and the reverse life triple was unleashed, and his entire body was instantly wrapped in a layer of white jade-like air, just like being reborn, exuding a transcendent aura. When Wei Zhuang saw this, his cold brows couldn't help but frown slightly. He had never felt such a strong and haunting aura in anyone before, not even those famous and powerful people. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of excitement and anticipation flickered. After all, it had been too long since anyone had been able to make him take him so seriously. It was a feeling that was both foreign and familiar to him. Then let me learn whether my order is superior or the Empire's heavenly rules are more stringent. Wei Zhuang's words were cold and firm. With that, he unreservedly cast his must-have technique across the 8. That's how his fighting style is. If you don't make a move, it's going to be amazing. When Wenlin Yuan saw this, strange fluctuations flickered slightly in his pupils. The horizontal sword technique of the Ghost Valley vertical sword technique was equal in power to Gainey's vertical sword technique. 100 steps flying sword. It was just as well that Wenlin Yuan could use this opportunity to test how powerful the reverse life second level really was. In an instant, countless internal forces converged towards Wei Zhuang from all directions. Immediately, from the shark's teeth in his hand, he released a fierce and incomparable, domineering and very violent sword chi. The sword chi was black in color, and on its way through the air, it was transformed into a black dragon of sword chi. With the momentum of destroying the heavens and the earth, it quickly swept towards Wenlin Yuan, as if it wanted to destroy everything in heaven and earth. Seeing this, winning Lin Yuan didn't dodge, and didn't even make a stance. He just stood there quietly. It was like an immortal god born from heaven and earth. Seeing this, Wei Zhuang couldn't help but sneer coldly, insolent to the core. To date, there had never been a person who had been able to harden himself across the 8 directions with his own physical body. Even if that senior brother of his had come, he would have been equally unable to do so. But just when Wei Zhuang thought that his sword would end the fight, a scene that made everyone in the room's jaws drop occurred. The moment that Sword Chi Black Dragon landed on the white airy Wenlin Yuan, the berserk force instantly tore a large hole in his chest. Zhang Han's heart sank when he saw this. He knew that if His Highness the Crown Prince fell here today, he himself will be to blame and will surely suffer unimaginable consequences. However, just when everyone thought that everything had been finalized, a miracle happened. The air that scattered from Wenlin Yuan's chest, as if it was given life, frantically converged towards his chest, like a trickle of water flowing into a river and sea, instantly filling the hideous wound. When all the air power regrouped in Wenlin Yuan's body, the wounds on his chest miraculously healed and returned as if they had never been inflicted. In the meantime, an unspeakable power fluctuation burst out from within winning Lin Yuan's body. With him as the center, a circle of ripples spread out in all directions, shaking the surrounding space into a slight distortion. Winning Lin Yuan looked down at his palms, feeling the unprecedentedly strong power coming from within his body. He could even feel it clearly. He himself had already touched the threshold of the triple threshold of inverse life, yet it seemed to be out of reach, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his progress. Even if one is already at the peak of the second level, is it still this far away to break through to the third level? Winning Lin Yuan murmured softly. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked at Wei Zhuang with a torch-like gaze. At this time, Wei Zhuang, his face was no longer calm and relaxed before, replaced by a face full of shock and disbelief. He clearly saw the person who had his sword chi run through his chest. Surprisingly, it was back to normal in the blink of an eye, and the aura emanating from his body was even more powerful than before, as if he had shed his bones and regained his life. Swish! With a flash of his body, Wenlin Yuan appeared in front of Wei Zhuang like a ghost and raised his hand to slap down. Seeing this, Wei Zhuang hurriedly raised his shark's tooth sword to parry. However, the moment winning Lin Yuan's palm landed on the shark's tooth sword, an unimaginable gravity came from the center of his palm, as if a lofty mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making it almost impossible for him to bear it. Wei Zhuang's legs began to tremble under the immense pressure, and his knees slowly bent, eventually dropping to one knee, but he was still struggling to hold on, only his body was already trembling uncontrollably. With a crisp sound, the surface of the shark's tooth sword began to break off inch by inch. That was a sign of collapse from not being able to withstand the terrifying power of Wenlin Yuan. Eventually, with a crisp snap, the shark's tooth sword completely turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. As for Wenlin Yuan's palm, it landed on Wei Zhuang's shoulder like the kiss of death. There was a loud bang. Wei Zhuang's body flew out horizontally like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. His breath around him instantly withered. Lord Wei Zhuang, seeing this, Bai Feng and the others rushed forward, wanting to assist Wei Zhuang. However, at this point in time, Wei Zhuang, half of his body was already red with blood, There was no resentment or unwillingness in his eyes as he looked at Winlin Yuan, only endless calm and relief. Give a pain in the ass. Wei Zhuang's voice was hoarse and firm. Even if he knew that he was no match, even if he knew that he was about to die here, he had not begged for mercy or retreated for a moment, because he is Wei Zhuang, the heir to the Ghost Valley. He would rather choose to die standing than to live on his knees. The winner is the one who becomes the king. It was an eternal conviction in his heart. Chapter 39, Reunion. With Wei Zhuang's death, as if they had lost their backbone, the rest of the crowd from the Quicksand organization no longer had the same bravery as before and stopped resisting one after another. The atmosphere on the battlefield became unusually dull in an instant. Only that Shadow Bat was still delusional enough to think that he could escape this place of death. He flickered, attempting to slip away through the chaos of the situation. However, Ning Yao's reaction, was as fast as lightning, only to see her wrist flick. Her long sword was like a dragon coming out of the sea, directly chopping at the Shadow Bat. With a flash of swordlight, the Shadow Bat's body was instantly chopped in half. Blood splattered everywhere, completely cutting off life. With that, Winlin Yuan slowly walked to the center of the woods, his expression cold and his gaze like a torch, only to see his hands move slightly. He began to retreat from the weathering and run the secret method of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. As he moves, a black soul was immediately forcefully detained from those fallen corpses and floated in the air. The soul of Wei Zhuang is also in it. He floated in the air, looking at his corpse. In his heart, he already understood that the situation had been finalized and there was no turning back. The soul of the Shadow Bat was still trying to resist, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and anger. However, when he met the cold as ice eyes of Winlin Yuan, he was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. Winlin Yuan's eyes seemed to contain endless majesty and power, causing Shadow Bat's soul body to faintly show signs of being on the verge of collapsing. Under the secret method of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, the relationship between the host and the soul is like that of a king and a subject. As long as Winlin Yuan was willing, just a single thought could make his soul completely fly away and disappear from this world. Zhang Han stood on the sidelines, looking at this scene, and could not help but feel a surge of awe in his heart. From his initial disdain for Winlin Yuan to his slight change of opinion midway through the process, he could now be said to be completely convinced. The famous reverse-flowing sand organization that had shaken the rivers and lakes was thus easily resolved by this crown prince, even with no effort at all. Think about it. Zhang Han had full confidence in Winlin Yuan. He believed that under the leadership of Winlin Yuan, they'll definitely be able to deal with the Murphys next. Majia Organ City. In one of the rooms, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Besides Gao Jianli, the giant sons of the Mo clan and the rest of the commanders were all here. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were converging on one person, and that was Gaini. That's all that Mr. Guy knows about this 19th prince. Guy Nye slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful. I guess there must be someone behind that Winlin Yuan. Otherwise why could he convince that tyrant? Thief Plantar analyzed with a frown. Don't rule it out. Master Ban nodded his head in agreement. He knew deep down that he was afraid that there was nothing simple behind this matter, and that there must be unknown secrets hidden in it. Just then, the giant son of the Mosey family continued to ask, does anyone know where this 19th prince actually went during those 10 years? Gaini sniffed and shook his head. He said that not to mention them, even Ing Zhang himself didn't know where Winlin Yuan had been in the past 10 years. However, immediately afterward, Gaini seemed to have thought of something as he opened his mouth and reminded, after Zhao Gao's death, the Luo net was taken over by Winlin Yuan, so you need to be extra careful about this. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Mo clan's commanders changed. How could they not have heard of the mighty reputation of the Luo network? It could even be said that Luo Net was one of the most terrifying assassin-killer organizations within the empire. Its methods are brutal, secretive and frightening. Just then, a Mosey disciple suddenly came into the room and whispered a few words beside the Mosey giant's ear. When the giant son of the Mo clan heard this, his expression changed slightly. Then he looked at the crowd and immediately said, that Imperial Crown Prince and his party have entered the Quicksand Valley, and it is said that they did not have a good time with the Quicksand crowd. When the crowd heard the words Quicksand Valley, they were stunned. Only Gaini's pupils flashed with a hint of inexplicable fluctuation. It was as if he had thought of something. If only Quicksand fought with the Empire and landed in a lose-lose situation. Sledgehammer couldn't help but speak. However, the Snow Maiden shook her head and stated, even if there is a dispute between the two sides, Quicksand wouldn't be foolish enough to make an enemy of the Empire. After all, as powerful as Quicksand is, it's not enough to fight against the entire Empire. The crowd nodded in agreement. They then talked for a few more moments before exiting the room. Coming out, the giant son of the Majia family immediately instructed the crowd that during this recent period of time must strengthen the patrol. Not enough personnel directly mobilized from the inner city. After all, the net is called Dragnet. Pervasive. Once infiltrated by the Luo network, the consequences are feared to be very serious. On the other hand, after finishing off the quicksand crowd, winning Lin Yuan and his group managed to cross the quicksand valley. At this point, they were only the last 20 kilometers away from the Organ City. It was just that this road from Quicksand Valley to Organ City was not a good one. Everywhere there are thorns and vines, man, in dense jungle. Or else it's a dangerous trap or something set by the Mercers. There are even places where there are no roads to speak of, just patches of barren grass and rugged mountain paths. However, this still couldn't stop Wen Lin Yuan, since there is no path underfoot. Make a hard path. Immediately, winning Lin Yuan released Ruohua and had them drive up the road side by side in front of him. Ruohua's power was amazing, and wherever they passed, the thorns and vines, man, were chopped off, and a spacious path was opened up in the dense jungle. Zheng Han sat on the back of his horse, looking at this scene, and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in his heart. Sometimes, he really admired His Highness the Crown Prince's decision-making, and under the leadership of Wen Lin Yuan, it was as if they were fearless. No matter what difficulties and challenges are encountered, they are able to rise to the occasion and turn them into success. Just like that, with Ruohua opening the way, the group's traveling speed became much faster, and those traps, to Kisame, posed no threat at all. However, just as the party had just passed through a thick wood, there was a sudden rumble from the front. The loud noise was as deafening as thunder. It shook the whole team up. The procession was forced to stop. The crowd had a grave look on their faces and looked ahead vigilantly. Zheng Han parked his fingers on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Immediately after, several large trees in front of the crowd seemed to have been bent by something huge. The sky that was originally covered tightly was all revealed at this moment. A huge head poked out of the woods. It was a red organ snake that was dozens of feet long, with gears all over its body rumbling due to its operation, as if it was a huge war machine. And above the head of the machine snake, a hunched, hawk-nosed old man fitted with an organ arm was looking down on the crowd. His eyes glittered with a sly and sinister light, as if he would launch a deadly attack at any moment. It was only when he saw the black armor Zhang Han was wearing that his expression couldn't help but freeze. He obviously recognized it as Imperial attire, and immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Is Your Excellency a member of the Empire?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han immediately stepped forward on his horse and responded, "I am Imperial Shadow Secret Guard Commander Zhang Han." Saying so, he pointed to the side to Wen Lin Yuan. "This is the Empire's current crown prince." When that old man heard that, he responded hurriedly, "So it's Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm sorry for being rude." Spinning around, he announced himself. "Old me is Gong Tu Chiu of the Gong Tu clan." Gong Fu Chiu's name was loud and clear in the Jianghu. He was the new generation master of the hegemonic organ technique, and no one could surpass him in the depth of his organ technique attainments. "I hope you'll forgive me for the many offenses just now," Gong Fu Chiu said politely. With that, he maneuvered the head of the organ snake to the ground and leveled up with Wen Lin Yuan. He knew deep down that the Imperial Crown Prince was not someone he could afford to offend. If you accidentally offend His Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid that his entire Gongtu family will face extinction. Having dealt with the Empire quite a bit himself, he knew how powerful and cruel it was. Anymore, he's an old loach, too. If even these truths are not understood, you won't live to be that old yourself. Afterwards, Gong Tu Chiu made his intentions clear. He had originally prepared to go to Quicksand Valley to find the Quicksand crowd to help him assassinate an individual. Yet when Zhang Han said that Quicksand no longer existed, Gong Tu Chiu's face changed instantly. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Han. Quicksand died? The Quicksand organization is famous in the Jianghu. Now it has suddenly died out. How could this be acceptable to him? With follow-up inquiries, Gong Tu Chiu's expression became even more taut after learning that Quicksand had actually been destroyed by this Imperial Crown Prince. His eyes widened as he looked at Wen Lin Yuan as if he was looking at a monster. It's really hard to imagine this seemingly young Crown Prince. Surprisingly, he has such great strength and means, able to easily overthrow the Quicksand organization. Chapter 40 Arrival at the Organ City. Method of breaking the city. In the midst of a follow-up conversation, winning Lin Yuan did not show the slightest bit of difficulty towards Gong Tu Chiu. In his opinion, Gong Tu Chiu was very different from Quicksand's gang. The members of the Quicksand organization are all untamed and act in a domineering style. Gong Tu Chiu, on the other hand, appeared to be calm and introverted, rather like a master. So, instead of harboring animosity towards Gong Chiu, Wen Lin Yuan, instead, the idea of a deeper relationship with this master organist was born. After all, the two of them shared a common goal, to overthrow the Mo family. Deep down, Gong Tu Chiu had always harbored an unspeakable grudge against the Mozi family. When he learned that Wen Lin Yuan and his party intended to overthrow the Mo family, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and volunteered to lead the way for them. Seeing this, Wen Lin Yuan naturally had no reason to refuse. There was Gong Fu Chiu's organ snake in front of him. the group would undoubtedly travel much faster. So he simply acceded to Gong Tu Chou's request. The demands of Kung Fu hatred are not excessive. He was just after breaching the Organ City. It is hoped that master ban will be placed at his disposal. After the parties have reached a consensus on this matter, Gong Tu Chou maneuvered the organ snake like a giant dragon snaking forward, weaving and roaming among the lofty mountains. Zhang Han, on the other hand, led the team and followed closely behind, all the way to the top. Invincible. About 2 hours later, the crowd came to the top of a mountain. Gong Tu Chou stood on the head of the organ snake, pointing at the city that loomed in the mountains opposite, saying, "Ahead is that Organ City." Winning Lin Yuan stepped out of the carriage and looked up. He saw the Organ City, which was called by the anti-Qin people in the world as the paradise on earth. Just then, Zhang Han couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, "The world says that Organ City is easy to defend and hard to attack, but in my opinion, it seems no different from an ordinary city." The words just fell. Gong Tu Chou quickly retorted, "General Zhang Han, it's not true. What the world sees is only the surface of this Organ City." Then, he began to explain that the Organ City is hidden in the mountains, built on the mountains, where the terrain is peculiar, and the hundreds of miles around are all steep cliffs and deep valleys, making it difficult to climb over, and below surrounded by turbulent rushing monstrous river water. The water reefs and rocks are densely populated, the ships sailing, often touching the reef shipwrecked. Even more peculiar is the fact that there is also an unpredictable sea of clouds, with a climate that clears up and rains down, so that one tends to get lost in a sea of clouds. The interior of the city is even more water-powered. The inside and outside of the Organ City can be described as full of traps, so it's easy to defend and hard to attack. Having said that, Zhang Han suddenly came to a realization. Spinning around, he scanned toward the surroundings, realizing that the surroundings were indeed exactly the same as what Gong Fu Chiu had said. A city this big is powered by water. This Majia organ art is really powerful. Zhang Han couldn't help but lament. Just as his words came out, Gong Tu Chou, who was on the side, snorted coldly with a face full of disdain. Non-attacking organ techniques are not worth mentioning in front of Lao Fu's dominating organ techniques. Oh, Zhang Han became interested. I hope that Mr. Gong Shu will open our eyes when we have the chance. That's for sure. Gong Tu Chou raised his head proudly, saying that he, Gong Fu Chiu, was inferior to others. He probably wouldn't refute it. But to say that the Mahis non-tackle organ art half well, he Gong Tu Chou will not be happy. In his mind, there was only one organ technique under the sky. That's the overbearing organ art of his Gong Fu family. What's non-attacking and not non-attacking? That's all excuses that weak people make for themselves. Truly strong people conquer by strength, and would not even want to trade non-offense and love for peace. This philosophy, which has been deeply rooted in his heart, has become the faith he has pursued throughout his life. However, just as the crowd was talking, Gong Tu Chou stated the most difficult point in trying to break through the Organ City. That's the gate to this outer city. It's different from an ordinary city. The outer city of Machine City had a swift moat, and in order to open the gates, the bridge that connects the city to the outer banks must be opened and lowered by those inside before they can pass into the city. Otherwise, don't try to get into town unless you can fly. Listening to Gong Tu Chou's words, Zhang Han couldn't help but frown. According to what he said, wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to break through this Organ City at all? Mr. Gong Tu, other than that, is there any other way to enter the city? Zhang Han inquired. Gong Tu Chou sniffed and fell into deep thought. A few moments later, he suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. It is said to be at the back of the Organ City, where there is no rapid river, but there is a 90-degree wall that is about 300 meters high, only that underneath it is a 10,000-foot cliff that is extremely dangerous. If there is someone who is agile, maybe they can try it from there. When Zhang Han heard this, he only felt his head buzzing. Don't talk about quick hands. Even he was afraid that it would be difficult to climb. Let's not talk about how to anchor yourself to that steep wall midway up. The bone-chilling wind that blew up from the bottom of the cliff alone was enough to dissuade many people who wanted to climb from there into the city. Yet the next moment, Winning Lin Yuan, however, spoke up. If there is no river in the rear, this prince has a way to enter the city. Swish, this statement was made. Gong Tu Chou was stunned. Come on man, I'm just saying, you're not really going to climb up that steep 10,000 foot cliff, are you? Zhang Han, on the other hand, was taken aback and hastened to discourage him. Your Highness, you must not risk your life. Big deal. We'll find another way. It was hard to trek all the way here. Going for that dangerous move again. Isn't this purely a joke? Seeing the crowd's panicked look, Winlin Yuan immediately smiled and explained that he wasn't going by himself. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at these words. They know it well. As the Crown Prince of Qin, Winlin Yuan had an honorable status. Naturally, you can't take risks easily. Subsequently, under the leadership of Gong Fu Chiu, The crowd circled around to the back of the Organ City. I only saw that this place was very different from the main gate, and there weren't many Maggia disciples guarding it, Gong Tu-cho explained. After all, in the last 100 years or so, no one has ever been able to climb into the Organ City from behind here. That's why the center of gravity of the outer city of the Organ City isn't here either. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head, then raised his eyes to look over. Just the steep and bare surface of the city wall above without any landing. Indeed, only someone with a stupid head would think of climbing a little bit from here into the Organ City. However, he, Win Lin Yuan, was not an ordinary person. Immediately after that, he only saw Winning Lin Yuan reach out and release Ruohua from the devouring sack. It also contained those 10 Dan devouring Rohana that he had carefully refined. Although ordinary people couldn't climb up, it didn't mean that Ruohua couldn't. When Winning Lin Yuan was refining this batch of Ruohua, but there was some focus on their mobility. It's just that the river at the main entrance is so swift. The odds are that Kisana will be washed away if she goes into the water. Otherwise, Win Lin Yuan would have directly let Ruohua dive into the city. Now, facing the steep walls, Kisana has definitely become the best choice. Chapter 41, The Terror of Dan Devouring. With a command from Win Lin Yuan. Seeing that the Ruohua's posture was light and graceful, just like a leaping deer in the forest, with a fierce leap, they steadily climbed on the surface of the city wall. At the same time, Win Lin Yuan released the scouting flying insects. Wear special goggles. In the eyepiece, the real-time images coming from the scouting flying insects were clearly visible. At the moment he was like a commanding general. Through these eyes in the sky, Rohana is directed to climb upwards quickly, and the Rudrakshas were on the vertical face of the wall as if they were on the ground. To the side of the Gongfu Chio looked dumbfounded. At the same time he couldn't help but think in his mind, could it be that this Imperial Crown Prince is also proficient in the art of organism? And, most of all, the organ technique he performed was actually more subtle and delicate compared to his own overbearing and incomparable organ technique. One's own organism is in front of this Imperial Crown Prince. How is it more like the poor work of a neophyte? In contrast, Zheng Han was much more calm. It was because he had seen Rohana's power a long time ago. Just a short while, Kisaragi is already halfway up the wall. The speed is staggering. As for Win Lin Yuan and his group, they took advantage of this moment and began to quietly march towards the city gates. In the meantime, back on the walls, a few Mozi disciples were chatting leisurely. They had not the slightest inkling of the approaching danger. Underneath the city wall, dozens of flower-like figures were rapidly climbing upwards. The few Mozi disciples, however, were still immersed in the joy of idle chatter and were completely unsuspecting. Just as one of them asked if they wanted to go for a drink after their stand tonight. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky and landed silently behind him. That Mo family disciple had not yet been able to react. Just a click. His head came straight up 180 degrees. The flame of life was instantly extinguished. When the rest of the Mo clan disciples saw this, their faces immediately changed. They got up and tried to fight back, but it was too late. Like ghosts, the Rohanas quickly took care of them one by one. A few scouting flying insects in the air transmitted the scene clearly into the eyepieces of the crowd below. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to begin. In the end, he could only swallow back silently. That's all. Both sides were traveling at the same time. Just this side of Kisame. It's going to be a little bit slower. After all, they would meet quite a few Maggia disciples on the way. But the battles are almost always resolved with thunderous speed. Sure, the Mo clan side also learned that someone had broken into the Organ City, and the sledgehammer, who was mainly responsible for the outer city, immediately led a number of disciples in person to clear out this group of intruders. And Win Lin Yuan clearly had plans for this. Those 10 Dan devouring Rudrakshas are reserved for such special moments of necessity. Outer city. A deep passageway. Sledgehammer leading a group of disciples was standing in it. His gaze was like a torch, but it froze in this moment. In front, dozens of figures lined up. It's amazing how they look exactly the same, like copy and paste. The sledgehammer froze for a moment, an unspeakable amazement and vigilance welling up in his heart. What the hell is all this? The disciple behind him finally couldn't help himself and inquired in a low voice. There was a hint of unease in his voice. The sledgehammer didn't turn around, just stared tightly at the strange figures and said in a deep voice, "Whatever the hell it is, never let them pass." At the moment, the other side, Winning Lin Yuan took in the scene through the scouting flying insects. At the same time the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. If the number of people is small, he really does not want to use those Dan devour like flowers. But now, there were hundreds of Maggia disciples in front of them, plus a Maggia commander. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of Dan devour like a flower. If we can take this opportunity to replace a Mohammedan commander, that's definitely a sure thing. Thinking of this, he immediately gave orders to the flowers. Sledgehammers looked at the group of strange-looking and identical guys in front of them have backed up. Thought these guys were intimidated by their own aura. the heart couldn't help but surge with a sense of triumph. Immediately, he greeted the brothers behind him and rode them out. Swish! The sledgehammer was in the lead, and the sledgehammer in his hand swung densely. Hundreds of Manhwa disciples followed behind them, with a strong momentum. However, just as they had just rushed out about 10 meters, in the group of Ruohua that had originally retreated, a different Ruohua suddenly stepped out. The pattern in the center of the forehead of this Ruohua is a little different from the others. It just gazed silently at the crowd swarming in front of it. Just as the sledgehammer was approaching, the Rufa suddenly opened its mechanical mouth. Shasta! Countless white transparent objects with no color, no smell, and no fixed shape erupted from its mouth and hovered around its circumference. Sledgehammer led the Manhwa disciples to dive headfirst into the area. However, just the moment they stepped into this area, many of the disciples' figures gave a lurch. Then a look of horror like suffocation appeared. Their mouths were open, desperately trying to take a big breath, but it was extremely difficult, as if even the air had become thin. Subsequently, he saw one after another of the Mozi disciples fall like mowing wheat. Their faces were filled with horror and resignation. It all happened so fast, it was even too late for Sledgehammer to react. Unity! Unity! Save! Save me! A disciple struggled and let out a weak cry for help. Help! Help me! There were cries for help all around. Sledgehammer crossed his cold brow. He instantly raised the heavy sledgehammer in his hand, prepared to head towards the Rohana and vow to smash it to pieces. But the next instant, the sledgehammer's body suddenly showed the same symptoms as those Manhwa disciples. It was as if he was frozen in the air. Not only could he not move an inch, even his body joints could not move a bit. What followed was an intense sense of suffocation, as if the oxygen in his body had been drained. His mouth was open, desperately trying to breathe, but he couldn't even get a trace of oxygen into his lungs. Sledgehammer was horrified in his heart. He tried to push his inner strength to resist the inexplicable force, yet to no avail. After the hypoxia, his head began to ache violently. It was a heart-rending pain, as if someone was holding a knife and opening his skull a little bit. Feeling his breath getting weaker and weaker, Sledgehammer glanced at the disciples beside him with his afterimage, only to see each of them bleeding from their 7 orifices, staring at their pupils wide open and losing their lives. The eyes were filled with horror and resignation. A strong wave of grief and helplessness welled up in the Sledgehammer's heart. He knew he was about to follow in the footsteps of these disciples. Spinning around, he tightened his grip on the sledgehammer in his hand. It was as if he was going to pour all his strength into this final blow. However, just then, all he felt was a sinking of his eyes. Then he fell into the endless darkness, and the Rufus, after completing his mission, it was left there like a pile of waste, never to move again. The rest of the Rohanas passed them by without any emotional fluctuation and continued on their way as if nothing had happened. The other side, in the eyepieces of Gongju Chiu, Zhang Han and others, as the images of the Sledgehammer's group of Manhwa disciples dying came back, one by one, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Just now didn't even see exactly how that sledgehammer died. It just felt like it all happened so fast and so suddenly. It's like a dream. That MO clan commander as well as many MO clan disciples then died. Chapter 42. If this Ru Hua was born in the Tang clan, she would have to be a genius at high and low levels. Inside the Organ City, in the middle of the inner city lobby, the commanders of the MO clan were gathering urgently with grave expressions. They have just received a heart-wrenching piece of bad news. The outer city was actually invaded quietly, and the exact situation in the outer city at the moment, it was like a mystery in a fog to them. Nothing was known. On the Sledgehammer's side, how come there's still no news coming in? A hint of anxiety was revealed in the voice of the giant son of the MO clan. As per common sense, in the event of such an emergency in the outer city, the commander in charge of the guards would surely dispatch a messenger at the first opportunity to convey the latest battle situation to the inner city. However, several hours passed, but the news of the sledgehammer was like a stone sinking into the sea. Nowhere to be seen. This can't help but raise doubts. Did something unpredictable happen to the sledgehammer? Just as the atmosphere was gloomy, Thief Metatarsal stepped forward and volunteered. Giant's son, why don't you let me lead some disciples and head to the outer city to find out what's going on? The giant son of the MO clan sniffed, and a trace of approval flashed in his gaze. Nodding his head, he resolutely agreed to Steeler's request. Thieves and metatarsals act in a thunderous manner. Immediately, he instructed a group of disciples to accompany him to the outer city to investigate. After the thieves left, the giant son of the Mozi family turned to Gao Jianli and the others and instructed them to explain a series of measures to deal with the situation. His tone was firm, stating that no matter how the winds and clouds changed in the outside world, the inner city must be defended, which was the last line of defense for the MO family. Meanwhile, he said the outside help he had hired was coming in day and night. As long as they can hold out until the outside backs arrive, the MO family will be able to turn this crisis around. However, even so, Instead, a sense of uneasiness inexplicably welled up in the heart of the giant son of the Mozi family. He knew deep down that this battle was not a small one. Any negligence could spell doom. The commanders of the Emo clan also took a stand, vowing to defend the inner city to the death and never let the enemy step in. In the meantime, at the gates of the outer city, an aura of solemnity filled the air. A group of Emo clan disciples were stony-faced and stood firm like a rock. What they received was a death order. Even if I die in battle today, I must not open the gates and lower the drawbridge to give the enemy the slightest opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And at this moment outside the city gates, a bank across the moat, Winning Lin Yuan and his group stood silently. He tilted his head, his expression bland. The eyes were silent as they gazed at the closed gates, obviously waiting for some decisive moment. Behind them, a trace of doubt and incomprehension filled the faces of Zheng Han and Gong Tu-Chio. Although those mannequins have successfully infiltrated the city, it's a pipe dream to try to use them to resist the entire outer city's Mo clan disciples. Gong Tu-Chio couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. One should know that the number of Majia disciples in the entire Organ city, up and down, inside and out, added up to almost 10,000 people. Instead, Winning Lin Yuan had only sent out almost 100 dolls. How is this 100 against 1,000,000? Zheng Han also frowned. He likewise couldn't see what kind of medicine His Highness the Crown Prince was selling in this gourd. Winning Lin Yuan also sensed the confusion in the two, but he did not rush to explain. Just a faint smile, signaling them to simply wait quietly with him. Time passes by. The atmosphere is getting more and more tense. Just as Gong Tu-Chio couldn't help but want to open his mouth and ask, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly attracting all of their gazes. Everyone looked around at the sound, only to see the airtight gates of the Organ City miraculously slowly open from the inside out. At the same time, the ropes on either side of the drawbridge began to roll, and the drawbridge was slowly lowered. This scene directly caused Zheng Han and Gong Tu-Chio's eyes to widen with incredulity. Can't even believe my eyes. No, dude, an Organ City that hasn't been breached in over 300 years. It just broke so easily? They didn't even put up much of a fight. As the city gates boomed completely wide open, a single Rohana emerged from it like a ghost, and the ground around it. The bodies of countless Majia disciples lay visible to the naked eye. It is obvious from the features of these bodies, they have all been hit by Dan Devour. Go! Winning Lin Yuan gave a faint signal. It was as if everything in front of him was within his expectation. He brought Ning Yao and White Foxface along towards the drawbridge. Zheng Han and Gong Fu-Chio looked at each other and immediately led their teams, immediately following. Step over the drawbridge and cross into the city gates. When stepping through the gates, it was only then that the crowd really saw the shocking move. Although Zheng Han and Gong Fu-Chio saw the images of the miserable deaths of the Mozi disciples from the previous eyepiece, but it wasn't until this moment when it was really up close and personal with the naked eye. It was only then that I realized what horror was. On the ground, every dead Mo clan disciple had pupils bulging out, their faces purple, their expressions incomparably hideous and extremely painful. It was evident from the facial expressions of these Mahist disciples what torture and suffering was experienced at the end of life. Winning Lin Yuan's gaze was cold. A brief inventory of Kisame's losses was taken. Ordinary Kisame lost almost 20 of them, and Dan Devouring Rohana lost 3 of them. This result was within his expectations. After all, only 3 Dan Devouring Rufus were used to break the solidly built Organ City. It also cost the Mo family a commander. It's just awful to earn. Generally speaking, Dan Devour is not really that powerful, because everyone's physique was different. Their level of understanding and cultivation of Dan Devouring was different. Although some people cultivate the Dan Devouring to be able to send out instantaneously from a long distance, it can only be sent out instantaneously once, and it is extremely consuming of internal air. And some people's Dan Devour can deal AoE group damage, but only at a fixed range, and it has to be very close to you to do so. This undoubtedly greatly limits the scope and flexibility of its use. However, when Winning Lin Yuan first refined the Dan Devouring like a flower, he improved and innovated it. Not only did he retain the group burst characteristics of Dan Devour, but he also extended his attack range slightly. As long as you are within a 10-meter radius of Dan Devouring Rohana, all of them are in their range of attack. Dan Devouring like a flower might not be as intense, but it was better because they were dense. If one could see Dan Devouring with the naked eye, the intensity would certainly make one's scalp feel numb. Countless Dan Devours intertwined into a web of death in the air. Once someone steps into this web, it is almost impossible to escape. Afterward, Winlin Yuan released the soul bodies of the quicksand crowd one by one, and gave them a mission. That's to slaughter the Mozi disciples in the city to their heart's content. Don't spare a single one. The reason is simple. Since they chose to become rebels against Qin, then one must accept the fate of being liquidated. For these anti-Qin remnants who try to subvert the order of the empire and challenge his authority, Winning Lin Yuan was never soft-hearted. When Gong Fu Chiu witnessed the soul bodies of Wei Zhuang's crowd, his pupils contracted violently, revealing a deep look of shock. These powerful men who once held him in awe, now it can only exist in such a miserable form. This huge contrast caused an unspeakable shock to well up in his heart. He looked at Wen Lin Yuan's back. That back looked so tall and dangerous at the moment, just like the king of Qin. It made him feel an involuntary chill rising from the soles of his feet. At the same time, Gong Tu Chiu was secretly happy in his heart. Although he himself had crossed paths with Wen Lin Yuan, he had never offended him. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll end up like that group of people from Quicksand. Think about it. Gong Chu Chiu couldn't help but shiver. Spinning around, he took another deep breath, trying to work on calming the fear and anxiety inside. And the other side, the thieves who had hurried from the inner city to provide support. While making his way through a dark passageway, he accidentally found the bodies of a group of sledgehammers. Their bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The air was filled with a sickening, fishy odor. An uncontrollable grief instantly welled up in Steeler's heart. It was as if 1,000 words were choked in his throat. This dear friend who had once fought alongside him and experienced life and death together, now it lies silent and gone forever. In a split second, his heart was filled with endless anger and grief. The moment, there was only one thought in the thief's mind, and that was to avenge the great Iron Hammer's death. Whoever the killer is, wherever he's hiding, the thieves all vowed to find them and make them pay the worst possible price, to honor the memory of the sledgehammer. Chapter 43, Chopping Another Person. As it continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the hinterland of the Organ City, Winning Lin Yuan and his party were like the gods of death descending. Everywhere they went, there was a solemn killing. Not an inch of grass left. None of the disciples of the Mo clan were spared from this catastrophe. Gong Tu Chiu explained the structural layout of the Organ City in detail to Wen Lin Yuan on the way. The mechanical city is extremely well designed and is clearly divided into an inner and outer city. The outer city was like a sturdy barrier that surrounded the inner city tightly, as if it was a natural barrier guarding the inner city. However, what really deserves the name Organ City is the hidden inner city, because whether it's the traps all over the Organ City, or those ingenious mechanisms, all must be in the inner city to maneuver freely, play as powerful as they should be. The goal of the Winning Abyss crowd, it is that mysterious and unpredictable inner city. When they came to the entrance of the inner city, prepare to step into the inner city as you go. A group of figures suddenly appeared in their line of sight, blocking their way. The visitor was none other than the thief. His eyes were sharp and he looked cold. After seeing the body of the sledgehammer, he then guessed that the outer city must have been lost. It is no longer helpful to go for support yourself. And so, he simply turned around with his disciples. Arrive early at the only entrance to the inner city from the outer city and stand guard for the enemy. It doesn't. He guessed right. Successfully waited for Wen Lin Yuan and his group. Steeler's eyes kept glancing at Zhang Han's crowd. It finally rested on Wen Lin Yuan's body. He spoke coldly and asked, "You're that Imperial Crown Prince, aren't you?" Before the crowd could open their mouths to reply, Thief Metatarsal's words turned, his tone filled with murderous intent. "Who killed the Iron Hammer brothers?" Gong Tu Chiu sniffed and sneered as he said in a contemptuous tone, "Could it be that you still want to avenge your brother's death?" Upon seeing Gong Tu Chiu, Pirate Plantar immediately taunted, "Yo, isn't this the heir to our Mo clan ancestors' defeated master?" This statement was made. Gong Tu Chiu's face instantly clouded over. The reason why he holds a grudge against the Mercers, it was because his own ancestor had once lost a duel with the ancestor of the Mahists. It became a scar on his heart and stayed with him. And nowadays, Steeler lifted this scar again in his face. It naturally made Gong Tu Chiu unable to tolerate it. "You seek death." Gong Tu Chiu roared angrily, didn't wait for the others to strike. He then took the lead in maneuvering the organ snake towards the Steeler to surprise attack. The machine snake was huge in size, but its movements were exceptionally agile, opening its bloody mouth and lunging towards the Steeler. Thief Plantar saw this, but he didn't look the least bit flustered. Apparently there was a plan in place. With a flash of his body, he dodged the organ snake's fatal blow. Just then, suddenly a white figure swooped out from the side, as swift as a bolt of lightning. That white figure directly crashed through the organ snake's huge body, causing the organ snake's bite to directly fall short. The white tiger, the organ of the Mo clan? Zhang Han couldn't help but let out a cry of shock immediately after seeing that huge white figure. He had always only heard that the Mo clan had 4 major organ spirit beasts. One of the organ's white tiger even represents the attribute of gold, the main military battle-killing, infinite power. Gong Tu Chiu's eyes immediately flashed with disdain after seeing the organ white tiger. He snorted coldly and said in his heart, "So what if the organ white tiger, in front of old man organ snake, it's nothing more than a clown." He wanted to make the Mosey family truly understand just whose organ art was stronger and more dominant. Next, only to see Gong Tu Chiu's hands dancing and maneuvering the organ snake to meet the head of the organ white tiger. The organ snake and the organ white tiger fiercely exchanged blows in the air, entangling each other. Seeing Gong Fu Cho being dragged down, Steeler's gaze fell on that Imperial Crown Prince. In his opinion, the death of the Great Hammer must be due to this Imperial Prince. Spin. Steeler gave an order. The Immortality disciples behind them were like a tidal wave, launching a fierce attack on Wen Lin Yuan and his group. Zhang Han was preparing to lead the Shadow Secret Guards to meet the battle. However, only a few black shadows quietly floated out behind Wen Lin Yuan, precisely the souls of the quicksand crowd. Steeler saw the souls of these men. The expression was first stunned, then the pupils shrunk violently and exclaimed, "You are Wei Zhuang?" He had crossed paths with the quicksand crowd. Naturally, the memory of Wei Zhuang and the appearance of the crowd in quicksand was still fresh. Yet at the moment, the quicksand crowd, however, is in this hellish state. Steeler didn't understand what had happened to quicksand to end up like this. That's a lot of crap. Wei Zhuang grunted coldly. Immediately, he cast Transverse 8, although he is now a soul. But the stunts of the living are under the power of the spirit detainers and dispatchers. He was still able to perform it to the fullest, and his power had not diminished in the slightest. When the thief saw this, his eyebrows snapped up. He knew Wei Zhuang's strength, so naturally he didn't dare to fight head-on. Immediately, he executed the electric light divine walking steps. The figure was like lightning, weaving quickly through the crowd, dodging the strikes from Wei Yong. The speed of his speed, only a trail of residual shadows was left behind, dazzling people. Seeing that the other party's attacks never hit him, Steeler's confidence grew. Immediately, he reversed his direction and changed his target, rapidly attacking towards Wen Lin Yuan. In his opinion, as long as we can get rid of this Imperial Crown Prince, today's crisis of the Mo family can be easily resolved, and at the same time, it's sort of revenge for Sledgehammer. However, unbeknownst to them, the thieves chose the most wrong path. The moment he instantly moved in front of Wen Lin Yuan and stabbed the dagger in his hand, a terrifying sword aura came from behind it. This sword chi was as unstoppable as a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, forcibly forced the stolen metatarsal to a halt. At the same time, let him separate from Wen Lin Yuan. After stopping his body, Steeler breathed heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat at some point. He felt it clearly. Just that moment, one is one step away from death. If he hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid I'd become a corpse. And the person who had discharged the sword was none other than Ning Yao, who was standing behind Wen Lin Yuan. As for Wen Lin Yuan, he stood there. To the very beginning there was a look of blandness. For the sneak attack of the thief plantar just now, he did not put it in his eyes at all. A wave of unwillingness and anger welled up in Steeler's heart. He planned how to approach Wen Lin Yuan again and deal him a fatal blow. However, I don't know when. Ning Yao had quietly arrived behind him. Once again, he chopped out a sword. At this moment, an ominous premonition surged in the heart of the Steeler, and his body reflexively flashed out, just the moment his body had just moved. Instead, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is that possible?" Because he saw it with his own eyes. Ning Yao's speed was surprisingly faster than his own. That stern sword chi was even more closely followed. Like a maggot in his hock, he couldn't get rid of it. Seeing that you can't dodge, Thief Plantar could only grit his teeth and push his inner strength to fight back hard. He was known for his speed, but how strong could his physical body be? The sword chi was like a sharp blade, falling directly down his arm. Immediately, 2 columns of blood gushed out from his broken arm, staining his robes red. Steeler's face changed drastically at this moment, and his pupils were filled with deep fear. He never expected it. It was amazing that he would fall into the hands of a woman. It was all too much for him. He had underestimated Ning Yao's strength, also overestimated their abilities. Just then, Wei Zhuang seized the opportunity and swept across the 8 directions directly towards Steeler. Steeler only felt a huge force enveloping him. His body was instantly torn into countless pieces. There wasn't even a complete body left. The surrounding Mo clan disciples who had come from the inner city along with Thief Plantar saw this. One by one, their expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to flee back to the inner city. Unbeknownst to him, Shilian's fire charming technique had already been quietly cast. Everyone was hit and fell down. In the end, none of them survived. After settling this side, good news had also come from Gong Tu Cho's side. He managed to disintegrate that white tiger organ. Although the white tiger organs were powerful, they were strong in numbers. In terms of individual strength alone, it was still Gong Fu Cho's organ snake that was superior. Chapter 44, The Final Battle. After successfully resolving the group of Mozi disciples such as the Thief Plantar, Winning Lin Yuan and his group managed to step into the hidden passageway leading to the inner city. However, the outer city at the moment, but it has been turned into a miserable hell on earth. The corpses of the Mo clan disciples scattered around were piled up in a mountain, and the blood flowed into a river. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this gruesome scene as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The air was suffocatingly thick with the smell of blood, as if even the heavens and the earth were weeping for it. Just then, outside of Mechanical City, a playful figure descended in vain on this war-torn land like a divine warrior from the heavens. She raised her snowy eyes, which were as clear and translucent as ice crystals, and gazed indifferently at everything within the city, even after witnessing countless bodies and debris. Nor did its expression budge in the slightest. It was as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes of life and death. Then, Xiaoming took light steps and slowly marched towards the interior of the Organ City. She wondered if there were any survivors within the city. Also want to see it in person. This Organ City that was once known as the paradise of anti-Qin people in the world. What exactly has become of it today? In the middle of the inner city, a thin thread held tightly in Master Ban's hand suddenly collapsed. His face changed instantly. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Seeing this, the rest of the MO clan commanders couldn't help but open their mouths and ask, "What's wrong, Master Ban?" Master Ban hesitated for a moment and said with a grave and sorrowful face, "The even thread connecting the lives of the thieves' metatarsals is broken." This statement was made. The faces of the crowd likewise changed violently. They know what it means. This is a tactic unique to Master Ban. Before the thieves left the inner city, he had attached to him an even thread that could foretell life. As long as this strand keeps going, it means that the thieves are safe and sound. But once the thread is broken, the opposite is true. It must be that the thieves have suffered a sufficiently fatal crisis. So what should we do now? The Snow Maiden frowned tightly and asked anxiously. The rest of the crowd also cast their eyes. I hope Master Ben can give an idea. At this point, Cao Jianli, who had always been calm and collected, stepped forward. Gentlemen, let's just follow the orders of the giant son before he left and defend the inner city to the death. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. They know, at this moment, there is no choice but to hold on to the inner city. But just the next moment, a disciple ran in with a panicked expression. After seeing the commanders, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Commanders, something big has happened." That group of people invading the outer city had already entered the passageway leading to the inner city. I'm afraid it won't be long before they arrive in the inner city. The words fell. The entire air seemed to freeze. There was an eerie silence. The crowd looked at each other with uneasiness in their hearts. They know, once that group attacked the inner city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Until a few moments later, it was only then that Gao reopened his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that just as Master Ban said, the Stealing Brothers have also. We must prepare for the worst. Strike that." He turned his head to Snow Maiden again. "Snowy, take Miss Rome and the girls and hide in the ink court chamber first. Master Ben and I will stay and hold our ground." The Snow Maiden sniffed and immediately shook her head in rejection. "No way, Xiao Gao. We agreed to fight the Empire together. I can't leave you here alone." Seeing this, Cao Jianli hurriedly comforted. "Little Snow, listen to me. By entering the ink court chamber, you are likewise joining us in the fight against the Empire. Besides, if you stay here, you'll distract us instead. In this way, if the situation is not right, Master Ban and I will also enter the secret room at the first opportunity to join you. You trust me, okay?" After some persuasion from Gao Jianli, the Snow Maiden finally agreed. She knew that she would only become a burden to Gao Jianli if she stayed here. And so, as per Gao Jianli's orders, took some important members of the MO family into the MO court chamber. The MO court chamber is where the most central area of the MO clan is located. From inside, you can manipulate the entire Organ City. Its defense is naturally solid. In the event of an emergency special situation, it can also be used as a shelter. After the Snow Lady and the others entered the ink court chamber, Gao Jianli again hurriedly instructed Master Ban to go and prepare all the Organ White Tigers, ready to go into combat. In the meantime, Cao Jianli has thought it through. In the end, it was decided to send someone to free the imprisoned Gainer. Although in his heart, he had a very low opinion of Gainer. It was even thought that Gainer's betrayal had put the Maggia in a difficult position. But now the entirety of the MO family has fallen into a very special period. The enemy is about to attack the inner city, and the house of MO is in danger. If Gainer has a grateful heart, maybe even a helping hand when the Murphys were at their worst. As for whether or not Gainer would actually come to his aid, Gogon wasn't sure. But at this moment of crisis, he's willing to bet so much. After getting all this preparation properly completed, Cao Jianli and Master Ban stood in the inner city lobby, waiting quietly for the group to arrive. The other side, Winning Lin Yuan and his group also finally arrived at the inner city. The inner city is a very different scene from the outer city. One might even say it's a world of difference. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Even Zhang Han couldn't help but lament the condition of this inner city. It's even close to catching up with the Imperial capital, Xianyang. Anything that comes to mind. It can be seen all over this inner city. Gong Tuqiu sniffed and immediately scoffed. Otherwise, why is it called a paradise on earth by the anti-Qin people in the world? This is the lair of the Muria family. So naturally, I want to do everything possible to make myself comfortable. Just then, one after another, figures of the Mozi disciples began to appear, blocking their way. Your Royal Highness, you guys go first, leave them to us. At this moment, the Red Lion floating behind Winlin Yuan spoke. Then they saw her and the Peerless Ghost and the others heading towards the group of Mo clan disciples to meet them. The Mo family disciples were all as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were ugly to the extreme, but for the sake of the Mercers, for themselves, they still persevered and hardened their hearts. Winning Lin Yuan and his group then continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encountered more and more Mozi disciples who came to intercept them. However, it was fortunate that Winlin Yuan had sufficient manpower on his side. It didn't affect his ability to go deeper into speed in the slightest. About an incense stick of time later, the crowd arrived at a lobby, and in the lobby at the moment, a group of figures seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Is it still coming? Cao Jianli looked at the figure of the group of people in front of him, and a color of gravity flashed through his pupils. He didn't expect it. He himself sent out all the disciples of the inner city. It actually failed to stop them in the slightest. Still, it's such a quick kill. All of you will stop here today. As Gao Jianli's words fell, he flashed the water-cold sword in his hand. Shasta. The air in the lobby all seemed to drop a few points, transmitting a piercing chill. Winning Lin Yuan gazed at Gao Jianli with an indifferent face, a hint of levity flashing in his eyes. Just you? Just me. Gao Jianli responded firmly. And us. There was a loud boom. Next moment, 7 or 8 Organ White Tigers leapt out from the side and came behind Gao Jianli. On top of one of the Organ White Tigers sat none other than Master Ban. Gongchu Chiu was like Chun Jiao seeing Jiming after seeing Grandmaster Ban, and he licked his tongue greedily all of a sudden. Immediately, he maneuvered the organ snake out of the line and said excitedly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, that Organ White Tiger will be handed over to me. Winning Lin Yuan glanced faintly at Gong Tu Chiu and did not stop him. This was also what he had promised Gong Fu Chiu earlier. Gao Jianli's face quickly darkened. The water-cold sword in his hand continued to condense ice crystals, causing the air around him to grow colder and colder. Then let me meet you. The Imperial Crown Prince. Chapter 45. This prince is both heaven. Are you worthy? Gao Jianli's words had just fallen. A voice as cold as ice suddenly rang out from behind Winlin Yuan. The Majia crowd was stunned. Only Wei Zhuang's soul actually slowly emerged. That majestic figure that was once the leader of Quicksand. It seemed so unusual today. When they witnessed the current appearance of this former overlord, their pupils suddenly shrunk, and their faces were filled with unbelievable shock. You are Wei Zhuang? Master Ban couldn't help but ask out of breath. Wei Zhuang glanced at him coldly without a trace of emotion in his voice. Quicksand Wei Zhuang is dead. Standing before you now is the Imperial Guard. Those dominating words. It echoed through the lobby. Swish. Next moment, Wei Zhuang's figure suddenly moved like a ghost, lifting his shark's tooth sword and lunging towards Gao Jianli. Commander Gao, be careful. A cry of alarm rang out. An Organ White Tiger leapt up violently, attempting to block Wei Zhuang's attack. In the meantime, the black and white twin puppets led the Rahanas, and Zhang Han led the Shadow Secret Guards, and they also moved. There was a heated exchange of words with the Mahist disciples in the lobby. The big battle is imminent. The scene instantly became chaotic. Inside the ink core chamber, Yakido and the others were nervously watching the battle outside through one of the cat's eyes. A trace of gravity coalesced on the pretty faces of several women. They were so anxious in their hearts that they could not wait to rush out and help. But the thought of Gao Jianli's advice. Again, I had to resist the urge. Stay honestly inside the chamber. Inside the lobby, Winning Lin Yuan stood on a high platform, quietly overlooking everything underneath. However, the scene before him was slightly different from what he had imagined. Why has the figure of the giant son of the Mahist family not appeared until now? And he vaguely remembered. The strength of the Mo family goes far beyond these few commanders, doesn't it? Winning Lin Yuan secretly muttered in his heart. His eyes involuntarily turned to the secret room behind Gao Jianli. As his gaze gazed above the chamber, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a playful smile. Gao Jianli also felt Winlin Yuan's gaze at this moment. He was in awe, and immediately swung the water-cold sword in his hand. The sword light flashed, and the air seemed to have lowered a few points as a result. I don't know what the hell you used to get Quicksand to work for you, Gao Jianli spoke in a cold voice. But today, you killed so many disciples of my Mo family. You must be made to pay in blood. Winning Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He turned to Ning Yao and the others behind him and commanded, no one is allowed to make a move against him. Strike that. With a leap of his body, he landed lightly in the center of the lobby. At this moment, he was no more than 10 meters away from Gao Jianli. Both of them could clearly feel that aura emanating from the other. However, Gao Jianli's momentum is clearly lacking. His face changed slightly as he was pressurized by the aura of kingly dominance that surrounded Winlin Yuan. since you want to kill me so badly, this prince will give you this opportunity. Winning Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Gao forced himself to calm down. He understands. If this imperial prince does not die, the one who will be destroyed today will be his Mo family. Swish! Next moment, Gao Jianli suddenly raised the water-cold sword in his hand, and the internal force in his body surged madly, converging on the sword. Just for a moment, a crystal-clear ice crystal bloomed at the hilt of the water-cold sword, flashing with a dazzling light. Seeing this, Winning Lin Yuan's mind moved and reverse life opened. The whole body is white and airy. It was like a god of war standing. Gao Jianli's heart trembled, but he still forced himself to remain calm, continuing to perform his own surefire technique. Win Xiao Xiao, Yi Shui Han. The words fell. The temperature in the entire lobby plummeted a few dozen degrees. Even the ground condensed ice crystals with Gao Jianli as the center, spreading out rapidly in all directions. A piece of snowflakes even fell from the air without warning, just like a fairyland. This beautiful sight made all the people present stop fighting in their hands in unison. Eyes were directed towards the center of the lobby. Swish! Gao Jianli finished storing up his power. Without hesitation, he stabbed this sword at Win Lin Yuan. Winning Lin Yuan calmly and indifferently watched the sword of Gao Jianli coming towards him. A disdainful smile curled his lips. A little something, but not much. Having said that, he took a big swing. A force of dragon and tiger swept out from his body. The terrifying power even destroyed all the ice crystals that had condensed on the ground around them. Two very different forces collided together at once. Two convective currents visible to the naked eye are formed, blasting the close Mo clan disciples directly out. Killed on the spot. How is this possible? Gao Jianli saw the scene. The entire person suddenly showed an incredulous look. This Wen Xiaoxiao Shui Cold is his famous skill. There was even a time when a sword could fight against a celestial realm powerhouse. But nowadays, his own strongest strike was effortlessly parried by that imperial crown prince. It was as if the other party hadn't even used their full strength. Subsequently, Winning Lin Yuan raised his hand again and struck out with a palm of dragon and tiger power. Bang dash! There was a loud bang. Gao Jianli could no longer support himself. A powerful backlash traveled down the water-cold sword to his body. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Ko! High Commander! The surrounding Mahist disciples saw this. One couldn't help but whoop it up. The snow woman inside the ink core chamber was even covering her miserable lips. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene of misery. Next moment, she seemed to have made up her mind of some sort. After briefly explaining 2 sentences to Duan Murong and the others, he resolutely opened the door of the secret room and walked out. Because she understands, the crowd outside alone wouldn't be able to hold out until the giant's son returned, and his own white snow can combine with Gao Jianli's Yangchun. That might even give them a fighting chance. Scene. Gao Jianli tried to open his mouth to stop the snow maiden after seeing that she had actually forced her way out of the secret room despite his own persuasion, only to have another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ko! The snow maiden came to Gao Jianli's side and hastily helped him up and, "You shouldn't have come out." Before Gao Jianli could finish his sentence, the snow maiden reached out and blocked her lips. "Even if we die, we'll die together," the snow maiden softly said. Winning Lin Yuan looked at this pair of outlawed lovebirds and couldn't help but shake his head. He himself should have just finished the Gao Jianli straight away. He relifted his hand and looked at the two with an indifferent expression, as if he was already looking at 2 corpses. Boom! A force of dragon and tiger that was several times stronger than just now suddenly attacked towards the two. There was even white air in it. Feeling the imminence of death, Gao Jianli and Snow Maiden hastened to perform a combined stance Yangchun Baishue. However, even if they performed the stunt, in the face of this terrifying strike from Win Lin Yuan, it is equally difficult to change your life. The terrifying power of the dragon and tiger devastated and enveloped the two. Their defense before it. It's even more fragile, like an egg against a stone. But just as the two of them were about to turn their bodies into annihilation, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky as if a god had descended from the heavens. He placed his hands on the backs of both men. A monstrous amount of internal force instantly struck into the two of them. Gao Jianli and the two of them couldn't help but look delighted after feeling this majestic internal force. "Giant, don't get distracted," the inked giant gave a reminder. The two nodded. Immediately, he once again exerted his power to resist the terrifying dragon and tiger power, the giant son of the House of Mercury. After seeing the figure behind the two, Win Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a flicker of fluctuation in his pupils. But whoever he wants to let die, no one under the sun can be saved. Only to see Win Lin Yuan reach out and suck. The vitality in the air immediately flowed down his skin in a steady stream into his 6 internal organs, and there was even less to say on the side of the 3 Gao Jianli. They only felt that the internal energy in their bodies was frantically draining away, and the direction of the flow was exactly the Imperial Crown Prince's side. When Win Lin Yuan finished absorbing it, he snapped his hand up. The power of dragons and tigers that were transformed from white air rapidly fell towards the 3. The moment the three of them endured the force, they could no longer carry it. The foremost of them, Cao Jianli, was instantly destroyed by this terrifying force and turned into annihilation. The Snow Maiden was even torn apart for most of her body, revealing her snow-white skin as she fell to the ground dying. The only one in slightly better shape was the Murray Giant, but it has also clearly been hit hard. Seeing this scene, Grandmaster Ban, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Gong Tu Chiu, instantly turned ashen. The three giant sons are no match for that Imperial Crown Prince? His heart was filled with despair and resignation. Just as he was distracted, Gong Cha Chiu immediately maneuvered the organ snake to launch a fatal strike at him. Master Ban's face changed and he hastily resisted, but it was too late. One of the legs of this organ white tiger he was harnessing was directly bitten off by the organ snake, and Master Ban fell hard to the ground from the fluctuations caused by the impact. Now let's see what else you've got. Gong Chu Chiu looked at him with an excited expression, as if he had already seen the appearance of Master Ban being tortured to death by himself. That cruel smile was as terrifying as a demon in Master Ban's eyes. Your Highness, just as the dust is about to settle on the end of the Murphys, a magnetic and deep voice suddenly resounded in the lobby, breaking the original silence, winning Lin Yuan as well as the gazes of everyone present. All of them couldn't help but follow the sound. When the figure that made the noise came into view, the attitudes of the two sides, the Empire and the Mojia, were instantly very different. To the Empire, the visitor was the culprit, the one they had been hunting. For the Mo family, however, he was like a lifesaver. The person who came was none other than Gaini. Winning Lin Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he watched. For him, Gaini is not that pivotal a figure, because in his mind, Gaini is nothing more than a piece of bait. What he really cared about was the group of Mojia rebels in front of him. Face Gaini. Winning Lin Yuan only faintly asked, "Why are you running away?" Gaini pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Being entrusted with a task, one must be loyal. When Win Lin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a loyal person. Gainia didn't respond to his mockery, but continued, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, all of this happened because of Gai. Why don't you let them go? And Mr. Gai is willing to return to Xianyang with you." This statement was made. Winning Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked with a playful expression, "Do you think you have the leverage to negotiate with this prince?" Seeing this, Gainer didn't retort, just silently flashed out the profound rainbow sword in his hand. Mr. Gai may not have it, but the sword in Mr. Gai's hand should have this qualification. Oh, the teasing intent on Win Lin Yuan's face intensified. Is that so? He continued. Sometimes people are too confident, which can't be a good thing. Said, the aura around Win Lin Yuan abruptly changed. An invisible and terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire lobby. The Mo family crowd only felt as if their hearts were being pressed down by a huge mountain. Even breathing became difficult. At this point, Winning Lin Yuan's words turned and spoke in a cold voice. If you think that sword in your hand can speak for you, then come and try. Just in time, this crown prince will let you all see it as well. What a day. Chapter 46, the sword shatters and the man dies. Your Royal Highness, I'm offended. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze, only to see Gaini holding the profound rainbow in his hand. His body shape was like electricity as he fiercely attacked towards Win Lin Yuan. The sword chi contained in the tip of the profound rainbow sword exploded like a thunderclap, instantly swirling a storm of sword chi with Gainer at the center. Wherever it passed, it was indestructible, as if even space was torn apart by its sharpness. Facing this overwhelming storm of sword chi, Winning Lin Yuan, however, only gently raised his eyes and glanced at them indifferently. The white air around his body rolled like waves, a circle of ripples spreading outward. He was well aware of Gaini's strength, having reached perfection in the way of the sword, the pinnacle that countless swordsmen looked up to. However, in the eyes of Win Lin Yuan, even an existence like Gaini, it's just a brick and mortar on the pyramid, dazzling but not enough to shake his lofty peak. Facing Gaini's sword that was enough to shock the world, Winning Lin Yuan just calmly swung out a punch. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying dragon and tiger power surged out, sweeping across the entire lobby like a raging storm. Wherever this force passed through, the ground was plowed out of a deep gully. Dust flew up, and debris splashed everywhere, which was frightening. Boom! The moment the profound rainbow in Gaini's hand collided with this force of dragons and tigers, it was as if the entire lobby had suffered a heavenly fall. The violent vibrations caused the Mo family's crowd to change their complexion, shock and awe written all over their faces. Although they had long known that this Imperial Crown Prince's strength was extraordinary, but after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, only then did he deeply realize his unfathomable power. You have to know that the one standing across from him at the moment was the number one person in the Sword Dao, the heir to the Ghost Valley, and Gaini, who was known as the Sword Saint. However, even so, Winning Lin Yuan, however, still appeared to be at ease, as if he hadn't even utilized 1/10 of his strength. Gainy's figure swayed slightly after this collision, then restabilized. His brows were furrowed, and there was a bit more gravity in his eyes. He had likewise never expected that the 19th Highness, whom he hadn't seen for many years, would have grown to such a terrifying level of strength. Even if he was in his heyday, I'm afraid that it would be much more difficult to defeat the winning Lin Yuan in front of him. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and his pupils flickered with anticipation. He had only utilized 30% of his reverse life power just now. However, this 30% power was already enough to make the vast majority of people present daunted. For example, those Mahist commanders and disciples. In front of Lin Yuan's 30% power, he was as fragile as a mole cricket and was easily crushed. And at the moment, it was hard to meet an opponent who could make him look at him squarely in the eye. Winning Lin Yuan naturally felt a sense of heroism in his heart. More importantly, trying to get past Gainy, a formidable opponent, to test the possibility of breaking through the reverse life triple threshold on his own. Gainy, if you don't bring out your full strength, you won't have a chance. Winning Lin Yuan was calm beyond measure. Gainer's brows sank as he heard this. With that, he took a deep breath, and the aura around him abruptly changed radically. The original calm and introverted sword intent, the moment became sharp. It was so severe that it seemed to be able to cut through space. Even the skin of those present felt a tingle. Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you can't catch this sort of guys next, please lead them to leave Organ City quickly. Gainy's low opening. The Immortality disciple on the side couldn't help but open his mouth and drink. Lord Sword Saint, don't let him go. However, before his words fell, his body was as if it had been torn apart by an invisible force. It exploded with a bang, sending blood and flesh flying in a gruesome scene. This scene scared the surrounding Immortality disciples into silence. Never dare make a sound again. The giant son of the Immortality could only watch this happen, his heart filled with powerlessness and despair. In the face of absolute power, they, the weak, are not even qualified to speak. If this prince takes the sword, they, including you, will all have to die. Lin Yuan's words were as piercing as ice, shocked the entire lobby into silence. Gainy's brows furrowed even more as he sniffed. He knew deep down that his next sword, not only did you bet your life, it also concerns the safety of the entire Mo family. This heavy pressure made him almost breathless. However, on second thought, wouldn't it have ended differently if you hadn't gone for the fight yourself? No, never. Thus, Gainy slowly raised the abyssal rainbow and pointed the sword at Lin Yuan. A deep and majestic internal force surged out from his body and wrapped around the profound rainbow along his arm, causing the famous sword to emit an even more dazzling light. When the giant son of the Immortality saw this scene, his pupils under the bucket hat shrunk violently, and an incredulous light flashed in his eyes. He knew that Gainer was about to perform. It must be the most powerful vertical sword technique in the Ghost Valley vertical sword technique. With the way of heaven and earth, it is divided into vertical and horizontal swords. Horizontal swords attacking the scheme to seek its advantage is called splitting. Vertical swords attacking the situation to seek its truth is called closing. Splitting is also the way of heaven and earth. And the 100 Steps Flying Sword is the sword of certain death in the Ghost Valley's vertical and horizontal swordsmanship at the highest level of vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, which is known as One Blade Breaks the Throat. 100 Steps Flying Sword. The words of the giant son of the Mosey family had just fallen. Swish. Next moment, Gainy moved. But it was not he himself who moved, but the abyssal rainbow in his hand. Only profound rainbow was seen as a shooting star that cut through the night sky. It shot out at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, transforming into a spiritual light that seemed to be able to tear through space, constantly weaving and aiming straight for Lin Yuan's vitals. What a fast sword! White Fox Face, Zhang Han and the others were in awe at the sight. Even Ning Yao, who was an embryo of the innate sword Dao. At this moment, he also couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows and look grave, because this sword was, indeed, extraordinary. Even she didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The Immortality's crowd was looking forward to it, expecting Lin Yuan to fall under the sword of Gainy's. However, the scene that made them so alarmed finally happened, only to see that Lin Yuan took a deep breath, as if he was taking in all the vitality in the air around him, and just as the profound rainbow was about to approach and hit him squarely on the center of his brow, a circle of white air instantly spread and fluctuated outward like ripples. Immediately after, it was clearly seen by all present, with just 2 fingers, Lin Yuan easily stopped profound rainbow, and the tip of that abyssal rainbow's sword was just a short distance away from his brow. Surprisingly, it was less than an inch away. Hiss! At this moment, a chorus of voices sucking in cool air resounded in the lobby. With just 2 fingers, he defused Gainer's 100 Steps Flying Sword. It was beyond anyone's imagination. Is this still human? However, that's not all. Winning Lin Yuan's finger that intercepted profound rainbow flicked, and a crisp shattering sound resounded in the lobby. Immediately, the crowd then saw the profound rainbow. which was ranked second in the world's sword catalog. Surprisingly, it just turned into countless fragments and spilled out onto the ground. No way. The voice of the giant son of the Mo clan was filled with despair and horror. He even removed his bucket hat as soon as he could, revealing a scarred face. Disbelief and fear filled his face. As for Gainey himself, he was frozen on the spot at the moment, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. He did his best. He really did. And yet, it still doesn't change anything. His profound rainbow, his 100 steps flying sword, was so unbeatable in front of this Imperial crown prince. Winning Lin Yuan looked at the crowd with an amused expression, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. According to the agreement, will you do it yourselves, or will you choose to let this prince send you on your way? Chapter 47, Unlimited Opening of the Reverse Life. Winning Lin Yuan's voice that was like a deathly whisper. It reverberated and lingered in the minds of all the people of the Mo family for a long time. Even Gainey, who was known as the Sword Saint, was no match for him. What can the crowd of Murphys do? What about rewriting the tragic ending that seems to be doomed? Just as the people of the Mo family were ashen-faced and desperate, inside the lobby, a swarm of butterflies, emitting an eerie blue light, fluttered in without warning. Zhang Han witnessed this blue butterfly dancing in the air. A frown could not be helped. A feeling of déjà vu came over me, but it was elusive for a moment, and the giant son of the Mohicans saw these blue butterflies. Instead, there was a flash of joy in his eyes that was hard to hide. Without hesitation, he cried out in a loud voice, "I still hope that Senior can take away the companions in the secret room." The words were not yet spoken. As if responding to his call, those blue butterflies abruptly turned and flew towards the ink core chamber behind him. Seeing this, Gongchu Cho exclaimed, "It's the Taoists' dream butterflies transportation. Your Highness, it's the Taoists who are secretly helping them." Winning Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. He hadn't expected it. At this critical juncture, there are actually gutter rats peering in the shadows, and he was surprisingly oblivious. At this moment, the giant son of the Mo clan shouted out to Gainey, "Strike together and buy time for the Taoist seniors." Gainey sniffed and immediately nodded. The two men's figures flickered. It lunged in the direction where Wen Lin Yuan was. When Zhang Han saw that the other party was so unruly, his complexion changed drastically. He was about to order the Shadow Secret Guards to strike. However, he heard Wen Lin Yuan shout sternly, "All withdraw." Ning Yao and White Fox Face sniffed and, without hesitation, turned around and ran towards the outside of the lobby. Though Zhang Han, Gong Fu Chiu and the others were skeptical, but intuition tells them, if you don't obey at this moment, I'm afraid it's hard to escape. Thus, the Imperial side quickly evacuated the lobby. Winning Lin Yuan raised his eyes to look toward Gainey and the giant son of the Mo clan, who were approaching him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Shasta, a terrifying to the extreme suction force erupted from within him. The entire lobby could feel the internal energy within their bodies was leaking out like a flood that broke the dike in a frenzy. No matter how much they pushed, they couldn't stop the flow of this power. Wen Lin Yuan stopped talking nonsense, directly casting the 6 volts of Immortal Thieves stance, ready to turn everyone into nourishment for his body. Those of the Mo clan disciples with weaker cultivation levels were even turned into ashes in an instant. The power within their bodies was absorbed by Wen Lin Yuan in full, transforming it into his own power. The bodies of Gainey and Giant Sun were similarly affected. The terrifying suction force forced them to stop, so that they could fight against it with their full Imperial strength. But even then, the situation remained the same. Not only was the internal energy in his body rapidly passing away, even his own physical body seemed to be fading away a little bit. What the hell is this? The giant son of the Mo clan was the first to tense up and couldn't help but hiss. Gainey didn't respond, just resisted, because every extra word, the internal energy in his body then flowed away by a tiny bit more, as a few breath rounds passed. Originally, there were still thousands of Mozi disciples standing densely in the lobby. Today there is not a single one left. It was as if their bodies had been vaporized, leaving no trace behind. The Snow Maiden, Master Ban, and other Mahist commanders were not spared. They had only lasted a little longer than those ordinary disciples. Nowadays, the only 2 figures left on the field were Gainey and the giant son of the Mo clan, who were still struggling to hold on, but you can tell by their twisted faces, apparently close to the limit as well. Dead Yin Prince Dan, in your next life wipe your eyes and don't become an enemy of the Empire again. Winning Lin Yuan spoke in a cold voice. The devouring was then increased. The mercurial giant finally couldn't hold on any longer. It let out a mournful scream. The body also instantly evaporated and disappeared like steam. Feel the increase in your power. Winning Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the last gauge Nye and shook his head in regret. Originally, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Pity, blame yourself for choosing the wrong path. Looking at Wen Lin Yuan whose entire body was white, Gainey really couldn't figure it out. What kind of tactics is this on the other side? It seemed to have seen the doubt in Gainey's eyes. Winning Lin Yuan let out a light laugh, deciding to let Gaini be the one to understand. 6 vaults of immortal thieves. Any substance in the world can be transformed into this prince's power. Gaini's heart immediately shook with horror at those words. No wonder he felt the aura getting stronger and stronger from Wen Lin Yuan, with no sign of it weakening at all. It turned out that all he had done was just a mayfly shaking a tree. Strike that. Winning Lin Yuan then prepared to finish off Gihin once and for all. However, before doing so, he remembered something else. So it said, "Oh, right. I might as well tell you one more thing. Father is now immortal precisely because he has practiced the 6 vaults of immortal thieves imparted by this prince." The words fell instantly. Gaini's body also suddenly vaporized and faded away. Look at the empty lobby. Satisfied, Winning Lin Yuan closed the 6 internal organs and stopped sucking in. The reason why he let Ning Yao, Zhang Han, and the others exit. It's because when the Raku immortal thief is turned on, it's an indiscriminate attack. Once in his suction range, whoever it is will be transformed into his heir. Afterwards, Winning Lin Yuan lifted the reverse life state. Generally speaking, maintaining the state of reverse birth requires the constant release of air from the body. If the air is depleted and not replenished, the reverse life state will then automatically end. But now he has the 6 banks of immortal thieves. You can steal the vitality of heaven and earth and turn it into your own air anytime, anywhere. Thus, you will have a constant supply of air in your body. The two go in and out, creating a perfect cycle. It's just that today's reverse life 2 hadn't yet achieved his desired effect. If he waits for him to break through to the 3rd level, at that time, it will be truly incarnated as a great immortal. The reverse life state can be turned on at all 12 hours of the day, even at bedtime. Then you won't have to worry that you'll suddenly die a violent death. At that moment, Zhang Han and the others re-entered the lobby from outside. Yet when they saw the empty lobby, an incredibly shocked look appeared on his face. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince of, where are they people?" "Nope." Winning Lin Yuan responded calmly. "No more?" Zhang Han and the others repeated incredulously. Winning Lin Yuan then cast Detaining Spirit Dispatch, detaining the souls of the Maja people who were sucked to death by him. For him, these souls are also extremely valuable sustenance. Since they have all become his sustenance, then it's natural to drain them to the last drop. In the meantime, on a hill outside the Organ City, several figures were standing there with their hearts in their mouths. One of the white-clothed old men sat with his eyes closed, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, obviously recovering his strength. That power was terrifying. Luckily, Elder Easy just gave up his life at the last minute to save you guys. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't even be able to fulfill Brother Yen Dan's last words. Just then, a young man whose entire body revealed an air of elegance suddenly spoke. When Duanmu Rong heard this, she immediately arched her hand and bowed. "Many thanks to all of you for your help." The young man saw this and waved his hand. Immediately, he added, "When Elder Easy recovers a bit, I'll take you guys to the Sanghi." Duanmu Rong sniffed and nodded. Now the Organ City has fallen. The only place they could go was that Sanghi city. And there's the last secret base of the Mercers. And also their last hope. Chapter 48 Tong Tian Talisman. Zhang Jiwei. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the Imperial rebel Gainye, purging the 100 schools of Fatmaja, and changing history. Obtain the following rewards: 8 wondrous techniques, Tong Tian Talisman, Great Snow Dragon Rider X8, 000, Celestial Realm Character Summoning Card X1, this side of the Muria Organ City, with the last of the Muria disciples being resolved. A system prompt also appeared in Wen Lin Yuan's mind. This time the rewards are quite rich. Other than that Celestial Realm Character Summoning card alone was enough to make him look forward to it. After all, in this world, there were only a handful of Celestial Realm powerhouses. Each one has the ability to turn the tide, and one of the most well-known. It is the founder of Zongheng, Gi Gu Zi, the master of Gaini and Wei Zhuang. Then there is the Taoist Bei Mo Zi, the Confucian Sun Zi, and so on. These people were all at the peak of this world's battle power, but without exception, it's all old stuff. Winning Lin Yuan hoped that what he summoned could not be an old thing again. As for the subsequent handling of the Maja Organ City, Winning Lin Yuan did not worry too much about it, but left it all to Zhang Han. After all, this Organ City, the terrain is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack, is really a place where soldiers must fight. If it could be incorporated into the empire, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the empire's strength. As for Wen Lin Yuan himself, he had no intention of leaving for the time being, because inside this Organ City, it also hides a number of valuable treasures. Naturally, he didn't want to miss it, but the first order of business is to receive the reward. Winning Lin Yuan's figure flickered, had arrived in a secret room within the Organ City. He instructed the two of them, Ning Yao and White Fox Face, to guard the outside. No one must be allowed to disturb him. Upon entering the chamber, Winning Lin Yuan couldn't wait to start receiving the Tong Tian talisman. Half an incense stick of time later, everything about the Tong Tian talisman then merged perfectly with his memories. Tong Tian talisman, the ultimate in talismanic ability. Traditional talismans require the user to draw them in advance, and when drawing powerful talismans, they often require the opening of an altar to perform the practice, which requires a great deal of preparation in advance. A powerful talisman would take several hours to complete, even for an expert of the Shinqing sect who specialized in talismans. However, the Tong Tian talisman completely breaks this limitation. No need to set up an altar, no need to perform air, no need to do any preparatory work beforehand. Directly in the air to perform air drawing talisman, draw as you go, and take a very short period of time, and there is no limit to the number of. I don't know what kind of sparks would rub off when this Tong Tian talisman was combined with the divine mechanism 100 refinements. Winning Lin Yuan thought darkly in his mind. After all, both have one thing in common. That is, the longer it takes to prepare and develop in the early stages, the more horrible it becomes in the later stages. No exaggeration. Just give Win Lin Yuan enough time. He is by himself alone today. Then you can conquer the whole world. Afterwards, Win Lin Yuan looked at the introduction of the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Army, Daisetsu Ruji. From World in Snow. Introduction. The total strength of the army is only 10,000 men, but it is the number 1 in the world in cavalry warfare. Battle achievements. Scared off Dongzhou with 800 men. In the first Liangmeng battle, at Huluku, Yuzhou, he wiped out the 350,000 strong army of northern Mang. It's worthy of being called the world's first horse, to have annihilated an army of 350,000 with less than 10,000 men. Winning Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. I'm afraid that an army like this, I'm afraid that in the whole of Great Qin, I won't be able to find one that can match it. Although the Great Qin Empire, also had 4 ace military divisions, there was basically none to achieve such an exaggerated battle record as the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Skip the big snow dragon ride for now. After all, this ground, now, can't be summoned either. Only when the rewards are all received. Go out again and find an open field to summon the Great Snow Dragon Rider. Afterward, Win Lin Yuan's gaze slowly moved to the last reward. That's the one he's looking forward to the most. That was a summoning card under the command of a celestial realm powerhouse. Once he possessed it, wouldn't it mean that he would have the great power to fight wherever he pointed and be invincible in the future? With excitement, he slowly reached out and made a move. Only a gold-plated black card that was very different from the previous Grand Master's summoning card instantly appeared in his hand. A faint golden luster flowed from this card. It is contrasted with the black base for a more dignified look. The black card is gold-plated and looks premium. Without the slightest hesitation, Winning Lin Yuan threw the Celestial Realm summoning card in his hand violently in front of him. Shasta! The room was flooded with a blinding golden light, which was interspersed with wisps of blue lightning. It swept in like a raging storm. Immediately after, a tall figure slowly emerged in this dazzling light. When Win Lin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He was secretly glad, as long as it wasn't an old, decrepit guy. After all, what he needed was a strong person who could help him fight in all directions, not an old thing that needs his care. As the lightning and golden light gradually dissipated, Win Lin Yuan also finally got a good look at the figure. He was dressed in a blue Taoist robe, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his eyes revealed an arrogant and domineering aura. The road trip? This was Win Lin Yuan's first impression upon seeing this figure. It was only the Taoist robe he was wearing that seemed out of place with his aura. It gives a very contradictory feeling. Immediately after, detailed information about the figure also surfaced in Win Lin Yuan's pupils. Character, Zhang Jiwei. Alias, Brother Feng Meng, Brother Bao Feng. Age, 21. From One Man's World. Cultivation, Celestial Realm. Loyalty, 100%. Affiliation, Lungfu Shan. Introducing, the future of the Jedi. Motto, so sharp, Jing Jing. No, man, I'm also a sister wishing. How did you get this one from one man? 2 governors to do it? Winning Lin Yuan's heart burst with ecstasy. Zhang Jiwei, a.k.a. Heavenly Channeler, one of the 10 brothers of the Inhuman Realm, the 65th generation of the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion of Lungfu Shan, and the head of the Zhengyi sect, which commands the largest group of Inhumans in the Inhuman Realm, the Zhengyi sect. He is the most powerful alien among all living people, and the most powerful of the one top 2 greats. Of course, all of this presupposes an older Zhang Jiwei, and summoned himself. Instead, it was the young Zhang Jiwei, but even so, when he was young, Zhang Jiwei was also the leader of his generation, not to be underestimated. Zhang Jiwei sees His Highness the Crown Prince, looking at the sharp-faced Zhang Jiwei. Winning Lin Yuan was very satisfied. Don't look at the guy's youth today, but when he's old that's an invincible existence. In other words, this guy has a huge future ahead of him, and there's not even a ceiling. Get up, Nozomi. After saying, Winning Lin Yuan called for White Fox Face, let her take Zhang Jiwei down to familiarize herself with the world. Subsequently, just as Wen Lin Yuan was planning to exit the secret room, Ning Yao suddenly came to him and reported, Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is a woman claiming to be the head of the Taoist heavenly sect who wishes to see you. Chapter 49. The sky has collapsed for the anti-Qing people in the world. Taoist, heavenly sect? A figure suddenly appeared in Wen Lin Yuan's mind. Then he asked, Where is this man now? Ning Yao response is waiting in the lobby. Immediately, the two of them walked towards the inner city lobby together. In the meantime, in the inner city lobby, Zheng Han was talking with Xiaomeng. He had still heard about this youngest sect leader of the Taoist heavenly sect. It is said that 300 years ago, the Taoist sect split into the heavenly sect and the human sect because of their different understanding of the Tao, and have been fighting ever since. The main reason for the fight is still because the two sects have different philosophies. The heavenly sect believes in the absolute way of heaven and nothingness. The opposite is true for the human sect. After the split between the heavenly sect and the human sect, the center of contention was the snowy sword, the sword that was passed down from the ancestor of the sect. The two sides agreed to compete every 5 years. The winner can be in charge of the snow. And once upon a time, the shades were in the city of Xianyang. Similarly, they are detached from the Taoists, and the sword goes off the beaten track to form their own school, which is bound to pursue the limits of celestial beings. Just then, Zheng Han was the first to see Wen Lin Yuan's figure enter. He immediately rose to introduce, Your Highness, this is the current head of the Taoist heavenly sect, Master Xiaomeng. Strike that. Winning Lin Yuan then looked along. The two men's gazes locked at once. Your Highness. Xiaomeng's lips and teeth were soft, and she gestured in a slow voice. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head and opened the door. Master Xiaomeng didn't stay at the heavenly sect, so why did he appear here? Xiaomeng heard this and said in a faint voice, The poor Taoist has been in seclusion for 10 years, and now that he has come out of the mountain, he has come down to see the changes in the world. 10 years in seclusion? Winning Lin Yuan's pupils stared slightly. That is to say, what other similar experiences are there in the two men? So it is. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Looking at Xiaomeng, Wen Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something else. Immediately, he inquired, when this prince was dealing with the remaining members of the Mo clan before, I don't think it was Master Xiaomeng who came to their aid, was it? Xiaomeng sniffed, and her eyebrows slightly stared. She's just arrived. Why is she being labeled? At this time, Gong Tu Qiu, who was standing by the side, hurriedly explained for Xiaomeng, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you may have gotten it wrong. What struck earlier was a means unique to the Dao family clan. It wasn't Master Xiaomeng who made the move. Winning Lin Yuan scratched his head and awkwardly glanced at Xiaomeng. So, don't be offended, Master Xiaomeng. It's all about Taoism, and there's always a time to admit mistakes. Who made both emit a similar aura? Then, Winning Lin Yuan looked at Zheng Han. Is the head count done? It's all accounted for. After saying that, Zheng Han took out a list from his bosom, on which were the important members of the Mo clan who were rescued from the Organ City at that time. It's just that there's not a lot of them, only about 5 or 6 of them. Winning Lin Yuan looked at the list, his eyes narrowing slightly. Being able to get someone out from under your nose. It had to be said that this Dao family clan still had some skillful means, but since they dared to save the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms, it meant that the Dao family clan stood against the empire. Winning Lin Yuan naturally also had the Dao family clan on his must-remove list. Next, he told Zheng Han to take Xiaomeng down and settle her down. As for the follow-up, the other side goes or stays. That wouldn't be something he should worry about. After all, the legs are on someone else, as long as they don't get in the way of their business. Do it all. Wen Lin Yuan also hurriedly dearly wrote a secret letter, with 800 miles of speed to send back to the cheap old man in Xianyang hands. And the secret letter made only one thing clear. That was that he, Wen Lin Yuan, would not be going back for a while. Will go back after this group of remaining 6 kingdoms is completely cleared out. 3 days later, Xianyang Palace, above the morning court. When Ing Zhang finished reading this secret letter in his hand that had been expedited back from Organ City, the entire face could not help but show a look of great joy on the face of the dragon. The bottom group of ministers took a look. Then he realized that something great must have happened again. Then Ing Zhang made the contents of the secret letter public, and one by one, the ministers and officials burst out in astonishment. Maja Organ City, that was a headache that had been plaguing them. These dogs were relying on the fact that the Organ City was easy to defend and difficult to attack, but they weren't tripping up their empire in the dark, and every time they trip up, the empire can't do anything about them. This led to the fact that they, the group ministers, could be said to hate Organ City to the bone. even dream of destroying it. Now the scene they had been dreaming of was actually caused by Crown Prince Wenlin Yuan. For a while, the ministers and officials came forward to congratulate him, and Wenlin Yuan's image likewise grew another 3 points taller in their minds. Because of this incident alone, that explains at least one thing, that is, this 19th prince does have the strength and ability to sit on this prince's throne, and this morning court went on for nearly an hour before it ended. With the end of the morning court, the news of the destruction of the Organ City and the overthrow of the Mo clan also spread into the Jianghu. One time, the whole world was like a shock wave. All forces are discussing this matter. After all, Organ City was recognized as the biggest anti-Qin holy place in the world. If you have the dream of fighting against the Qin dynasty in your heart, you can go there. Not only were they good and tasty treats, and don't worry about what the empire will do to you, because Organ City is also recognized as one of the safest places in the sky. However, with this news, the beliefs in the hearts of countless anti-Qin people collapsed. It's even hard for some people to accept this, even more directly on the spot to choose to commit suicide for the Manhwa perished. There were also some extremists who had put out the word to form a team to conquer the empire and avenge the departed Mo clan. Besides, this side of the Organ City, through 3 days of rectification, now the entire Organ City has been completely taken over by the empire. For the rumors that are circulating, winning Lin Yuan just smiled faintly, not taking it to heart in the slightest. It's like the people who don't have nukes trying to conquest the people who do have nukes. In the face of absolute strength, any move on the part of the weak would only make the strong laugh. Meanwhile, these 3 days, winning Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. He first went to the Dragon's Throat Forbidden Land to take out the 3 supreme treasures that the ancestors of the Mo clan had stored inside. They are the non-attack, the formation-breaking Overlord Lance, and the Phantom Box. The first 2 things Wenlin Yuan didn't really like. The only thing that interested him was that Phantom Soundbox, if he remembered correctly. This thing is about a shocking secret of the legend, the 7 dragons of Cthulhu. It's that Sanglung 7 constellations that Emperor Taichi never solved until his death, only to come back and study it for 3 days. Wenlin Yuan didn't study it either. Solely, I didn't pursue the research any further. I'll take my time to work on it when I get a chance later. Then Wenlin Yuan went to study the organ beasts left behind by the Mo clan. After all, he had only seen the 4 sacred beasts of the organ, the white tiger of the organ, and the remaining 3 had not even seen the shadow, except for the organ green dragon. The remaining 3 major organ saint beasts had all been transformed by Wenlin Yuan using the divine mechanism 100 refinements. After all, to put it bluntly, the organ green dragon just isn't meant to be used. Instead, it's an auto-destruct device left behind by the mercers for the Organ City. Once the Organ City was lost, in that compelling situation, the Green Dragon would be activated to destroy the Organ City. It's just that because the Maja crowd died so quickly, they didn't have time to activate it. Today's Organ White Tiger and Organ Vermilion Bird no longer require human manipulation. Winning Lin Yuan directly attached a command program to them. It's like a black and white puppet that way. Just give them orders. Of course, not many people can give orders. The minimum is a major general or higher to do so. Wen Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had supreme command. Keep your eyes peeled, just in case. After all, the hardest thing in the world to guess is the human heart. Chapter 50, although there are 3 households in Chu, the death of Qin will be Chu. Sangha, Confucianism, Little Sage Show. 3 figures were gathering together. From the top to the bottom were the Confucian head Fun Yen, the second head Yen Lu and the third head Zhang Liang. The 3 have another name, the 3 masters of Qilu. One of them, Fun Yen, is the head of Confucianism, who promotes the king's way to rule the country and creates the Saint King sword technique, which is elegant and very proud of its appearance. He has a strong sense of mission for Confucianism and world affairs, and has always endeavored to carry Confucianism forward. And Yen Lu is the second master of Confucianism. The name is taken from one character each from Confucius' disciples Yen Hui and Zi Lu. Since he was a child, he has been living under the dazzling light of Fun Yen, but he does not have a strong heart to fight and win. He is at peace with himself, and he is very indifferent to the world. As for the third leader, Zhang Liang, his life is rich. His grandfather was Zhang Gidi, the former prime minister of Old Korea. In other words, he has old Korean blood in his veins, so he has been secretly and quietly supporting the anti-Qin forces. For example, this time when the Maja Organ City was in crisis, he personally went to give support. It's just a shame that it still doesn't change the ending, and it was by him that Duanmu Rong and the others were brought back to Sanghe. Of course, this matter was unknown to Fun Yen and the others except for him, Zhang Liang. After all, Fun Yen had always reminded them that Confucianism and not to mix with anti-Qin people, so as to avoid pulling Confucianism into a situation of no return one day in the future. No, his prediction didn't just happen. The Mo family has always been openly anti-Qin, and it's only right that they end up like this now. Fushan was the first to speak. breaking the silence in the air. Yan Lu, on the other hand, glanced meaningfully at Zhang Liang and didn't say anything. Senior Sect Master, Qin's hegemony has ruled the world for such a long time. I'd like to think that the Mohicans have a remarkable backbone, or at least the courage to stand up to the Imperial hegemony. Zhang Liang spoke slowly. However, Fu Ning shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Nan, if everyone is like the Majia, it will only inflame the Empire's heart to kill even more. And if there are no more anti-Qin elements in the world, then the King of Qin will be able to focus on the world. So why not? Listening to Fu Nian's words, Zhang Liang no longer retorted, because neither is on the same page with their philosophy. With a strong sense of mission for the doctrine of Confucianism and the affairs of the world, Fu Nian has always endeavored to carry Confucianism forward, hoping to make Confucianism the first doctrine for ruling the country. To put it plainly, it means to rule by reason, but just by reasoning with people. Are they going to agree with you? Apparently Zhang Liang doesn't think so. He was aware of the Empire's brutal behavior. It's a complete attitude that those who go along with me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. Reasoning with the Empire makes no sense at all. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to secretly help the anti-Qin forces. The three then chatted freely for a while. Eventually, with another reminder from Vaunian, it was only then that the three dispersed. Organ City, Inner City Lobby. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the entire army has been reorganized and is ready to depart. Zhang Han came to Win Lin Yuan and reported. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head, then his eyes gazed toward Xiaomeng, who was sitting on the sidelines. I wonder what Master Dream plans to do next. For this Taoist heavenly sect head, Winning Lin Yuan was not repulsed in his heart. After all, the Empire might even work with the Taoists in the future. Moreover, this person, Win Lin Yuan, has always been clear. The sins committed by the human sect would naturally not be imposed on the heavenly sect. Besides, these two clans were originally two factions, and most of all, the celestial sect and the human sect had never been very much at odds with each other. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Winning Lin Yuan was still happy to befriend the heavenly sect. If you don't have such a beautiful friend, you can still enjoy your eyes. Intend to? Xiaomeng whirled around and shook her head again. No plans for now. Since Master Xiaomeng doesn't have any arrangements, you might as well travel with us. Just in time for a trip to the Sanghi. Winning Lin Yuan issued an invitation. Xiaomeng sniffed and froze. She didn't expect Win Lin Yuan to invite herself. May I? Xiaomeng inquired. Of course. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Good. Xiaomeng agreed. Next on the itinerary, Winning Lin Yuan had it all planned out. Go to Sungda first, after taking care of the leakage of the Murray family, and then go to that little sage manor. Over the years, although Confucianism has always maintained a neutral attitude on the surface, but in reality in the dark can make a lot of small moves against the empire. And the main purpose of this trip to Sanghi, it is for Confucianism to completely divide the stand. There is no need for such neutrals within the empire. Either submit and surrender or die. In the meantime, East County, inside one of the estates, the night was like ink and the moonlight was thin. A group of figures were gathering here. Who would have thought that even the Mo family didn't even manage to escape the clutches of the empire? A young man was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the air. Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts were heavy. Ugh, the world has suffered from Qin for a long time, and the people are suffering under this tyranny. After this, I'm afraid that there will only be fewer anti-Qin forces like the Mozi family. So what's the solution? Thinking about our Chu kingdom in the beginning, how strong it was, with millions of soldiers and iron horsemen treading all over the world, but it was still hard to escape the fate of the empire's destruction. At that moment, a gnarled bearded man couldn't help but open his mouth. They are all remnants of the old Chu, a survivor of the Holocaust, and a lone walker on the road to revenge. Over the years, they're in hiding, like a lost dog. The hatred and unwillingness in his heart had long been turned into a passionate blood. It's just waiting for the right time to spurt out. However, now this news was like a pot of cold water, ruthlessly dousing the fire of revenge in their hearts. It is said that the one who overthrew the Mo family was that Imperial prince. Looking at it like this person really has some tricks up his sleeve. The words just fell. That gnarled bearded man then couldn't help but snort coldly. Scared? Humph. Ever since that tyrant Ing Zhang set up this prince, there has been no more peace in the world. And all day long it either blows or rains, as if the heavens are angry with the people. If there is a chance for me to meet him, I will tear him alive. Xiang Liang. Just then, a white-haired old man in a superior position, with a calm and majestic voice, opened his mouth to remind him. That gnarled bearded man, sniffing, froze, and then collected the murderous aura on his face. Only the eyes still burned with an unquenchable flame. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss their next move again. After all, the original plan was dashed by that Imperial prince. Now we can only find another way. At that moment, a man suddenly spoke up to warn. Do you all remember the pale old man you once met in the Sanghi? Of course I remember. Xiang Liang immediately responded. Strike that. The crowd then instantly recalled it. What that old man had said to them in the beginning. Though Chu has 3 households, the death of Qin will be Chu. And that old man told them clearly. To restore the country, a person with royal blood must lead the completion. And you must find the 4 who represent wind, forest, fire and mountain. To accomplish this great work. Chapter 51 Arrival in Sanghi. Confucianism's invitation. The news that the crown prince of the empire was going to visit Sanghi quickly blew across the entire world like a gust of wind. One time, the entire atmosphere of the Sanghi became all tense. After all, they had heard a lot about this imperial crown prince's reputation. Now come to the Sangha. I don't know what the whole fuss is about to be about. 5 days later, outside Sanghi city, the clear black armored Qin army was neatly lined up to this point, waiting quietly, dense and numerous. When the surrounding Sanghi people saw such a big battle, they couldn't help but whisper and discuss what big events were happening today. Not a moment too soon, one of the generals suddenly warned, "It's coming." Swish, all eyes went to it. He then saw a magnificent carriage slowly approaching in their direction. All of a sudden, each one of them put on a show of energy. Wait until the wagon is close enough to stop and drive down. The leader of the general immediately took a step forward, arched his hand and bowed and spoke aloud. "My general Yuan, specially leading the team here to wait for the arrival of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Immediately after, Zheng Han stepped forward with his horse. Eyes beat down on Yuan. "You are the Sanghi city lord? Your excellency, it is none other than me." Yuan responded in a hurry. Zheng Han nodded his head. "Let's enter the city first. His Highness the Crown Prince has traveled all the way and is already physically and mentally exhausted." Yuan sniffed and hurriedly answered. "Yes, my lord. It was poorly thought out by my humble servant." Strike that. He then took a big swing. The generals on both sides of the surrounding area immediately made way. With that, a procession of people opened the way in front of them. That's all. The procession marched off into the city. In the meantime, little sage show. After learning that the imperial crown prince will arrive in Sanghi today, the whole of Confucianism could be said to be in a flurry. Fushan couldn't figure it out even more. This imperial crown prince is not staying in Xianyang properly. What is he doing running to Sanghi with nothing to do? After all, such a character came to Sanghi. He, Confucianism, naturally had to step in and invite the ground. We can't just ignore it, can we? Once invited. However, more things are bound to happen. That's what worries Vernian the most. How does senior sect leader plan to do this? Zhang Liang opened his mouth and asked. Funan frowned slightly. He couldn't think of a good reason for the invitation. After all, there is a doorway to this invitation. Neither could he lose the face of Confucianism, but at the same time, he had to make that imperial crown prince save face. Right at this moment, Yan Lu, who was on the side, couldn't help but speak up. Why don't we invite this imperial crown prince to have a sword-based discussion? It is just right to use this opportunity to promote exchanges between Confucianism and the empire. As soon as Fun Yan heard this, his eyes lit up. That's a good way to look at it. Discussing the Tao with a sword showed the sharpness of the empire and carried forward his Confucian way of learning at the same time. Here the subface is saved. Simply the best of both worlds. Then it's as senior brother Yen said. In the name of Confucianism, launch an invitation to this prince to discuss the way with swords. Strike that. Fun Yan then immediately sent his disciples down to make arrangements. The other side. Sanghi City Hall. City Lord Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead as soon as he could. Finally, everyone was settled in without any mistakes. He was afraid that he would not perform well in front of this crown prince, and then he would refer to himself in front of his majesty. Over the years, he was arguably the one who had gained the most dashing and nourishing of all the county's city lords, because Sanghi City was far away from the imperial city. As long as no one comes from above, then he's the biggest official here. This meat and potatoes, if you lose it, then he'd really be crying foul. But just when Yuan was so relieved, a shadow secret guard suddenly came to him and told him that His Highness the Crown Prince had an invitation. Yuan sniffed and his heart froze. Feeling like this is a way to keep yourself from taking a moment's rest. Forget it. Just work hard for a few days. It'll be better when they're gone. Yuan comforted himself in his mind. Immediately, he followed that shadow secret guard to meet Zheng Han. Lobby. Zheng Han was explaining the division of power in the Sanghi to Wen Lin Yuan. In addition to Confucianism, there are quite a few other schools of thought residing in Sanghi, like that heck of a celebrity, also known as the Mouthy family, because they are extremely good at debating with people. It can even debate black into white and dead into alive. You can imagine the mouth. Your Highness, General, the people have been brought. As the shadow secret guard's voice rang out, together, the two men looked toward the bottom. Yuan, upon seeing Wen Lin Yuan, hurriedly gave a request. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Aha. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Then he reached out and gestured for him to take a seat. Yuan casually found a seat and sat down. He didn't really know what these two were going to do with themselves all of a sudden, so he asked cautiously, "I wonder what His Highness the Crown Prince is looking for from my humble servant." Winning Lin Yuan glanced indifferently. "A few days ago, a few leaky fish from the Mo family came to the Sanghe. Did you know about this?" Yuan's face suddenly changed, and stretched out his finger and said, "Your Royal Highness, I swear to God, I don't know about this." Seeing Yuan's tense face, Wen Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. This prince is not here to raise an offense against you." Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as they're not here to question themselves anyway. Then, Wen Lin Yuan continued to ask, "Is there an inn named There Is an Inn within the city?" Yuan sniffed and immediately recalled his contemplation. A moment later, he said with glowing eyes, "It seems like there is such an inn. Know the location? If my humble servant remembers correctly, I should be aware of it." Yuan nodded in response. "Take this prince there." Winning Lin Yuan gave a sign. "Okay." Yuan instantly agreed. In his mind, it was just this crown prince having a craving, but since the request was made, naturally, he could only agree. Immediately, a group of people left the city hall at a fiery pace. "There's an inn." Duan Mu Rong, husbandman Su and other figures were sitting around a table. "Here we go." With a yell, a burly, bearded fat man came out of the kitchen carrying several plates of food. The crowd looked at the table full of fragrant delicacies and couldn't help but drool with gluttony. Everyone's hungry. Butcher Road. Hard work. Commander Butcher. Duan Mu Rong gave a sign. Butcher scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. What a thing to say. Everyone is family. Having said that, the atmosphere suddenly became sad. The original Mo family was so big. Laughter and joy every day. Now only a few of them are left. Forlornly, the butcher seemed to notice the constant atmosphere and quickly stated, "Eat quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold later." "Good," the crowd answered. But just as the chopsticks were ready to be moved up, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the inn. Chapter 52, The Cataclysm. Knock, knock, knock. When he heard the knock on the door, Butcher instantly made a gesture to the crowd not to make a move. Next, he came slowly to the door. Carefully, he inquired, "Who is it?" At that moment, a young voice came from outside. "Still open?" The crowd was relieved to hear that. Butcher responded in a hurry. "It's closed today." The man outside continued, "But my lord has to eat it today." The words fell. Butcher's face snapped. This was because he suddenly felt a wave of terrifying power sweeping towards the inn. Only a boom was heard. Butcher couldn't dodge in time. The force that struck him directly outside blew away. When Duan Mu Rong and the others saw this, their faces all changed, and they immediately stepped forward to help the collapsed Butchers up, while checking the condition of his injuries. And just then too, several figures crossed the threshold and entered the inn. The Duan Mu Rong crowd couldn't help but look up. However, when they saw the figure at the head of the group, the look on their faces immediately changed from fear to despair, because the visitor was none other than the Imperial Crown Prince who had destroyed the Mo family. At this moment, Wen Lin Yuan's left shoulder was empty. An empty crying roar was floating there. It was just that the crowd didn't understand how exactly Wen Lin Yuan had found this place. This is the secret base of their Mo clan. Aside from the commander of the Maja clan and a few rare people, basically no one knew about it. After all, Butcher had been in Sanghe for 30 years at least. In those 30 years, no one had ever suspected him. "Gentlemen, we meet again." Winning Lin Yuan looked at the crowd and revealed a smile. It was just a slightly creepy smile to their eyes. "Fight them." Husband Su immediately spoke. He knew that there was no escape for him and the others today. Last time, it was only because the Taoist family sect leader, Easy Sun, came to their aid that they managed to escape. Besides, in order to save them, that easy child was seriously injured. Even you giants are no match. And what waves can you make? Winning Lin Yuan stretched out his hand to that Su Fuzi. Next moment, only Su Fuzi could be heard screaming miserably. Then his body was seen to dry up quickly, until it turns into a dry corpse. "Will you do it yourselves? Or do you want this prince to do it?" Winning Lin Yuan glanced indifferently at Duan Mu Rong and the others. Several people's faces were filled with endless despair. "You can't fight. You can't escape. One can only wait quietly to die." Butchers. Just then, the butchers who had recovered a little bit removed the kitchen knives pinned to their waists and leapt towards Wen Lin Yuan. Both hands continuously stroked in the air as gusts of blade light flashed. But just as Butcher was about to approach Winning Lin Yuan, the empty crying roar above his shoulder once again opened its mouth and sent out a sound wave. Boom! This time Butcher's figure didn't fly out again, but instead froze directly in place. It was just that he looked as if he was demented. His pupils turned white, and there was not a single fluctuation of vitality. In just this sound, Butcher's soul was caught off guard and was directly shattered into pieces by the empty cry roar. People in this world basically practiced bodywork. never trained for the soul aspect. So in front of the empty crying roar, their souls were like a blank sheet of paper that could be torn apart at the slightest tear. And these guys are too weak. Winning Lin Yuan didn't even bother to use his servant spirit on them. Right after Butcher died, Duan Murong and the others knew that today's ending could not be changed. Solely chose to kill herself. Outside the inn, Yuan looked at this scene and his heart couldn't help but tremble fiercely. It is rumored in the world that this crown prince is ruthless. Now that I look at it, it is as rumored. Although these remaining sins in front of him deserve to die, the kind of despair he faced was something he didn't dare to imagine. After settling this remaining group, on the way out, Winning Lin Yuan asked Zhang Han to burn down the entire inn with a single fire. It was also a warning to certain forces in Sanghe City. Then the line of people went back towards the city hall. Just got back to the townhouse. City Lord Yuan then received a letter from the small Confucian sage Zhuang. After reading the above, he immediately took the letter personally to the room where Winning was. By the sword? When Winning Lin Yuan saw the contents of the letter, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. As far back as he could remember, isn't Confucianism the best at ruling the world with propriety? Why did you suddenly propose a sword fight? This is not in line with Confucianism. What kind of medicine is sold in this gourd of Confucianism? For a while, Wen Lin Yuan really can't guess, but since the other party has graciously invited, one naturally can't break the face of the other party, can he? Immediately, Yuan was told to reply to the letter. He, Wen Lin Yuan, agreed. As for this competition with the sword, it's being held just 2 days from now. Little Sage Show. The three masters of Qilu gathered together. Just a hint of sadness could clearly be seen on Zhang Liang's face, because just now, Zhang Liang got the news that an inn had been set on fire from down the mountain, and it was rumored that none of the people inside the inn had been able to escape alive. As for how this tragedy actually happened, no one knows. However, Zhang Liang understood that there must be something fishy going on here. After all, over the years, there had never been an accident at one of the inns, but it turned out that as soon as that Imperial Crown Prince came to Sanghe, one of the inns was gone. Zhang Liang guessed that 9 times out of 10, it was the work of that Imperial Crown Prince, and from time to time over the years, he would send someone to the bottom of the mountain to have that butcher make a few dishes and send them up the mountain. It was also an opportunity for him to communicate with Butcher in secret contact. Just then, Funin opened his mouth to interrupt his conjecture. 2 senior brothers, that Imperial Crown Prince has already agreed to our invitation to discuss the Tao with swords, and it's intended to take place in 2 days. What do you think? Yan Lu glanced at Zhang Liang and said in a slow voice. Sect Master, no problem. Fu Nian looked at Zhang Liang again. What about you, Master Zifang? I'm fine with it. Zhang Liang responded with extreme reluctance. Fu Nian seemed to see that he had something on his mind. What's wrong, Senior Zifang? Why do I see you looking distracted? Zhang Liang was stunned. No, Sect Master. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night and I'm a little sleepy today. Fu Nian sniffed and nodded. The 2 senior brothers will rest well for the last 2 days. When it comes to the sword to Dao competition, it's better for us Confucians not to be zeroed out by the Empire. The crowd then explored for a while longer before leaving. It's just that Zhang Liang just walked out of the lobby. Yan Lu then followed and came to his side. Senior brother Zifang, since things have already happened, there's no need to think about it anymore. Zhang Liang nodded his head. He naturally understood what Yan Lu was talking about. Among the whole of Confucianism, only Yan Lu knew that he had close dealings with the Mo family. Even in the past, Yan Lu had warned him, it is better to have less contact with these anti-Qin people. It is because the entire Confucianism may be implicated if one is not careful. Now that Imperial Crown Prince has suddenly come to Sanghe, if he was well informed and knew that he, Confucianism, had an affair with the Mozi family, then this time it would be a catastrophe for them. And it's still unprecedented. Chapter 53 Death of Lord Chunan. 2 days later, the foot of the Little Sage Shoals, a large group of people appeared. Your Highness the Crown Prince, if there is nothing else to arrange then we will begin our journey up the mountain. Zhang Han steered his horse to the carriage that Wen Lin Yuan was riding in and signaled. Aha! Winning Lin Yuan's voice came out faintly from it, but just as the crowd was about to start up the hill, a gray-haired, pale old man with a walking stick stepped out from a side path, right in their way. One of the shadow secret guards was just about to go forward to rebuke him, but he was stopped by Zhang Han. Then, Zhang Han steered his horse forward and came to the old man's side. The senior, can you move a little to the side? We have to go up to the mountain, lest the carriage hurt you in a while. He's still more polite. It was mainly because Zhang Han sensed a hint of something unusual from this old man. Oh, okay, yes. The old man nodded his head and moved his body in a hurry. Slow down. However, there was a sudden sound from inside the carriage. Then, the curtain of the car lifted, and Wen Lin Yuan walked out from it. Your Highness the Crown Prince? Zhang Han Ning revealed a flash of doubt. Winning Lin Yuan ignored him, while his gaze stayed on the white-haired old man. Your Excellency is the first sage of the past, Lord Chunan? Swish, winning Lin Yuan's words just fell. Zhang Han, who was on the side, could not help but frown. Chunan Gong he had met once in Xiangyang, but this old man in front of me is not like that at all. Of course, that side was over a decade ago. Hey, 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 the white-haired old man suddenly let out a laugh. Spinning around, he reached out those wrinkled hands to flick the strands of hair covering his eyes to either side, revealing a pair of glittering eyes. It seems that after so many years of not returning to Xiangyang, there are still people who remember me. Are you really that Chu Nangong? Zhang Han stared at the old man with wide pupils. Exactly, old man. Chu Nangong stroked his beard. Then does senior remember me? Zhang Han couldn't help but inquire. Shadow Secret Guard Zhang Han, from the first meeting with you just now, old me remembered. Ha ha, I didn't realize that senior still remembers Mordecai. Zhang Han laughed out loud. Instead, Lord Chunan's gaze turned and gazed at Wen Lin Yuan. I'm afraid this is that current crown prince, right? Not bad, seniors. This is none other than the 19th prince. That is, today, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Han hastily nodded his head. If you recognize this prince, why don't you worship him? Just then, winning Lin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. The pupils were cold and the tone was calm. Just underneath this cold calm, it also made the crowd feel a hint of something else. The aura is more like killing intent. Chu Nangong's body gave a lurch. Only then did he hastily step forward. See, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The corner of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth rose, revealing a touch of disdain. Late, Chu Nangong? Did I mess with you? I'm just an old man. What's wrong with walking slowly? Shouldn't everyone respect the old and love the young? If you don't believe me, try it when you're old. Let's see if we can still be fit. Zhang Han smelled that hint of something wrong in the air. Immediately, he was ready to come out and help round up the crowd. After all, although Lord Chunan was the #1 sage of the Chu Kingdom in the past, and had later joined the Yin Yang clan, however, in the Jianghu, Chu Nangong was still very prestigious and highly respected, and although he joined the Yin Yang clan, in reality, he has been astray. Even when the Yin Yang family was destroyed, Chu Nangong didn't even come back to take a look. It was evident that Lord Chunan had no feelings for the Yin Yang family. As for Zhang Han, when he saw that Wen Lin Yuan had unleashed his sharp edge on Chu Nangong, he immediately assumed that His Highness the Crown Prince was treating and handling him as if he were a member of the Yin Yang family. But just as Zhang Han was about to open his mouth, winning Lin Yuan interrupted him once more. Though Chu has 3 households, the death of Qin will be Chu. That came out of your mouth, didn't it? Swish, Shasta. The entire air around them was instantly quiet. Zhang Han, who originally wanted to help Chu Nangong put in a good word, also closed his mouth at this moment. Even his brow showed a look of concentration. Because of those 8 words just now, it's almost like the rites of passage are falling apart. If this reaches His Majesty's ears, that's whoever said it died. Lord Chunan's body froze as he heard the words. The words did come from him, but the thing is, he's only said it to a few people, and these guys, they have no idea who they really are. Chu Nangong couldn't figure out how this crown prince knew. Your Highness the Crown Prince is not mistakenly misunderstanding the old man. Chu Nangong still wanted to argue, but Wen Lin Yuan, on the other hand, wouldn't give him any chance for sophistry, even if you didn't say it. But according to this prince's character, it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to spare one. Get it? The implication is that you, Chu Nangong, must die today. Chu Nangong's face immediately changed. He was invited by Confucianism to come to the little sage village to visit the sword discussion competition. Is it really going to demise in the middle of the road? This was unacceptable to him. The Crown Prince, Chu Nangong, wanted to say something else. A force of dragon and tiger instantly swept over and landed on Chu Nangong. The speed was so fast that Chu Nangong didn't react at all, and was directly sent flying out, like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Meng, Zhang Han and the others smacked their lips slightly when they saw this scene. No matter who he was dealing with, this crown prince was still this ruthless and determined. Just when the crowd thought that Chu Nangong was already dead, instead, his voice rang out again. I've been in the Tao for 100 years. Even your Imperial Crown Prince has to respect me. Then, they saw Chu Nangong reappear in the crowd's field of vision with his head covered in hair. Unlike the previous pale and stooped state, at this moment, it was as if he was dozens of years younger. 100 years into the Tao? Winning Lin Yuan snorted. Just you? Strike that. Another dragon and tiger power was swung out. Seeing this, Chu Nangong fiercely exhaled a breath. It immediately collided with the power of the dragon and tiger, creating a huge wave that quickly spread out in all directions. It was devastating and overwhelming. The surrounding woods were all destroyed by this force. Kind of. A trace of amazement flashed across Wen Lin Yuan's eyes. Just now he only used one power. I thought I could solve this Chu Nangong. I didn't realize that this pussy was quite tenacious. Immediately after, Winning Lin Yuan once again raised his hand and waved it. This time he made more than a single effort. Instead, it's a full 80%. It's also interspersed with countervailing forces. Seeing this, Chu Nangong let out an angry cry. Break! However, the moment this interspersed white air power came before him, it was only then that Chu Nangong noticed that something was wrong, because it was nothing like he thought it would be. This power was going to be even more violent and terrifying. Only a boom was heard. Chu Nangong's entire body was then swallowed by this white dragon and tiger power. You can see it from the outside. Chu Nangong's body was constantly twisting inside. Extremely painful. Eventually, with a scream emanating from it, Chu Nangong's body then completely turned into annihilation inside. The former first sage of Chu fell. Chapter 54, The Little Sage Estate. Trumpin Gong is like a blip on the radar. It didn't affect Wen Lin Yuan and his group in the slightest. After settling him, the party continued toward the mountains. But right after the team left, a few black figures whose entire bodies were tightly wrapped up suddenly came out from the woods on the side. Looking at the traces of the battle that had just been fought on the ground, several people's pupils flickered with gusts of strange fluctuations. Follow it first. Do it when you have the right opportunity. The man at the head of the group commanded. Yes. The rest of the crowd responded in unison. Then, they disappeared in a flash. Outside the little sage estate, the three masters of Qilu were waiting here at the station with all the Confucians up and down the line. After all, it's no one else who's here today. Rather, it's that present-day crown prince of the empire. So they had to come up with the highest rules of Confucianism to treat it. It was just that a trace of gravity existed on each of their faces to a greater or lesser extent. After all, it had been rumored that the Imperial crown prince was no pushover. This in case they didn't entertain well there in Confucianism and angered this Imperial crown prince. I'm afraid that everything will not be easy to say. How come it's been 2 hours and they're still not here? Fushin couldn't help but open his mouth. 2 whole hours had passed since he received the news that the Imperial crown prince and his party had gone up the mountain. That's even enough time to make a couple round trips, but they were still missing. This could not help but make Fu Nian think that it was hard to believe that something had happened on the way. Just as his words fell, a disciple behind him immediately spoke. They seemed to be coming. Having said that, everyone looked up in unison, and naturally, the three of them, Fu Nian, also saw that the vast imperial procession was heading their way. Wait for the team to approach. Fu Nian led his two senior disciples one step forward, arching his hand and bowing. Confucian sect leader Fu Nian, Confucian Yen Lu, Confucian Zhongliang, welcome, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The voice fell. The entire Confucian members behind the three followed suit, arching his hand in greeting. He was courteous. Next moment, the curtain of the car lifted, and Wen Lin Yuan's figure walked out from it. He stood on the wagon, his eyes sweeping over the three men. TSK, worthy of being a reader. Just this nerdy aura on his body can show that it's not a fake. This prince has long heard that the three masters of Qilu are famous under the heavens, and today at a glance, they are indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, Fu Nian hurriedly said modestly, Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. I and the three of us are just a scholar. Your Highness the Crown Prince is the future ruler of the world. To be able to come to my humble abode, really makes the small sage manner fluffy. Winning Lin Yuan clasped his hands in front of his chest and rested his chin on one hand. Who says bookworms only read? This ass kissing is still just as slick. Then, Wen Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling that the horse's ass is no longer needed. After all, he came here today, and it's not about being patted on the back. Fushin saw this and instantly understood. He immediately made a look towards the group next to him. The people began to dance and receive the prince from the empire by the highest rules of Confucianism. Subsequently, under the personal leadership of the three Vo Nims, Winning Lin Yuan and his group entered the little sacred sage manor. However, Fu Nian's expression couldn't help but froze when he saw Xiaomeng, who was following behind Wen Lin Yuan. He recognized Xiaomeng, but what he couldn't figure out was, why was the head of the Taoist heavenly sect fooling around with this imperial crown prince? Though puzzled, out of politeness, Fu Nian chose to remain silent. Not a moment too soon, led by the trio of Fu Nim, a group of people arrived in a lobby, just entered the lobby. Winning Lin Yuan then autonomously walked towards the main seat above the lobby. Some Confucian disciples saw this and tried to open their mouths to stop them. However, Yen Lu stopped it in a hurry. Each of the Confucian disciples immediately revealed a puzzled look. This imperial crown prince came to their Confucianism as a guest, while their Confucianism was the master. What kind of guest sits in the host's seat? This is not a lack of priorities and a breakdown of etiquette. And this is the way of etiquette that they have been learning since they joined Confucianism. To the disciples' disbelief, Fu Nin ignored it for the moment. Instead, he took the two senior brothers and sat down smoothly. It was as if there wasn't the slightest hint of impropriety about Wen Lin Yuan's move to sit in the main seat. Once everyone was seated, only then did Fu Nian open his mouth. Your Highness the Crown Prince has worked hard all the way on the boat. It's really hard work." After saying that, a maidservant at the side of the lobby walked up and filled a cup of tea for Winlin Yuan. "Your Highness the Crown Prince can try this tea. It's just right to pick up the dust for Your Highness the Crown Prince, and it also has the effect of relieving one's fatigue." Upon hearing this, Winning Lin Yuan looked down at the tea in front of him and said in surprise, "This tea has such an effect?" He picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. The entrance was colorless and tasteless. However, the moment it was swallowed into the abdomen, a sweet aftertaste immediately surged down the throat and into the mouth, which was simply an endless aftertaste. "What kind of tea is this?" Winning Lin Yuan inquired. As Fu Nian said, "This tea does have the effect of relieving one's fatigue and refreshing one's mind." Fu Nian explained, "This is from the Heavenly Palace Cloudy Mist Shui from the western Shushan Mountain. It was brought back from Mount Shushan by Master Zifang by chance." "So it is." Winning Lin Yuan sniffed and slowly nodded his head. Western Shu Mountain is a little-known place, extremely mysterious. It is even said that there is a rumor that there is an eternal being growing in Shushan Mountain in the west, and Ing Zhang once sent Su Fu to Shushan Mountain to seek for that eternal being, only to return without any success in the end. If there was a chance, Winning Lin Yuan would like to go to that Mount Shu to have a look, but now, he had more important things to take care of. This Zifang sect master, as far as this prince remembers correctly, is the grandson of that Zhang Kaidi, right? Winning Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Liang, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Liang couldn't help but change his face slightly. For his part, Fu Nian remained calm. "Not bad, Your Highness the Crown Prince, but that's all in the past. All these years Master Zifang has been dedicated to Confucianism, and he has even given all he had in order to be able to bring Confucianism to the world. His meaning is also clear. Zhang Liang is indeed the son and daughter of the old Han Sangu, but Zhang Liang has never done anything to harm the empire. Instead he has been pushing Confucianism towards the world. It can even be said that he, Zhang Liang, has an indelible credit for Confucianism being what it is today, so you can't compare him to the old Han that used to be there." "Oh, yes?" Winlin Yuan revealed an intriguing smile. It was just that this smile made Zhang Liang feel very uncomfortable. It was like being watched by a demon from hell. But Zhang Liang still pretended to be calm, because he believed that Butcher and the others would not betray themselves even if they died. And at this moment, the reason why that Crown Prince was so sharp with himself was entirely because of his birth. And one just needs to act as obedient as possible. Chapter 55, Coercion. Your Highness the Crown Prince may not be aware that Master Zifang has made a lot of contributions to my Confucianism over the years. Fu Nin chuckled. He was very fond of this little junior brother of his, smart and articulate, though very stubborn in some ways, but after all, he's young and it's normal for him to be under-considered. The godly Winlin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a refined aura gazing at that Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang instantly just felt uncomfortable. Then, Winning Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "This prince heard that you went to Organ City some days ago. I wonder if that's possible." His words caused the Confucian crowd on the field to fall into an ice cellar, and their expressions even instantly changed drastically, especially the Ambrosia. As the head of Confucianism, he naturally heard the meaning of the rising offense in Winlin Yuan's words in a single word. After all, the Mo family's incident in Organ City the other day was a big deal in the world. As a result, the anti-Qin forces, which were still exceptionally rampant, have almost all disappeared in recent days. Apparently it's all gone into hiding, lest they become the same as the Mo family, and become the head of the Imperial Crown Prince's gun. And those words just now gave Volumni an illusion. His own Zifang master brother can't really go to help that Mo family? If that was true, he would be the first to not let Zhang Liang go, because he always ordered them 3 times during the week. They lived under the territory of the empire, so they must not be able to befriend those imperial rebels, let alone walk together. Fu Nian is even the kind of person who will expel a person from the division if he finds one, and will never show any mercy. And in the old days, Fu Nian had indeed heard that his junior brother was secretly dealing with anti-Qin people, but it was also after that time. He went to Zhang Liang for a heart-to-heart. Zhang Liang, on the other hand, vowed that he would disconnect from the group and never speak to them again. Fushin didn't focus on this anymore. Feeling the gazes of all the people in the lobby converging on him, Zhang Liang took a slight breath, then spoke calmly. "I wonder who your highness is listening to that is simply unkind." Then, he looked at Yen Lu at the side. "I have been with senior brother Yen Lu for the past few days." "Right, senior brother Yen Lu." Yen Lu sniffed, but it was soon followed by a reaction. "Nice. Senior brother Zifang has indeed been with me for the past 2 days. Then perhaps this prince is mistaken." Winning Lin Yuan laughed carelessly, but the next moment, instead, he looked away. The atmosphere in the lobby all seemed to become serious. Then, Winning Lin Yuan waved his big hand. A cloud of black gas appeared out of nowhere and floated over the interior of the lobby. And Zhang Liang's face changed violently the moment he saw the black shadow. because that was none other than Duan Murong, Fu Nian, Yan Lu, and the rest of them were stunned. They didn't recognize who this black shadow was, but what they marveled at was the means of this crown prince. Who were the ones who brought you to Sanghe in the first place? Winning Lin Yuan directly launched a question to Duan Murong's soul. Duan Murong pondered for a moment. Then she spoke. Taoist Easy Sun. Confucian Zhang Liang. Scattered. The words fell. Fu Nian immediately looked towards Zhang Liang. Senior brother Zifang. What the hell is going on? Zhang Liang didn't respond because he didn't know how to answer. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. This person's name is Duan Murong. Swish. The air in the entire lobby was instantly quieted. The Confucian crowd could even hear their own heartbeats. An invisible feeling of fear quickly spread through everyone's mind. Duan Murong? That Duan Murong who's known as the Divine Doctor? Fu Nian's pupils shrunk violently. Although he had never met Duan Murong, he had heard of it. Zhang Liang, what else do you have to say? Winning Lin Yuan's gaze went straight to Zhang Liang at the bottom. Like a sharp blade instantly fell on his body. It made Zhang Liang only feel a raw pain on the surface of his skin. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Duan Murong is a living person. And how could the one in front of us be Duan Murong? Zhang Liang hurriedly explained. At those words, Wen Lin Yuan could not help but let out a light laugh. Of course this prince knows she's alive, but she has been killed by this prince. Doesn't that make her a dead person? What you see today is the soul of Duan Murong. This statement was made. The expressions of the Confucian crowd quickly changed. Even Zhang Liang is no exception, because he didn't know if what this imperial crown prince was saying was true or not. What if you're scamming yourself? However, Zhang Liang understood that he couldn't admit it himself no matter what, because once it is recognized, it will be an unprecedented calamity for Confucianism. Your Highness the Crown Prince is really good at jokes. Once a person dies along with his soul, he disappears into the world. Besides, from ancient times to the present, there's never been anyone who could put someone else's soul under control. Zhang Liang opened his mouth to signal. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, Wen Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Since Confucianism likes to reason and convince people with reason, he himself will play with them today. It's just a proof how simple it is. Then, Winning Lin Yuan gazed at a Confucian disciple at the bottom. What's your name? Zit Song. The disciple responded. Good. Winning Lin Yuan nodded his head. Then please die first. Zit Song? What do you mean? The words just fell. A stern sword chi then swept out from behind Wen Lin Yuan. Before the crowd could react, the sword chi then split the Confucian disciple named Zitsong in two on the spot. When Zhang Liang and even all the Confucian disciples on the field saw this scene, their faces changed once again, and sect leader Fu Nian was also frowning tightly, and immediately opened his mouth. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You. The words were not finished. Winning Lin Yuan then made a gesture that signaled the crowd to keep quiet. Spinning around under everyone's gaze, a black shadow floated out from within the dead Na Zitsong's body. Then it appeared in the view of the congregation in the hall. When everyone in Confucianism got a good look at the black shadow, each and every one of them immediately stared at their pupils, shocked beyond measure, their faces filled with horror. Zitsong? Fu Nian couldn't help but cry out as he looked at the dark figure. Sect Master, what's wrong with me? Zitsong looked at his floating body and froze out of his mind. Before he could continue to speak, Winning Lin Yuan's palm gently pinched. Zitsong's throat was then pinched by a pair of invisible hands, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Your Royal Highness, what are you doing? Funin was in a hurry. Although he had personally seen Zitsong being split in two by the sword chi, the black shadow in front of him was indeed him as well. Do you still think that this prince is slandering him now? Winning Lin Yuan glanced faintly. Then, he continued. Zhang Liang, this prince is giving you the chance to admit it. If you admit it yourself, this prince will spare them. Otherwise, one of you Confucians will die because of you once the incense burns. Zhang Liang's face instantly grimaced when he heard this, while hesitating inwardly. After all, from the looks of the situation at hand, the other party was obviously not bluffing. May take the lives of their Confucian disciples to force themselves to admit it. This imperial prince is indeed vicious enough. Chapter 56, Discussing the Way with a Sword. The atmosphere on the field was incredibly stagnant. Wen Lin Yuan's words were like a death scythe pressed against their necks, ready to harvest their lives. Your Highness, what exactly do you want to do? Confucianism, have never colluded with the Mozi family, and I believe that Master Zifang has been wrongly accused. Besides, Your Highness the Crown Prince cannot believe only one side of the story. At this point, Fu Nian stepped forward to relieve Zhang Liang. Even if you're the Crown Prince of the Empire, you can't mess around, right? If you want to get a conviction, you're bound to need some evidence. How could it be feasible to assume that Zhang Liang, the third leader of the Confucian family, had colluded with the Mahist rebels just by virtue of that one so-called soul just now? Winning Lin Yuan glanced faintly and didn't pay attention to Fu Nian's words, and that's when it happened. A Confucian disciple suddenly ran in from outside in a panic. In front of the crowd, directly came to the front of Fu Nian reported, "Sect Master." Outside suddenly came a group of white-clothed army. The number of people with a few thousand. The leader of the man is yelling to see the prince. Fu Nian's brows furrowed as he sniffed. The atmosphere in the lobby froze for another 3 minutes. The White Army? Is there such a large army within the empire? It doesn't seem to be. After all, the empire was still black. Not only the Black Dragon banner, but even Ing Zheng wore a black dragon robe. And such an army in white was clearly not an imperial army. What did the one in charge look like? Fu Nian hurriedly inquired. He guessed that it might be a large army formed from the remnants of the 6 kingdoms that once existed. Today, he had come to his own little sacred sage manor precisely for the sake of winning Lin Yuan. Outwardly flamboyant, with an arrogant and domineering appearance, that disciple responded. Immediately afterward, however, he seemed to think of something else. That person seemed to say his name was something like Zhang Jiwei. Let them in. That's my prince's man. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan, who was in the upper seat, suddenly opened his mouth. Your people, Your Highness the Crown Prince? Fu Nian's face immediately changed. It turned out that before arriving at the little sage manor, Lin Yuan had specifically instructed Zhang Jiwei to wait for their group to depart before leading those 8,000 great snow dragon riders up the mountain. The purpose is to give Confucianism a good shake. After all, if you see it at the beginning, naturally, it wouldn't be able to shock without much effect. So there was this. Fu Nian's expression sank slightly, but he finally asked that disciple to go and notify the release, allowing them to enter the little sacred sage manor. His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken. If you don't let them go, you're obviously going against Lin Yuan. Not a moment too soon, Zhang Jiwei then came into the lobby. He surveyed the crowd around him for a moment before returning his gaze to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, the people have been brought. Lin Yuan nodded his head, and in the meantime, Zhang Han, Xiao Meng, and the others all looked shocked after seeing this man who was indeed flamboyant enough in appearance, because they had seen him at the Organ City. But none of it mattered at the time. After all, from the looks of it, it's extremely mediocre, with no standout points. The results were not expected. He was actually one of His Highness the Crown Prince's men. Your Highness, one incense burns out. At this moment, the white fox-faced child beside Lin Yuan opened her mouth to give a reminder. Ah, yeah, Lin Yuan came back to his senses. Spinning his eyes, he selected a Confucian disciple on the field. Next moment, the air-crying roar flew out from behind it. A hiss was violently emitted towards the Confucian disciple. Roar! In an instant, it was as if the entire lobby couldn't withstand the imminent collapse, and that Confucian disciple didn't even have time to react. Killed on the spot. You! Zhang Liang's gaze was dead set on Lin Yuan, filled with indignation. One man does not dare to do anything. If I were you, I'd find a brick and shoot myself. Lin Yuan shook his head and sneered. Zhang Liang's face was suddenly cloudy. How has he ever been so insulted? Just as Vo Nian on the side was about to open his mouth, Zhang Liang directly tilted his head in acknowledgement. Nice. I was indeed among those who went to Organ City a few days ago to rescue and support the Imo family. Swish. This statement was made. Fu Nian and Yan Lu's faces changed violently. Senior brother Zifeng. Is this true? Fushan stared at him dead in the face. Zhang Liang ignored it and instead continued his gaze on Lin Yuan. Since His Highness the Crown Prince said that as long as I admit it, I will spare the entire Confucianism. I hope that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will keep his promise. Did I say that? Lin Yuan first looked to the side at Ning Yao, then turned his head towards White Fox Face. Or did you hear me say it? Then, his gaze returned to Zhang Liang. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, what this prince said was that the top of this matter would spare Confucianism. As for the other things, this prince didn't say that, haha. These words couldn't help but make Zhang Liang's face turn red with anger. He's just now reacting. It turned out that this imperial crown prince had never intended to spare them Confucianism from the very beginning. We sincerely invite His Highness the Crown Prince to come as a guest, and even my Confucianism wants to have a competition with the empire to discuss the Tao with swords. Yet is this how His Highness the Crown Prince treats my Confucianism? Funan asked in a deep voice. When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. In vain, an invisible pressure was immediately released from within him, enveloping everyone in Confucianism. Based on what he alone has done, this crown prince can destroy your Confucianism just by thinking about it. If it wasn't for the sake of Big Brother, do you think this prince would give you so much time? Eldest Duke Fusu is a disciple of Confucianism, but rather extremely reveres Confucianism, which is also the fundamental reason why Lin Yuan did not directly take action against Confucianism today. He remembers how kind Fusu was to him as a child. If it were the rest of the forces, I'm afraid that they would have been turned into flat ground at this moment. So be it. Winning Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a fun bit. Since you guys wanna have a sword fight, This prince will cater to you. You choose 3 people. This prince chooses 3 people, and have a match. If you win, this crown prince will leave immediately and let you Confucians live. But if you guys lose, he is the one who must die. Winning Lin Yuan pointed at Zhang Liang, then looked at Fu Nian and Yan Lu. The 2 of you should also join the dynasty as officials. Confucianism was not openly anti-Qin, nor do they belong to the anti-Qin forces. That's why Wen Lin Yuan gave them such a lenient attitude. But any change to any of the anti-Qin forces, winning Lin Yuan wouldn't even say so much as a word to them. Most of all, since he had liquidated those 9 ministers himself, the empire has then been short of manpower. Although he can't see Zhang Liang, but Fu Nian and Na Yan Lu, Wen Lin Yuan can consider it. After all, the 2 men were at least the 3 masters of Qilu. His talent and ability were not much weaker than any of the 9 ministers in the court. If we can introduce them into the courtroom, I believe it is also a great thing. Of course, if such a talent is not available to you, winning Lin Yuan wouldn't keep it either. To put it simply, this time he came to the Sanghe to force Confucianism to take sides and show its attitude. Chapter 57, The First City. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Fu Nian directly accepted Wen Lin Yuan's challenge. At this critical juncture, Confucianism is facing an unprecedented crisis. Before them, it's the only way to go. Vernian knew full well that delaying would only make the situation more unfavorable. It even made him worry that Wen Lin Yuan would backtrack. With the promise of the Vernian, the Confucian disciples acted quickly, emptied the lobby of clutter one by one to make enough space for the upcoming competition. There was a tension in the lobby air. Which one of you is first? Winning Lin Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the 3 of them. Fu Nian, Yan Lu and Zhang Liang. There are very few people in Confucianism who can take on this responsibility, and there are only a handful that are strong enough to fight with one. There was no need for words. The answer was already in the minds of the 3 men. It was a battle they had to fight themselves. Yan Lu, Fu Nian, and Zhang Liang looked at each other, and their mutual understanding and determination was clear. In the end, Yan Lu took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "Just let me go first." Seeing this, winning Lin Yuan nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at White Fox Face beside him and said, "You go." The White Fox Face answered softly, and then walked out from the side. With a light pace, just like stepping on clouds, Yan Lu looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. If his opponent had been a man, he might have been able to exert his full strength without fear, but in the face of such a woman, a hint of hesitation could not help but arise in his heart. However, one thought of the possible downfall of defeat that Confucianism may face. Yan Lu immediately put this hesitation behind him, his eyes becoming firm and stern. The 2 came to the center of the lobby, with 4 eyes facing each other. The 2 streams of sharp auras collided together at once. This sword is called Hanguang, and is ranked 16th on the sword list. At this moment, Zhang Han, who was on the side, looked at the sword in Yan Lu's hand and his pupils were slightly shocked. The legendary invisible sword with a double head and a sword body that only appears in the light. To see without seeing, to transport without knowing what it touches, to obliterate without boundaries, to pass through things without being aware of them. Sharpness contained but not revealed is the true color of Hikari. I don't know your honor's sword. Yan Lu's color couldn't help but change before he finished his words, because the opponent's weapon was not a sword, but 2 swords. In this world, swordsmen can be found everywhere, and it can even be said that they are honored by the sword. There are few, almost none, of the knives. Embroidery winter, spring thunder. White Foxface signaled with a faint voice. With the announcement of the contest opening, swish, the White Foxface child's figure flickered, like a ghost attacking in Zhang Liang's direction, with a speed that was astonishingly fast. Seeing this, Yan Lu's face was grave and he immediately turned his sword. The invisible contained light seemed to transform into thousands of sword shadows in his hands. It instantly practiced, forming an impenetrable barrier of sword shadows. White Foxface's 2 blades, however, were like the light of daybreak, piercing through Yan Lu's sword shadow barrier, and with a destructive momentum, they pushed straight at Yan Lu. Yan Lu's figure quickly retreated, and the light contained in his hand continuously released sword shadows in an attempt to ward off this terrifying attack. However, White Foxface's sword technique was unusually subtle. Every move and every style was just right to avoid the shadow of his sword and go straight for the vitals. When White Foxface's blade finally landed on Yan Lu's sword shadow barrier, a violent fluctuation centered on the 2, spreading out rapidly in all directions. The candle flame in the lobby swayed more than once, as if even the entire space was trembling. When the Confucians saw this, their faces changed. They were well aware of Yan Lu's strength, being a Grand Master powerhouse second only to Fu Nian in Confucianism. However, at this moment, facing White Foxface's attack, he seemed so passive. "Your power is strong," Yan Lu said in a deep voice as he backed away, "but for the sake of Confucianism, I have to be offended." The words were not yet spoken. he immediately turned defense into offense, and his strong attack came at White Fox Face like a raging storm. White Fox Face, however, acted as if she had expected all of this. Her figure lightly dodged Yen Lu's attacks while the twin swords in her hands kept swinging out, each one precise and deadly. The two fought in the lobby, dazzling onlookers. Winning Lin Yuan stood to the side, quietly watching the fierce battle, his face not showing the slightest hint of worry. He knew Yen Lu's strength, but equally understood the terror of White Fox Face. In the original, White Fox Face was already in the Finger Xian realm after she left the Listening Tide Pavilion. 6 stops to kill the second grade, 9 stops to kill the Finger Xian, and 12 stops to kill the Heavenly Elephant. At the 16 stops, the Buddha's Great Vajra also breaks open, and the celestial body is as white as paper. And after 18 stops, there is no land god in front of him who can be defeated, and if he takes the lead to make a sword, he will be invincible in the first hand. Such strength was difficult to match even for Yen Lu. However, just when the crowd thought that this contest would continue for some time, the accident happened suddenly. The fight between White Fox Face and Yen Lu was actually over in an instant, only to see the twin swords in White Fox Face's hands resting on Yen Lu's neck with unerring precision. Yen Lu, on the other hand, wore a helpless and frustrated look, as if even he himself had not expected to be defeated so quickly. The Confucian crowd looked at this scene. One by one, their eyes were wide open, their mouths wide open, and their faces were covered with disbelief and shock. Their contest has just begun. The result was already settled before even 3 breath rounds were up. I lost. Yen Lu looked over at Fu Nian with a hint of guilt and remorse in his voice. Fu Nian did not blame, but comforted. Just do your best. White Fox Face sheathed her sword and retreated back to Wen Lin Yuan's side. Her face remained without the slightest ripple. This contest is for her. It seemed like a trivial game, but for Confucianism, this is a crucial battle for their survival. The crowd was not given a chance to catch their breath. The second bout kicked off immediately afterward. This time, Confucianism did not hesitate to send out their sect leader, Fu Nian. After a loss in the first, the Confucian crowd knew full well that they were on the edge of a cliff. According to the 2 out of 3 rule, they had to win this bout in order to retain a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Therefore, the appearance of Fu Nian is undoubtedly the best expression of confidence and determination in Confucianism. Zheng Han originally jumped at the chance, wanting to contribute to the empire at this critical time. However, when he saw Fu Nian, the impulse in his heart was instantly extinguished. He knew very well that he was facing this head of Confucianism. I'm afraid I don't even have a 30% chance of winning. Winning Lin Yuan, on the other hand, appeared to be calm and unhurried. He glanced faintly at Fushan, who was about to take the stage. He then waved his hand gently, appointed Ning Yao as his representative, to face the Confucian master who created the Sword of the Holy King. As to whether it's a win or a loss, none of it mattered to Wen Lin Yuan anymore, because next game, he is bound to win. Chapter 58, Saint King's Sword Technique. Scene. Fushan looked at his opponent who was also a woman. Not a hint of levity passed over his face. After all, that senior brother of his was the one who lost the first match because he was flippant about his opponent thus, and this one is extremely important to Confucianism. That's why Funan only allows himself to succeed, not to fail. Then, Fu Nian revealed his sword in front of the crowd. In the end this was a sword-to-sword competition. Naturally, the sword is the main focus, and the sword in Fu Nian's hand was none other than Taiya, Windbird's sword record, the 3rd of the 10 most famous swords. It is though Yezi, Dry General's 2 great sword masters join hands to create, is a Lords and Lords Wei Dao of the sword, out of the sky, the time, location, people and the 3 elements of the unity. The sword is not yet and the sword has been stored in the sky and the earth, so that year the world's first phase of the sword master Windbeard for the sword spectrum, will be listed as the 3rd this sword. Only the power of the heart can inspire the power of Taiya's sword, and Vo Nim was just the right candidate to unleash the power within. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the Holy King's sword technique. Seeing this, Ning Yao whirled around and also offered up his own innate flying sword, since His Highness the Crown Prince had asked her to participate in this competition. No matter what, she had to go all out and take it seriously. My sword is called Innocence, Ning Yao signaled. Fu Nian nodded his head, then took a step and slowly walked around Ning Yao. Seeing this, Ning Yao couldn't help but stare slightly. What the hell? Swish. Next moment, she didn't care about Fu Nian, and directly met her face to face with her native flying sword in hand. Fushan wasn't affected, but continued to walk around, until Ning Yao's sword was about to fall in front of his eyes. Fu Nian's critical figure grabbed, and Taiya instantly collided with Tianjun, erupting in a shower of starlight sparks. Immediately afterward, the crowd on the field could only hear a clanging sound, but could not see the 2 figures, because the speed of the 2 figures were both strangely fast, only leaving a trail of residual shadows in place. A few moments later, as the two slapped each other's palms. Strong fluctuations this forced the two apart. A hint of shock was clearly visible on Funen's face. He never expected it. The strength of this woman in front of him was actually able to be equal to his own. What kind of experts are under this crown prince's command? These two women alone. Their strength was so terrifyingly strong. And what about the bull-nosed warlock with the flamboyant face? Look at his face full of disinterest. Fu Yan concluded that his strength would definitely not be below these two women. But the most important thing at the moment, or win the bout. Fu Yan's expression flinched, and an invisible force immediately radiated out along his body. Seeing this, Ningyao understood in his heart that this was his opponent's attempt to use his strongest strike to determine a winner. She was not willing to show weakness at that moment, and urged the internal force in her body, pouring all of his strength into his native flying sword. This is my self-created Saint King sword technique. Fu Yan spoke in a faint voice, and although his voice was light, it seemed to contain endless majesty. Taoism is natural, and only rites of passage. The Saint King's sword technique emphasizes inner sanctity and outer sanctity, which is the ultimate embodiment of rites. The Tsanglong water is even more magical, able to give the impermanence of the water to set rules, so that the water is in order to follow. Shasta, only to see that the water in a pool outside the lobby suddenly seemed to be guided by some mysterious power, flying into the air like a dragon out of the sea and rolling towards the lobby. In the end, those water stayed entangled on top of the body of Fu Yan's Taya sword, creating a strange and spectacular scene. When the Confucian disciples saw this scene, their faces lit up with joy as they all knew that this was the precursor to the Holy King's sword technique exerting its power, while Zhang Han, Xiaomeng and others looked stunned. This kind of tactic, indeed some doorway, and rarely seen, only that Zhang Jiwei, with one hand pinned to his face, with a look of unconcern, even feeling very bored. Out. On Ning Yao's side, as she gulped softly, a stream of light instantly shot out from her innate flying sword and sped towards Fu Yan at an extremely fast speed. Everyone's eyes were dead set on this scene, because the outcome of this bout may be decided in this round. Fu Yan slightly rotated the Taya sword. In the next moment, he was seen flexing his fingers. The sword body vibrated, and along with the encircling water droplets, it instantly fell towards the oncoming stream of light like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. But a scene that shocked everyone happened. The stream of light seemed to pass through countless water droplets as if it was weathered. Even if there were those who were able to collide with it, they were directly vaporized by the destructive force. Fu Yan's face changed violently, his heart filled with disbelief. His Saint King sword technique had failed? He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, but the situation was much more critical at the moment. He hastily turned the Taya sword around and crossed it in front of his chest. That stream of light also happened to land on the Taya sword at this moment, and the powerful impact instantly sent Fu Yan flying out. He landed several meters away before stopping. Not too badly injured though, but judging from today's situation, there's no way for Fushin to win anymore. At the twisted expressions on the faces of the Murray crowd, in the end, Fu Yan had to admit that he had lost. 2 out of 3, they lost 2 in a row. According to the rules, Confucianism has lost, and the Confucian disciples were even more unacceptable. It's okay if the second lord loses, but even the palmist lost. I'm afraid that their entire little sacred sage village except for that master, there would be no one to fight against this crown prince. Seeing Ning Yao win the game, winning Lin Yuan was not surprised, because this is a game he can live with, win or lose. Looking at the dejected Confucian crowd at the bottom, winning Lin Yuan smiled faintly. This prince hasn't seen enough, might as well have another go at it. Likewise, this time, as long as you win, this prince will default to your Confucian victory. Swish, these words shone in the hearts of the Confucian disciples like the light of dawn. Fu Yan's brows were tightly locked, as he didn't know exactly what this crown prince wanted to do, ostensibly letting them off the hook one after the other, but in reality, they have been suppressing them. But this third game this prince has a condition. Winning Lin Yuan raised his eyes slightly. That is, your Confucianism must be played by him. When he said that, he pointed his finger at that Zhang Liang. Fu Yan and Yan Lu hurriedly looked towards Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang didn't push back, but took a step forward. Yes, we promise. After saying that, Zhang Liang cast a reassuring look at the Fu Yan duo. Jiwei, this third match will be yours. Winning Lin Yuan looked to Zhang Jiwei who was on the side. He was so bored he was falling asleep. It's not just a matter of finding him something to do. Good. Zhang Jiwei stood up, moving his muscles and bones, and his whole body suddenly crackled like a scattering of beans. Chapter 59, Young people, it's normal for them to be careless with their hands. In the middle of the lobby that was filled with an aura of tension and solemnity, the eyes of the crowd were like torches, tightly focused on Zhang Jiwei and Zhang Liang who were about to engage in a life and death battle. The corner of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth hooked up with a cold and a few teasing smiles. Looking to Zhang Jiwei, who was absently moving his muscles beside him, You don't get called a bag winner for nothing. And the other side. Zhang Liang looked calm, but there was determination in his eyes. He took a step forward, his stance erect, fearless despite facing an unknown and powerful enemy. Fu Nian and Yan Lu looked at Zhang Liang worriedly. They were well aware of the importance of this competition to Confucianism, but Zhang Liang's confident eyes reassured them a little more. Zhang Jiwei slowly walked towards the center of the field. With every step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was surging. He was tall and had a very languid demeanor, but that unfathomable aura emanating from his body, it made everyone around it feel vaguely pressured. You make the first move. Zhang Jiwei clasped his hands on his chest and said with a bashful face. Zhang Liang is also not polite. Directly lit up his Windbeard sword record-ranked 10th Lingshu. He was seen holding the Lingshu sword tightly in both hands, with the tip of the sword pointing towards Zhang Jiwei as he mouthed the words. In an instant, the light on the Lingshu sword flourished. A streak of powerful sword chi shot out from the sword, whistling towards Zhang Jiwei. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was cut and hummed. The ground was also cut with a deep gully. However, Zhang Jiwei only glanced at him with contempt. He stood still and did not move. Only the golden light around him flickered slightly. The moment those harsh sword chi touched the golden light, they disappeared without a trace like a mud cow entering the sea. When the Confucian crowd saw this, their faces instantly turned white. They didn't expect Zhang Jiwei to defuse Zhang Liang's attack so easily, and the worry in their hearts increased. Zhang Han frowned as he keenly sensed that Zhang Jiwei's strength was far beyond his imagination. The outcome of this contest seems to be predetermined. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, was stunned. She had originally thought that Zhang Liang would be able to support himself for a while even if he would lose. But I didn't expect Zhang Jiwei to show an absolute crushing power from the very beginning. Zhang Liangcheng was also startled, but he quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath. His feet stomped violently on the ground, and his body rushed towards Zhang Jiwei like an arrow off the string. The Lingshu sword in his hand was raised high, and with a mountainous momentum, it slashed down fiercely towards Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei's face remained unchanged as he waited until the moment the Lingshu sword was about to slice above his head before slowly raising one hand. His palm looked slow, but it was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he grabbed the Lingshu sword's hilt. The sharp blade of the Lingshu sword touched his palm the instant it did. It was actually unable to advance any further, as if it was imprisoned by an invisible force. Zhang Liang's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to draw back the Lingshu sword with all his might, but the sword did not move. Zhang Jiwei looked at Zhang Liang's desperately struggling appearance, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile. With a slight force, his Lingshu sword was snatched from Zhang Liang's hands. Zhang Liang lost his weapon and his body stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He hastily stabilized his stance, and his hands quickly formed seals, chanting under his breath. The space around him began to twist and distort, and a mysterious light emanated from him, forming a huge shield to protect him in. Zhang Jiwei looked at that shield and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. The golden light around his body instantly became even more dazzling. At the same time, he clenched his hands into fists and slammed them towards the shield. The fist collided with the shield with a deafening roar. The shield began to shake violently under the impact of the fist, and its light became dull. Zhang Liang clenched his teeth and maintained the shield with all his might, but beads of sweat were already breaking out on his forehead. Zhang Jiwei's attacks were like a raging storm, wave after wave, and cracks soon appeared in the shield. With a loud bang, the shield was finally overwhelmed and shattered. Zhang Liang was shaken out by the powerful impact. He fell heavily to the ground. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. When the Confucian crowd saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. They wanted to go forward to rescue Zhang Liang, but they were blocked out by an invisible force. Zhang Liang struggled to his feet. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger. He knew he was at the end of his rope, but he didn't want to just give up. And so it was. Zhang Liang's hands formed seals again, preparing to make a last-ditch effort. However, Zhang Jiwei would not give him this opportunity. Only Zhang Jiwei's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Liang. He looked at Zhang Liang coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Raising his hand, he slapped it hard towards Zhang Liang's chest. Zhang Liang is trying to avoid it. However, he realized that his body had been imprisoned by a powerful force, and he was unable to move at all. No! Fu Nian and Yan Lu cried out in shock at the same time as they tried to rush up to stop them, but they were rebounded back by a powerful force. The Confucian crowd also knelt down and prayed for Zhang Jiwei's mercy, but Zhang Jiwei turned a deaf ear. There was a muffled bang. Zhang Jiwei's palm slapped hard on Zhang Liang's chest. Zhang Liang's body instantly stiffened, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. His body slowly collapsed. The Lingshu sword in his hand also fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A dead silence fell over the lobby, and everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The Confucian crowd was filled with grief and anger as they looked at Zhang Liang's corpse, their eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. Zhang Han and Xiaoming were also shocked. They did not expect Zhang Jiwei to be so ruthless and determined. Killed the third leader of Confucianism in full view of the public. Winning Lin Yuan indifferently watched everything on the field. A moment later, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he spoke in a calm tone. Young people, it's not uncommon for them to strike out. However, when the Confucian crowd heard this, their faces instantly became extremely ugly, as if a layer of gloom had been cast over them. In the meantime, they also realized as if they were waking up from a dream. From the very beginning, it was absolutely impossible for him, Confucian, to win this competition. From start to finish, this imperial crown prince was merely treating them as playthings to be teased recklessly. Whenever Confucianism feels that it is in a desperate situation and has no way out, he then throws out a bit of so-called life and hope. But then, in the blink of an eye, it was completely crushed without mercy. So on and so forth, over and over again, ruthlessly destroying their Dao hearts. Wen Lin Yuan's seemingly careless words were like a sharp blade that pierced straight into the hearts of the Confucian crowd. They looked at Zhang Liang's cold corpse, and the grief and anger in their hearts was as hard to suppress as a raging tide. Fu Nian clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He forced himself to hold back his anger, and said in a deep voice to Wen Lin Yuan, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, to so wantonly trample on the dignity of my Confucianism, and to brutalize the sons and daughters of my Confucianism, aren't you afraid that I, Confucianism, will fight back with a desperate fight to the death?" Wen Lin Yuan, however, let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of disdain. Fighting to the death? You guys? This prince will tell you plainly today. In this empire, whoever this crown prince wants to give birth to can do so. Whoever wants to die, dies. You Confucians are nothing but a bunch of self-appointed and corrupt Confucians. Yan Lu's eyes were filled with grief and helplessness as he took a step forward and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, although I am not talented in Confucianism, I have always upheld the way of benevolence and righteousness for the well-being of the world's people. Aren't you afraid of being scorned by the world for such behavior today?" Winning Lin Yuan hummed disdainfully, "People of the world? This world is the world of the empire. So why should this crown prince care about the opinions of those foolish people? Your Confucianism's so-called way of benevolence and righteousness is nothing but a pile of nonsense in front of this prince." Chapter 60, Confucian Submission. In the middle of the lobby, Wen Lin Yuan's voice was like a flood bell, reverberating for a long time. Each word seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, heavily hitting the hearts of the Confucian crowd. The faces of the Confucians were as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Hard to see, they couldn't have imagined it in any way. This imperial crown prince had so disregarded their Confucianism. It should be known that among the 100 schools of thought, Confucianism has a superior reputation and prestige, and has always been highly respected. According to the rules, you lose. Winning Lin Yuan's gaze was indifferent, as if it was a cold moon in a cold night, sweeping over Fu Nian and Yan Lu without any temperature. You two prepare to get ready to enter the court. Fushan's lips parted slightly, wanting to say something. Instead, he found that his throat felt like it was clogged with something, and he was speechless. After all, this competition was originally their Confucianism that took the lead in inviting Wen Lin Yuan. The conditions were added later, though, but they knew in their hearts that if they did not agree at that time, I am afraid that the entire Confucianism will face extinction. This imperial crown prince, with his ruthless methods, is by no means a soft-hearted person. The atmosphere in the lobby was so oppressive that people could not breathe, as if the air had frozen. Just then, a breeze gently blew in from outside the lobby, gently scraping against the cheeks of the crowd, bringing a rare hint of coolness. Immediately after, an old and gentle figure slowly walked in from outside, appeared in full view. It was only that the visitor wore a hair ornament on his head that was most representative of Confucianism. The hairpiece was quaint and elegant, exuding a faintly Confucian aura. A light blue Confucian robe fluttered with the wind, like a cloud swaying in the breeze. He was immortal and handsome. There was a transcendent aura all over his body. "Does your Highness the Crown Prince really want my Confucianism to have no successors and drive us to extinction?" The old man's voice took the lead. The voice was calm and strong, with a hint of questioning and a hint of helplessness. The Confucian crowd was after seeing this figure. The originally bleak look instantly lit up, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Fu Nian and Yan Lu's eyes were also glowing, for the visitor was none other than their senior uncle. It is also Xuanzi, the most representative figure of Confucianism. At the same time, he was also the strongest representative of Confucianism's current strength, the only celestial realm powerhouse. Winning Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly after seeing Xuanzi. Gee, the aura of an old thing is different. Celestial realm strength? In this world is enough to walk horizontally. A little bit of arrogance belonging to oneself is normal. Just in front of him, Wen Lin Yuan. So what if it's the celestial realm? When you see him, you have to put that arrogance of yours away. 2. What? The corner of Winning Lin Yuan's mouth rose slightly with a hint of mockery. Could it be that you Confucians are only willing to gamble? The words fell. An invisible pressure was then released from his body like a raging tide, enveloping it towards Xuanzi. The pressure was powerful and terrifying, as if it was going to crush everything around it. Seeing this, Xuanzi didn't panic and just slightly flung his sleeves. Shasta, a terrifying force similarly erupted from within him, like a lofty mountain. It steadily stopped Wenlin Yuan's pressure. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, emitting a dull sound as if nature was roaring. Interesting. The corners of Wenlin Yuan's mouth rose even more, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Boom! Another burst of power erupted within his body. This power was even more surging than before, like a sudden storm. Xuanzi, on the other hand, had trouble fighting this one. The figure took several steps backward before stopping, and a flash of gravity appeared on his face. Stay stabilized. Xuanzi raised his eyes and his gaze instantly collided with this Imperial Crown Prince. There was both determination and a hint of helplessness in that gaze. Confucianism has always treated people with courtesy and peace, and we treat the Empire the same way. I have no intention of making an enemy of the Empire today. I only implore your Highness the Crown Prince to give us another chance, Xuanzi said slowly, a hint of pleading in his voice. When Winning Lin Yuan heard this, he slowly shook his head. This prince has already given you Confucians quite a few chances. Apparently there is no room for negotiation. Seeing that the other party's attitude was incredibly strong, Xuanzi had no choice but to soften his attitude. Then can His Highness the Crown Prince give us a little time? After all, if the Funyan duo were to leave suddenly, no one from my Confucianism would be able to come out and take control of the situation. After stabilizing Confucianism, the two of them will report to the capital on their own. Xuanzi signaled. There's still you, isn't there? Winning Lin Yuan's gaze surveyed Xuanzi with a hint of scrutiny. The old man is over 100 years old, and his body is even half in the ground, so he is unable to do anything about it. Xuanzi shook his head, his face full of vicissitudes. If he were 20 or 30 years younger, he would have no problem taking charge of the whole of Confucianism. But the problem was that he didn't have that energy or presence of mind anymore. Otherwise you wouldn't be drinking tea and playing chess all day to raise your Tao. 3 days. Winning Lin Yuan stretched out 3 fingers. This prince will only give you 3 days. After all, the Funyan duo was there to work for their cheap old man. That's not a good thing to push sometimes. Good. Xuanzi agreed. This is the 3 days he's asked for by putting his old face on the line. Naturally, I won't say no. Besides, 3 days is more than enough time. As for Wen Lin Yuan, for his part, he planned to stay in this little sage manor for 3 days. It was just the right time to use this time to refine some more magic weapons for Zhang Jiwei, Ning Yao, and the others. Also save yourself some more talismans. It's not bad. The talisman refined from the Tong Tian talisman can be stored. This was also an interesting point that Winning Lin Yuan had discovered after studying the Tong Tian talisman. Although he was much faster at drawing talismans nowadays, but naturally the latter is more appropriate than having a backup hidden energy source. Subsequently, Xuanzi then sent people to settle those 8,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Fortunately, Little Sage Manor was large enough to accommodate these 8,000 people without a problem. It was only when they saw the Great Snow Dragon Rider, one was instantly shocked by that might emanating from them. Those 8,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, dressed in white armor and riding on high horses, were like a white sea, majestic. Their posture was upright, their eyes were firm, and their bodies were permeated with an aura of solemnity. Even Xuanzi couldn't help but marvel. He's lived so many years. Never before had I seen an army with this kind of momentum and vigor. Whether it was the once great army of the Six Kingdoms or the current army in the Empire, none of them could compare to such a white iron cavalry. That neatly organized pace, that stern look, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. It's just that Zhang Han hasn't figured out one thing since the beginning. When exactly did His Royal Highness raise this army? Why did he, the Shadow Secret Guard, not notice anything at all? There is only one way to explain it. That is, this army was quietly cultivated by His Highness the Crown Prince during the 10 years he disappeared, and it was only recently that he had summoned him to his side. Other than that, Zhang Han could not think of a single suitable reason. Chapter 61, Reversing the 8 Directions. In a room, Winning Lin Yuan looked at the densely packed blue talismans floating in the air around him. He couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction. These were the 5 thunder talismans he had refined. As the name suggests, this was a talisman that could summon the terrifying power of lightning. And the usage is very simple. The lightning induced by the use of the talisman will follow the actions of the user's mind. The ability to really point and shoot. Winning Lin Yuan sat in the center of the room. He made quick seals with his hands and mouthed the words. A spiritual energy gushed out from his fingertips, drawing thin blue lines in the air. Over time, the thin blue line gradually changed. It eventually coalesced into a blue talisman. Each talisman contained powerful lightning power. Next, Winning Lin Yuan collected these talismans and placed them in the devouring bag. These talismans will be of great use at critical moments. And that's when it happened. A familiar electronic voice rang out from Winning Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! The host has successfully changed history by subduing Confucianism for the empire, and is rewarded. Human magnetism inverted 8. Winning Lin Yuan was stunned at his words. Spinning around, he immersed his mind in the system. Check out the magnetically inverted octagon. In the past, their trick was disguised as a trick called the inverted 8. Today it is called human magnetism. The way they influence the outside world is by creating a special field around them. This field is like an invisible magic field, mysterious and powerful. And he could manipulate the direction of the force within the field, as if he were a god controlling the laws of nature. That field will ignore the spread of any medium. It is as pervasive as a ghost, and can only be circumvented by the telltale signs of the field, or the faint but distorted sense of gravity as the field approaches itself. Once enveloped by the field and not detached in time, the part within the field would be left to be twisted by the human magnetic user, just like a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered, and the field is like the air above the fire, kind of twisted. Once caught, not a single centimeter could be moved again, as if tightly clutched by a large invisible hand. For practical use, you can create a cube to gather the earth and rocks together, using a field to envelop the tissues in a person's body and then distorting them, bouncing bullets, etc. Watch the introduction of inverted 8. It dawned on Winlin Yuan. TSK. If one were to cultivate this inverted 8 directions to the point of purity, it must also be a feat that should not be underestimated. In layman's terms, anyone who enters a field of your own making, then you are at your own mercy. Inside the field, the user of inverted 8 is invincible. Immediately after, Winning Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. Start studying up on this inverted octagon. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill, and who would mind having more than they can handle? As time passes, I don't know how much time has passed. Winning Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A strange fluctuation suddenly flashed through his pupils. He held out his hand and watched the twisting change in the air above his palm. That inverted 8 square had already been successfully cultivated by him through the system, and as far as how powerful it can be made, it comes down to his proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the wider the range of fields created. There is no cap. Imagine that. In the future, if you are on the battlefield, Winning Lin Yuan sat at the back of his side's camp, directly throwing out a field casually enveloped the enemy generals. Gotta. No fun. Who's gonna be able to handle that? There's no one to be seen. It was as if the enemy generals were caught in an invisible swamp. He can only be slaughtered. Immediately, Winlin Yuan got up and walked out of the room. He wanted to try out his current proficiency in this inverted 8 directions, and also wanted to see just how powerful it was. Come into the courtyard. Winning Lin Yuan looked at a nearly 20-meter tall sky-high tree in front of him. The main trunk is so thick that it takes 5 adults to join forces to hold it. When he came to this large tree, he slowly extended a hand. Next moment, the power of the inverted 8 falls down the arm to this large tree. Only a circle of invisible fluctuations instantly enveloped it, unseen but vaguely felt, as if a mysterious force was spreading through the air. As Winning Lin Yuan's eyes stared, boom, that giant tree was directly uprooted by an invisible force, and infinitely squeezed and eventually ravaged into a ball. Wood shavings were flying. Winning Lin Yuan slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. That's nifty and completely extreme power. Simple, brutal and unemotional. It doesn't give the opponent any chance to live at all. Once inside the field, not only the surface of the flesh, but even the bones and internal organs would be affected. Couple that with your own empty crying roar. It's like a double whammy of flesh and soul. Not bad. Winning Lin Yuan was very satisfied, and this scene was just in time for Xuanzi, who was passing by, to bump into it. His face changed violently, and his originally composed face instantly turned white, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Hurriedly, as if he hadn't seen it, he hurried on his feet. Like a frightened rabbit, it quickly fled away. During these 3 days, the little sage manor was calm on the surface, but in reality, there were dark currents. The Confucian congregation, on the one hand, had to appease the internal sentiment. On the other hand, there was also the preparation for the entry of Funyan and Yan Lu into the dynasty. On the other hand, Winlin Yuan concentrated on refining talismans every day. Occasionally, he would walk around the estate, feel the atmosphere of this Confucian holy place. He strolled along the paths within the manor, looking at the flowers and trees around him, his mind racing with thoughts. Have to say, this Confucian culture has a long history. It does have a unique charm and value, but in this world of the weak and the strong, culture and ethics alone are not enough. It also needs to be backed up by great strength. 3 days passed quickly. Early on the 3rd day, outside the little sage estate, Fu Nian and Yan Lu were ready to enter the court. They were dressed in neat Confucian uniforms and looked dignified. Xuanzi led the Confucian crowd to send Fu Nian and Yan Lu to the entrance of the zhuang. He looked at the two, his eyes full of reluctance and expectation. You must be careful when you go to the capital this time. Confucianism depends on you, Xuanzi said. Fu Nian and Yan Lu nodded and said, "Don't worry, senior uncle. We will definitely remember the teachings and fight for the glory of Confucianism." Winning Lin Yuan looked at Fu Nian and Yan Lu and said, "Since you guys lost, you have to abide by the rules. After joining the dynasty, serve my empire well." Fu Nian and Yan Lu nodded their heads once more before setting off on their way to Xianyang. Looking at their distant backs, Xuanzi had mixed feelings in his heart. He wondered if they would return safely from this trip. Nor do we know what the future fate of Confucianism will be. And just after the two left. On the other hand, Winning Lin Yuan also took the Great Snow Dragon Riders and left the little sacred sage manor. He had figured out his next destination 3 days earlier. That is East County. Chapter 62 Traveling to East County. East County, itemized estates. Several figures were converging in it. Have you heard? Confucianism has actually bowed and compromised with the empire. Just then, an Xiang-style disciple suddenly broke the silence in the air. The voice carried a hint of surprise and disdain, like throwing a stone on a calm lake. It instantly stirred up layers of ripples. The hall exploded with these words. The gazes of the crowd focused over, exchanging words and comments. Xiang Liang frowned slightly at his words, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly, his tone filled with contempt for Confucianism. I've long said that Confucianism is that wavering wallflower, and still claims to be neutral to the outside world. Shucks. Nerds are nerds, spineless bunch of guys. The people heard the words and echoed them, expressing great disdain for the behavior of Confucianism. However, just before the vociferousness of the crowd had subsided, Fan Zhang, who was in the upper position, however, couldn't help but open his mouth and give a reminder. There's no need to be so hostile towards them. He slowly stood up and swept his gaze over the crowd as he continued. In today's world, I believe that Confucianism also had no choice ultimately chose this result. If they choose to fight hard to the end, I'm afraid the result will be like that Mo family. Fan Zhang's words caused the crowd in the arena to shut their mouths. Although Xiang Liang still has dissatisfaction in his heart, he can only give a cold snort and leave it at that. Just then, Fan Zhang looked towards Xiang Xiaoyu on the side again, with a hint of concern and anticipation in his gaze. Xiaoyu, I wonder how the person I asked you to look for has been found. Xiang Xiaoyu heard this and immediately took a step forward and responded respectfully. Master Fan, those people have all been found. It's just that I'm afraid it's not an easy task if I want to bring them together. One of them is also a general of the empire. When these words came out, Fan Zhang's brows glanced slightly, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. He knew well that it was not an easy task to turn an imperial general. Most of the generals of the empire were loyal to the imperial court and had a firm belief and sense of mission. Trying to get them to betray the empire and turn to themselves was undoubtedly a dance on the tip of a knife, and they would be shattered if they were not careful. Next, Fan Zhang then began to remind and teach the crowd. He intoned, this man must not be treated like any other. He must not be allowed to perceive that he and the others have the intention of trying to turn him. Rather, it's going to come from the sentiment of the dead or otherwise. For example, is he disgruntled with certain policies of the empire? Whether or not they have their own ideals and ambitions but are unable to realize them in the empire, only by finding his soft underbelly and touching his heart, then the chances of drawing him into his side's camp will be high. The crowd nodded their heads, indicating that they understood Fan Zhang's intentions. Subsequently, the crowd conferred for a while longer and worked out some specific plans and strategies. Only then did they leave in droves, starting to make preparations for pulling that imperial general. In the meantime, on the other side, after Winning Lin Yuan and his group left from the little sage manor, he then met Yuan, the lord of Sanghe City, who had been waiting for a long time. He had learned that Wen Lin Yuan was about to leave Sanghe City. Immediately, he began to saddle up and make arrangements. He commanded his men to prepare the carts, horses, and luggage for Wen Lin Yuan and his party, while personally going forward to exchange pleasantries with Wen Lin Yuan. Of course, on his face he naturally displayed a look of reluctance, and there seemed to be tears glistening in his eyes, but in truth, inside, he was incredibly happy, because this god can always leave. The time that Wen Lin Yuan had spent in Sanghe City was like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart, making him breathless. Even if Wen Lin Yuan was in Sanghe for an hour, his heart was always on edge and he couldn't relax at all. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would annoy this powerful figure and bring about the end of himself in Sanghe City. Under Yuan's personal escort, the procession of Wen Lin Yuan and his group arrived at the city gates of Sanghe City with great vigor. Many people had already gathered at the city gates. Seeing this, Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to offer a few words of courtesy, his voice respectful and fawning. Your Excellency, after this farewell, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. Sanghi City will always be your backing. If you have any orders in the future, just send someone. Winning Lin Yuan slightly swept a glance. The lord of the city is just going to be a bit more than normal. I don't know if what was said was against my will or not, but at least it was comforting to hear. There's no need to be polite. City Lord Yu, Sanghi City has prospered under your governance, and this crown prince has seen it. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely come back to visit again. Winning Lin Yuan calmly responded. Instead, these two short sentences caused Yuan's face to instantly blush in ecstasy. At least it's been recognized by this crown prince. If you put in a good word for yourself in front of his majesty then, wouldn't that be nice? Subsequently, at a gesture from Wen Lin Yuan, Zhang Han rolled over and mounted his horse. The stallion immediately raised its front hooves and let out an A. Zhang Han sat on the back of his horse, his posture as straight as a pine, and then he bellowed, "Depart!" The voice echoed in the air like a flood of bells, spreading throughout the entire group. Shasta, the originally quiet and orderly line began to move slowly. Yuan then kept standing quietly at the city gates. His gaze closely followed the figure of Wen Lin Yuan and his group. There was both awe and a hint of imperceptible relief in his eyes. He watched like that until the group faded into a blur and eventually disappeared from sight. It was then that he breathed a long sigh of relief as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted from him. The smile on his face also faded, replaced by a deep exhaustion and helplessness. In the midst of this chaos, he was just a small city lord, facing a powerful figure like Wen Lin Yuan. He could only respond carefully. Fear of incurring doom if you are not careful. After the team left from Sanghi, then it has been traveling non-stop on the hoof. Didn't stop for a rest midway through, because Sanghi was not too far away from East County. It only took a day to arrive, until the night falls. It was only then that Wen Lin Yuan ordered to set up camp in place, rest for the night, and set off again early tomorrow morning. As the order was given, the team moved quickly. The great snow dragon riders skillfully set up their tents and built fires. These are skills they carry in their bones. Somewhere in a marquee, Winning Lin Yuan called in Zhang Jiwei, Ning Yao, and the other subordinates he had summoned through the system. In front of them, at the same time, there were several magic weapons emitting a mysterious glow, as well as some painted talismans. Winning Lin Yuan looked at the crowd with a gentle but firm gaze and slowly spoke. These magic artifacts were refined by this prince specifically for you, and they fit you very well. They will help you in critical moments. Having said that, he then began to distribute the spells one by one to the crowd. Each magic weapon seemed to have its own spirituality. The moment it touched its owner, it let out a slight buzz. Next, Winning Lin Yuan began to distribute the talismans again. It was just that Zhang Jiwei had no fluctuation in the face of the magic weapon. However, after seeing the talisman, the whole picture, however, changed violently. The pupils released a burst of essence. It's like being on the road. Have to say, this talisman is for Taoist priests. There's just something about it that's particularly appealing. Chapter 63, Night Attack. Zhang Jiwei was self-aware of just how complex the steps of painting talismans were. That's not a skill that is easily mastered by the average person. There are many esoteric dermas and subtle strokes involved. Although they, Longhu Mountain, were also a great Taoist sect, they were actually not good at drawing talismans. The ones who had truly reached the peak of excellence in the art of drawing talismans were the group of guys from the Shangqing sect. The Shangqing school has a long tradition, extremely in-depth study of talismans. The disciples under the door were all experts in drawing talismans, and the talismans they drew were incredibly powerful. Therefore, when Zhang Jiwei saw this pile of talismans in front of him that emitted a mysterious aura, his heart was filled with curiosity. These talismans had peculiar patterns and hidden fluctuations of spiritual power, and they were not mortal at first glance. Your Highness, did you draw all these? Zhang Jiwei pointed at the pile of talismans on the ground, his eyes filled with questions. Winning Lin Yuan gently nodded. Shasta. The originally lazy and listless Zhang Jiwei suddenly became energized, his eyes glittering with excitement. Want to learn? At this moment, Wen Lin Yuan suddenly inquired. The corners of Zhang Jiwei's mouth instantly rose, revealing an expression of embarrassment as he said indebtedly, "Of course I want to. What about you guys?" Winning Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Ning Yao and the others again. Ning Yao and White Foxface glanced at each other and shook their heads. Obviously, they weren't interested in this talisman drawing stuff. Seeing this, Wen Lin Yuan did not force himself. After all, everyone has different interests and talents and you can't generalize. Only to see him make a big move with his hand. A merit law emitting a ghostly blue light appeared in front of him. The calligraphy on the cover of that gongfu was ancient and mysterious, with a hidden flow of spiritual energy. It was precisely one of the legendary 8 strange techniques, the Tong Tian Talisman. This is the Tong Tian Talisman. Learn it and you can draw talismans without the need of traveling air with impunity. winning Lin Yuan casually threw the Tongtian talisman towards Zhang Jiwei. He is the only one who can trash the 8 wonders in such a casual manner. If other people were to get one of the 8 strange techniques, they would be treated as treasures, fearing that there would be a little bit of failure. After all, the 8 wonders technique was a skill of the heavens, possessing the power to change destiny, but it is also the way to take chaos. Once it falls into the hands of people with bad intentions, it will surely trigger a bloodbath. Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but freeze the moment he received the Tongtian talisman, his heart filled with shock. That's for me? He looked as if he were dreaming. Hands trembling slightly, he carefully stroked the cover of the Tongtian talisman. For the others, winning Lin Yuan might not be so forthcoming. After all, the 8 wonders technique was too precious, and the slightest mishap could bring disaster. But the 3 people in front of us were different. They were all summoned by themselves through the system, and their loyalty to themselves was all 100%, with absolutely no possibility of betrayal. And because of that, it was only because Wen Lin Yuan believed in the 3 of them like this, and since he himself had a way to boost their power, he naturally wouldn't hide it. After all, to put it bluntly, the 3 of them were powerful. Doesn't that also equate to him being strong? It's all about doing things for yourself alone anyway. Only if they became stronger could they themselves go farther in this chaotic world. After Zhang Jiwei got the Tongtian talisman, he immediately ran aside and started learning to cultivate. Then, winning Lin Yuan took out the divine mechanism 100 refinements, detaining spirit dispensations, and inverted 8 directions, allowing Ning Yao and the 2 girls to pick them out. In the end, both of them chose the divine machine 100 refinements. As for the 6 banks of immortal thieves, winning Lin Yuan had no intention of giving them cultivation. After all, those whose hearts are not strong enough to cultivate the 6 banks of immortal thieves will surely fall into the devil's path. While the Raku immortal thief can give a person great vitality and digestive power, it can also cause a person to fall deeper and deeper into the abyss of desire. As for his own cheap old man, he all accomplished the unification of the world. What's wrong with eating a few people? Besides, there are still so many remnants of the 6 kingdoms under the sky. Even if he is given one a day, it would take him an unknown number of years to eat them. With that, all 3 of them began to cultivate in earnest. The night was deep, and the whole camp was steeped in silence. Winning Lin Yuan was about to lie down and rest when suddenly, several bizarre auras came in from outside the tent. The corners of Wen Lin Yuan's mouth surfaced with a wry smile, and he secretly sneered in his heart, he really knows how to pick a good time. It just so happens to be while Zhang Jiwei and the others are practicing. The thought had just fallen in vain. A terrifying sword intent silently came towards his location. The sword intent was overwhelming, as if it was going to split the entire tent in half. Winning Lin Yuan's figure flickered, dodging the attack like a bolt of lightning. His movements were agile and swift, with no hint of panic. But in the next moment, several other powerful sword chi came one after another, straight at him, obviously to take his life. Each sword chi was fierce and ferocious, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Winning Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently waved it. The movement seemed to be casual, but it contained an endless amount of power. In an instant, the power of the dragon and tiger was released from his palm. That majestic power was like a roaring tiger intertwined with a churning dragon, carrying a mountainous momentum as it swooped towards those several powerful sword chi. Boom! Intense fluctuations instantly erupted out, as if the entire world was trembling at this moment. That originally strong tent under the impact of this force, like fragile pieces of paper, they were instantly torn into countless fragments that fluttered to the ground. This great commotion simultaneously woke up Zheng Han and the others who were sleeping next to him. Zheng Han woke up from his sleep with a jolt and sat up violently, his eyes full of alertness. He quickly put on his tunic, copied the sword at his side, and bellowed, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes angrily again and roared towards those black shadows. "Who dares to attack at night?" The voice echoed in the night sky like a flood of bells. "Somebody!" Zheng Han shouted again. As his voice rang out, the surrounding Shadowmist guards took the lead. Like ghosts, they quickly assembled from all corners towards the location of the tent where Wen Lin Yuan was. Just a few short breaths rounds, they then surrounded the location of the tent where Wen Lin Yuan was, forming a tight encirclement. Zheng Han was holding his sword, his gaze like a torch, staring at the figures in front of him. A look of gravity appeared on his face, and his heart was secretly on guard. As the leader of the Shadow Guard, he is highly skilled in martial arts and has a keen sense of perception. But I was so close to these people that I didn't even realize they were there. Obviously this group is not a good bunch. Those figures were dressed in black, with black cloth covering their faces, revealing only a pair of cold and fierce eyes. They stood there silently, an eerie aura emanating from them. One of them let out a low, cold laugh, his voice hoarse and bizarre. "Wen Lin Yuan, today is the day you die." Winning Lin Yuan stood in the midst of a mess, his expression cold. He coldly looked at the black-robed men in front of him, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. revealing a disdainful smile. With just a few of you? To also dare to come and take this prince's life is simply out of one's depth. Zheng Han took a step forward, shielding himself in front of Wen Lin Yuan, and shouted, "Who exactly are you people? Why did you attack His Highness the Crown Prince at night?" The men in black did not answer Zhang Han's words, but glanced at each other, then simultaneously lunged towards Wen Lin Yuan and Zheng Han.